started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome to a brand new day. That's what I meant to say. Good morning. Yeah, this is the first live hour, so it was me saying welcome back. If you're thinking I've missed an hour somewhere, you haven't. It's just down to me, and it's very early on. I'm kind of thinking back to where lots of you are probably sitting tucked up in bed, maybe snuggling under a fabulous quilt like one of the ones that we've got behind us, because this is going to be an hour that you are certainly going to want to get involved with. You can see the name totally patched on your screen. So of course we've got Pat and Mark with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
That's where we should be. Not all three of us snuggled up under a quilt, but
no.
yeah, you know what I mean then.
We definitely should.
Definitely. Now I love it because you bring all sorts of inspiration and ideas to seasoned quilters, but novice quilters as well, especially with things like the first item that we've got here with the patch kits.
Yeah, we try and Mark and Sarah pre-cut everything, so people who don't like the cutting, can't do the cutting,
don't have time for the cutting.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I haven't got the equipment.
Yeah,
that's true.
And just like to open and sew, that's what they do with our kits. And
I love it.
Especially the block of the month, it takes you stage by stage, and you can just take your time with it and enjoy it, really.
I love it. And this is kind of a part by part progress. So the quilt that you can see just over by Mark, absolutely gorgeous. So this is where you could be going to. So it could be that you're investing in those blocks and you're creating, you're putting them together and making a fabulous quilt, or you're going for the kit at the bottom to create it all in one go. Or you might be going block by block and you might decide, well, do you know what, I don't like that particular block, I'm not going to get hold of that block this month. And the ones that you've got previously, you might be using things like table runners, cushions, things like that. But I love the colour palette that we've got with this one. Look at month 6 with this one. So what are we going to learn in this one, Pat?
This is our petal blocks. I really like these blocks. They're down either side because it's called like round robin. So we started in the middle with the houses and we're working our way out. So this is our petals. So we're just making we're doing some half square triangles because that's what we always do. And then how to make your petal shapes as well.
I love it. And on the actual finished quilt, you'll see them. They're kind of parallel framing two sides, left and right, of those centerpieces that you may well have already started. So, yeah, beautiful quilt. Fabulous colours. And Mark, I think these colour palettes are going to work well in any home.
Yeah, there's pastel enough colours, as you say, they go with any decor. And they're not too strong to overpower a room with colour. So it's just a nice, soft colole palette.
It is, yeah, it's nice and easy.
I'll get these teeth into one.
Lots of peas in that sentence.
Got them in the right order.
Now, if you're wanting to get hold of yours, it's brilliant how it comes to you. You've got it all pre-cut, so there's no cutting to be done to get your pieces together. There might be a little bit of cutting when you actually come to doing certain things, but with this one, you've got 8 blocks that you're going to be able to create, and you'll be able to put them obviously into your finished quilt if you choose to, but equally so, if you don't want to work that way, then Pat and Mark aren't going to come around knocking on your door and getting the quilt police round. It is literally a case of you can do whatever you like with them. But already over 10% of the stock has gone. Now, I know a lot of you have got involved with this right from the beginning, but don't worry. If you're thinking, oh my goodness, 1 to 5, I've missed out on those, you haven't at all. You can get involved at any stage. And we've got those previous blocks available, or those kits available, haven't we?
Yeah, they're all available. So you could like do 1 and 5 or whatever order you wanted to. So you can go back and buy them 1 at a time, 4 or 5, or even the whole kit like you said.
I love it. Now, yes, I know lots of you do go for the whole kit because oh, look at this. This is amazing. So it all comes to you in a fabulous box if you're going for the complete kit. Now, I know some of you will be doing this because I know some of you don't want to wait month by month. You want to create yours sooner than that. Well, within this, you've got all of those different kits that we're going to see over the, is it 10 months overall?
10 months, all the blocks are contained in there in separate packets, so you can get a packet out at a time. No chance of, or hopefully, no chance of getting it all mixed up. And all the pieces are cut with individual instructions for each packet as well.
I love it. So, of course, you can see your inspiration there within your packaging. Then within here, and I know this always rings true in my head, open them packet by packet. Don't get in there and get all the pieces out.
Yeah, don't get too excited and open all the packets and get the fabric out because you won't know where it all goes back together. Just keep it 1 packet at a time, as you say.
And you can see all those different pieces coming together. And this is the beauty. You create these pieces and then they all evolve. They all come together to create your overall quilt. And you'll be learning all sorts, as you can see, as you work your way through them. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, all comes in a fabulous box for you to keep those little packs in there. And you've got 3 flexi buys on this one. So you might be looking at this and thinking, do you know what? I need to catch up on those blocks. I need to make this sooner because I love it so much. Well, you can do. And that is the beauty with regard to this one. You can do. And it makes a fabulous quilt. So here you go. This is how it comes to you. So not quite as pretty as when you actually see it all stitched together. But the beauty is that will happen and evolve over time. And you will have loads of fun in the process. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, please pop it into your basket. Do consider spreading the cost over 3 payments. And of course, with regards to those flexi buys, it means you open up a flexi order, so you might be tempted to pop other things in there as well. Now, this is a beautiful kit. Have you seen this gorgeous, literally it's like a ray of sunshine, this particular one, all those bright colours in there. So this one is called Bring Me Sunshine, and I love this. I love the geometrics of this one, kind of the straight kind of little areas that you've got with this one, Pat.
Yeah, the fabric's gorgeous, so you want to showcase the fabric. It was lovely and bright, and you can see I haven't done much quilting on it. I was going to do a lot this week, but other things have taken over. So it's very little quilting on it, but it's still very effective, just the fabrics, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the sashing just makes it brings it alive.
Gives it a pop, doesn't it, colour, yeah.
It's just lovely. And very, very easy. Very easy.
Well, this is the thing I was going to say, because I know that you inspire a lot of people to have a go at making a quilt, and something like this, is this achievable for the most novice of quilters?
Absolutely, yeah.
Love it. There you go. And again, you've got everything in there. And this is a good size quilt, 72 inches square.
Yeah. No, it sits full overarching size, doesn't it? Yeah.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now again, it's a similar sort of setup where you're getting all of the elements with this one, all pre-cut, as you can see. And as Pat said, I mean, look at this fabric. How gorgeous is this fabric? Absolutely beautiful. And I love it because you've got little elements in there of strawberries, as you can see there, and those gorgeous kind of pale peach tones in there going through the deeper, almost like terracotta that you've got with regards to the sashes. They're absolutely beautiful, and all coming to you in a box, again, with your instructions. So you don't have to worry. Pat will be taking you hand in hand right the way through. And I love your instructions, Pat, because you take photographs for every single stage, so there's no guesswork.
No. Photograph as we go along, little plans, and that shows you like just the outside outline drawing, and then the fabric in the position as well. And then how to make sure your sashing lines up.
That's a good point, actually, because that's something that could stand out, isn't it, if it doesn't?
Yeah.
But what an affordable way to get hold of this. Of course, you've got your £19 saving, which makes it an even more attractive deal. But again, it's one of those ones you can spread over 2 payments. £50 each if you choose this one. And as I say, it's a nice, bright, colourful one. So if you like this one, 797190. Now, with all the kits that we're speaking of, we're talking about the quilt tops. So the quilt tops is that beautifully decorative area. But of course, you want the squidginess and you want your backing as well. Well, we can help you with that because we've got finishing kits that you might want to have a little look at, and also some fabulous wadding. Now, I've got the finishing kit down here. I don't know, is it the same as the wadding that we've got on the screen there that we've got with this particular one? I don't know whether
Is
I
it-
picked up. So this one,
Yeah, that's the
Polydown, yeah.
Hobbs Polydown.
that's that one, isn't it? Yes, yeah.
Because it's. I think it's the sort of quilt that needs a bit of bounce to it.
Yes,
Rather than to try and lie
that's a
flat.
good point. Yes, yeah.
So I put the Hobbs Polydown in there, and it's just because the squares and rectangles themselves, I'm going to quilt it all in the sash-ins, and it makes
Okay.
those pop out, and
Yes.
it gives it a little bit of
Depth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
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 Nice idea. Nice easy one actually to quilt as well when you do that.
Very easy to
Now
quilt.
this piece, you can see obviously it's 80 inches square, so it's perfect to work alongside your Bring Me Sunshine kit that we've been chatting about. Now with this one, you're not only going to get your wadding, you're also going to get your calico as well. And the calico is going to form part of the backing. Now sometimes you might come across calico and you think, oh, calico's like tote bags and things like that. Totally different kettle of fish. This is so soft.
Yes, it's a nice weave of cotton, nice to quilt through.
Beautiful.
Very nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gorgeous
And it's all
soft.
one piece, there's no joining
yeah.
either. It's,
See, that
it's
is
wide.
the thing as well.
Yeah.
Quite often when you're buying your fabrics, you wouldn't often come across a piece of fabric that's going to be 80 inches wide. So you'd have to put a join in there, which is another stage. And it's kind of one of those things that it is nice to have it going edge to edge, that backing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you want to print fabric, you know, you usually have to join them. But I use calico a lot on the back of quilts, so.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Brilliant value for money. And of course, it's not just for that particular kit. It's designed to work alongside it because it's 80 inches square, but any of your quilts, whether they're up to 80 inches as a large quilt or lots of smaller quilts, obviously you can cut into that if you wanted to. So 277522. Nice set, that one. £64.99 for that one. But what about if you want something more, dare I say, more of a masculine style? And I don't like using that phrase, to be honest, because obviously everybody gets involved. But it's kind of that thing that we do kind of think of when we're looking at darker tones and kind of more neutral tones. And I love, again, that geometric swirl that we've got with this one.
It's the snail's trail, it's called, but it looks
Nice.
like it could be. You could look at it and say it's like the curve of a wave.
Yes,
as
that's
well.
true,
Gives you that
actually,
look as
yeah.
well.
Almost like the crest, isn't it, where you've got that those waves breaking as well. You're liking this one. And I think this is a nice one. As I say, a lot of male quilters out there, this is one that might kind of evoke your inspiration to have a little go. But neutral tones are always a nice one when you don't know the colour palette of whoever it is you're making your quilt for.
Yeah, and as well, this can go anywhere. This can go in the middle of a bed, like
True,
on
yeah.
point, if you turn it on, like, so it's not square on the bed. It can hang, it can be hanging on a wall. In fact, I did hang it when I photographed it. It looked lovely, just
Yes,
hung.
yeah.
And it's a lovely block as well. I went a little bit snail's traily,
You
didn't
did.
I?
You started doing. You carried on the theme, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Brilliant one. A nice one to learn how to create. Nice one, I think, as well, for in the living room or somewhere like that, on a sofa,
yeah.
something like that. Maybe not necessarily on a bed as well, but it's up to you. Now, you're liking this one. Already 20% of the stock has gone. Again, you can see it's all pre-cut. Beautiful fabric as well. Now, I understand with this one, when it's gone, it's gone. Haven't got any more of these, Mark.
That's correct, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, all of a sudden, everybody's going to get busy with this one because you won't want to miss out on it. Just two flexi buys of £31.50. Incredibly affordable and a really nice quilt to work on as well. Might be you're working on a larger quilt and you want a breakaway project, then here you go, you can go for this one. Now, again, it's your quilt top, so you're going to need your finishing, so you're going to need your wadding, and of course your backing as well. We can help you with that too. So details on your screen. This one's slightly smaller, this one's 50 inches square, and equally so, it's applicable to any of those smaller quilts as well. So if you want in this one, then £24.49. How affordable is that? My goodness. Alongside the quilt kit, you can pop it in and spread your basket over two payments if you wanted to, but 082589. And again, don't forget, it's not just for the snail's trails. It's for any of those quilts that are smaller than 50 inches in size. So you do like your cushion kits. I know this when we see Totally Patched, always busy, and this one is just perfect because again it's that gorgeous snail trail. I'm just going to drop the box out of the way just for a few moments just so you can see that beautiful design. I love these fabrics, Pat. They're gorgeous.
These are French General fabrics
I
from
thought
Moda.
it was. I wasn't entirely sure,
Yeah,
but okay.
In fact, the other two projects are both Moda as well. Where you said the strawberries, that's called strawberries and rhubarb fabric. Can't remember what the other one's called, can you? Maryland.
Maryland, yeah.
Maryland.
Lovely.
They're all Moda, and then we've got French General on this.
Yes, sorry, I should have asked that at the top. Yeah.
So
yeah.
I've called this French Snails, just because.
Combine the two.
Just because.
I love it. But now this one again, you can see it's pre-cut. You've got all those pieces in there. Smaller blocks, Mark, this time than the quilt we saw.
Yes, it's the same design, but just a little bit more precise,
scaled
smaller
down.
cutting. Yeah, so a little bit more fiddly, but it is just as nice.
That's it. And some of those pieces, when you look at them, they've been pre-cut. The little tiny squares that you can see, that almost like checkerboard in the centre of that snail trail, they're quite small pieces. So if you do have issues with dexterity, maybe you don't like using something like a rotary cutter, then this is perfect because you've got all of those pieces. You are loving the design of this one. Already 40% of the stock has gone. It's absolutely beautiful. Now, does it come with a backing fabric?
It does.
Wonderful. Lovely. So again, it's all ready to go. The only thing that you need to do is add in your cushion pad. And the beauty is it's a no zip one. It's an envelope back, which means that it's nice and easy for you to create. So none of those tricky zips. If you don't like doing your zips, then you don't have to worry. So if you want this one, 717240. Very, very busy with that one. And of course, if you're wanting to go for 2 or 3 cushions to go on different sofas and chairs, you need to get involved quickly with regards to that one as well. Cushion pads. I've got a cushion pad here. Oh, now this is a quality one. This is a duck feather one. So you can see here, and this is the thing that I love about these, Mark. When you actually squish them, they jump back to life,
Yeah.
don't they? You can see them lifting back up.
It's duck feather. They're 18 inches, so they fit the French snails cushion.
Perfect, yes.
And they're just lovely and squidgy and soft.
They are indeed. Love it. £11.99, the 322-350. So if you do want to add it in alongside your kit at the bottom of your screen, the details are there. And again, if you're making other cushions as well, treat yourself to some of those if you wanted to. Now you're jumping ahead of us. You're having a little route around, which I love because it takes us a while to get through everything. And you are loving this next kit as well. So this one is made up cornerstones and pinwheels. And again, it's one of those pre-cut elements. Again, we're looking at a smaller quilt, 39 inches square, but still a really good size. And again, pinwheels, very effective part.
Yeah, very effective. There's enough of them on this quilt to be practiced by the time you finish.
Okay.
There's some little hints and tips in along the way. I like pinwheels. I think they fill a space if you've got a little space.
Good point.
But also they look very effective on their own. So this is just a range of fabric that shows the fabrics off well. And then the cornerstones also gives you something else to learn. It's made in rows, so you've got a row of squares, rectangles, squares, rectangles.
Love that.
That's it, yeah. And then you've got your row of pinwheels. So it all sort of comes together lovely.
And I love that because, again, this is a really nice quilt. If you want to learn the fundamentals of quilting, so you kind of your patch construction, your block construction, which is where you're going to be creating these fabulous pinwheels, but then you're going to learn about, it's kind of like learning about sashing because these, although they're short pieces, it's a similar sort of concept to if you're working on a larger block. So it's a nice one if you're wanting to learn how to quilt this one, and a very affordable way to do it as well. 2 flexi buys are £22 if you fancy getting hold of that one. 965-689. And the beauty is it's a very kind of forgiving style of fabric as well. You've got your gorgeous soft tones of grey in there, which are beautiful. But have you seen this fabulous foiled fabric that you're getting in there as well? So you can imagine when you're working with that in your quilt, how amazing that is going to look, especially as those winter months approach us. So 965-689. If you fancy getting hold of that one, then please do. Don't forget about your finishing kit as well. I don't know if we've got one specifically for this one, but the 50-inch one would work for this one as well. So, oh, we have got one. There you go. So this particular one, again, slightly smaller than the others that we've seen. So the finishing kit with this particular one, £24.99. Now, oh, okay, the finishing kit, is this kind of the backing that we've got with this one?
Yeah, that's the backing, yeah.
Yeah, it's not calico on the back of there,
No,
is
it's
it?
actual
It's
proper fabric, let's say.
Wonderful.
from the range.
From the range.
Okay.
You
So
should
that's
have- where is it?
that's a little bit different to what I was expecting. So yeah, because of the other ones being the calico, that one you've got that gorgeous fabric featuring within that one as well. So again, all finishing off that fabulous quilt. So 845095. Now something that you always love when Pat and Mark join us are the scrap boxes. Now these are brilliant. Shall we delve? I love delving into a scrap box because sometimes when we say scraps, sometimes people kind of think the preconceived idea that you're looking about little tiny pieces. Not when you're looking at this one. Look at these. These are big size pieces, which, look at that. That's huge. Nice for things like applique, these, Pat.
Perfect, yeah. It gives you a good range. They've proved really popular with our customers. And it gives you a good range of fabrics that you wouldn't ordinarily go out and buy.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you've got to have bigger pieces, you've got to think about them. Here you get a selection and you can just put them in your stash and use them.
Well, this is it. Perfect for things like applique, because obviously you're using smaller pieces, but equally so, some of these are substantial pieces, so it could be that you might be making, I don't know, like a little pocket or a little bag. I mean, you're getting kind of fronts and backs there, so you could almost be making like a little mini pencil case, maybe something for tools, makeup brushes, things like that. So you have got some absolutely beautiful fabrics in here. Now, obviously, contents will vary, I'm guessing, with regards to these. They're not all going to be identical.
Correct. Yeah.
I love it. But you are going to get a lot of fabrics in there. You can see I've pulled out some of those, and it's still very, very full with regards to those. When they've gone these, though. So £12.99. If you're wanting to get involved with yours, then already approaching 20% of the stock has gone. You can see you're getting absolutely loads of fabric in there.
They will all be from the same range, the same bright range. Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know as well. So they're all going to come from the Bright and Beautiful range. And as I say, really good sized pieces with regards to those. So love those. If you like the look of those and you want to get hold of them, as many of you are, £12.99 is all that you're going to be paying for these. 581096 being that all important item number, so get involved as soon as you can. Now, talking about Bright and Beautiful, have you seen this? This is beautiful. Gorgeous bundle of fabric. Now, you're actually getting 10.5 metres in here. These are good. I have to say, I don't think I could even take the ribbon off these. They look amazing.
There's strokeability, haven't they?
So with this one, it's fabulous because you can see obviously all your gorgeous fabrics there. ½ metre fabric bundle, and you're going to get, 10 of those ½ metres, which inspiration-wise, I mean, have a look at the pattern that we've got here. Now, is the pattern, you're getting the pattern alongside these as well?
Yeah, you're getting the pattern for this quilt to throw and also a bag.
Ah, okay.
Which you should have somewhere around.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
there you go.
Yeah.
I thought I remember this one from a while back because I think was it one of your customers had suggested about it, make a nice bag with this one. Yeah, I remember.
And the quilt fits inside nicely for picnicking.
That's right, your daughter and the grandchildren. I remember.
You got it. And it has been out. It's been out to the National Trust a lot. Yeah.
I love it. And it's beautiful. I can't help thinking about the story of Elmer the elephant with this one. Because it just reminds me of all that. If you know that kid's story, you know exactly why I'm talking about it. But what a beautiful quilt. And the fabric, now this is a beautiful, it's almost like I want to say it's like a flannel, but it's not a flannel.
It's
not got
just
that
like a
feel.
brushed cotton. Yeah.
Beautiful. I mean, it looks amazing. So if you fancy
Woven, yeah.
It is woven, rather than printed.
That's a really good point, actually. So if I show you, with regard, in fact, I'm going to grab one of the other pieces from the scrap pack because that's what you'll recognise some of these. It's woven, so it's not printed on one side. So what you've actually got is the flip side of this one looks very much the same as the front because it is made up of those fibres that are all woven together to get those results. So absolutely beautiful quality. You can see that with that fabric. You're going to make a fabulous quilt, aren't you? If you choose to go down the quilt route, it might be that you're making lots of bags. £67.19. 9920962 if you fancy getting hold of that one, and don't forget you are going to get the pattern not only for the quilt but also for the bag to keep your quilt in, perhaps. So there we go. What else can I tempt you with? Well, what about some fabulous squares? Now, this is a lovely one because you've got your pre-cuts here. Charm pack size, so 5 inches square with these, just £12.99. This might be nice if you want to extend the size of that quilt, if you want to make it a little larger, or maybe you want to make more than one of those bags, and you don't want to necessarily cut into your larger pieces. Well, here you go. You can do a lot with charm packs, and you're getting 40 of those beautiful squares in there. They're absolutely gorgeous. So if you like those, 741653. Oh, what else can I tempt you with? Oh, you're going to love this. Have a look at this. Oh, my goodness, this is beautiful. Now, this is a Veggie Patch Delightful Stars pre-cut quilt top, and it is beautiful. Again, fabulous fabrics, and when you look into the fabrics you will see all the essences there you've got of the veggies. There's little carrots and all sorts in there. Beautiful. But it's making these gorgeous stars, as you can see. Nice size as well at 5 inches square. Don't forget your finishing kit. You've got a 50-inch finishing kit that's going to work with that one. 2 flexi buys at £25.60, or you can go for it all in one go if you're wanting to. Lots of you shopping ahead and having a look because we've just literally scratched the surface with everything that Pat and Mark have brought to us. But do have a little look. 11 o'clock they are back back again with even more, but you can jump ahead and have a little look on the website. So, Pat, what are we doing now? What are we making?
We're just going to start with our block of the month, the petal section.
Okay.
Because I know lots of people tune in to watch what's going on, and then they rewind me and see what I'm up to. There's only 2 stages to the block, so I'm going to show you both of those stages. So I'm going to give you, can I have that mark if you want it?
I can.
First of all, we have to make some half square triangles, and then we have to make our petal shapes as well. Are you on the half squares? I can't see you.
Yep.
No, you're not. You're not. Oh, no, I'll do that first. I'll do the petal first. Oh, okay. I'll do the petal first because it's at the top. And logically, my brain would want to do that. So you take a square. There are 2 sizes of squares. This is the smallest square within the packet.
Lovely.
You put a background piece on the one corner, doesn't matter which corner, and we're going to stitch corner to corner from there. Now you can do this, I can do this by eye because it's not far, and also they don't have to all be perfect because petals aren't perfect.
This is true, yes.
So, you know, if they were a little bit, you know, wonky, that's fine.
I was going to say wonky, but I thought that's not quite the word to say. Uneven.
Yeah.
It's good enough for the supermarket, isn't it, with a wonky veg?
With the wonky veg.
Wonky veg, yeah.
So I've stitched corner to corner. Now I could have drawn that line. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to do it by eye, that's entirely up to you. Then you're going to cut off the corner of your fabric like so, with your cut scissors, rotary cutter, whatever you want to do. And then we're going to press this back like so. And what that does, by doing that, instead of cutting a funny shape and triangles, we've just used 2 squares to fill in a corner of a piece.
Okay.
So it's handy for, like, if you want to change the colour of things, you can do like corners on it. It's a handy way to do it, rather than try and think, oh, what size triangle will I need to make this look like that?
Yes.
Like if you just pop a square on that overlaps at the top, you'll be okay. So the next one, we're going across this side. So that's on our pictures, is it? Yeah, that's right. I'm all on track. I'm on track.
You're following your own pictures, that's good.
Yeah, but sometimes when I've done one block, I take the photographs on the first block I make as I'm going along, and then I still sometimes when you think, I know what I'm doing, and then you've put it on the wrong way. Or
Faithful,
it's always
is.
good to go and have a little look, isn't it, those instructions. And of course, they take time to complete, so sometimes the instructions can be made months before we actually get to see these quilts as well, so it's not a bad idea to refresh your memory.
So sometimes it's very much like that, you know, you think, oh yeah, what did I do there? But so that's our one process. The other process is a fast piece half square triangle. So I have drawn my line corner to corner on this one because that's too far and you want it to be accurate. So right sides together, and we're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch either side of the drawn line.
Lovely. Now, just as you stitch that, just mention to you at home, you've actually got 3 ways that you can actually create your around the houses quilt. It might be that you're going month by month with your block kit. It might be that you're going for the complete kit, or maybe you're choosing your own fabrics. Well, if you do want to use your own fabrics, then you can get the pattern just by itself. Obviously, when you're going for the kit or the block, it will explain all of the dimensions, so you'll have that to keep anyway. But if you would like a bound book, as you can see here, with all that information that you need, then you can get hold of that for £24.49. There's no fabric involved with that one. You can incorporate your own fabrics, but 873, very affordable way for you to get hold of that pattern.
We've got a couple of ladies who are doing the around the houses quilt in their own fabric, who've bought the actual booklet.
Yes.
And are doing it in their own fabrics they've got from their stash, which will look completely different than any other thing, but that's what patchwork is about.
Exactly.
Okay, so I've stitched 1/4 of an inch either side of my drawn line, and I'm now going to cut across the line.
Cut along the line?
Yeah.
Not across it?
Yeah, same.
I might go from corner to corner.
No, don't do that.
Exactly, that's going across it.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Can I ask as well, if somebody's watching and they're having a go and they haven't got rotary cutters, could they cut that with a pair of scissors?
Yeah,
on the
certainly
line?
can.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's sometimes, like a lot of our customers, that's because, you know, they don't want a rotary cut. So, yeah, scissors. It's usually the only cutting you have to do is like that when you're dissecting things. And sometimes I leave the backs of these on. I just press them and leave them on.
Okay.
It's entirely up to you. It depends what, you know, it is better to take them off, but if you want to, you can leave them on.
Very nice.
Right, have we got a little picture of this one? Right. Next you need to lay out your pieces as per the picture. And you can see all you're doing is following on the colours that you've made. So like if we look here, this is blue, with the next one along the next row is pink. So let's pop that down there so that this is forming this shape here, and then the next one forms there.
And when we look at the instructions, you can kind of see how it all sits together.
Yeah.
And in the middle there, you can see that kind of pinwheel that you created with your half square triangles, and then around the perimeter, you've almost got the frame of those petals. Love it.
Yeah. And so that's the way. Just put it down, squint at it, make sure it looks how it should look. And then it's very, very simple, because we've done our two processes, and, you know, I just did these earlier, if there was earlier than now, this morning. I just whipped through them and placed them out. So that is as easy as this block is, and you have to make
simple.
8 of them. And people who are working along with us, you'll notice that as we're going on, you're getting a bit more work to do, because it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So this is like 8 of these blocks to do, 4 on either side. So it's you know, more to do this month, but just take your time and away you go. Any problems, drop us an email or give us a call. Like I've had somebody this week who just used the wrong size squares for a process.
Okay.
Then she cut them and she knew they weren't going to fit.
Yes.
Is there any chance? I said, yep. So we sent her the ones that she'd cut in half, just used the wrong ones.
Good to
So
know.
just measure them, and check to your measurement, and you can't go wrong. And if you do go wrong, we're nearly always there. aren't we? Nearly.
Not far away.
Yeah.
Now, of course, following those instructions, you're going to make that block, as you can see there. And, of course, as Pat says, you're going to create more of those. So when they all come together, they're going to be a strip when you stitch them together like so. But this is actually going to go vertically along the sides of your quilt. Well, I say vertically. I suppose it depends which way you put it on your bed. But that's the way that they're designed. So they would go down the edges of your quilt, and you'd have these parallel mirroring each other either side with those fabulous house blocks in the middle, which you possibly have already created, because of course we saw those quite early on. This is a quilt that you kind of created from the centre and going outwards, isn't it? This one?
Exactly, yeah. We started with the houses in the middle, and then put the sashing on, the border on, the mitered piece.
I love
border.
those corners, those mitered corners, brilliant.
They're not everybody's cup of tea, but it works so well and so effective.
Yeah.
And they're very easy.
Yes.
The way I do them, they're definitely easier anyway. They look very, you know, people, wow, look at that, you know, especially with it being pieced as well.
I love it. Absolutely amazing. You can see there, literally block by block. You might look at this and think, oh my goodness, I don't know if I could cope with this. But when you're actually following it and you're using the methods that Pat introduces to us, it is very easy for you to achieve. So we're on to block, or should I say month number 6. So some of these packs, you'll actually have 2 different types of blocks within there. But on this one, you're learning your petal block. And it's a petal block, which is beautiful. And I'm sure you will go on to create many more of these in your kind of experience of quilting many, many years to come, because it's something that's incredibly achievable. Now, over 30% of the stock has gone. Lots of you have been getting involved with this one because you are going on the journey. You're working your way through month by month, and you are creating your pieces. And the beauty is they're all pre-cut, so you don't have to make sure that you're getting that extra fabric over the, because sometimes when you're making a quilt, it's difficult to kind of predict how much fabric that you're going to need. Sometimes you will over order. You can always use that fabric, of course, but with this one, you know you've got exactly as you need with regards to this one. Now, the beauty is you can get hold of it as it is, block by, I keep saying block by block, kit by kit, or if you simply cannot wait, then maybe this is the way that you're going to be getting hold of yours, because you have the opportunity to get hold of it as a complete kit. Now, it will come to you in a fabulous storage box, which is key, because you're going to have all of those pieces, including your inspirational sheet there, showing you and giving you the indication of how your quilt is going to look when you put it all together. Then you will have your instructions, giving you kind of the overlay that you've got with this one, and of course, when you go into each of those those packs, you'll have even more information. But this is kind of if you're wanting to replicate it as time goes on. A few little pointers in there as well to help you on your journey. And then you'll be working your way through. Now, obviously, with the shows, we have worked our way through some of these already. So this one is month 1. So that's where we learned the houses, and the houses are forming the centre of your quilt, hence that one came together. So then by the time you got to month 2, you'd made your 4 houses, and then we went on to look at the outside with that fabulous sash in there. Quite a unique corner that you've got with this one, but I was involved with that particular show, and it was a fascinating show. But again, everything is all pre-cut. Then went on, now I don't know, I wasn't around, I don't think, when we actually got on to month 3, but again, month 3, and incidentally, these are all in the complete kit, but they are also available on the website if you do want to get hold of them individually as well. Then, of course, month 4, windmill blocks, you'll recognise those as well, because, of course, we work with those with regards to the petals. But then, oh, have a look at this, a little bit of paper piecing as well. I missed out on this one. Oh, lovely. So that is something that you're going to be learning as well. So that was month 5. And then, of course, this month, you have got your block, should I say, month 6. I'm not going to go any further than that because that will spoil the surprise, won't it, as time goes on. But they are all in there. So if you want to get to the end of yours before we get to the final month, and there's 10 months overall with this one, then here you go. You can see 3 flexi buys, £76 and 66 pence. So do take advantage of that if you so choose. But rest assured, you will be able to get those kits, those monthly kits, month by month. So you won't find where am I, month 7, 8 and so on the website yet, because we haven't released those yet. So the scrap box, oh, let me just mention, it's limited in stock. Not surprised at all, to be honest. So you need to be quick if you're wanting to get hold of this one. 581096, just £12.99. Brilliant fabrics from that bright and beautiful fabric range. Gorgeous. Talking about bright and beautiful, oh, this is a ray of sunshine, this quilt. Absolutely beautiful and very achievable as well for the most novice of sewers. So even if you've only just recently invested in your sewing machine, maybe you've inherited one, well, this is a quilt that you could be having a go at. Might be that you've made little bags and little bits and pieces and you've never tackled a larger quilt. Well, this one, you have got a beautiful quilt that you're going to be creating in an absolutely gorgeous range of fabrics. Strawberries and rhubarb, I think it was called, from Moda, and of course, you know, quality fabric when we mention Moda. But I love the fact that Pat has chosen those fabrics. She's picked them out. She's got the perfect sashing to work with it to make the most incredible 72-inch square quilt top. Got this hanging behind Pat, and I mean, it's a beautiful size quilt. Do you have to make it in that particular size? If you wanted to make it maybe for a single bed, could you kind of go so far and then stop?
Yes, or you could make it longer and thinner.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
I mean, the pattern is as is. It's the blocks. This, you know, I think it's so many 7 by 7. Is it 1, 2, 3?
There's no set way to put them all out either. Because you can.
When you look at it, you've kind of got separations, haven't you, horizontally? So if you didn't, kind of this line here goes right the way from the edge to the edge. So if you wanted to, you could kind of stop there and make it a smaller version if you wanted to.
Smaller version, or you could use some for a pillow, or...
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point indeed. Love it. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, you've got 2 flexi buys of £50 each on this one. It's a 72-inch size quilt top. Now, when I say quilt top, if you are a novice quilter, you need to be adding your centre, the wadding, and also your backing as well to complete your quilts. And we have got the ability for you to do that at the bottom of your screen. All pre-cut, 80 inches square. And the beauty is it's a complete piece. So it's going to go edge to edge when you're making your larger quilt, which is fabulous because you don't need to join your fabric or your wadding. So 797190 for your quilt kit, and then at the bottom for your calico and wadding if you need it. Now, next demonstration, we're going to be concentrating on the snail trail, and this is a brilliant one. I love the colours with this one. You've got very neutral tones, but you've got that injection of a darker tone, and the fabrics are beautiful. It's a nice one maybe for autumn as well, because you've almost got like little seed pods featuring on this one as well, which I think is a nice, interesting fabric. And you've got that lovely kind of taupe tone, neutral tones, which very much work with any decor, any palette that you've got within your home. So again, very affordable, £31.50. 2 payments for all your pre-cut pieces, and of course your fabulous pattern as well. 47-inch square. So again, different size finishing kit. Rather than going for the larger one and having to trim it down, we have got a 50-inch one, which is a similar sort of content. So you're going to have your wadding, you're going to have your calico backing, and it's at the bottom of your screen. So don't go buying the larger one. You can do if you want to, but the one that fits this one, it's only £24.49. So if you fancy that one, pop that one in. Now, what about cushions to work alongside? Or maybe it's a case of you looking at the colour palette of the last one and you're thinking, well, that doesn't quite work with my home. Well, what a bit about This one, Moda French General. Oh, it is beautiful. Many of you will have invested in these fabrics. I know we had them as a one-day special. It was probably some time ago now. We're probably talking, it's probably not far off 12 months ago, to be honest, because I bought it myself. £22.99. You've got the ability to make your cushion cover, 18 inches square, with that fabulous kind of smaller size of the block that we've just looked at. But you've also got your backing fabric in there as well. But over 70% of the stock has gone. And I think this was one of the ones when it's gone, isn't it? Or was it? Am I getting mixed up? No, it was this one. So yes, yeah. So yeah, getting quick, especially if you're wanting multiples of those, because quite often you might want 2 or 3 cushions, mightn't you? So 717-2740, £22.99. Talking of snail trails, that's what you're going to show us how to do next.
Yes, I thought we'd deviate from a normal block where we're often doing squares and squares and squares, but this makes a very interesting square, which in the end. So in the kit, your pieces are in numbered packets. Packet 1 to 5, is it, Mark?
It is 1 to 5.
Yeah,
Good
1
guess.
to 5, yeah. And in the instructions, it tells you which packet you need for the stage of the photograph, right? If you could just go to the back page for a second, Mark, and you'll see exactly what I mean. No. Where there's the row of them all.
Oh, okay. That one.
There we go, yeah. So like here you can see that I've added each row. It tells you exactly what to do, how to position them, how to sew them on, so that you're following through with your packets as you go along. Now if you know what you're doing, you can lay them out in front of you to start with, or just follow your packets. It's entirely up to you.
Okay.
So I've started to lay one out just to talk you through that process as well. Follow the pictures in the pattern, obviously. You start with 4 squares in the centre. So I've joined 2 of them together. You'll then join these. And after that, you start adding on your various size triangles. And you always go, like from here, this is a dark. And your next time you add your dark will be in line with this one here.
Okay, yeah.
Each time. So when you've got that one on, in another round it'll be dark there. This one will be dark here. This is what gives it its shape. So you don't have to remember this because it's all in the pattern, but I just wanted to show you how simple it is. So now I'll put my next dark down, and he's here. So you're wanting it to carry on, you see, your pattern.
You kind of get the flow, don't you,
Yeah.
as it works round.
Yeah, once you get going. So I'll just go back to the centre and show you what we do. So we join out 2, I've joined 2 pieces and I've pressed it towards the dark fabric. So now I'm going to do the same with the other one.
Lovely. Now, when you're making this up, Pat, I mean, would you suggest that, because you do, I'm not sure how many, we've got 16 blocks in this one, haven't we? So would you do all 16 centres and then work your way around, or do you do it literally block by block by block?
If you haven't done it before, I would do it one. I do one.
Yeah.
And then once you know you've gone through the process, it's always easier once you've done it once,
Yes.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So once you've gone through the process, then you could do the others, like the other 15. Because if you're not sure and you make a mistake, then you'll make it on all of them, which you don't want to do you?
Point, yes.
Yeah. So,
you've got 16 blocks to unpick, haven't you, I suppose, if you
Whereas
do it wrong.
I like to get one under my belt and now I'm okay. And I still do that now. I don't start, like this quilt, I didn't start with them all, I just did one block.
Okay.
I know I have to make sure I've got my colours right and all that, but I always do one block first and then start the repetition. So all I've done now, I've joined my 4 squares into what we call a 4 patch, like so. Pressing the seams opposite, so this one, press it towards the dark, so this one goes down, that one goes up, as you can see there.
Lovely, yeah.
And then you press to one side, doesn't matter which side, because they're both the same.
Now, just while you're pressing that, obviously we've got the quilt where you're going to learn how to create your snail trail blocks, which is the one behind me here. It's absolutely beautiful, as you can see. But you've also got the ability to get hold of a cushion kit. Well, I say you've got the ability to get hold of it if you're quick, because it is now limited in stock. So £22.99 will get you a smaller style blocks with this one. So everything is scaled down, all comes beautifully boxed for the front and the back of your cushion. And you just need to add in your cushion pad. But it has now technically sold out. yet. So if it's in your basket, it's not safe enough to consider it yours. You need to be checking your basket out. And can I just suggest you do add one of those cushion pads in there at the same time, because they are perfect to work alongside each of those kits. So what else can I tell you about? Well, have a little look at this. This is your larger quilt. So if you like the idea of creating the quilt behind me, and let's face it, who wouldn't? I mean, it looks absolutely incredible, as you can see there. Beautiful. And I love this because once you learn how to create this, like you say, it is almost like a wave, isn't it? I can imagine doing this with maybe batiks, going from darker tones to lighter tones.
Yeah, it's a lovely block, and it gives a lot of shape to things. It could be a border, like we've got our petals, and it just gives it a different, you know, a different look when you're looking at it from afar. So.
Definitely. And obviously with these, they're kind of all lined up. So Mark, in the top right-hand corner, you've kind of got the uniformity, but I guess you could kind of rotate them around and see what the results are.
Yeah, that's exactly what to do. Like I wanted mine to stay like that, but you can turn them round. The middle four could be one way and the outside could be another way. Entirely up to you. And once you've done it and you've got the pattern, it's great in lots of colours.
Yes. Yeah.
Like different, like your middle could be like, you know, like those tones. Then you could go out to bright reds or yellows.
That's a good point. Yeah.
As you go round. So it's a lovely block, and I don't do it that often, but when I start, I do. You might be seeing some more.
You have a new favourite. I love it. And again, it's one that I've not thought of for quite some time as well. So yeah, take advantage of that one if you can.
It is. You sort of forget them, don't you?
It's always good to go back and look at some of those previous ones, isn't it? So the details on your screen there, if you wanted to get hold of your kit, everything is pre-cut. So you've got all of your triangles cut there, you've got your squares, and obviously all the different pieces that you need, including your sashing, going right the way around. To your quilt top though, don't forget you need your finishing kit, and we have got the finishing kit for this one, which is at the bottom of your screen, so you can add them all together. Means those flexi buys will only be an extra £12.25, but buy your thread, you'll have everything that you need there to make your quilt, so do consider that. 328-182 for your quilt top, and then you can see 082-259 if you're wanting your finishing kit as well. So what's next then?
Hayley can see me waiting to sew, and she's sort of talking faster. Right, so now we've got our centre together, and we've got triangles to add to it. So what you do is you take your, we're going to start here with our darks. You take your triangle and just crease it across the bottom and pop a pin in. So that's all I've done, like so. Because if you do that every time, you want this to be, you want your last piece, whichever it is, to be in the middle, right? So now I'll pop it back so you don't get confused. So then I'm going to turn it over, and then my pin will be where my join is there, and then take it out, pop it there.
Good idea to lay them out like you do in here. It makes it so simple, doesn't it?
Yeah, and like you can see from the pattern, I thought I'm going to give everybody every single stage of the process a photograph, because you just can't go wrong then. It's
so much easier to identify what you've done with a photograph rather than a paragraph of explanation.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's nice that it makes a difference when you've got the same fabric that's featuring within the photographs as well.
Yeah, which is what we always try and do, that because it does make it so much easier. Very often you get a pattern, don't you, and it'll go, you know, use dark fabric number 3.
Yes.
You think, what? Dark fabric number 3? I haven't given it a number yet. So pop it back. Now, if you don't want to pop your pin in, you don't have to. You can fold it in half and just gently put your iron on that end there, like so.
Yeah.
And then you can see it, flip it over and line it up. So entirely up to you, but then you don't have to think, is it exactly equal either end? You can just pop it on. You haven't got to worry about that.
You need them to be symmetrical, don't you? Because obviously they're going to be making that oval square of a larger scale.
So that's our first bit. Can you put your finger on that, on the pattern mark?
Down the bottom, up in there.
You're there?
Where were you?
I've just done my 2 first dots.
Yep, that bit there.
Yeah. So pop it back where it's come from. So instead of working in rows like a normal block patchwork, we're going to work opposite. So we've done 2 darks, now we do the 2 lights that are either side. So what you can see, like, don't just pick it up like that and hope. Like, you can see I can see it's in the middle, but you'll lose this point in a bit once the pieces get bigger. So if you get into the habit of putting your pin in, making your centre, find your centre. And I also, this is how I work at home, just how my iron is here. It's usually my ironing
I was just
board.
about to say it's not as stable as that.
No. Sometimes it's
Trust
balanced.
me, it's not.
Sometimes I balance it on bolts of fabric and all sorts. And Mark will come in and he'll go, oh no. But I do press each time. I try to put one on and press, put the other one on press, because it just keeps it out of the way. Say, now like I go here and I think, oh, where am I? What have I got to do? Go back to where you were, like that, with your dark in this corner, which would be the same on your picture. And then pick up your next one, pop your pin in if you're going to put a pin in. Entirely up to you. And this is another, I know you don't, we've got lots of people who watch us all the time. Thank you very much. But I like you to learn something.
Well, we get reviews all the time as well.
Top tips, and I think last time I said I think you should do this as homework, didn't I?
Yeah.
I thought I'd gone back to class.
I think you scared a load of people off then, probably. Homework? No.
Yeah.
No, that's all. But I do love it when you share your hints and tips. Simple tips like your work area as well. Like having your work area organised means that you will do the pressing, because you're not having to get up and walk to the other side of the room to get your ironing, because you won't do it. I know myself. You won't.
No, you think, oh, I'll just leave it.
Unless you're counting your steps, then you might do.
Yeah, I'll do that. Pop it back where it came from, you see. So we've gone 2 darks and 2 lights. Now we go back to our dark. So that's going on there like that. Again, find your centre. And this is the process. This is all you have to do to work your way through. If you bought the cushion, then
I think it's brilliant.
Or anything. So straight through.
And then
find the centre. Can you see this? Yeah.
Yes.
If I hold it like that, because if you put it on, you can't see where you're going. So if you hold it a little bit above and then put it down so it's in line with the join there, just at the edge of the pin, down it goes, pop it there, move your pin, and away you go.
I love it. And this is the thing, because it's a repetitive nature type of patch, and it's one of those things that you'll be creating these, and before you know it, you'll have done all 16 of them. Next thing will be you'll be putting them together, making an absolutely incredible quilt top, as you can see there. And then, of course, you're going to have the outside edge, so you can see, obviously, you've got your sashing. On this occasion, it's quite a narrow sashing. We were looking at the sashing and the cornerstones earlier on with one of those other kits. But you can see here, these are the fundamentals. These are the things that you're going to be learning within this particular project that give you the foundations, the ingredients that you may even go on to design your own quilts or finish your quilts, and then nice ways of extending your quilt size as well, because of course if you're wanting to work on other quilts you might make that wider, and overall it makes your project larger. And that's the beauty of this one. I mean, you've got a really good size quilt with regards to it, 47 inches wide, but also nice neutral tones with this one. So it might be that you're looking at this and thinking, I would like it a little bit larger, but I have got some neutral tone fabrics. You could quite easily frame that and go on to add even more pieces with this and make it larger if you wanted to.
I always think a throw or a quilt just needs a border around the outside, just to give it that frame, just to highlight the work that's been done in the middle. It just gives it a nice frame around the outside.
Definitely. Now, if you fancy getting hold of this kit, you'll need to know that half the stock has gone of this one. So again, very affordable. First flexi buy payment on this one will be £31.50. Second one in a month's time, or you can go for it all in one go. But as I've mentioned before, don't forget that is for your quilt top. Do consider your wadding and your backing as well. So this one's actually from one of the larger kits, but it's a similar sort of idea. You're going to get your gorgeous wadding. This is where it adds that softness. It adds that gorgeous feel that when you snuggle under a quilt, keeps you so warm and toasty. So this one, you can see it's a poly down wadding. So it's nice because sometimes you don't want natural fibres with regards to quilts. And the beauty is it bounces back, this one. So if you find that you're using it and it gets a bit squishy, then it's going to bounce back. And you've got a beautifully soft backing as well. You can add that in just for an extra £12.25 on your flexi buy payments. And it's something that you will need. So you might as well get it now at the same time, and then you've got everything there ready to go. How are you getting on over there, Pat?
I'm doing okay. Pieces are being added and added. Exactly the same process, so I've carried on because it's...
No, that's fine.
You see what's happening.
It's a popular kit, this one.
It's lovely.
Yeah,
and that's a good idea what you said. Like if you've got neutrals, you could just put another row of blocks round, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Even after now you could put the borders on, then put more on.
Yeah.
It's in a different colour, different.
It's not until you actually quilt those layers together that you're kind of making the commitment to the finished.
No, not
look,
at all, is it?
Yeah.
Mark always likes a border, don't you?
I do.
I
Sometimes
don't.
you don't.
No, sometimes I don't, and I like just to see the blocks. And you go, I think it could do with the border. And this one's got 2, so there you go.
Happy bunny.
Only because I like the fabric, and it went, you know, so well to give the contrast of 2 borders.
Always nice straight lines as well with this particular one.
Yeah. Which is the beauty of patchwork, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, this is straight lines, but it looks like curves.
Yeah.
It looks, when you look at the actual block, you think, ooh, that looks quite challenging. But when you break it down, like Pat's doing step by step, it's very achievable.
This is the thing. I mean, it's like a lot of sewing projects, isn't it? People look at them and they think, oh gosh, there's no way on earth I could possibly do that.
I could never do that. That's the sentence there.
Yeah, and it's a bit like it's one of those things that people think they really do. But when you break it down, I mean, looking at simple rows here, some of them, the rows that you're only looking at 4 inches across that you're actually stitching a seam. So it's not like that you do things like curtains. I mean, a lot of people, and this is the thing that makes me laugh. A lot of people will have a go at making curtains, but will be terrified at making a quilt.
Yes.
Yeah. And to me, it's the other way. Total opposite.
Me too.
Total opposite. Total
Me
opposite.
too. So there we've got our 2 darks on, back to the same position we started from, back to our light. And I'm doing exactly the same with this piece as I did with the very first piece we added. So it's, you know, there's no, you know, it just gets more beautiful, and you've done exactly the same process. So
usually at this stage you'll be saying how quickly the block's coming together, and that of course the fabrics are all pre-cut, so you haven't had to factor in that time. But that is the thing with this, the fabric has all been pre-cut. So in the quick time that Pat's been putting this block together, obviously you would go on and you would create another 15 of these. You're well on your way then to completing your quilt. So it's quite feasible that something like this, you could achieve your quilt top over a weekend. Maybe you've got a week that you're having at home and you want something that you're wanting to kind of get stuck into, especially with the winter months approaching. Then you can't go far wrong with a kit like this, and you've got something so beautiful at the end of it to snuggle under over the winter period, or maybe making it as a gift for somebody. I mean, this is such a nice design, Mark. I mean, anybody would be thrilled to get a quilt like this one.
It's definitely, it's an unusual design as well.
Yeah.
It's not a normal star block like so many of them are.
Yeah.
And as you say, people would be thrilled. They'd have, first of all, where have you bought that? Where did you get that? Can I get another one?
Yes, yeah.
And you say, no, I made it. And they go, wow,
yes,
you're so talented. But it's just...
And you go, yes, I know.
I love it. These fabrics are pressing beautifully as well as you're going.
They are. And press out every time. So then I didn't put these down, look. So I'm putting them by my darks, dark to my dark, light to my light, looking at the beginning. And we've just got 1 row to go, and then it's complete.
I love it. As easy as that.
Exactly the same process from the very first piece to the very last.
Wonderful. Now, we've only got a couple of minutes left in this hour, so I don't know if we'll, how much further we'll get with this one, but we are back with you both at 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
What can we look forward to at 11 o'clock?
Well, it depends what we've got left, doesn't it?
Oh,
really?
I see. Oh, okay, right. Oh, I didn't realise that was the case.
Well,
yes.
we've got snails. I want to do a demo on the cornerstones and the sashing as well, how we get that into position, really.
Love it. Okay, so another educational hour?
Yes,
looking forward to it. Fabulous. Now, of course, you can jump ahead and get hold of your kit. So if you're wanting to get hold of your snail trail one, you need to be quick with this one. It has been a popular one. We will be busy after the hour. We always are. Lots of you watch the demonstrations, and it is a case that you listen and you see what Pat is doing, and then you're working out which of the kits you're going to go for. Well, this one, you can't go far wrong. I mean, look how dramatic it looks. Absolutely amazing. And don't forget the one further over with the cornerstones. Then if you're wanting to get hold of that one, we have got that one available as a kit as well. Don't forget your finishing kits with these as well, and they're all on the website along with everything else that we've been chatting about. So if you're wanting to get hold of anything, then now is the time for you to place your order. Take advantage of those as you can. And of course, you can see that if you want additional fabrics, we have got some wonderful bundles of those there as well. We've had to say goodbye. Oh, have we? Oh no, we haven't said goodbye to the scrap packs. Oh, I've just seen them in the corner of my eye. Yes, all sorts that you can take advantage of, including those 5-inch squares as well. But come back and join us at 11 o'clock. We've got more to share with you then. Pat, Mark, it's gone in a blink of an eye.
It certainly has, yeah.
So fast.
Yeah.
But we're going to see you a little bit later on. Looking forward to it. So thank you for everything for this hour. So if you've got anything in your basket, now is the time for you to check your baskets. And if you're thinking of a new sewing machine, you might want to stay tuned. See you in a bit. Yes, indeed, it's 8 o'clock, so we're going to have a fresh look at our current one-day special. Then we've got a mode of fabric. It's happy. Oh, I can feel my credit cards weeping already. Then we're back with Clarity with a birthday weekend.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. Then I had a moment of clarity, if you'll pardon the pun, and I came up with the transparent art stamp. And the rest is history, really. For the last 27 plus years, I've been pioneering the art of transparent stamping. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 8 o'clock, so of course it's one day special time, and it's a cracking deal that was launched last night at 6 o'clock, and lots of you have taken advantage of it already, and I envisage lots more of you are taking advantage because it's an amazing deal, details of which are already up on your screen. You're looking at a whopping great saving of £131 with this deal that we've got for you. Of course you can see a sewing machine, but it's so much more than just the sewing machine. Got lovely George Franklin joining me this morning to tell us all about it. Hello George, how are you doing?
Yeah, good morning. I'm good, thank you very much.
Very good. Now, we've got this Britannia sewing machine that we're sharing with everybody today. Amazing deal, I have to say. But what are we getting within this deal?
So, within this deal, so you're getting a really solid, sturdy machine with lots of extras as well.
Wonderful.
Automatic tension, fully automatic tension. Thread trimmers, 65 different stitches.
Oh, okay.
And the capability to add an embroidery unit onto there as well.
I love that idea. So bear that in mind. Now, George is going to take it through its paces, tell you a lot more in a few moments. Got a bit of housekeeping to do, though, because if you're placing an order for your one-day special, you will find yourself entered into a prize draw. Now, it's not often this happens, but this is a cracking draw to be a part of. So if you've placed your order already, then you will be in that prize draw. And if you are yet to, then you will when you do place your order. Look at this for a bumper bundle. Oh my goodness, you have got everything that you could possibly need. It's worth in excess of £500, and you've got everything from your fabrics there, you've got your cutting mat, your rotary tool, as you can see there. So if you are just getting started with sewing and you're investing in your first ever sewing machine, then fingers, toes and everything in between crossed that you will win that bundle as well, because you will have everything that you need. Now, final call, which is our last hour dedicated to one day special, will be at 4 o'clock, and that's when we'll be announcing the winner. So if you've placed your order, make sure you're tuning in, because you never know, your name might appear at the bottom of the screen there. So details on the screen there, 869-470. If you're wanting to get hold of your machine alongside your extension table and your cover, but you've also got quilting feet with this one as well, George. So it's a comprehensive package, everything that you need.
Yeah, that's it. So we put together a pack of feet, which not only goes down the quilting route, there's also lots of dressmaking, bag making, all the essentials that you could need for that sort of work.
I love it. Now, the sewing machine, obviously, this is the key thing. This is why people will be investing in this deal. So the machine itself, obviously, tell me about it. I mean, you mentioned about the 65 stitches, but what have we got within here? So, well, again, the main thing with a machine is if you feel the weight of it when you bring it out of the box. This is a metal framed machine, so it's going to be sturdy whether you're sewing on sort of heavy quilting or furnishing fabrics, right down to your lightweight organzas. And what ties in with that as well is the fully automatic tension. So going from a lightweight to heavyweight fabric, you don't need to worry about adapting the tension at all. It will just take it in its stride. Oh, so did it alter the tension as you go, or is it just the kind of the way that the machine works? It can cope with all of them at the same time? Yeah,
so it has an electronic tension system.
Okay.
So it will adapt to the fabric that's underneath.
Oh, that's good to know, isn't it? I like that. So a fully adapted, you haven't got to mess about with that one. Nice and easy to thread up and everything, I'm guessing?
Yeah, very simple to thread up. It's got an easy threading system on there. So the bobbin just drops in and you just take it around a track. You don't need to take up the bobbin thread at all.
Okay.
It's also got a quick threading system on the top, so you just run the thread round the track. And it's got a needle threader on there as well.
I love it. Now, the beauty is, when you invest in a new sewing machine, it's always a little bit nervy to start with, isn't it? Well, don't worry, you have got your book and you've got your guide in here, I'm guessing, for all your threading and everything in there as well.
Yeah, all pictured, diagrammed on there.
I love it.
It's really easy.
Wonderful, there you go. So don't worry, the minute this arrives, you can take it out of your box and get stitching. And you'll be educating yourself as well. We've got a whole range of feet in this particular bundle. So, right, so I don't know where to get started with these, but the feet that we've got here, what sort of feet have we got within this set?
So on that one there, that is the 1/4 inch foot.
Okay.
So that's predominantly used in quilting. So you've got the nice guide at the edge there that you can run the fabric up against, and it will give you a 1/4 inch seam for your patchwork piecing work.
Okay, and we've got this little skinny one next. What's this one for?
So that is, that's a fine zip foot. So that allows you to get really close to the teeth of the zip, and also do other things like piping as well.
Oh, okay.
So you can
multi-purpose that one then.
Yeah, you can butt that up against things and get really, really close to it.
Love it. Now the next one. Now this was an interesting one because it's kind of got a bit off to the side. So what do we use this one for?
So that's a cording foot, which is a decorative foot. And what you do is you run threads or cords through that little slot in there.
Oh, I can see. You've got like a little clip sitting on the top there, so it kind of channels them through.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and that attaches that down to the fabric for. It's an accent on. You could do it on dresses, on furnishing, on bags. It's a decorative type foot, that one.
Wonderful. There you go. So you can get that in there as well. Now we've got a clear one next. So what's this one for?
So that's the invisible zip foot.
Ah.
So for invisible zips on dressmaking, on bags, it just makes it easy to do it. It sort of helps to fold the flaps back on the zip.
Wonderful. Love that. Oops. So it's very durable as well. If you drop it. Next one now, recognise this one. This one is for your free motion work.
That's it. So that screws onto the machine. The machine has a drop feed on there, so drop the feed, attach that foot, and then you can do all sorts of free motion.
Love it. A lot of people like to do that, so it's good to know that you can drop your feet on that as one. A walking foot as well.
The walking
and a guide.
Foot, yeah, with the guide. So you can get, if you're doing lines of stitching or just stitching close to the edge, you can drop that guide down onto the fabric or onto the edge of the fabric and get the perfect line of stitching.
Wonderful. And then as we move down to our next tier, so again, oh, now this one looks interesting. Got like a screw fitting on the side of this particular one.
So that is the blind hem foot. So if you're taking up trousers or taking up curtains, that will give you an invisible stitch on the outside.
Nice professional result. A bit like the invisible zip, isn't it? That's what you see quite often when you see garments that have been tailored and things like that. So beautiful. Now, this is an interesting. What's this one?
So that's the standard foot with the machine.
Oh, so is that the one that automatically comes on the machine when it's delivered to you?
Yes. So that's for the bulk of your sort of straight stitch utility stitches.
Okay.
Yeah, it's hinged on there with the spring in the back, so that's for starting on the edge of thick fabrics as well.
Wonderful, love that. Then this one, now this looks a little bit like the skinny zipper foot. So is this for your chunkier zips, this one?
That's it. That's your standard zip foot, so you can actually clip the foot on. It's got that wide bar at the top there, so you can clip it on left or right on the sewing machine.
Wonderful. And then as we work our way across, now this one has kind of got like a little piece of metal in the centre. So, what's this one all about?
That's an overlocking foot or an overcasting foot.
Ah, okay.
So when you're using fabrics which are likely to fray, or even in general, if you run that along the edge of the fabric using the overlocking stitch, that'll keep everything nice and it won't fray on you.
Wonderful. Nice, and get those professional finishes on the inside as well. The last thing you want is something to be falling apart, isn't it, with the fabric that's kind of shredding as well. Now this one, I recognise this one because this is your buttonhole foot.
That's it. So that's the one-step buttonhole foot. So the Britannia comes with 5 different types of buttonholes, and you actually put the button into the back of that foot, and it will do a buttonhole perfect to the size of the button.
I love it. Now you can see along the bottom of the screen it's scrolling all the things that you're going to get, because obviously you can get additional things like more bobbins, you're going to get obviously a pack of needles with these, all the things that you'd expect to get within your machine. You're also going to get an extension table. Now this isn't something that necessarily comes as standard, but it is included within your one-day special, as you can see there, and it folds underneath, as you can see there. So if you wanted to store it away, maybe put it in a bag or something like that, if you're going to classes and workshops, then you can do. But it's the machine, isn't it? It's the machine that we're most interested in. And as George mentioned, you've got all those different styles of stitches on there. You've got all your different buttonholes that he was talking about, your overcasting stitches with those. They're all detailed at the top there. So I know George is going to give us a demonstration on this one, but it means it's nice and easy for you to access those. As you can see, they've each got their own little number on there and some really pretty designs, little butterflies and things like that. Love it. Now, obviously, it's an investment of anybody's money. We appreciate that. You've got your ability to spread the cost if you're wanting to go down that route. But you might have questions that you're wanting to ask. So let's take advantage of George while he's here. He's going to be here during this hour. Obviously, we've got another show at 12 o'clock, and then final call will be a little later at 4 o'clock. So if you've got any questions, all you need to do is email us, studio@thecraftstore.com. So details on your screen if you're wanting to get involved. But if people need to know more about the machine, George, I'm going to hand over to you.
Brilliant. So first of all, getting the machine out of the box, we're going to start just by threading this one up. So if I turn the machine around,
you might need to rotate it around a little bit. There we go. And if there you go. You should be able to see that from there.
That's good on there. Yeah. So it's so easy to. I can do it at this angle as well, because it's literally just following this guide round here. So it's all numbered and arrowed, and then you come down behind the guide there, and this is the needle threader, so that clicks into place like that.
Okay.
And then I just take the thread round into the hook, and this T65 has got blades all over it, so it cuts off the thread there. Click that down, and you've got your loop at the back there, and that's that needle threaded.
Oh my goodness, that was easy.
the bobbin literally just drops in, spinning anti-clockwise, and you take that round the track like that. Again, another little blade cuts off, and the machine is now ready to go.
Now, with that little window, I mean, I know some machines have like a front-loading bobbin, some of them have a drop-in bobbin. So what's the advantage of it being a drop-in bobbin that you've got there?
So the advantage of it being a drop-in bobbin is you can see exactly how much thread you've got left.
Okay.
It's also much easier to load, easier to set up, but really being able to see how much thread you've got before you start a long run on a
so you're not playing bobbin roulette.
Exactly.
Have you got enough thread to see you through your project? That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So now that's all threaded up, ready to go. Well, if you get it first, I suppose you might want to test out some of the embroidery stitches on there.
Okay.
So you do actually get an embroidery foot with it.
Okay.
Now the difference between the embroidery foot and the standard foot is it's got a slight gap on the underneath to allow the stitches to pass through. So all the feet, most of the feet, just clip on. So you've got a little hook at the back, and that just clips on like that. Take the thread through the foot to the back. And then really simple operation on this one. So to select the pattern, I highlight the pattern stitch there. And
so sorry, what was the button that you pressed there? Sorry, George.
So this is the pattern stitch.
Oh, right, yeah, got it.
So I've got control over the pattern, the length and the width, and also the tension. I can override that as well. So if I wanted to choose, for example, number 38, I can just, on the machine, either go up or down. I'll go down because it's slightly quicker on there.
I suppose it depends on whether it's a higher number or a lower number as to whether you go up or down when you're selecting it.
That's it. So what they've done as well is they've put the utility stitches, the 5 utility stitches, your straight stitch to the left, straight stitch in the middle, zigzag, stretch stitch and buttonhole stitch. They've put those right on the front there, so they're easily accessible.
Lovely.
So now I've selected that stitch. I can use this machine with or without a foot control.
Oh,
so
okay.
I've got the start-stop button here.
So simply at the press of a button you can stitch with it. So if it's an issue with regards to your feet, or sometimes I know when I sew, my dog sometimes comes and sits by my feet, so I don't necessarily want the dog sitting on the foot pedal. So I unplug it and then use the start-stop button. So yeah, one of the advantages that you've got.
That's it. Yeah, if you're doing lines of sewing, long lines of sewing, just to use that foot control. Just to use the start-stop button is really easy, but at the same time, when you want to be precise with the work, to have that foot control, you can just plug it in and away you go.
And are you able to set it so as if you've got a favourite stitch or you like a particular length or width, have you got the ability to kind of save that, or do you kind of adjust the settings as you need them?
You adjust the settings as you need them.
Fabulous.
So, for example, I can actually adjust it while it's moving here.
Oh.
So I've selected the length now on there, and I can increase that or decrease it while it's going, keeping an eye on the stitch. It will then change as I'm doing it. So, for example, I'm going to change the stitch to give you a better example of that. Just here, coming to the end of the sewing, this is one of my favourite features on the machine.
Okay.
Press this button on here. That then cuts the threads.
Oh, wow.
Pulls them underneath. And leaves that
look
nice
at
and
that.
neat on there.
Well, that's a pretty stitch. Oh, is that like little butterflies that you've got, or little flowers?
Yeah,
Just
little
got these
flowers.
things angled.
Yeah, little clovers almost.
I love it. And you've got so many different stitches. When you have a look, the top here, you've got all those different stitches. So often you will find you kind of got your utility stitches that you're using day in, day out, but the decorative stitches are always something nice to have on there. And it kind of makes you think about using them when they're there, and you can see them each time you're working with your machine. So you can see there, when you're working with your stitches, you've got stitches at one, going from your pattern stitch, you go 0, 0, working your way through. So simply, as George showed us, you dial up that number for the particular particular stitch that you want, but you've still got control. So if you want it to be a longer stitch or a wider stitch, of course when you're working with different fabrics, sometimes if it's a heavier weight fabric, you might want to make that stitch a longer stitch. Well, you can do that. So you can see you've got all your different stitches there. Now when you're looking at these, if you're looking at them and thinking, oh, I'm only just getting started, there's way too many stitches there for me to work with, I don't even know what they mean. Well, don't worry, when you've actually got your instruction book, it will take you through everything that you've got here. So it shows you how to dial up the different numbers, as we've just seen a few moments ago from George. You've got all those little kind of guidelines there showing you everything. You've got all the different elements that I spoke of and George talked us through earlier on. And you've got everything, how to change your press of foot, how to get started, and then how to select your pattern as well. And you can see here you've got all your different stitches featuring within here as well, working right the way through. You've even got some hints and tips with regards to how you're going to work with these. With this guidebook, George, does it explain to you what the different stitches... Oh, sorry, he's just in the middle of something else. I didn't realise that. I do apologise. So in here, it gives you the hints and tips. So when you were working with those zipper feet that we saw, and don't forget you've got 2 zipper feet with these, then it will show you exactly how you need to work with those, how to do a blind hem, all of those different bits and pieces that you've got there. But let's have another look at the machine, because you've got such a lot of very simplistic layout with these. So this is a nice thing. So it's going to help you gain your confidence as well. So you've got all your stitches you can see at the top there, as you can see. Obviously a very simple threading system. As time goes on, you won't even need to follow that guide. You'll know exactly where you're going. You've got your speed regulator, as you can see down at the front here. So George was talking about the fact of using your start-stop button. Well, this will allow you to slow your machine right the way down or speed it right the way up. So even if you are stitching and using your start-stop button, you have control with regard to that. That's always useful if you're teaching a younger member of the family or a younger colleague to sew, because it means they can't run away with themselves when they're actually stitching. Scissors, as you saw, makes it nice and easy for you to cut your threads as you're working your way along. And of course down at the side here you've got that open area. Now obviously I haven't got mine plugged in here, but you'd normally have your little LCD display there telling you which of the stitches you've got, and then you've got all of your controls there simply and easily laid out, so you know exactly what you're going to achieve with those. Really is a nice laid out machine, and of course the details are there on your screen there. How are you getting on over there, George?
Yeah, already. So if I now go onto the machine and I'm going to just choose a zigzag,
okay.
Using the length and the width, I'm going to manipulate that into a satin stitch. So again, as it's going, maybe on a scrap piece of fabric to get started, I can just select the length and shorten that right down on there to get that nice and close and give that satin look. Speed that up a little bit, and then going on to the width, I can then actually adjust that up and down as I'm going, and you can actually use that to get a bit of an effect as you're sewing on there, to make that finer or bigger.
That's a nice one if you're doing things like applique.
Because of the feed quality on this, even though it's doing such small movements, I've actually got really good control over the machine, so I can turn that while it's going. Again, make that thinner or wider. So you can use this to put patches on, attach different things on there, and then when I'm finished, just again stop the machine, cut the threads, and that's done on there.
Look at that.
Like that.
Fabulous. As easy as that.
So going on to more utility stitches again, so a lot more now, certainly in dressmaking, people are using fabrics with a stretch to them. So I've got some stretch fabrics here, some sort of scuba fabric, some fleece, and some jersey fabric. And on the front of the machine here, I've got the stretch stitch.
Okay.
So if I select that, what it's going to do for every stitch forward, it does half a stitch back.
Right.
And
why is that important?
Because what that means is when the fabric stretches, if I were to use a straight stitch on there and stretch the fabric out, the threads, they wouldn't allow for it and they'd just snap.
So when I've bought t-shirts in the past and I've heard the stitches kind of popping as I've been putting it over my head, that's why the stitch hasn't been the right stitch to start with.
Yes, that's it.
Either that or I've got a big head, not sure. But there
So
you go.
by incorporating this back stitch in there, that then allows it to stretch. So coming to the end of there, like that on there, and then that stretches.
There you go, working
on
with the
there.
fabrics there. And you can make that a longer stitch if you needed to make it a longer stitch and things like that if you wanted to.
You can then adjust that on there as
Okay.
well. Yeah. And again, going with the versatility of this machine, thick or thin, so I've got some fleece here, and popping that underneath the machine.
What have we got here? This looks like
The
a
beauty of
fleecy,
this stitch as well, because traditionally you'd use either a honeycomb stitch or a zigzag on stretch fabrics. And the problem with those is on the seam, it's not very tight.
Right.
But on this, because it's so close to a straight stitch, the seam looks really neat and tidy on the inside as well. So
Now, where can we learn about all these different stitches? Because if you've got anybody that's just getting started, obviously we've got all these stitches, but they might look at these and think, oh, I don't know what that one's for, when's the best scenario to work with that one? I mean, have we got any information that we can look at online with regards to those stitches?
yeah, so we're doing more and more videos as well, to sort of show how all these different stitches work, what they do, and that's it depends on the way you like to learn, of course. So we're making the videos, and there's lots of information if you in dressmaking books and things like that now on how to do all this sort of stuff.
Fabulous, thank you.
So that's, again, it looks like a straight stitch on there, but it does allow that stretch.
There's a lot of give with that one, yeah.
And then if I turn that on the inside as well,
Oh, look how neat that is, yes.
you've then got a nice...
And those are kind of what I call troublesome fabrics, aren't they? They're ones that sometimes people shy away from because they can usually be tricky to stitch with.
Yeah, that's it.
Wonderful. So there you go. Just a few little insights into why this machine is such a useful machine when you're working with your different fabrics. Obviously, we've heard George talk about the way that you can regulate the tension. So whether you're working with a lightweight fabric, maybe like your organza, or you're going right the way through to your heavier weight fabrics like your denim, and all those fabrics in between, like your stretch fabrics as well. It's got all of the different things in there, the different stitches that are going to accommodate for those. And it's just a simple, easy touch panel, as you can see there. Love the colour of this one as well, which I know lots of you will like the look of. Now, I know that you mentioned about dropping the feed dogs on this one and free motion work. So is that something that we could do? I mean, was there anything else you wanted to show us with regards to the sewing that you were doing there? Sorry, George, I've gone on to something else.
No worries, no. So, I mean, I can show you, again, the feed quality I was doing yesterday, going from crystal organza to a denim. Okay. So, straight off here, pop that underneath the foot. So again, usually what you would do is, with the fabric, is use the correct needle for the fabric. So, for example, a lighter weight fabric, lighter weight needle. But I'm quite happy with this one. I've just got an 80 needle in there, and it will go from this lightweight organza right up to a thick denim. So I'm going to fold this denim over 2, 3, that's 9 layers of denim in
My
there.
goodness,
so it's like
that's a lot. That's
like,
a complete contrast to the organza.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of going, it's similar to going over the seams if you're taking up a pair of denim trousers or in a jacket. And again, that automatic tension, the feed quality on there just runs straight over it. I haven't adjusted the machine at all to do that. And then again, cut the threads on there. And that's done.
Beautiful stitching. Fabulous. Thank you, George.
No problem at all.
And of course, it's your one-day special, so the deal and the bundle that we're sharing with you is only available until 6 o'clock this evening. You've got a whopping great £131 saving with this one. It's not just your machine that George has been taking through its paces. You've also got your hard cover as well, and that's important because that's going to protect your machine as well. So I'm thinking about things, if you've not got a dedicated sewing area and at the end of the day you have to put your machine away, maybe it's a case of it has to go in the bottom of the wardrobe or the back of the sofa or under the stairs, you can see that is going to protect it. You've also got a little area there where you can keep your foot pedal in there, so everything is kept together. Now within the machine itself you have got obviously your accessory box, so you've got all your different bits and pieces that you can pop in there. I think that one, does it slide forward? I'm not too sure from this end. Oh, there you go. So all of those fabulous feet that are coming alongside this can be stored in there, so everything is kept together nice and easy. And you've also got your extension table as well, so you can remove that accessory box, bring your extension table in, which means if you are looking at doing quilting, curtains, larger pieces, then you've got the support of that extension table to help with those fabrics, to mean that you are going to get that optimum stitch out with your machine. Now the details are on your screen. Don't forget, it's not just about the machine, it's about that quilt pack that you've got. But we were looking at some of those stitches and so those feet, and some of them you wouldn't necessarily use for your quilting. You would your 1/4 inch, obviously, things like that. But you've also got things like your zipper feet in there, including your invisible zipper foot as well, and of course your buttonhole to make use of some of those buttonhole stitches you've got there. I think there were 5 on there, so there's a lot of buttonholes. Now, of course, details are there, 869470. 3 flexi buys of this one if you're wanting to spread the cost, and the details are there on your screen should you want to get involved. But it's Sunday morning, so I'm going to be telling you about our 7-day savers in a moment. You've already found them. Before I do that, can I tell you about these? These are beautiful threads. Now, of course, when you are sewing, it's always optimum to have the right thread for the occasion, and this is a brilliant bundle. You've got all your different colours, as you can see there. Some of your kind of what I call utility threads there, so your whites, your greys, your blacks, all those useful ones. But then you've got colour tones as well, and these are fabulous polyester, so you'll be able to use them with lots and lots of different fabulous fabrics as well. 7-day savers were launched at 8 o'clock, so I will tell you about those in a little while, but I know lots of you have found them already, some fabric involved with those, and you've been jumping on just very quickly. Can't help myself. There you go. Have a look very quickly. We've got those 7-day savers. We'll go through them a little bit later, but you've got that amazing natural cotton fabric there from Make It Joe, 2.5 metres for £9.99. That is one to take advantage of, isn't it? So do make sure you're taking advantage of that. And if you are into your quilting or getting started, then you've got a nice little starter kit there with your cutting mat and your rotary cut there as well. So quilted bed, they know what they're doing with regards to their quilting products. So there you go. The drawstring bag collection as well, that's already limited in stock. We've only just launched these. 8 o'clock every Sunday morning we launch a brand new selection of 7-day savers, so it's always good to get in there nice and early. So George is going to come over to you because we're talking free motion. Well, I clear my throat.
So what I'm going to do, so I've actually got the embroidery unit here. So the Britannias, they come ready to take an embroidery unit. So what I can do is just switch the machine off, drop the teeth in there, and then this whole embroidery unit just slides onto the machine like that and plugs in on the right hand side. And now when I switch the machine back on again, the control goes from the small control panel on the machine, the simple one, to the screen down here attached to the embroidery unit.
So what's the reason for the embroidery unit? What would you use that for?
So with the embroidery unit you can do all sorts of different patterns. I think underneath there you've got some examples of the sort of thing you can do. So it's an embellishment on the fabric. You can use it on things like quilts, dressmaking, denim is really nice, towels, any sort of fabric you can embroider onto. I love it.
And all these designs included with the unit?
So those ones are those are from outside the unit. So you get 150 designs with the unit.
Okay.
But this is an example of what you could achieve on the machine.
Okay, fabulous. I love that. That gorgeous wolf there as well. Beautiful. Now, with regards to this one, if you're wanting to get hold of your embroidery unit, then the details are there on your screen. It comes as a bundle, so alongside this, you're going to get some of your water-soluble backing as well. And of course, you will need the machine in order for you to take advantage of this. It is working with the one-day special. So I'm going to hand back over to George so as he can tell us a little bit more about this one. But the details are on your screen. 3 flexi-buys. If you want, you can go for it alongside the one-day special. But I know lots of you did go for the machine previously when we had our dressmaking event. Because the dressmaking event was a few months back, so it's possibly you got your hold of your machine then. You've just made your final payment with regards to those flexi-buys, and now maybe you're wanting to extend the capabilities, taking on embroidery, which is what you can do using this particular unit. So nice screen that you've got there with regards to the machine, or the unit should I say. So it gives you a good work area to figure out what you're going to be creating.
Yeah, so what we've done is we've separated the screen from the actual sewing machine. So when you're doing your sewing, it's very simple, easy to use. But of course, for the embroidery, you need a lot more adjustment, and so you need this bigger LCD screen on there. So I can just set this machine up. That on and off again. Again, it tells me on the machine. It gives me tips. So, yes, the foot is down, and I need to lift up the foot on there as well, and then that's ready to go on there.
Ooh, sprung into life there.
So now I can attach a hoop to the machine.
Okay.
So you get a nice large hoop with this as well. So it's a 5 by 7 inch hoop, and this is what I was doing yesterday. So I did this little heart on there yesterday.
Oh, that's pretty.
So to hoop up your fabric, what we've given with this machine as well is some backing. So you put that in first, and then you put your fabric on top of that.
So why do you need a backing?
It supports the fabric.
Ah, okay.
So generally, the rule of thumb is the lighter the fabric, the more backing you'd use. So if it's a very lightweight fabric, you can actually layer this up.
Oh, right, okay.
And then put in the fabric on top of it, and you just push down the inner hoop, and that's ready. We've also included with the embroidery unit some topping as well. And it's water soluble.
Oh, is that this one that we've got here? It's got like a plastic feel to it.
Yes, so if you put that into a bowl of water, that will just totally evaporate.
Oh, right, okay.
And what's that for is fabrics with a pile.
Okay.
So things like towels, fleeces. If you lay that on top of the fabric, it will stop the stitches from sinking into the fibres.
Ah, okay.
And leave them nice on top of the fabric.
Fabulous, but we don't have to go looking for that because it's included along with the stabiliser to go on the back of your fabric, so you've got everything. Just need those threads really, don't need to get involved with this one.
So now that's all hooped up, I will just place that into the machine like this. Clicks on like that, and the screen on the underneath of the machine actually pulls out like that, so it's away from the fabric and not being covered up. So now coming to the screen on here, I've got the option of using either choosing the pictures that are pre-programmed into the machine, or this embroidery unit actually comes with a USB stick, and on the USB stick you can have any design in this. Is the most popular format. It's called .dst.
Okay.
And you can download designs from the internet or even create your own designs.
Oh, okay.
Or I can go onto the pre-programmed alphabet. For example, I've got 4 different fonts on this machine.
Okay.
And I can just type in, for example, A, B, C, D. On there.
Simple as that.
Type that in, press OK, and set that up, and it's now in the machine, so I can then mess around with it. So I can change the size of it, I can curve it. So if I wanted to make it a little bit bigger, I can hold
okay.
it.
So you can see it getting larger on the screen there as well, yeah?
it gives me the size. So that's now a 20 mil, 21 mil, 22 mil alphabet on there.
Okay.
It shows me it in relation to the screen as well, so it's right in the center. I can also rotate it, so if I wanted it on an angle, I can rotate it like that. I can also arc it as well. So if I wanted to, because on this machine you can add in a picture and also the lettering around it.
Oh, okay, right.
So I can then arc that round. So if I were doing a motif, I can arc some lettering around that as well.
So could you, where you've put the letter in there, so you could incorporate another shape at the same time? So you could bring in a little heart or something like that at the same time? Oh, right, okay.
Exactly. So I can set this in its position, and then rather than going, if I go back onto there, I can then add in another shape as well.
Oh, so you don't have to stitch out one and then set it up to stitch out the next one. You can build up your design in the hoop.
Exactly. So
okay.
I've just come back to the home page now. So if I add in a little picture on there. So
and these are all the different designs that you've got in here. Wow, there's a lot.
Yeah, so that you can see them clearly in the instruction manual as well.
That's right, yeah, I've just had a little thumb through. You've got your pattern chart in there, and you've got all your different designs in there as well, so you can see working your way through. You've got all your different numbers, so you know if it's number 1, that's the design that you're going to be dialing up. All your different sizes within there, as you can see, working your way through. And it even gives you some indication of if you're wanting to replicate the same colours, which is nice. So choosing your green, your blue, your pink, your royal blue and purple, and your royal purple there as well. So it's I'm guessing that these are the colours that it stitches out in, so you're kind of changing your threads as you work your way through. And of course you've got those fabulous little hearts that George was referring to earlier on. So there's a lot of designs that you've got built into it. But then, so if you've got a USB stick with additional designs that you've got, you can add those in as well.
Yeah, that's it. So there's infinite designs you can download from the internet. Or if you want to get really creative, you can also create your own designs with different softwares.
Oh, so does it come with the software to do that, or? No,
there's so much available now.
Right.
You can get free software as well as paid-for software.
Got you.
Where you could even, for example, take an image, drop it in, and it will turn it into an embroidery design.
Wow, gosh. There's a lot you can do with it as well. So because this is such a comprehensive piece of the machine, I mean, have we got video tutorials where we're going to learn how to do all these things?
Yeah, that's it. We are making, we've got some video tutorials out on there as well. It is really, really simple. So the instruction manual will give you a really good basis, but we're making more and more videos as well.
Wonderful. And have you used that like on a YouTube channel or something like that we can follow, your website?
Yes, Britannia Sewing.
Right, okay, we'll look that up. Have a little look for those later. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of your unit, don't forget you will need to have the machine. Sorry, I've put one of the 7-day savers. I'll tell you about that in a few moments. But the machine, obviously, we're talking about with the 1-day special. This is something that you're going to be able to add to it. So you may already have your machine because, of course, it did feature a lot within our dressmaking event. In fact, it's sold out. So if you're wanting to extend the capabilities of your machine, you can see it comes with a hoop. Now, the hoop that it comes with, is that the largest hoop that it will take? And will it take other sizes smaller than that one as well?
Yes, so that is the large 5x7 hoop, and then you can take 2 smaller sizes as well. So you've got a 4x4 inch, and then a very small hoop as well for things like motifs, little embellishments on maybe cuffs of shirts, things like that, initials.
And those are things that you can get at a later stage if you want.
Yes, you can add those on.
Lovely, there you go. So you've got 3 different sizes that you can use over time. Comes with the largest one though, as you can see here, so that means of course you can do those larger pieces, and again a brilliant deal. So if you fancy getting hold of yours, the details are there on your screen. You've got a £16 saving with that one, and of course needless to say it comes with full instructions showing you all the different fundamentals that you've got with regards to that. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that, please do so. Now of course you're going to need some fabric to stitch on, and we've got a fabulous fabric that's featuring as one of our 7-day savers. It's a weightier cotton fabric. So I'm thinking if you're wanting to do things like cushions, maybe with a bit of embroidery on them, or maybe things like your tote bags, things like that. But this is a huge piece. You're looking at 2.5 meters. It's 60 inches wide, so it's actually wider than a lot of fabrics that you may have bought previously. The beauty is with this particular one that it's kind of like a meter, well, 2.5 meters long, but when you're looking at 60 inches, you're looking at around 150 centimeters wide. Now, this particular piece, I'm not sure whether your piece will come like this. It's actually got a stitched edge to it already, so I'm not quite sure whether that's the way that you'll get your fabrics. I don't know, but if it does, then it's a bit of a bonus. So you can see beautiful weight there. So this is something, and it's got a real heavy drape to it. So this is something that I would say is perfect if you want to do things like upholstery, things like your bags. If you've got any furnishing, I'm thinking to myself, I could do with some of this because I've got some cushions, some seat cushions that need covering. This would be perfect for that. Really nice weight, and it's only $9.99. I would say this is one of those fabrics that I would buy even if I haven't got a project in mind at this stage. It's one of those just in case fabrics. And when you've got 2.5 meters, you've got plenty of scope when you do find the situation that this is going to be the perfect fabric for the opportunity that you've got. So if you're wanting yours at 616553, it's just one of our 7-day savers. But if you're wanting this particular one, you can see it's from Make It Joe, so you know it's quality. He only brings us quality fabrics, and you love them regularly, and you've been loving this one as well. So if you fancy that one, pop it into your basket. Of course, we've got other 7-day savers as well. So if you were watching Pat and Mark earlier on this morning and you fancy having a little go at quilting and cutting your own pieces, then here you go. This is a nice set. You've got a large cutting mat there. It's 45 inches by 60 inches. So that's a really good size mat, that particular one. Then you've also got your rotary cutter, as you can see, with regards to that, and you've also got your quilting room. I'm just wondering with regards to that cutting mat, is it centimetres rather than inches? The only reason I ask, because 60 inches is the width of the fabric that we were just looking at. So that's a very big mat and a very big rotary cutter, if that's the case. I've got a feeling it's 45 by 60 centimetres. So if you fancy getting hold of those, then by all means, please do so. £25.97, 539296. Now, this is a nice little collection as well. Now, this is already limited in stock. We only kicked this off at 8 o'clock this morning, so 40 minutes into our 7-day savers, we've got a limited stock situation with these. You've got some fabulous little Hessian drawstring bags. These are brilliant for gift bags. They're also useful as well if you wanted to store different things in there, buttons, embellishments, things like that. Anything that you want to stop getting scratched, really, and you want to keep together. But I like the idea of using them as gift bags throughout the year. So £10.52, whopping great, £22 saving on those. That's a saving to be had. Now, we've got some yarn, as our fabulous Paola would say. Oh, what a gorgeous colour. Now, this is one of the several options that you've got. A gorgeous blue there. It's an Aran weight. You can see you've got a nice mix of your polyacrylic alongside your wool with this one. So the wool is going to give it that gorgeous softness. And, of course, the acrylic is going to give it the durability. It means you can throw it into your washing machine without worrying. All sorts of different colours there, from your ocean, your teal, your black, your strawberry, all of those different colour options being there. But you're going to get 5 of those balls. And of course, if you want to go for multiples, might be that you're working on several different colour designs, then $10.99 for each 5 you're going for. That's half a kilogram, isn't it, when you're looking at that 500 grams? Brilliant value, 376812. But of course, we are here because it's our first live hour to have a fresh look at our 1-day special. Fabulous sewing machine, and it's a sewing machine, as I've learnt from this hour, it's a sewing machine that is a brilliant one to start with, because if you are a novice sewer, it's going to have all those things on there that's going to make life easier for you. You can see simple instructions there if you're wanting to go longer, if you're wanting to go shorter, all of those different things. Just simply add a button there. Then of course you've got all your different stitches. Now your stitches are going to give you those different professional results. You've got your first stitches starting at 0, going right the way through, probably to around 22, where you've got the fundamentals, things like your overcast stitch, things like your 1/4 inch stitch, things like your stretch stitches, all of those featuring within there. Then from probably 23 onwards, I would call those decorative stitches, but saying that, sometimes they've got practical applications as well. So you've got lots of designs with regards to those. The herringbone's a nice one if you're working with stretch fabrics as well. And you can see there, simple, easy instructions that will help you alter the length, the width and the tension. It really is a comprehensive machine. It's got your needle thread threader on this one. You've got the ability to cut your threads with the scissors on there, and of course you have the ability to drop the feed dogs if you're wanting to do your free motion work with this one as well. It comes with an extension table, which means if you're working with your larger pieces, creating curtains, quilts, things like that, or even dressmaking, then you have got the ability to support your fabrics, which means you're going to get that professional stitch out. And of course, talking about professional results, having the right feet for the job is key, and here you've got a whole array of different feet. So whether it's a case of you putting a regular zipper in there, a narrow zipper, an invisible zip, then you've got all the different pieces that you need with regards to that one. You've also got the ability to do your buttonholes. You've got 5 buttonholes on the machine, and that's an automatic buttonhole foot as you've got there. And then things like your overcasting, if you wanted to do blind hems, they are all available to be done with those feet. And of course you have got your free motion foot as well as your walking foot as well for when you're doing your quilting. So you can see it is a really brilliant deal, but it gets even better, because if you're placing your order for this machine during our one-day special, you will find yourself entered into our giveaway draw. And with this one, you are going to get over £500 worth of goodies in that prize. Now, sadly, only one person can win, and in order for you to get involved, then what you need to do is be placing your order for your one-day special. Final call hour at 4 o'clock. We will be announcing the winner towards the end of the hour, I'm guessing, with that one. So make sure you are watching if you've placed your order. So if you're wanting yours, details are there on your screen. And of course, you can add onto this machine with the embroidery unit that we've been chatting about as well. Popping those details up at the bottom of the screen as we have a look at the machine stitching out that embroidery. This is the thing, this is where your design capabilities can really go to town. And of course, George was creating this design before our eyes earlier on, and stitching out beautifully.
Yeah, so I've just started the machine off now, and the thing is, in terms of demonstration, is literally now I press go, I can just let it do its thing. I'm happy to let it run, let it stitch that out. And unfortunately, it leaves me with not a lot to do other than go and make a drink or something like that.
It's mesmerising though, isn't it, when it's stitching out? You can't help yourself just sitting and watching it do its work.
100%, yeah. It's so smooth, this machine. Again, that comes from the construction of it, that metal body. There's no wavering as it does the stitching. It's very precise, and we're literally just coming to the end of this one here now.
Now,
So,
do we need to consider the threads that we're working with when we're doing embroidery?
yeah, so embroidery threads are generally a little bit finer than standard threads, and they also have a nice shine and a nice luster to them.
Okay.
So it's always good to use good quality embroidery threads to get that sort of shiny, nice finish on there.
Isn't that beautiful? Gorgeous sheen. I love that minty green colour as well. Very, very nice. Thank you. Thank you, George. And of course you can see the little heart. So is it 6 o'clock last night you stitched out the heart that we can see there as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So don't forget, if you are investing in this machine and you want to go back and watch the previous shows, we had the launch hour last night, 6 o'clock. Then, of course, we had the 8 o'clock hour, where George was taking the machines through even more of its paces. Of course, this live hour today. And we will have another hour at 12 o'clock. The final call will be 4 o'clock this afternoon. So a brilliant deal that you can take advantage of. And the beauty is, if you're going for this machine with your 3 flexi buys, means you can add in your 7-day savers. Now, you have been loving this particular one with the fabric, so much so that a quarter of the stock has gone. So yes, you have to get in nice and early with regards to those 7-day savers, and this is a brilliant weight. It's a natural cotton fabric, so it's quite a weighty fabric. I would liken this to, it's almost got like a linen feel to it, but obviously the fundamentals that you've got with linen, where you've got kind of that crumple, you don't necessarily get that with regards to this. I know a lot of people at the moment making dungarees and things like that. You see those kind of almost like romper suit type dungarees. These would lend themselves perfect to that. I give it a wash to soften up the fabric to start with, because obviously this has come straight from the mill, and it's a case of it's got kind of a starchy feel to it. But you could use this with regards to upholstery if you're wanting to as well, lightweight upholstery, things like your bags as well, tote bags if you're wanting to. And it's brilliant coloured. That blue is perfect for you to actually stitch your embroidery designs onto as well, because it really will make them pop and really stand out. So again, if you're wanting to take advantage, you're looking at a fabric piece there, 2.5 metres by 60 inches, so it's a really good size piece. So absolutely perfect if you are looking at doing things like your home furnishings. In fact, you could go for a couple of those and make yourself a nice pair of curtains with them as well. £9.99 for each piece. Amazing. 616-553 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now head back over to George because we're running out of time. I don't know where the hour's gone, really don't. So if you've got any questions, you've still got time to get involved. Email them into us here, studio@thecraftstore.com. But back over to you, George. What else was it you wanted to tell us?
Well, just how easy it is to switch over. So in that time there, I've just taken off the embroidery unit and now it's back, set up as a normal sewing machine.
Oh, as quick as that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it just slides on, slides off, and now I'm back ready to do normal sewing. As I say, you've got all those extra feet there, so I could do free motion. One of the most important feet that was put with it is that walking foot as well.
Okay.
So what that does is on the thicker fabrics is it keeps the layers of the fabric even.
Okay.
So especially if you're doing quilting, if you go over a long run, you'll find when you get to the end, you can have about an inch or two of the top fabric being pushed over and squeezed over. By using this walking foot, it eliminates that.
Fabulous.
So what it does is it literally adds a second pair of teeth to the top of the machine. And so this hooks up around the needle bar.
Oh, if you hold that nice and still, we should be able to see that. So, okay, that goes over the needle bar, right?
And you can see as that goes up and down, those teeth then go up and down, and it matches the speed of the feed on the underneath.
Okay.
So, literally to pop that onto the machine here, it comes with a nice big long screwdriver, and that. So most of these machines, they just clip on. But this one, because it needs to be nice and sturdy, it actually screws on. So if I just hook that round there, like that, and the little tab goes round the needle bar. Again, that's what controls the teeth on there. Screw that on. And then I've got a nice little quilt sandwich here. And that will then sew along like that, giving you that beautiful even stitch top and bottom. And then as a demonstration on here, if I then sew along towards that line of stitching, what would usually happen if I didn't have this on is the fabric would actually get folded over that stitch because it's gripping and pushing it. Whereas on there you can see it's got that nice flat crossover in there.
Very neat. Beautiful. And then, of course, it comes with the guide as well, doesn't it? So the bar that it comes with it.
Yes, exactly. So what I can do is slide that in the back of the foot. And now if I want to run a line parallel to the stitching I've just done, drop that guide onto the last line of stitching. And then just, rather than watching the needle, watch that line of stitching. Follow that along, and you'll get that perfect width between the two stitches.
That is fabulous. So neat. That's the beauty of this one. So that's included. It's alongside all those other feet that you've got with this. So it's not just about the standard feet that you would expect to get with your machine, things like your regular utility foot. You'd probably hope to get a zipper foot in there. You've actually got 3 zipper feet within this particular bundle. You've got the zipper foot that's going to allow you to create your narrow zips. So if you're doing zips of that nature, then you've got those there. You've also got your standard zipper foot, and you've even got your invisible zipper foot as well. So if you're looking at doing dressmaking, that is the one that is key to give you those professional results, where the zip is hidden within a seam or something like that, so you get that very professional tailored look. You can also use your zipper feet for doing things like piping as well. So if you're into things like your cushions and your home decor, then you can utilise that. And there's a whole wealth of different video tutorials, should I say, that will be available on the internet should you want to check out how to do that. Free motion foot, of course, many of you do like to do free motion work. Well, this foot will allow you to do that. And of course, the fact that you can drop the feed dogs down on your sewing machine means that you can easily do that very it very quickly and effectively and really get those creativity juices flowing with regards to your free motion work. George has just very kindly shown us that walking foot. So again, if you're working with troublesome fabrics, as I like to call them, then a walking foot is very, very advantageous to have, because you can see it's feeding those fabrics through at the same pace as the feed dogs underneath, making sure that it feeds through smoothly, and again gives you those professional results. And of course you've got that bar there that will allow you to do those parallel lines should you need to. Obviously it's an investment of anybody's money, so you may need a little bit of time to consider this one, which is okay, but don't forget we have got this deal only through until 6 o'clock this evening, so the price will go up at that stage. But if you do need to see more, then obviously George is going to be back with us at 12 o'clock, and of course final call at 4 o'clock this afternoon if you need to see any more, ask any questions or do your research. By all means, please do so. You've got the details on the screen there. It's the Britannia T65. Brilliant sewing machine in its own right, but of course you have the ability then to extend it and add in that embroidery unit, the details of which are at the bottom of the screen. And I know some of you will have the machine already, so you'll be looking to that embroidery unit following that fabulous demonstration we saw from George earlier on, showing you the capabilities. George, thank you so much. We will see more from you a little bit later on.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. So yes, if you're wanting to take advantage, then please do so. But what else can I tempt you with? Well, on the website there's all sorts of wonderful things. You've got the electric scissors there, brilliant reviews as you can see there. Some wonderful Coats Moon threads, as you can see, your polyester threads there. 40 spools for £43.96. That's good value for money, isn't it? And again, flexi buy on that one as well. So there's loads and loads there, as you can see. Whatever colours you're choosing to go for, you will find there's all sorts of wonderful things for you to go for. And our book of the month as well, that has recently been launched. So if you've not seen it yet, we're looking at lovely knits there from Northern Lands, from where? Northern Lands, up north. Going up north for that knitting. Then of course, yeah, I think it looks a little bit further though than up our north. It's gone, yeah, I think we're going a little bit further. Keep going till your feet get wet. So yeah, if you fancy taking advantage of that one, please do so. And don't forget, if you are into your knitting, do check out the 7-day savers. We've got those fabulous yarns there as well that you can take advantage of. So there we go. That is your one-day special. If you want to get involved, then please do so. And we will see you back here with a one-day special at 12 o'clock. But do not go anywhere. Know how busy we have been with that 7-day saver for fabric? You're certainly going to want to stay tuned for the next hour, because Janice has got amazing fabrics. I've got a bit of fabric envy going on. Oh, Moda Fabrics. I cannot wait. I'm going to grab myself a cuppa and settle down. Then we're back with the birthday weekend of Clarity, 28th birthday, before Pat Marker back again with Totally Patched.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I hope to see you soon.
Good morning, everybody. It is Sunday and we have got a happy hour for you. I tell you what, if you love your fabric, oh, you are in for a treat. What I would say to you is please shop ahead. Now, first and foremost, it's not a monthly mega deal. Now, I apologize, that's just our system. Sometimes we have systems glitches, so not a monthly mega deal. It will be a happy hour, but the prices are still exactly the same. And on some items, we don't have a huge amount of stock. Can I just say one word for you? Moda. That is what we're exploring right now. We have got the most beautiful Moda fabric. That's it. We got Pat and Mark in today, and I love Pat and Mark, so I am working with them a bit later on. And Pat and Mark, they truly explore and love Moda fabrics in their projects. So if you're looking for quality fabrics at a great price, $23.96. We're going to break it down because we've got bundles for you. Now, I've got to tell you, we are busy and we do not have a lot of stock. That's a little bit worrying, because we're only a minute into the show and we do not want to be selling out too soon because I don't know what I'm going to do. We've got bundles here, so we're going to break these down for you. There is something about Moda. And one thing I fully appreciate at home, you won't be able to appreciate the feel with fabrics. We all do it. We're going to... Are you kidding me? All right, enough talking. First option's already limited. Too much yakety yak from me, and let's get down to it. All right, straight down to business. So, I love this option. This is your cream. Come on, just for that alone, done, get in my basket. But then we got that beautiful blue. And do you see how all the tones, so the blue here reflecting the blue there, so all the bundles working together. Gorgeous. And then we've got that other beautiful cream, and looking at the different prints too, so you've got a larger volume print, you've got your slightly smaller volume, and I love the cream and the red together because same design here. So if you did want to use the two together, how beautiful would they be in a quilt? I am not surprised it's limited stock. If you do you know, it's $5.99 per half meter for Moda fabric. What? What? Okay, cream has gone. Cream's sold out. You do need to check out your basket. So cream technically sold out. Oh, Harry. Now, you're in for a treat, my friend, because with fabric shows, when we do sell out, I get to throw the fabric at you. But we'll wait, because it's a technical sellout, but just giving you the heads up there. Okay, so we're going to move on. We've got our blue option for you. Yeah, there is no bad option here. Now let's explore the blue. What? No, Kim, don't do that to me. No, it cannot be limited. Are you kidding me? This one's just... Kim, I'm genuinely worried now. Kim's our lovely producer. Can I just say a personal note? So, Kim had a little break. She got a little boy and had a little break from the craft store. She is back, and on a personal note, I'm very happy to have our lovely producer Kim back, because I always enjoy working with you, Kim. Okay, so... Next option. Are we limited here? Okay, we're limited for our next option. This is your blue. Come on, look at that. This is why we love Moda. So each half meter, $5.99. We knew it was going to be busy, but my goodness. And am I right in saying it? I don't want to speak out of turn, but once something's gone, that is it. We're not bringing it back. Yeah. That's it. Once it's gone, it is gone. So going through and seeing, those are your four options with regard to your blue. Obviously the first option technically sold out. If any jump back, I will let you know. That's your blue. Ooh. I'm genuinely not just saying this for the camera. I really think, oh, of course he's going to say it. But each time I go for an option, so when I saw the cream, I was like, I love this cream. Then I went to the blue, and I'm like, oh, I love the blue. Now we're going to move on to the next option. I love this. Come on, look at that black. Look at that black. Now you imagine that on a... is black limited too? Wow. Okay. So I'm hearing our phone ringing in the studio as well. Everyone's panicking. What's going on? Everything's selling out. I think a lot of you have been waiting for this hour. If you are a sewer, if you love Moda, and if you want to nab an absolute bargain, $23.96 for 4.5 meters, $5.99 per half meter. Come on, you can't go wrong. All right, let's go through the black option. So that's your main feature fabric. It's that large print. I'm going to make life easy for you all. This first option, so there are different options here. Every option is limited or sold out. So blue limited, black limited. The final one, was it? Well, they're all red. So red limited as well. So every option for this first item number is limited. If you want to, and this is, black's gone as well. I'm very conscious as a presenter. I never want to force anyone to check out. I never want to say, you've got to check out, you've got to check out. Because I want you to be happy with your purchase. I won't ever sort of bend your arm to check out. But everything's going. Red sold out, black sold out. Has blue gone? So effectively, when we've only got one of green left. Green's the final one, and we've literally got one left. And it's technically sold out as well. No. No, the tonals have not sold out as well. We're going to have to, we are genuinely, I'm putting this on for the camera, we're going to have to regroup. We will go to the tonals. I think we're going to have to throw in a little flexi VT just to see what's going on. We have got some more for you, but let's go to the tonals. We're worried what we're going to do this hour. We're only 6 minutes into the show. I've just got fabrics here. You know, once it all goes, ooh. Okay. What's coming up the next hour? We might need to get them on standby. Okay, so tonals. Now, having a look here, but I just saw actually Paul and Barbara were having a little drink. Well, Paul boiled the kettle and left the cups there. I filled them up and I walked away. Did you? That was me, Paul. I was wondering if you get there wondering who filled it up. The magic fairy. So let's have a look at the tonals. These are the tonals and they've all gone. Now we're going to go to our half meters. Now we've got, we're busy and I'm so sorry because I keep on saying that to you, but we genuinely are very, very busy. Are we limited for, and we've got queues on the phone lines. Oh, come on. Paul, genuinely mate, I'd maybe have a chat with Barbara. We might have to go to you earlier and I'm not even kidding. I'm really not kidding. Everything's sold out. And we were like 7 minutes into the show, so that's not a joke. You might need to talk to Barbara. Okay, so having a look, and you're seeing here the this is your Prairie Dreams by Kansas Troubles Quilt Prairie Floral. So you're getting 5 half meters for $29.95. Saving £7.50. The value is incredible. Having a look at the half meters here, the 5 half meters. So it's from here, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So those are your Prairie 5 half meters. That, I have to tell you, this is the option I would absolutely be going for, because when I was looking through the other bundles, and I loved all the fabrics, but my eye kept on going back to this one design, and it looks markedly different in each of the colorways. So we've got our blue, then you've got your cream here, you've got your green, the black, how good does the black look? And you've also got your red in there as well. So lots of options to choose from if you do want to pop those into your basket. The price is incredible. The Moda fabric, the designs are exceptional as well, the Prairie Dreams. You cannot go wrong. So 980887 your item number if you do want to pop those into your basket. Shall I open one up? Should we open one up? Let's do it, because I don't know how much longer these are going to be here for. Come on, look at this. Look at this. So, I mean, how beautiful is that? Isn't that stunning? And that's just one of those in the cream. All right, they're done, sold, get in my basket. And a lot of you agreeing with me. We are limited stock here. It is about to go. It's gone. It's gone. So we're going to jump onto the website and regroup. Now, if you do want to go for the fabrics as part of a pick and mix, we do have a pick and mix, picking any two for $14.98. So having a little look at our pick and mix. And it's all the fabrics that we've just seen, but how are you going to play it? So are you thinking about a project in particular, maybe a colorway, a design that really speaks to you, and you just want to zero in on, say, a cream? So you could go for the Prairie Floral Tan, and then couple that with, do you know, mixing that up. Well, if we go down a bit, Kim, what do you think? If we go down a little bit more, that bottom one there, would that work with that? I don't know. The bottom tan there, that one. I think that maybe, I'm just trying to think outside the box. Yeah, that could be seen as a nice little blender for you too. So lots of choices with regard to the pick and mix. All the other bundles, if you did miss out on those, unfortunately they have gone. I'm so sorry. It's just been a very, very busy show. All right, so now we're going to talk about, we're going to look at this. So we've gone from very unique design, sort of classic design with the previous collections. Here, this is modern, it's fresh, it's contemporary. Look at that. So we've got bundles for you. I will start here. This is your first bundle. So having a little look. So you're picking sets of 3 for $18.47. You're saving £4 on this mix as well. Let's have a look how everything works together. So that's beautiful. Isn't that nice? Then we have the lovely spray of leaves. Okay. And then you have your beautiful, it's like a summer, it's like a wild garden in there too, like a wild meadow, I should say, not wild garden, wild meadow. So thinking about how this breaks down, you've got a lot going on here, which is beautiful. That's your bright splash of colour. Then you've got a little bit of white space, which is nice because that breaks it up, and you need that to really set off the design with the floral there. And then here, that is your blender coming through too, or your background. So a lot to play with. That is your first option. So that is, that's your Cool Breeze. Then over here, lovely purple and lilac tones coming through. Different design with your main feature fabric. So as opposed to the flowers, not main feature fabric, sorry, the flowers, the leaves rather. So you've got more emphasis on butterflies coming through. I mean, that is a work of art in itself. But then you've got that butterfly with the hatch lining in there too. And I love this. Come on, how good is that? That, I think that's my favorite. If I had to pick a favorite there, I just want you to really appreciate, I mean, come on, look at that. So let's think about options with this. What are you going to be making? What are you going to be doing? What projects do you have in mind? I mean, beautiful motor. I'd love to know. A quilt, table runner, maybe a small bag. You can do so much with it. Okay, so that is your second option. This is your Hidden Sanctuary and Ultraviolet. Ooh, nicely named, aptly named. Then we've got our Flower Fields Dusks and Peach. So different representation. That's very clever. So here, using that negative with the actual leaves to give the illusion of the leaves. Then you've got that real dusky tones. You just get a sense of the sun setting. Beautiful watercolor effect, really, with that fabric. Isn't that nice? And then you have your spray of floral. Look at that. So those are the 3 options. $18.47 is your price if you do want to pop these into your basket. And you got to think, just over £6 per half metre, you cannot go wrong. 381348, your item number. Now we are going to share some other items that are proving popular. Storage. Let's talk about storage. Storage here. this is your Millwood Wooden Craft Desk Caddy, 4 compartments, $18.99. Your price there if you want to put it in. Millwood, they make such beautiful quality storage, and there's something about working with the wood. It's lovely. 562291, your item number. Now we've got some scissors for you. This is dressmaking and pinking scissors for $10.99. Oh, that's a bargain. That is a bargain. It's very, very close to a half price saving there. And as sewers or anyone who enjoys soft craft, the virtue of the pinking shears obviously really important there. And then you've got your dressmaking scissors as well. You cannot go wrong. Your fabric scissors. 722804, your item number. Now we've got a rotary cutter for you, and it's got the sharp. Oh, this. Can I tell you, Kim, I do remember, producer Kim said, do you remember this? I really do. If you own a rotary cutter, or if you're a soft crafter, that sharpener is a godsend, because what it will do is sharpen all your old blades. So effectively, when you do a project and you're thinking, oh, okay, starting to struggle now, just stick it in the sharpener, and it's so easy to sharpen your rotary blades and then get going again. So that in itself, the amount of money you're going to save on replacement blades is incredible. And you're getting the 2 rotary cutters, and actually 2 go-to sizes. So your 45mm is your workhorse, and then you've got your 28mm for your more detail work, your sort of sharper corners. That is a very, very, very good bundle. Genuinely good. And say that sharpener alone, whenever we featured it before, it's just gone bonkers. It's sold out. $19.97 is your price there. $903,953. Now all of the 7-day savers, excuse me. All of the 7-day savers here, these are happy hours, sorry. I apologise, I said 7-day savers, yeah, it was the wrong details. These are all happy hours, so the price will go up at the end of the hour. Another special price for you. This is the Millwood Wooden Craft Storage Box with your twin fold-out lid, and you're getting your removable tray. $31.99. You are saving £13. So this should be $44.99. So do take advantage of this savings. Okay, what we're going to do is tell you a little bit about Flexi Order. We're going to regroup, and then we'll start the fun again.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Oh, there we go. A little bit about Flexi Order. So we've had time to catch our breath. Busy start. Now, I'm so sorry that a lot of the bundles have gone, but good news is we still have the pick and mix. So all of those beautiful Moda fabrics, if you did miss out on the bundles, then we got an option for the pick and mix. So I think let's just take a breath. We're going to indulge and go through all the different options properly so you can enjoy it. We're going to start here. Now look at this. It's that design that I say I absolutely love. Prairie green, and on the green, that to me is such an elegant classic design from Moda. So you've got pick and mix. You're choosing any 2 for $14.98. Isn't that nice? There we go. Now, then we're going to go on to the black. So the same design with the black. And I have to say, the black and green together, coupled, look beautiful. Aren't they nice? But I really do love that black. And it's another example of, and forgive me for sounding repetitive, but it has got a very elegant, classic quality to it. So really like those designs. And it's the punches of colour on the black. So those sort of vintage reds coming through, and blues and yellows and golds. So there we go. That is your prairie black. Then we're going to go on to your cream. This is your leaves and berry tan. I know a lot of sewers, when you're choosing your fabrics, you're conscious of important, but it's not direct. It's non-directional, so you don't have to worry about facing it the right way, which is a good point. And also, it's the size of the print. So let's say you've gone for a larger volume print with one of the prairies, and now you want something a little bit more smaller and more uniform to break it up. You've got that option with your leaves and berries in tan. Then we've got our leaves and berries in green. But what's interesting with this one, it takes on a very different look. Being on the green, you've got a little bit more emphasis on the flowers as opposed to the leaves in the other option. And then we're going to go for I do like that. It's like a burgundy red. It's a deep, rich, luxurious red. So this is your leaves and berry in red? Yeah, it is on red that you're seeing there. Beautiful. That's very elegant, and it's a good one. Obviously, this is, and whenever I say this, I catch myself thinking, well, it's unisex. It's for everybody. It's just a classic fabric. But if you are making for a guy, I think this is a good choice. It's very refined. So then, as we go through, we have got, I'm assuming, leaves and berries in blue. That's very pretty. Everything, just Moda, it looks so elegant. As fabric goes, you just can't go wrong with Moda. I mean, how beautiful is that? Okay, so that's your leaves and berries in blue, and I just love the color tones that you do get with Moda. Now we're back to exploring the prairie. This is your prairie in tan. And there, again, there was just so much going on. Isn't that lovely? So just seeing that there. And then we're back to our leaves and berries in black. And then the tonal tan that I liked. And, oh, do you know what? It answered my question. I'm not sure if it does go. Does it go? You like it? Okay, the team like it. Good, all right. I wasn't sure. And you're seeing how, you see with the yellow on the leaves and the blue, you can see just that little hint of yellow. Or let me just get that. There you go. That yellow there, toning with that. So, look, ultimately it's your own personal choice, but that's very nice. Right, I think we've seen everything. Have we seen everything? Yes, okay. Right, now, there is more for you on the show as well. What I would say, with the pick and mix, do go online and have a look at all the options. So the best way to do that and to see everything, because I know I've kind of gone through it as a cursory look, but ideally you really want to explore it in your own right and pick the option that speaks for you. Rotary cutter, let's have a look at that. Ooh, 40% of the stock has gone. $19.97 is your price, saving £6. Can I just say something with the rotary cutter? Because I know we're busy here. So a big thing that I always say as a presenter here at the craft store is I will never ever mislead you, and if I really endorse something, if I push something, it's for a reason. So I want you to trust me on that. And I always see it as if, because I've got a lot of friends and family that watch, and I'd feel terrible if I was really bigging something up and it didn't live up to the hype. All I can say, and please, please believe me on this, the cutter, now the sharpener, sorry, so the cutters are great. Your 45mm and your 28mm, you don't need me to tell you they're your workhorses. So invest in those, upgrade, but that to me, this is where it really gets exciting, because that rotary blade sharpener, how many old blades have you thrown away? And we do shows, and I've heard guests sort of say, quite rightly, if your blade's blunt, change it, maybe use it for paper, and obviously don't use it for your fabric. But in the end, what happens? You end up throwing away your blades. This sharpener, suddenly, you're sharpening up all those old blades, the amount of money you are going to save, it is genius. And I know I featured it in the past on shows, and it's sold out. It's sold. I think one show we brought it back 3 times, and that was it. It kept on selling out. We're bringing it back on extended delivery. So just for that alone, invest in that bundle. You will not regret it. And of course, you're getting the rotary cutters. So 40% of the stock gone there, but I promise you that is a great buy. And that's just from my previous experience working with the sharpener. 903-953, your item number there. Okay, so we got another pick and mix. Is this pick and mix or the bundles we're going to show? We'll bring up the pick and mix, and we have got, I think, some stock left in the bundles as well. So $14.98, you are picking any 2. Oh, do you know what? It's a tough one. That, I think, would be one of my choices. I mean, how beautiful the sort of colour wash that you're getting there, that watercolour effect. It's got to feel, sort of seem like a landscape. Desert landscape, anyone else getting that? Just me. So you've got that, but then how about this? If you want something that's bright and punchy, I can really see a cosmetic bag out of that little pouch, home decor. If you want something that's bright and vibrant, as we're entering into more wintry months, if you just want to inject a bit of colour into your life, I think a great way to do it. And then I like the butterflies too. Have you noticed I'm kind of leaning here, and that is a bundle. Have we still got stock of the bundle? Okay, that would be the bundle I think I'd be going for. I've cemented my decision. I've locked it in. That's one bundle, so just to be clear. There you go, that's your one bundle there. That was your ultramarine, is it ultraviolet? Yeah, Hidden Sanctuary and your ultraviolet. But then not to do a disservice to the other options, which are beautiful in their own right. So we'll come back here, and I think this is your Cool Breeze. Yeah, it's your Cool Breeze and Peach. So again, I love that. Dusky tones that you're getting with that fabric. Then you've got your leaves coming through, and it's a very elegant, and the white's important, that space that gives you just a bit of break to accentuate the color and the vibrancy that you're getting with your floral fabrics. And then as we jump along, we're coming to here. Now this is very clever. So this is your Flower Fields Dusk, but you see the leaves, Flower Fields Dusk and Peach. The leaves that we featured in the Cool Breeze and Peach, here, but in negative form. I think that's very, very clever. So I like that a lot. It's like it's been stamped. Then we have that beautiful colour wash background. And then if you do love your purples and your lilacs, how lovely is that? So those are your options with regard to bundles. I say if you just want to pick 2, if you know, like, I want to pick this one and this one, or whichever one it might be, then we have got the pick and mix option for you as well. We are limited stock for Cool Breeze and Peach. And we're limited stock for Hidden Sanctuary and Ultraviolet. And I would imagine Final Option's not far behind. I mean, come on. Bargains. $18.47 for 3.5 meters from Moda. We are talking Moda here, but this is Moda, contemporary, fresh, vibrant, a modern Moda for you. 381348, your item number. Just going to talk about the rotary cutter. Now 70% of the stock's gone. I'm really pleased that it's proving a popular option, and I'm just pleased for you at home, because I know whenever I have some inside knowledge, I always like to share it. And I say that just being able to sharpen your own rotary blades. And I'll just ask you the simple question: how many rotary blades have you thrown away? Or have you ever worked with a blade and it has been a bit dull, and you're like, oh, I can't get to the shops or place an order, so I'm just going to live with it for now? You don't have to. Just literally take the blade off. It takes seconds to sharpen it in there, and then you're good to go. Okay, rotary blades been very popular, that bundle, 903-953. Now, very busy for your scissors as well. Look at the price is just ridiculous. So effectively £5.50 per scissors for quality dressmaking scissors and your pinking shears. And the thing is, there are times when you're going to need some pinking shears. And there are other times where you definitely need your dressmaking scissors as well, so your fabric scissors. So having both for that price, and if you're a Freedom member, $10.99 is your delivered price. Come on, you cannot go wrong. 722-804, your item number. Now we're going to talk about our 7-day savers. What? This is very, very rare. Typically with the 7-day savers, we have enough stock to last 7 days, or at least a few days. You don't get a sellout. What, we launched at 8 o'clock, so in an hour and a half, the Groves Hessian drawstring bag collection has sold out. At that price, I'm absolutely not surprised. Think how much you would typically pay for just one of those. So that has gone, I'm afraid, but it is a cautionary tale. If you do see any 7-day savers that you like, if you know you're going to buy something, so you already like, okay, definitely I will be doing this. With anything on the show, we say like 7-day savers around or a happy hour deal. It's around for that duration of time. But also there is an added caveat, while stocks last. So if something goes, then you will miss out. So if you know you're going to get something, my advice, put it in your basket, check it out, and then you know you have it, it's yours. Right, we're going to have another pause just to regroup as we hear a little bit about our Freedom membership.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 and join Freedom today.
A little bit about Freedom membership. So I've actually been a Freedom member since I joined the channel, and I wouldn't live without it, because for me, and I do shop, everybody here, well, the majority, I can't speak for everyone, but the majority of the team here, I know, shop at the craft store. Catherine, she's always running up to the call centre and placing her orders. I think she practically works here for free, the amount of money she spends here at the craft store. So the reason why I love Freedom membership, I never look at the P&P. Now, all I will say is if you're a regular shopper here, if you were to buy, because the typical P&P is $3.95. And I understand with Freedom membership, so a little while ago, I think earlier in the summer, we had to raise the cost of Freedom membership. That wasn't down to the craft store. That wasn't us. The reason we had to do it is, and I think a lot of you be aware of this, cost of postage has just gone up. So the couriering service, everything, all the price has gone up. So we had to reflect that with Freedom. But even still, $3.95. You'll see, regular viewers will know, is a sort of standard P&P here at the craft store. So if you were to buy 2 things with us a month, you're better off becoming a Freedom member. And but the thing with Freedom membership is you get exclusive member discounts, which is always nice whenever you get an added discount there. And of course, you never have to worry about your P&P. There's some other perks. You get the magazines, the monthly magazine, and you also get a pin as well. All right, so we're going to go back to our pick and mix. We are very busy for our Moda pick and mix. I'm so sorry if you've just tuned in. I understand it's a Sunday. You might have had a lazy start to the day, and you thought, okay, now I want to tune in for a bit of Moda fabric. The bundles, I'm afraid, sold out very quickly, like within the first 10-15 minutes, all the bundles are gone. But now we're starting to see the pick and mix options going. So the Prairie Floral Tan, which is I'm going to say it, that is one of my favorites. And the reason why I caveat that with one of my favorites is because I love it in green. I like it in the other options too, in red. But let me just show you. Let me open this up. Look at that. Come on. No, that is why it is limited stock. So many of you are putting this into your basket. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of fabric from Moda. Really like that. So that's your Prairie in tan. Let me just fold that back up. We are also limited for Prairie Actually, do you know what? We've got doubles out there, so I won't put that back up. The Prairie Floral in Green is limited, and this is another one, and I'm sounding like a sheep that I'm going with what's popular, but genuinely, come on. Look at that. So the green is another one of my favorites. It's just so classic. It's the kind of thing that I believe you'd see in a National Trust home. That's where my mind goes when I see this. It's got such a provenance to it. Beautiful design. Okay, so Prairie Floral in Green and Prairie Floral in Tan are both limited stock. And I would imagine other options are going to be following suit, so do not miss out. We have got the Prairie Floral in Black, which you're seeing there. Then we have the Leaves and Berries in Tan. Very nice. Now, I just want to check, because it is a slightly different print to Leaves and Berries, and I might have misled you when I called this Leaves and Berries in red. Is it Leaves and Berries in red or green? So apologies, this is your Blossoms Floral Green. So that was my mistake earlier on when I said Leaves and Berries. It's your Blossoms Floral in Green. Then we have our Leaves and Berries in red, which you can see there. And then I mean, that is really nice. It's kind of, all right, this is going to sound really silly, but I can totally see that in a suit. You know, if you wear a little handkerchief. You say, is it a handkerchief? Do you wear a little handkerchief in pocket square? Yeah, in your suit. I think that would look really good. Then we have our Blossoms and Leaves in blue. Blossoms Floral, sorry, in blue. Then we're back onto our Leaves and Berries in black. Then we're on to, now this one is the Prairie Vine Tonal Tan. It's a nice small print going through. A lot going on there. That's very pretty. So you've seen the Prairie in Tan. This is your Leaves and Berries. Oh, we've seen that one, Leaves and Berries in Tan, and all of those. One, I think, was there one I didn't share with you? No, that's it. Okay, so that's everything so far. Just want to go back to that rotary cutter. We are approaching limited stock there. So if you do want to pop that in your basket, it looks like it's going to sell out. It's a great buy, and I'm sounding so, it's one of my pet hates as a presenter is to repeat, to be repetitive when I'm talking to you guys at home. But the sharpener really is the star of the show there. The two rotary cutters are great, so invest in new ones, enjoy them. But that sharpener is going to save you so much money. Just think, and you do get the little magnet that picks up the blade for you, but just think about how much you would spend on buying replacement blades. Don't do it. Just keep on sharpening your blade. Why not? 903-953 item number. Now I'm going to show you something from Make It Joe. Really busy for this. Really, really, really busy. And my goodness, we get a lot. Half the stock has gone. It is a 7-day saver. And it's just going to... Harry, can you help me out, buddy? Is that okay? It's too big to hold out by myself. So let me... this is 2 days in front of the TV, Harry. We're going to start giving you presenter wage. There we go. So let's just lift that up. This is our floor manager, Harry. Thank you, Harry. But I just wanted to show, I mean, that is huge. And you can just see it. So you're getting an awful lot here. I'm just having a look. This is your Make It Joe Blue 100% natural cotton, 2.5 meters by 60 inches wide. It is absolutely huge. Harry, do you know what a fabric waft is? It's when you stroke your hand along the fabric. Why don't you give it a little go? Oh, no, that's nicely done, my friend. Nicely done. Thank you, Harry. Cheers, buddy. Tell you what, I think we need to start training Harry up, maybe give him presenting shifts. Thank you, Harry. So that's Harry, our new floor manager. Harry, by the way, I'm hearing a lot of people saying you're a very good guy. They're enjoying working with you. So settling right into the family, Harry. Okay, so there we go. That is Make It Joe, 100% natural cotton fabric, 2.5 meters by 60 inches wide, $9.90. I was concerned with showing you how big it was. If anyone's just tuned in, that sounded very wrong. But $9.99, the price is ridiculous. No wonder we're busy. Are you kidding me? $9.99 for that amount of fabric, and it is a beautiful natural fabric there, that natural cotton. 616-553 item number. Got to be busy. Right, we've got some bundles for you as well. Now, these are happy hour bundles. We're back to our motor. Just so we're clear, I'm going to pull this to one side so you can really see the bundles you're getting. So this is your first bundle. It is your Cool Breeze and Peach as we go through. I mean, come on, how good is this? The single figures for this option. So what kind of projects have you got in mind? Where would you be using this? How beautiful. I mean, it's got the feel and quality that you expect from Moda, but I love that Moda exploring that modern, contemporary look as well with bright, punchy colours. So, single figures, it's going to go. Now we're going to move on to my favourite. Now, just for this, has the Cool Breeze gone? Literally, just, oh wait, the Cool Breeze or my favourite? No, my favourite's gone. Okay, I won't linger on it, but can I just say, anyone who has got hold of it, technical seller, look at that. That fabric is gorgeous. And then you've got the beautiful butterflies in there as well and all that stuff. My favourite was the Ultramarine and Hidden Sanctuary. I'm afraid that's technically sold out. If any do bounce back, I'll let you know. But if you've got it, check out, nab it. It's really good. Then finally, we have our Flower Fields and Flower Fields Dusk and Peach. So the leaves, I just think this is really clever. I love this with the leaves. Very, very nice design. I think that's really clever there. And that, I mean, these two work very nice. It is a bit, Kim Producer, you know, you're absolutely right. It has got that jelly plate feel to it. It's like it's just been put like lino print. And then finally, you've got that beautiful spray of colour with the flowers. So that's your final option. Whew. Okay, we're going to continue down the counter. We've got a lot going on here. I'm sorry, I know it was a bit at the start of the show, we were a little bit rattled. It's just there were so many sellouts and we were struggling to keep up on what was going. At one point, we're like, we don't know what's going on. We thought, I was looking at Paul, Paul came in, Paul Church, because obviously we've got a Clarity show coming up, and I was saying, look, buddy, you might have to step up sooner than you think. Okay, so let's have a little look at this bundle. This is your paper accessory bundle. So a really nice bundle, actually. You're getting your tweezers, you've also got your craft knife, your glue dots, your tape runner, and more in this one bundle for $18.99. So let's just think about it. They are... Which ones see? Are they? Yeah, they're reverse tweezers. So reverse tweezers, you press them, they open, and then you let go. So perfect if you want to emboss and you want to hold something up and you don't want to keep on pressing it. So reverse tweezers is very, very handy. The craft knife, obviously, you know the virtues of having a craft knife. So use it carefully. Be careful with your craft knife. A little top tip, and it takes a little bit of getting used to, but a secret to getting good with your craft knife is using a glass mat. Who was I working with yesterday that gave me that tip? Who was it? We were cutting out. This is going to really bug me. Who was it? Oh, it was Ali. It was Ali Reeves. Yeah, sorry, it was Ali. Of course it was. It was Ali. I had a brain blank. So yeah, Ali was saying the key, because she's so good with her craft knife, and I was joking saying like she's got the steady hand of a surgeon, and she was saying that the key is use a glass mat as opposed to a self-healing mat, because self-healing mat, it can snag. So of course it was Ali. Then we have, well done team, is it Holly? Thanks Holly. Then we have our, this is your tape runner. These are fantastic tape runners, and a little top tip, not just for crafting, wrapping presents, they're so useful. They are an absolute game changer, and you are getting 10 meters on the tape runner. Then over here we've got our glue dots, 300 pieces in total there, and then you can see wood and paper, and then of course you've got your foam squares in there too. So nice bundle for you, 743942 your item number. Okay, now we're going to move on. Pink Frog. Let's have a little look. We're just going to get the details on there. But what you are getting here, Pink Frog, it's all about your flowers. Having a little look. Let me pick this up, because you can see grow your own with Britannia flower dyes. So it's paper and instructions. You do get the dye as well, but it's all about Now, apologies, because we haven't got the die out on counter, but you've got step-by-step instructions on how to create the most beautiful flowers. Look at that. So this is where it really comes into its own. We'll have a look at the picture, because I'm conscious of the fact you can't see the die. So there we go. You see that strip die? That's the die that gives you all the beautiful flowers on there. But most importantly, we have the cardstock to get the most out of the die and the instructions. So it's everything that you need for $11.49. So you've got your flower making paper, 40 sheets, 180 GSM, and with that strip die, you can imagine how many flowers you're going to make on from just one of those sheets, and you are getting 40. Do you know where my mind's at? Think how much you'd pay just for the flower die. Then you've got the instructional booklet, and you've got the additional, and we've got envelopes in here too. No, this is a different item, I apologise. So just side by side. Okay, so you're getting the flower paper, the instructions, and the die for $11.49. Really good buy there. You know, effectively, the die, it's like that's a bonus, because that's how much you would probably pay for the flower paper alone. Okay, now I kind of got ahead of myself. You've got some envelopes. Now, 15 cards and envelopes. You are getting the cards and envelopes there. Oh, yeah, let me just show you. Got more here. We're saving space. So here are all your envelopes that you're going to get, your cards and envelopes, and nice colour tones to these as well. So you get 5 pink envelopes. They are approximately 75 by 180 mil, and you're getting your cards in there as well. So envelopes and cards together, all of those, and you're getting your stickers and peel off. So just to be clear, your envelope is the sort of the soft cream stroke yellow, and then you've got your pink card inside. So you're getting all of those, and you're getting your peel offs too. And let's have a look. So these are your peel off stickers. I am a fan of a peel off because you can do an awful lot with these. You are getting in here some more stickers too. Have a look at these embossed stickers. So you will be getting, let me just show you, sorry. Those are your peel off stickers. Contents may vary, so I can't tell you that it's not, you are going to get 2 peel off stickers, but sticker sheets, but I can't tell you they're going to be this exact design. And the same with the embossed, but look at that. So when you think about it, and these are beautiful, there is something about an embossed sticker. Is that upside down? There you go, see it. So think about it, you're getting your 2, I mean those are large embossed sticker sheets. You're going to get your 2 peel-offs, and you are going to get all of those as well. You can see $9.99 is your price, 679022 your item number. Right, we are going to move on. We've got some purple tape for you. Now this is very, very handy, because with your purple tape, we use this. Firstly, can I just say, when you're using your die, oh, we've got a monthly mega deal. I'm going to be doing this a bit later on with our beautiful Couture Creations die cutting machine. So whenever we say you're using your die, golden rule, this is the golden rule, and please always get into the habit, even if you're feeling lazy, always tape down your dies. The only way you will ruin a die is when it's going through your machine, especially if you've got 2 dies close together. If you haven't taped them down and they jump over, one overlaps, ruined your dies. And if you've ever done that once, you will never do it again. So with your purple tape, we can tape down, but then we can also use it for masking as well, because it is a low tack tape. So this is designed to work to mask off. So you can do it to mask off, but also you can use it as sort of faux washi, in the sense that we can stamp onto it too. There is Kim, our producer, is asking. I'll show you, Kim. So when we say with stencils, imagine that's a stencil, and Kim was asking about the hinge technique that you see a lot of crafters do. So what you'll do with your stencil is you'll tape it down, and I'm comfortable putting it on the surface because it is low tack. So I've effectively created a hinge for my said stencil. I know this is not a stencil. So then when you're running your texture paste through or blending, whatever, it's more for texture pastes. Then when you lift up, you're not going to be worrying about smearing or anything. You can just literally lift that up, and then obviously I'm pulling that off and it's left no residue on the counter, and I'm pulling that back there and it's low tack. But here's another thing that you can do as well. If you've got any stamps, this is another technique. I've got to thank Leonie and Lou Withers, and we've got some amazing crafters here who've sort of shared this tip with everyone. Start stamping with, so think about your stamps, stamp onto your tape here, and then you're creating effectively your own design, your own washi design, and tear into it and obviously use it. But you can see how easy that is to peel off, so it's not going to leave any residue or peel off any paper, and then tear into it and start using that onto you. This is what Leonie will do. I mean, even if you haven't done anything to that, just sticking that onto a card for a bit of texture will look amazing. All right, so there we go. Got to move on, but that is your purple tape. Stock up, £11.99, saving £18. Everybody, if you're a paper crafter, you need low-tack tape in your life. 10 rolls for £11.99. Can't go wrong. And it is it's a low tack. It's really important. Okay, now we're going to talk about red liner tape. We've had a question in. No. So just going to show you here how much you get on each one. 15 meters. So when you think about this, 15 meters on each of these, that is effectively 3 normal rolls. You know, you see a normal red liner tape, and you are getting, they are the high tack double-sided tape, 12 mil by 15. No, do you know what? It's 12 mil by, is it 15? It is 15 minutes. Sorry, I was doubting myself for a second there. Okay. So, so you're seeing here, we are getting 45 meters in total. 45 meters for £22.97. That is, in effect, it's like having 9 rolls of your traditional conventional red liner tape. £22.97 your price there. And the beauty of that, having a larger roll, is rather than having lots of red liner stacked up on itself. So what I would do is leave these in their packets, so they're not going to stick together. Have one out, and you're golden. 229674 your item number. Back onto the rotary cutter. Woohoo! Okay, we're limited stock here. And I have to. Are we into single figures yet or not yet? Oh, we are into single figures. Yeah, single figures. And when I say single figures, the amount of single figures I can count on one hand. That gives you an idea of how many we've got left. So we got 5 left. 903 953 your item number. It is going to go right there. Okay, now just going to go back to our Make It Joe. What I missed? Did you watch last night? We had some great A4 self-adhesive cardstock. I missed that. We didn't show that enough. Okay, just going to hold this up and see. It's a little joke because we didn't have it on the live to show you on the counter, so we kept having to. It's like the rotary cutter. We kept having to show the picture because it was so popular, and it was a little running joke amongst the team. Okay, let me just show you here. This is, I mean, huge. Your Make It Joe 100% cotton. 2.5 meters by 60 inches wide. Harry, sorry to do this to you again, buddy, but I think it's important just to see the full width on there. And this, because it's so big, and it would actually make a nice skirt. Thank you, Harry. Cheers, buddy. Because I just want to show you the reason I'm getting Harry on. I mean, that is huge. You're getting an awful lot for your money there. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Cheers, Harry. So that is your natural cotton fabrics, 2.5 meters by 60 inches wide, $9.99. $9.99. It is a 7-day saver. 60% of the stock's gone in under 2 hours. So look, putting that into context, 7-day savers normally do not sell out like that. I know the Hessian bags did, but the amount of times I've actually called a 7-day saver selling out on the launch day is very rare. I would say it's happened to me as a presenter, 3 or 4 times that I can think of to online. So the fact that we're calling 60% there, it's a bargain. You don't need me to tell you that. $9.99 for the amount you're getting. Make It Joe will always bring you quality as well. So rest assured, and I can feel it. It is you will not be disappointed in there. And no one will never lie to you. 100% cotton. The rotary cutter has sold out, so well done to everyone. Just for old time's sake, let's have a look at the picture. So just in case you couldn't remember what it looked like, So the rotary cutter, I'm afraid, has gone, but well done. And it's that cutter. And when you're using it, I want you to think of us here at the craft store. So all hour I've been telling you that the sharpener, sorry, I said cutter, the sharpener is going to be the real star of the show. So when your blades go dull, rather than having to go to the shop and buy another one, think of us. Think of us saying, like, look, I'm just going to sharpen it. Okay, we're going to just round off the show with our pick and mix. $14.98 is your price. Now, I have to tell you, do make sure to check out your baskets as well, because some options are under threat, and what I don't want to happen, if you did jump out your basket and then you try to put it back in and it's sold out, nothing more frustrating than that. So there we go. The Blossom Floral Tan has sold out, so this one has sold out. Oh, Harry, I haven't had a chance to do this yet. I get to throw some fabric at you. We get to test your catching skills. You good at catching? He's ready. Cheers, buddy. Good. And I didn't make it easy. I went high, but you obviously play cricket. So there we go. That's the first option that has sold out, but we've got others under threat. I'm going to go back to this one, and it's with that the floral prairie, the green, and that wood look. Is the green gone? Well, that's good. I can say it looks very good with my T-shirt. Oh, hello. I would like to wear this as a sash. Well, just walking around the craft store's sash. Thank you very much, Harry. Cheers, buddy. Good man. Okay, now I look like Aristotle, do I? Thank you. I'm very, very, very honoured. Okay, so those are the two. We knew they were under threat, so those two have gone now. How long have we got? We've got about a minute and 45. So I'll just rush through and just show you. We have got the Prairie Floral in black. Then you've got your Berries and Leaves in tan. Then you've got your Blossom Floral. That's limited. So Blossom Floral in green, limited. I really like, there's just something about this, the red, the Berries and Leaves in red. Do you know, it's more like a claret stroke burgundy. It looks really good. So if you want to go for that option, that is your Berries and Leaves in red. Then we're back onto our Blossom Floral in blue. Then we have another really distinguished option. That's your Berries and Leaves in black. Then we have this one. You're going to have to help me, Kim. I keep forgetting this one. That's it. Prairie Vine Tonal Tan. That's not easy to, I don't know, I need a coffee. That's not easy to say this time in the morning. Then we've got our Berries in tan, Berries and Leaves in tan, our Blossoms and Floral in tan as well. And I think that's it. Whew. And breathe. I'm so sorry. I know the start of the show was a bit chaotic, but it was just it really was a reflection of how busy we are. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I hope you've nabbed some beautiful fabric. I can't wait to see what you make with your fabric. Really appreciate you joining us this morning. We have got plenty more coming up. Now, someone else who loves Moda is Pat and Mark. They will be up a little bit later on, so do make sure to tune in for a Totally Patch. We've also got the fabulous Clarity with us today. Later on, if you're looking for a new die cutting machine, I've got a monthly mega deal, which is Couture Creations. It's incredible. We are still celebrating the fabulous Clarity's 28th birthday. That's coming next with a Weekend Wow. After that, Pat Marker here, Totally Patched. And then we have the Britannia Sewing Machine One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially, as an online business, the company has grown, and Graham joined the business in 2015, and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products, including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hi, I'm Julia Watts from Fairy Hugs. Fairy Hugs are a small family-run company based in Miami Beach in Florida, specialising in high-quality photopolymer stamps. Our stamp designs include fairies, dragons, under the sea, animals, foliage, everything you need to make your own scenes. Fairy Hugs started in September 2020 and was born out of the children's love of everything magical and mystical. On our shows on the craft store, we'll aim to demonstrate how easy it is for you to create your own magical scenes. So please join me for the Fairy Hug shows on the craft store.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hello there, the celebrations are continuing and we're turning our attention to the weekend wows. Well, I say wows in plural because when we kick things off at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, we did indeed have two options or two styles of your weekend wow. But it's kind of progressed since then, hasn't it, Paul?
Just a little bit, yes. I think the square design sold out in the launch hour and we went into delayed stock, and then the circle sold out overnight on Friday night.
Oh, wow.
So we went into delayed stock yesterday.
Oh my goodness. That's still a popular one. It's still the same deal that we saw and we brought to you at, as I say, 10 o'clock on Friday morning. But for whatever reason, you might not have seen those shows. You may have thought you missed out on this. Well, you can see it on your screen there. You haven't. It's a phenomenal deal. It's a huge saving and it's certainly one that you do not want to miss out on. It's a kind of brand new concept and I love this because it all evolved from some doodles that Barbara did.
That's right. So I've got the doodles here if we want to sort of have a look at those.
Yeah, lovely.
So back in November, Barb wanted this idea of we do our nested dies, we do our squares and our circles and our picot dies. And they're sort of quite, obviously they're just exactly as it says on the packages. So Barb wanted something that was a little bit more ornate.
Okay.
But not as sort of like nests for matting and layering, but more as an aperture.
And she wanted them to work with what you've already got, didn't she? Yeah.
So these are some of the doodles that Barbara sent me back in November last year. And you can see that you've got all these beautiful ornate designs. And she really sort of went into detail saying that's the hole and this, so that the designers back in the office could then work with them.
Love it, yeah.
So when we look at the, let's bring in one of the actual dies itself. So we can see here, we've got the beautiful hearts.
Which is what Barbara wanted, yeah.
We've got the beautiful ornate scrolls. We've got that one there. We've got the scallop one, which is that one there. And then over here, the beautiful diamonds and dots, and then sort of like a ribbon weaving, then the dots as well. So they took a number of the designs and then turned them into the dies.
Wonderful.
So the whole basis behind the actual concept of them was so that they became aperture cards.
Okay, right.
And what we mean by that is that when you take your card blank and you die cut into it, it remains within the card blank.
Beautiful.
So it creates that elegant look of luxury.
Absolutely gorgeous,
so this is going to enhance any other dies or stamps or groovery or stencils that you have. But we also design them, with the circles and the squares, that they work with our nested squares and circles.
Okay.
So you can create a panel inside. You can have a die cut that out and have a bigger panel.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got those there. So that's, but this die, what this die does, this was a sort of it was an afterthought because we was looking at them and then Lucy said, oh, what about sort of like frames on their own?
Yes, yeah.
So this is where this die comes in.
So this is, there's 3 dies in total, isn't there? Yeah.
That's right. So the one in the yellow packaging.
Okay, that's the one in the middle.
That one there. So that is one big 6-inch die.
Okay.
Okay. And when you look at it and think, well, what am I going to do with that? It's all sort of patterns.
But you've got that solid line that's kind of separating them all up.
That's right. So when you pass it through your machine, what you're going to get is 10 individual frames.
All in one pass?
All in one pass.
Yep. Okay.
So your designer papers that you've got, you can run those through. And what you would get, I created these little sort of wallets and then wrote the name of the designer paper on them.
Beautiful.
So I know. So you could spend a couple of hours just die cutting loads of the dies out with your designer papers. Okay. So that's what that gives you. That one die, running it through, will give you the 10 individual little frames.
Beautiful.
Little, I mean, they're 6 inches all the way down to... Yeah, I think they go down to about an inch in size.
I think they are,
so
yeah.
that's what that one gives you.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other 2 sets of dies, we've split the designs over 2 sets. So this now gives you the aperture effect.
So this is where it's cutting into your folded
the actual
card. Right,
blank
I'm with you,
itself.
yes.
So when we look at this one here, for example, the beautiful scrolls, that is what you're going to get.
And I love it because the way that you've designed these is if those original frames that we looked at, they're all cutting out in one pass. If you wanted them a little wider than that, a little chunkier than that, then you can do that with the circles that you've already got.
Absolutely. And you can create bigger frames for them, but it adds... When we brought out our aperture dies to start with, which sort of remain within the card blank, it gave that beautiful sort of paper cutting effect.
It did indeed,
and this really takes paper cutting to another level in that respect. And we brought out our 12x12 designer papers so that you could create a double page luxury insert.
Yes.
So it was enhancing.
Yes.
This now enhances it even more.
Doesn't it just? And you can see there, I mean, you've got so many different beautiful designs. The thing that I love is that it works alongside things that you've already got within your stash. So here you can see with this particular card, the lovely Sheila, she's taken her mirror card, her gold mirror card, and using her regular, obviously her fresh cut circles, she's cut the circle out, but she's also used a couple of those frames that Paula's just been showing us to cut into it. So you could go on and you could put as many of those in place as you like if you wanted to, but what she's done is she's just put enough there to frame another of the dies that she'd already got from her stash. Love that idea. Karen's worked with it with a parchment, so it's across all of the different crafts.
Absolutely. So they're going to work with your general card making, if you've got predefined toppers, but a beautiful finishing touch. You do a beautiful piece of groovy artwork, and then you think, oh, what do I do? Do I add a really detailed sort of lacy border? These dies will work perfectly to those. Very, very quickly.
Now, I love this. Now, Glyn is very much an accomplished parcher, but I love the fact she's used the Pico dies, but she's added that little lace touch, those gorgeous little hearts around the edge. Isn't that beautiful?
It is, because it doesn't take away from the look of the actual artwork in the middle, but what it does, it just adds that little bit of elegance to it.
I can't imagine you going back to just your standard round circles.
For me,
and things
these
like
will
that
be your new
yeah.
essentials, like your squares and your circles, your basic ones. For me, I mean, look at this one here.
It's nice, pretty.
Beautiful, as a wedding card.
Yes, yeah.
Very simple.
And you can see around the outer parameter where it's cutting like the apertures do, but then a frame has been put just inside it. I love it. I love this one from Jane as well. What a brilliant idea. So many gears and cogs, stamps and dies we've got within our stash. But what a brilliant idea of using
That's
those
right.
together.
So what Jane's done there is she's run the die through twice, once on a light blue card and once on a darker blue card. And then technically she would have got 2 cards out of 2 runs because she's alternated the colour tones.
I love it. And that's kind of similar to when you're working with the designer papers, isn't it? Because you can flip them over and reuse them. That is a beautiful one. Now, talking of your designer papers, don't forget, if you've not placed an order yet during one of the shows, then you will have your designer papers coming on their way to you. Now, this is a little bit of a birthday bonus coming to you from the Clarity team. And I love this because we've got a whole selection here. Now, you're only going to get one, but you are going to get a pack of Barb's favourites.
Absolutely. So as Barb designed the various designer papers, the Northern Lights, the Indian Summer, the Rainbow River, when she was creating them, there was one that she always fell in love with, and she said, I'm not going to put it in the book, she said, because I'm going to go to use this one all the time. So they became Barb's favourites.
Oh, I see.
So you're going to get 2 different designs in each pack, and you're going to get 5 sheets of each.
Love this, because of course when you twist and turn them you see all sorts of different things like fantasy scenes and things like that. Now these are coming to you, no additional expense, they are going to be included within your order, so it might be that you're going for your weekend wow. Now I will just mention to you we only have one option left of the weekend wow, and it is now an extended delivery, but it's also now over 2/3 of the stock having gone. Now if we have enough stock to see us through till midnight, then that will be brilliant. The deal will continue until then, but this is the last live hour, so if you've got any questions that you want to ask, this is the hour to do so. But also you need to make sure you're taking advantage as soon as you can. Now I'd urge you to do it now, because some days can be busy days. If you don't do it when you think about it, you could suddenly realise tomorrow morning, oh my goodness, I didn't go for the deal. Well, there you go, jump onto the website and you can do it now. On the website you'll find all the additional dies, so if you're wanting to go for your nested circles that work alongside them, then you can do. And of course you can add those in alongside and spread the cost over 2 payments if you wanted to. Got some fabulous demonstrations coming up to you in this hour, and the most amazing little boxes. Those cube boxes are so cute. When you see how these work with the weekend wow, you will want to take advantage of them. 5-star reviews, so you know you've got quality, and if you do want to increase the quantity and go for multiples, because I think they'd be fabulous as little advent boxes, then you can do. Some additional bits and pieces you might want to add in there as well. As you can see, those beautiful rounds there, the Christmas rounds, they work perfectly with the weekend wow, so perhaps do have a little look at those, because I think they might be something you want to add in as well. But of course Paul is here and he's got his creativity and his expertise to share with us. I'm going to hand over to Paul. So what are we doing? What are we creating first?
Okay, so I thought we'd have a look at these beautiful cube boxes, and this is one that we've just made up, and it's really easy. They're pre-scored and die cut. Mr. Dave, Mr. Clarity, has been beavering away on the machine making these for us, and you're going to get 20 in the set, and it's on a 300 GSM card, so it's really good.
Really good weight.
And what I love about this is that they're white.
Yes.
And you think, well, why, what do you love about it? Because it means that you can change the colour of it.
Yeah, blank
you
canvas.
can take your stencil brushes and introduce colour with your ink pads. Because you can have red ones and green ones and blue ones, but you're not necessarily going to have that right tone of red. So at least it gives you that opportunity to be able to sort of decorate it in different ways.
Certainly does. Now, if you wanted to get hold of your pack, they're only £10.99. You're going to get 20 of those, as you can see, and as Paul quite rightly said, incredible weight, 300 GSM, all die cut, all pre-scored, ready for you to fold in place, but nice and flat. They're not coming to you constructed, so you've got to be careful with regard to squashing them or anything like that.
Can you imagine sending 20 of these in the post already made up?
But the beauty is they're perfect for things like Christmas if you're wanting to, but I'm thinking about wedding favours.
Wedding, absolutely. Yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to combine both the aperture element, which has been used on this one here, and also the frames, the individual frames. Right. So let me show you how the frames actually work, that one big die. Okay, so as you can see, it's big, it's 6 inches, and there's so much detail and intricacy to it.
So a die like that, if we were buying one die like that, what would we be normally paying?
That would be £24.99.
So it's like we're getting that one as a bonus?
So you are getting that one free.
You've got £25 saving.
The Weekend Wow is a £25 saving.
Oh, right, wow.
And if you're a Freedom Club member, you get an additional £5 off.
Of course you do, yes. On your screen there you can see you're actually saving more than the cost of one of those dies. And of course that means that all your flexi buy and everything comes down in price as well. So that's another reason to get hold of these. So everybody can spread the cost, but if you're a Freedom member, you're actually paying £22.49. So when you see this die in action, if you're thinking, oh, I'm going to go and order that, first of all, you can't because it's sold out. But also you'd normally be looking at paying £24.99. On this occasion, if you're going for the Weekend Wow, you're only going to be paying £22.49, and you'll get all of them sent to you. And I know that you've got a second payment to come afterwards, but to be honest, once you've gone for one of these, you'll want them all.
Absolutely,
yeah. They work so well,
because they just work so well together, and that was the whole idea behind the concept. So I'm going to take a piece of our beautiful designer paper. So we've got the Amazonia, and look, when you look, they're all double-sided, so you can decide whether you want a really sort of bright design or whether you want a more softer colour palette. So I'm going to go with this one here. Okay. Now with paper with detailed dies, Hayley, as you know, what happens when you're working with paper, it's a lot thinner, so it embeds more within the die.
Yes,
whereas cardstock, 200, 300, then it just falls out a lot more easier. So for me, using detailed dies in the past, you often have to spend 10, 15 minutes poking out all the little bits and pieces. If you take a tumble dry sheet and you just wipe over, it doesn't put any residue on the die. I've just seen a little black bit in there. See, the black is hard to... There we go, that's it. There we go. So I'm going to pop that in place now in the centre. Because what that will also do is it will give me this as an outer frame as well, so I can use for another project. So I'll take a little bit of low-tack tape and we'll place that down. Okay. I've got my plates working all leading die cutting machines. Obviously people at home, they know the pressure of their machines, if it has weak areas. I mean, I've been doing it for years and I had all the different machines.
Oh my goodness.
And you get to know it, don't you?
I've got that sick still.
I know. And they all have sort of like pressure points and everything else, don't they?
Personalities, I like to call
Absolutely. So you know your machine. Okay. So let's have a look. So we're going to take this off now and carefully remove the low-tack tape. There we go.
Lovely.
So first off, we've got the lovely frame.
So that's
this
useful
can be
in its own right,
absolutely.
isn't it?
So we'll pop that to one side. I'm going to bring in my little waste bin, and then all I'm going to do, lots of static on this. Look.
All those confetti bits.
Yep, perfect for shaker carts.
That's a good point, yeah.
Okay, so we can see now we've
oh, wow.
Look at the detail on that.
My goodness, wow, yeah.
So all we're going to do is going to take a brush and we're going to just release all those tiny little bits in there. Okay, so if you haven't got one of these, Barbara came up with the idea of an old toothbrush.
That's a good idea,
because you can use that to push out all the little bits as well. Okay, and all this is doing, because it's paper and card, by releasing all the little bits of waste, look, watch. See how it's all starting to fall out?
Started falling out, yeah.
Okay, so we can pop all of these bits to one side. But look,
they are
it just
beautiful.
falls out of the die.
Amazing. And any that are caught in there, it's kind of it's like an airlock, isn't it? They kind
It is, yeah.
The way that the dies work
But look,
in
I've just
general.
sort of tapped it a couple of times, and then you just look,
There you go,
just like that.
Away.
Okay,
Beautiful.
just do that one, and there we go.
Look at that.
So look at that die. One little bit there, out of all of those.
I know, there's a lot of
there's always
areas.
one that gets away, isn't there? And then we can bring in our beautiful little pieces. Look.
Now the beauty of this is they're double-sided papers, aren't they? So you can kind of flip these over as alternates.
That's right. So you can sort of really mix and match them, can't you? And again, if you do those little packets that I've done where you write the name of the paper, pop them in there, and then if you want to another one of the same colour tone, you know exactly which one to go
really
for.
Clever idea.
So I'm going to go for this lovely sort of lattice looking one, because that's going to fit perfectly within my box.
It's almost got a Celtic style to it.
It has, yeah, really nice. And again, it was in the, so what you'll get, this is the single frame.
Okay.
But now, if I go to my aperture one, I've got the same design, which is now going to cut.
Same size?
Exactly the same size. Okay.
Oh, so those cross over, so the hearts are the same size on both.
Absolutely.
I see, right.
So I've already die cut two of the, because obviously I had to run it through twice, and it's a bit boring to watch me run it through twice. But what I'm going to do that one to show, and then I'm going to take these frames to show an alternative. Okay. So you can create the aperture, or you can take the little frames and do it that way as well.
So if you wanted to, could that frame sit on top of the aperture
Oh
that
yeah,
you created
absolutely.
as well?
So again,
that's another look,
so look,
isn't
if I line that one up, that lines up perfectly. But then if I twist it, offset it slightly,
that's nice.
look, you get an even
it's
more
almost like
detail.
a twist style
Yeah, and that will work with a number of the different designs as well.
Love it. Okay.
So what we're going to do, we're going to do the lid. That's the bottom. We're going to do the lid on the box there. Okay, so just a little bit of low tack tape.
Wonderful. Now we're busy for these boxes as well. So they are at the bottom of your screen. They're all pre-die cut. So just as Paul has been working with these, this is how yours will arrive. Obviously you put the design feature in there, but the outside of the box is 300 GSM. They're just ready for you to create your designs with. And of course, being the white cardstock, it gives you the ability to change the colour of these if you wanted to as well. Get your inks involved, get your stencils involved, gives them a totally different look. And of course, it might be that you're just cutting little mats and layers using those circles and putting them onto each of those faces, or maybe you got the squares before they went completely. And of course, if you did, then you can come back and get hold of the circles alongside. I think a lot of you will have been doing that. But if you're wanting your fabulous cube boxes, the details are there on your screen if you're wanting those. Just £10.99 for 20 of those. Oh, got a bit of an update just while Paul's taking the tape off that piece that's been cutting. 70% of the stock has gone of these ones. We are getting busier and busier. Now, I have been seeing these over the weekend. I was here, fortunately, with Barbara launching these on Friday. We were phenomenally busy and a lot of you went for the squares. I have got a feeling that you've had time to think about the weekend, wow, and you kind of thought to yourself, I wish I'd gone for the circles at the same time. Well, the good news is you can. They are on extended delivery though, so just bear that in mind, but it's worth waiting for. It's only the 10th of September and nothing's happening at the weekend anyway, is it? So you've not really lost any time. But with regards to these, you can get hold of them, but have to be quick. This is the last opportunity that you're going to get with these, not only because of the stock that we've got, but also the clock. They're going to go up in price at midnight tonight, and that £25 saving will disappear. So it means rather than you getting that large die that Paul was referring to, the yellow one there, which would normally cost you £25, then you're having to pay for that. Not going to be included. You can see 2 flexi buys, £24.99 for everybody to save. But Freedom members, you are saving even more, but only while you've got the opportunity. So don't miss it. Sorry, Paul.
No, not a problem at all, Hayley. So what we've done, we've got I've done alternate sides of the boxes, okay, and then we've got the 2 lovely little panel frames that we've created with the die cut. Now, to add another element to it, what I thought we'd do, we'd take our nested circles, because on the ones where I've created the aperture, I can put a little panel on the inside as well.
Okay, right.
So I can take this offcut of paper.
That's almost like a scrap, really, isn't it?
So I can take that and I can run that through the machine. Okay, I've got 2 good to go already. So let's run that one through as well. So again, you can use that large piece as a frame. But what amazes me is that you get those 10 individual frames through one pass of the machine.
Now, I might be jumping the gun a bit here, but I noticed this card yesterday, and this may be where Paul's going, I don't know. But have a look at this. This is, Dee has created this one, and she's taken the waist that Paul's working with at the moment, and what she's actually done is she's cut out little circles in each of the corners as well. So, yeah, it's another way that you could actually be working with regards to these, isn't it? So, yeah.
They look like little buttons, don't they?
I haven't spoiled your thunder, have I?
No,
Okay,
I was using that literally as scrap. I'm not going to use that piece.
Another lovely idea.
Okay, so now we come to do the assembly. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to take some perga glue, any sort of you could use like a quickie glue pen, a zig glue pen on the back, okay? And we're just going to put some little dots of glue just on the back. We don't have to cover it, it's just to hold it in place. Okay, so do that one, and we're going to do this one as well.
I think we've got the Perga glue and glitter.
Yeah, it's in the Pergamano accessories kit.
Okay.
So, so let's pick that up there. Then we're going to position that one on there, and then just gently press that down.
And the size of the piece that you've got there, I mean, we usually end up with loads of scraps, don't we? They're too big to throw away, but then equally so, they're not big enough to do something with, usually.
Yes.
So here,
so you've got that beautiful decorative, but look at the contrast you get from the aperture to the frame, to the aperture to the frame. And then I'm going to take a little bit of glue on the back of these little panels that we created. Okay, so this one I did out of the petite cardstock, the Amazonia.
Okay.
So that's why it's white on the back. And because you made a note on
your frames, you knew which one to go to.
To go for it, exactly.
I see, yeah.
So I got that beautiful coordination. Then this is going to sit perfectly, and it sort of ties in then with my frame.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pop that one just on there.
Lovely.
And then one on the lid. And they work.
Aren't they
They're
gorgeous?
sized to fit absolutely perfectly. Okay, so now we're going to construct the box.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to work on the back, and what I tend to do is I just gently fold in all the pre-scored elements. Okay, so we do that. So I don't know why, I always do these little flappy bits first. It's a psychological type thing. So we've done that, we can open those out now, and then I'm going to fold in the 4 different sides of the box.
And you don't need any tools or anything
No,
like that.
I mean, I'm just using my
partly
finger.
done anyway, aren't they?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and they're pre-scored. It's absolutely perfect for that. So then what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a scrap of paper, and in comes our tape runners. You've seen our tape runners,
these
haven't
are
you, Hayley?
brilliant.
So you've got 30 metres on each roll, and you're going to get 4 rolls, 4 for the price of 3.
Brilliant value.
Okay. So
That's my kind of deal.
ergonomic to hold, nice and comfortable. They've got some ridges on there so your finger fits comfortably. And Barb said the key thing for her was to have this little cover that you don't lose.
Yes.
There's tape runners out there, you take the lid off, you put it down, you can't find it, and then
That's a good point,
you walk past
yes.
it and crunch.
Yeah.
Your phone. So it keeps it nice and protected, especially when you've got all this confetti.
Yes.
You don't want to sort of gunge up the end of...
And you don't get fluff and all sorts on
No,
there either.
exactly.
Mm.
So all I'm going to do now...
Wonderful. Now, if you're wanting those double-sided tape runners, 120 metres in total, spread over the 4 different tape runners, as you can see there. £13.46 being your price. You're saving £4.50p. Of course, the beauty is you can spread the cost of those when they go into your flexi order as well, if you so choose. So 752238 if you fancy getting hold of those. That's Paul.
Okay, put the cap back on. So I put the glue across all the bottom parts and down the side.
Lovely.
Okay, and for me, the easiest way of lining this up, if I turn it over, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this one in and that one in, and it's perfectly lined up.
Wonderful. That's a really good tip.
Then, when I go like this, and we're now looking at the bottom, you push those flaps in.
Okay.
Okay, and then you bring that down over the top, press it down, and then just take a pencil or something that you can then just press. I mean, you can use a wet glue if you choose to, but I find the tape runners that are quick and they're dry straight away. And then we have our lovely little box.
Isn't that beautiful? Love it.
There we go. Quick and easy. I mean, I've gone slow, but obviously for demonstration purposes. But you can see, so you can have squares, circles, but wedding favours, Christmas Day presents on the table.
Oh, that's a good idea, because not everybody does crackers. We couldn't do crackers because our dog didn't like the bang.
Yeah.
Even
so
though
these
she was
would be
deaf,
great
she
to
kind
put
of
a little...
psychologically knew it existed
So you
from
can
when
put
she was
little
younger.
gifts in there for the table presents, wedding favours, hang them on the Christmas tree.
That's a really good point. And just when you're making, or you bought a gift, quite often you'll buy gifts, or I like to do kind of little things like pamper kits for people, where you've got little bits of this and little bits of that, and you haven't necessarily got the gift wrapping for the whole thing. Well, something like that, you could be putting all those elements together, couldn't you? Or it might be that you're doing an advent calendar and you're putting little elements of, I don't know, whatever type of craft that the recipient's into. But a brilliant value if you wanted to go for those, and they're at the bottom of your screen. But of course, we are looking at our weekend work. We are now at the situation where 70% of the stock has gone. My goodness, we've seen lots of you getting involved during this hour. And that might be purely because you've been busy, purely because there's been a lot going on over the weekend, and that's okay. You've still got time to get hold of it. In fact, you've got time right the way through to midnight, because that's where that saving will continue. But of course, the thing is, it's stock. Stock is the key thing with these. You could find that you miss out purely because we haven't got any stock left to send you to yours. Now, of course, you're going to get your 3 dies. You'd normally be paying £24.99 for each one of those, but the beauty is all 3 of them are coming to you with that saving. So Freedom members, the saving is on your screen. You're actually saving £30, so it's a £5 in addition to the cost of one of these, which makes it phenomenal value. 3 flexi buys means that you can spread the cost with regards to these, and your 3 dies, if you have just joined us, you've got your 1 die. This is a complete die, but what you have got is in between each one of those fabulous little aperture rings that you've got there is a cut line. So when you pass this through, you will get all 10 of those cutting out in one pass. So it's time saving. But then, of course, if you're not going to use them all in one project, then you keep them. You pop them to one side and you will come back and revisit them. Brilliant if you're working with your double-sided cardstock, that one. Then these two, similarly, they will cut out, but what they're actually doing is cutting out the design. So this time they haven't got a harsh outside edge. So when you're cutting these out, they'll be creating lots of fabulous little hearts, perhaps in your project, or it might be a fabulous little kind of scroll that you've got with that one there, or it might be something to create ribbon weaves. All of these are going to cut out, and the beauty is that you can kind of choose which ones that you're wanting to work with. And it works alongside the circles that I know many of you have got within your stash already. So as you can see, Sheila has taken one of those circles, she's cut out that circle and she's laid those others in to cut into it. That is the beauty of these. Or it might be that you're doing just as Carol's done with this one, going for quite a contemporary look where she's cutting out those different rings. These could be fall away, these could be the waste that you've got with regards to your project. Dee, I think, has done an amazing job with this one. She's even utilised all that fall away. That is your waste. That's all that you're losing when you're actually working with these, because every single piece, when you're working with your, especially your designer papers, the outside becomes a project because you're creating that aperture there. So then you're using that as your base. But everything is so tightly put together, it means that the only waste that you've got is your confetti, which you can still make use of. Then what about just using a couple of colours? Because you've got such a strength of design with these, you can very easily take that waste, which could have come from another card, use that, but then use your black and white card alternately to make a fabulous result. And that's what's happened with this one. Jane has taken two coloured cards, the light blue and the dark blue, and she's put them together alongside other things that she's got in her stash. It really is such a clever concept, and it's fabulous to think that it's all evolved from that little doodle way back in November last year, where Barbara put those little designs. She hadn't even put them in circles. She'd just done literally a strip to say, is it possible? Do you think? The team got together and then they've realised that there was so much more scope with regards to these. And that's how all three of those dies have evolved. But the beauty is they work with things that you've already got, things that you will get in the future. And of course, the beautiful thing is they work with everything else that you've got, not just from your Clarity brand designs. Now, well over 70% of the stock has gone. We're going to go back to Paul in a few moments, so you've still got time to check out your orders without missing out on the demonstrations, because I've got the perfect dies to sit within those frames, and they are these. They are brilliant. Fresh cuts, that paper cut look that you're going to get with these is sitting beautifully, or it will sit beautifully within those circles that you've got. And these, Paul, I mean, these are crying out to be working with those frames.
Absolutely. So beautiful designs from our good friend Mel Turner. And when you look at them, they're very arty, but they're modern and they're timeless.
Yes.
They really are.
Yeah.
And this is the whole concept behind our aperture dies, which is when we launched our fresh cut dies, because it keeps it within the card blank. So you're looking at a beautiful 5x5 card blank. So it works perfectly in the centre, but you could do a 6x6, a 7x7, an 8x8, and wherever you position that die, that is what you will get. I mean, for me, just in the black and white, the monochromatic look.
Such a classic look. So you've got your little Santa there with a little teddy bear there waiting to find its new home. Those Christmas stockings there just waiting to be filled.
Filled, absolutely.
So and again, such find it, and that's a similar sort of design to one of the frames.
That's right. So your little brick wall on that one. And what I love about Christmas is the time when we make most of our cards throughout the year. I mean, we make birthday cards, anniversary. But for batch card making, these are beautiful and timeless designs. Just die cutting them out, put a piece of beautiful designer parchment or paper behind it, and then add that elegance with the nested frames.
Certainly, it just finishes them off. And have a look at this. I mean, this is a beautiful piece. Again, D here. And this is where it will work so well with those nested circles that you've got in your stash. But imagine you can now add your frames to these as well. Those aperture frames, and also your mats and your layers. If you're wanting to put them all together, then you can do. You can understand why these work so well with your weekend wear, can't you? You're going to be able to create some absolutely incredible designs. So if you fancy getting hold of these, then now is the time to do it. And the beauty is that £29.96 price can be spread over 2 payments if you so choose, and go in alongside your weekend wear. So before you check out your basket with your weekend wear, do yourself a favour, pop these in as well, because they will work so well alongside them. 671062 if you wanted them. So Paul, we're going to come back over to you if that's okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to show just a couple of little tips and tricks really. You know, we was looking earlier at where I'd taken the designer papers. and sort of die cut them out and wrote on there the names of the papers.
Okay.
So this is great. If you spend a couple of hours just die cutting, I just did 2 sheets from each of the different pads just to get me started. But what it means is that I've spent that time, so now when I want to start making cards, I can go through, I can do my piece of artwork and think, right, what can I add that touch to? So for example, if I take the lovely, the aperture one with the heart, I can take, let's go for sort of like, here we go, this beautiful Indian summer. The beautiful pinks and the greens in there. So I can take this out of its folder, and then I can say, as you said, I can overlay the heart.
But you still get those little heart-shaped holes
and you still
in
get
there.
the illumination from behind. I could offset that, and all of a sudden, I've got little holes within my heart.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so again, so I could do that. I could take the next one down and pop that inside.
And equally so, you could cut that as an aperture if you so choose.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then again, I could take the next one down. So it's all about just having a look at your stash that you've got. And if you've got paper, sometimes you'll look at a piece of designer paper. Northern Lights is very beautiful and dark and rich, but sometimes you think, well, what can I use that for?
Yeah.
When you die cut it, it changes the look of it completely because it breaks down those colour tones. So I just wanted to sort of just highlight on that. And to say, I've got these in little cello bags. You've got a folder to keep them in.
Oh, that's a fair point, isn't it? Yeah, you've got your
you
folder,
can have a little storage folder that's got all your nested frames in them. But I mean, look at that one. Northern Lights. Shenandoah. I love that one.
You kind of look at them in a totally different way, don't you, when they're die cuts?
Yeah, they really
like you
do.
say, if you've got some in there that, and whenever you buy papers, there's always some that you don't love as much as the others. And like you say, it could be that the intensity of colour is the thing that you find a little bit
so if I grab my Rainbow
tricky.
River, for example, on the back here.
Okay.
Okay, so this is from the Rainbow River folder. So if I flick through, oops. So I mean, that one there is quite vibrant.
It's quite a strong paper to be able to work with.
But when you die cut it, then it will change the look of it. So let's flick through on this one. We'll find the one that I used.
Now, incidentally, if you want your designer papers and you're wanting to go for a complete pack of them, then of course you can do. You are going to get a little taster of some of Barb's favourites with your fabulous deal, well, whatever you're ordering, to be honest, from the Clarity shows. So if you've not placed your order yet, you will find them. So on the website, you'll see there's a whole host of them. Started off with 4, and I think it was Northern Lights was one of the originals,
Northern Lights,
wasn't it? Yeah, still one
Indian
of the
Summer,
favourites.
Rainbow River and Shenandoah. That was the first 4.
Oh my
Then we had
goodness.
the beautiful Waimea Falls and Toscana. And then finally, the latest releases is the Amazonia and Antarctica.
And I love it. Each and every one of them, absolutely amazing. You'll probably collect them as time goes on. So if you fancy getting hold of those with a storage binder that you'd normally be paying $7.99 for, details are there on your screen. Have you found the one you were working with?
I have indeed. So when you look at this beautiful piece of paper here, you can think, oh, what could I use it with? And there are some that I tend not to use because I think it's just, maybe it doesn't work with what I'm using.
Yes.
But then when you die cut it, you look how different it looks. And then if I turn this one over, because they're all double-sided, okay, so we turn this one over, try and grab them all. Look,
again,
you get another different look as well. So it's, I say, it was hard to choose which 2 I wanted to go for. I mean, I've always loved this one, but sometimes it can detract from your artwork.
Yeah, that's a good point,
die cut with that.
Definitely.
Okay.
There you go, utilising stash that you've already got as well. Love that idea.
Okay, so let's just pop this back in so I've got it in my stash.
So organised, I'm very impressed.
Have to be. Have to be. I've learnt from the best. Okay, oops. Yep, don't need that one, so let's pop those back over there. Right, now the card I'm going to show you, I apologise, it's using the nested squares.
But we've got lots of people that have got those.
Absolutely, but I'm going to use the nested circles.
Oh, okay,
so just to show you how you can create the same design and how it can look differently. So we've got the beautiful Christmas doves in
Lovely,
here,
which we saw a few moments
from
ago,
those beautiful Christmas aperture dies. Okay, so what we're going to do, again, we're going to take a piece of black card, and we're going to take that large die and we're going to run through the machine.
Okay.
Okay. So as a result of that, we're going to get 10 individual frames.
Just with one pass, that's
with
the thing
one
that's
pass.
amazing.
It's magic. And if I centre that correctly, then I'll have a nice black frame that I could use for something else.
Lovely. Continuing to be busy with that weekend. Wow, I think lots of you realising this could be your last opportunity. Rapidly approach. Oh, over 3/4 of the stock. My goodness. Phone queues, they're back again as well. As I say, you might not have seen the weekend wow up until now, or it might have been that you've been too busy to get involved. Well, you've still got time. Sadly, we haven't got both of the options available now, but we certainly have got the circles. And I must admit, the circles, I love circles, and they're always the trickiest one. But I always think they look so dramatic because you can work with them on a circular style card or a square card, so they're very versatile.
Absolutely. I mean, before we launched the weekend wow, Barb said we always have this conversation on any products we bring to air. Like, what would be your favourite? And Barb says that. So I said, for me, it would be the circles.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Because I mean, especially on a basic shape, a lot of people can cut just a basic square, but a circle, unless you've got a really good pair of scissors and a steady hand, it can be quite difficult.
But circles work so well. This is the thing, you can put them onto a square card, they'll look fabulous. You can put them onto a rectangle card, they give you that space at the bottom for your sentiment. Something like an octagon, again, that's kind of like a squared off circle, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So yeah, they
so
would work.
You notice when I first put that in, I didn't use a tumble dry sheet on that. Okay. Because it's card and I know it's going to release easy. So if you're going to use the paper, it's just a suggestion. It just saves the grief. But now, look, I've got all these little frames.
You look like you can start juggling there.
Okay. Now, there's bits and pieces in there, but let me just give you a tip, for example. So which one I've already got them cut out. So you see where there are little bits in there?
Okay,
They're not stuck. All you're going to do is just take your finger and you just run round, thumb and any finger underneath. And all you're doing, look, that's clean now.
Yeah, perfect.
And you can do that on all of them. And it's a good idea to have a box.
Yes.
Or you're going to have to get the Hoover out.
Very much so. But you're going to keep those bits for all your shaky cards
Absolutely.
anyway.
So I've got my pieces that I've already cut out. So if I just take a piece of white cut. So these are the two that I was going to use. So when you look at what Dee's used, she's used this one bit in a square, and I've chosen that one to go slightly different. So we've got those. I'm going to put those to one side. Now we're going to have a look at the Christmas doves.
Oh, these are beautiful.
Absolutely. You've got 4 different to decide from. We've got a special offer on these, 4 for the price of 3.
Oh, wow.
So again, really nice. So again, if you're looking for quick cards, these are perfect for that.
I love it. Details on your screen if you want to take advantage of that saving. They're going in alongside your flexi order, then of course you can spread the cost, making it around £15 extra, but it means you can get all 4 of those alongside your weekend wire. So 671062 if you like the look of those.
Okay, so we're going to run this through, and you'll see when I run this through, it's going to stay within the card blank.
Okay.
Okay, but when we have a look at what Dee's done, if I bring that in, you can see Dee hasn't got she's used the nested circles to make it as a topper.
Which is brilliant because it just fits perfectly around it.
It does.
My mind's going into overdrive about the different combinations of different things you could be doing with these.
Absolutely.
If Dee had wanted a weightier border, she could have gone for a larger circle. And
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. Should we do that? We'll go for a larger circle. Let's sort of go with the creativity of it.
This is the thing, and you'll find this as you work with it, because there's so many different combinations. You'll be thinking, oh, what if I do this and what if I do that, and you'll get different results time and time again. These are kind of what I call mojo builders. So those days when you haven't really got an idea of where you're going with your crafting, start off with a die like the Christmas doves, and then the design will grow from it.
So I could take this one here, which will give me the same result as what Dee's created, or I could go to the next one up. So let's go to the next one up.
Because, of course, then you could come back with a frame and put it in between the two. Oh, I can see where you're going.
Exactly. So, and for me, I mean, sort of black gives that beautiful sort of silhouette look,
Doesn't it
especially
just,
with
yeah.
these particular designs as well.
The thing that I love about this as well, you're crafting for, well, what I would call minimal cost. Now, I know you've got to invest in a die cutting machine and the dies, but what Paul's working with is basically the dies, which are an investment that you're going to have to use many, many years to come. But it's just paper and card. There's no additional adornments. You can add those on. You can put your ribbons, you can put your glitters, your gems on there. But if you're making cards to sell or making cards for fundraising, that can all be very much an additional expense that you won't necessarily get reimbursed for. So these are classic styles, kind of clean, crisp, fresh cut looks with regards to these ones, which means that it's a minimal expense once you've got the investment that you've done with your dies.
Absolutely. So there we go. So we've got the beautiful doves now cut out with a larger panel. So what I've done, I've taken a piece of the beautiful, look, Amazonia parchment. So you can go really bold. Look at that, and go really bold with that.
Dramatic.
Or you can go for a more softer, subtle tone.
Pretty.
Okay, so let's go with the more softer, subtle tone on this one. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to take my tape runner.
Okay.
Let's take it off of there. And we're just going to go around very slowly, all the way around.
They're useful, those tape runners, aren't
There
they?
we go.
Yeah.
And you don't want to go fast, because the faster you go, what can happen is it can sort of run off the end of the tape, sort of thing. So there's no rush, is there? So we're going to take that and we're going to pop that wherever we want. I mean, they can go that way. I mean, look, which one do you want at the top? Which one do you want at the bottom? So we're going to pop that one on there.
Lovely.
And then we've got our frame. So look, I can put that one.
Nice, yeah.
I can pop that one. But then what I can also do, so this was cut, I said, from Amazonia, wasn't it? So if I go to my stash, I probably haven't got that particular one cut out, but let's have a look. Oh, I have.
Oh, there you go.
Wow, that was really freaky. Let me just show you the reverse of that one. So this is this one cut out. Wow.
See, doesn't it look
that
different?
Wasn't bad at all, because I wasn't going to do. Look, I had the piece cut.
We've kind of
already.
digressed a bit, haven't we?
Yeah, I had it cut with a smaller frame.
But again, you could mat and layer that up, couldn't you? Because it's giving you that kind of reducing size of frame. So the piece that you'd already cut, you could quite easily with your foam pads lift it up.
Or I could take sort of the aperture one now, and I could go around the outside of that.
Yeah.
So that the white card or black card would come through as well.
Different combinations.
Okay, so let's have a look. So we could go with, let's have a look. It will be, it's always the one that doesn't want to come out and play. It's the beautiful sort of chevron one. See that now sits on there.
See, look, yes.
See, and then I can take that and pop that around. And if I wanted to, I could then go, we was going with the heart one, wasn't we? So I could then take the heart one, not the heart one there, and pop that.
As well. That's nice,
on top
kind
as
of got
well.
that alternate,
Because we've gone with the softer side of it. So it's all about just having a play. And I mean, it was fortunate that I did have that particular one sort of cut out. Because I wanted to show that some of the more vibrant papers that you may sort of shy away from, how you can change the look of them.
It almost dilutes the design down a little bit, doesn't it? Those
Absolutely.
the colours that are quite strong, so love it. And like that, you're not kind of committed to anything there.
No,
you're just
it's just
around,
a layout and a design, isn't it? So again, I may think, oh no, maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I do want to embed within the paper itself. And then you saw how we just attach it, and then pop it all together. But I love, because you've got the more vibrant side and the softer colour palette on the back, it just works so well.
And I know, and it's one of the things that it's one of those things that you might either love to do or you hate to do, and that's when you actually kind of put all those circles to one side. So rather than having them sitting and they're quite concentric, you kind of move them over so they're all a little bit off-centre. Sometimes it plays with people's minds. I like it though, because it kind of draws your eye to a particular area. But something else, another way that you can work with regards to these, and I mean, your weekend-wise giving you so many opportunities. I think that is the key thing.
Is this what you mean, Hayley?
That's it, yeah, because I know people who like things all lined up properly don't necessarily like this idea, but I kind of like it.
I think it's nice because, as you say, it creates, so I could just pop a little image in there.
Yes.
But you could do, again, this is just another piece of artwork, isn't it? Oh, you keep going.
Very effective.
Keep going.
And that's one pass, isn't it?
That's
that
just
you use
one
in there.
pass.
Wow, that's
Absolutely.
a big decorative card that you're making.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
So again, you can do that as well. and it's quite
Oh, that
effective.
it almost looks like it's a French
It
horn now, or something. Are you going down a well, or is it coming up?
Is it coming out? It's one of those optical illusions, isn't it?
Love it. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much. So again, how much fun are you going to have with these? We're very, very busy again. I think the more time that you have to work with these, the more you will explore the possibilities and the more you will take from working with these. We are now rapidly approaching 80% of the stock has gone. Not got too long left during this hour, but I'm loving all this kind of experimenting with these and getting different designs. So in the last 10 minutes, we'll be sharing obviously more ideas with you as far as we can go, but then that will be it. That's it. Paul will be drawing his attention to other things, shall I say. But if you're wanting to take advantage of this one, you still have got time to get hold of it. Now, I would suggest you become a Freedom member with this one because you are going to be saving more with this one. You've got that additional saving. You're saving £30 in total, which means for £44.97 you are getting 3 dies that you'd normally be paying £24.99 for each. So that means you'd normally be paying the best part of £75 for these. But because it's a weekend wow, we've got a deal. So the deal that you've got is as if one of those dies is coming to you as a bit of a bonus. You can decide which of them it is because they'll all be the same price to start with. But then what you have got is the ability to spread the cost. Now, Freedom members, I said about you saving £25 at least. You're actually saving an extra £5. And if you've not got involved with any of the shows before, don't forget, you're going to get those papers as well. So that means that that saving of £30 actually goes up more. With regards to these, I don't know, do we even have these available as the packs as they are, or is this kind of...
I mean, it's a low price point, so I think they're probably on the
end
website.
Of course, so you can go for more of them if you wanted to.
Absolutely, yeah.
Love it. So this is something that's coming to you as a bit of a bonus. Might be that you've shied away from the designer papers before. Maybe you've looked at some of them and thought, well, I don't know how I would work with those. I'd like to have the opportunity to have an experiment. Well, that's why this is such a brilliant way for you to try them. When you actually get your pack, it will be a bit of a lucky dip, so it will be one of these on its way to you, but you have got a little explanation there of each of those packs. So whichever one arrives, you know where it originated from, so you can take the idea and go to look at some of those other pads as time goes on. So I think it's a nice way for you to try them out as well. But your only investment is your first flexi buy with this one. Second payment goes out in a month's time, but that could be as little as £22.49 if you're a Freedom member. I would be considering those Christmas rounds as well, though. You saw how well they worked in that demonstration with Paul. And with these, you've got 4. It's like you're paying for 3 and you're getting the 4th one being sent anyway. And they're brilliant. They're very traditional designs. The doves, not just for Christmas, you could be using those all year round. And to be honest, the deer as well, because we see lots of things with stags and deer on throughout the year. Then, of course, you've got your very Christmassy Santa there, and, of course, your fabulous Christmas stockings. 671062. Now, something else you might like to consider are your floral friends. These are gorgeous. So when you have a look at these, you've seen them on many of the finished samples. Again, that paper cut design that we see from Fresh Cuts lends itself so well with those frames, those circular frames. So there you go. 3 of these coming to you for £34.97. A couple of options. So maybe you're going to go for set 1 or very inventive set 2 if you're wanting those. Daisy, periwinkle and primrose in set 2. Chamomile, cornflower and marigold in the first set. Again, the same item number, so if you do choose to go for both of those sets, there's no additional post and packing. And again, if you want to, you can add them in alongside your weekend wow and your 2 flexi buys if you so choose to go down that route.
Some of Barbara's most favourite designs,
They're
the floral
gorgeous.
friends.
Shall I show you a couple?
Yeah, Barbara demonstrated
here,
one of them yesterday, and there we go. So this was one of the I think during the 11 o'clock show yesterday with Richard.
Oh, okay.
And Barbara did a trap the scrap technique as well,
nice.
where you got the beautiful aperture die within there, and then the waste that she used on another card as well.
And you can see how well they work with the weekend wear. Another one there for you. I keep going to this one, Sheila. You've done such a good job. I love it.
So
Beautiful.
okay, so we've got them in dies. The Christmas rounds and the floral friends, we've got them in dies on the show, but we've also got them in groovy on the show.
Okay.
We've also got them as stamps
Right.
on the show as well. So groovy stamps and dies, all on the website.
I love it. Nice to do those combinations of them, and they all work with the frames. Brilliant. I love it. On the website, you'll see them all, and that's the thing. It might be that you're just getting involved with your dies, and I know lots of you might be parchers, and you might have even considered a die cutting machine. Well, this is something that you're going to be able to use to actually frame your design. Now, am I right in thinking we've got the Couture Creations show coming up after the break? I know we've got Yanis coming up a little bit later on. He's got an hour with a die cutting machine, because I've seen it out, but I can't remember whether it's 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. So if you've not got a die cutting machine already and you are considering your weekend wow, then you can get a die cutting machine with us a little bit later on today. Check out that show with Yanis, and it will be perfect for you to cut out these beautiful fresh cut designs. As you can see, look at all those lovely reviews, all those stars.
They're beautiful. I think, again, timeless designs.
Yes.
And that's with a lot of the product that we bring to you with Clarity, is that they're timeless. So if you think 28 years ago, Barbara started Clarity Stamp with the innovation
Clear
of see-through
stamps,
stamps. Absolutely. And 28 years later, it's still happening with these gorgeous dies, the nested dies, and the beautiful contour plates, which was yesterday's one-day special.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we're still evolving, and they're still classics. I said the other day, I think I was on with Paola, and Barb was in the studios doing some prep, and I said, and these dies will still be classics in 28 years' time when we bring them back again.
I don't know if we will be there. We can try. But you're so right, and that's the thing. I mean, I look back at things that I've got in my stash, and we go back a long way. And you buy and you invest in these things, but then you realise that, gosh, it is such a wise investment. Think about all the years' worth of crafting, all the opportunities, all those cards and projects you're making, and you'll use them over and over again. I think that's the beauty. Love this one as well that Dee's created with the shaker in there. And this is the thing, if you look after them and you buy wisely, I think that's the thing. We've all bought things in the past that you might only cut out once or twice, but these are the sort of dies that you don't actually put away because they're always out.
As I said before, I think these are going to be my new essentials. So to go with the nested squares and the circle, the basic shapes, because it's going to add that little bit more to what I'm doing.
Definitely. Now, as we get towards the end of the hour, oh, there's one of the stamps you were talking about.
I demoed that in one of the previous hours. I can't remember which hour it was now. Been so many hours.
I know, they all blend in together. So yes, over 80% of the stock has gone. So if you're wanting yours, this is possibly going to be the last chance for you to get hold of it. But as I say, if you're still considering it, you have up until midnight tonight to take advantage of it. So make sure you're doing quick. Now, Paul, I know that we're going to see more from Barbara. We've got 2 hours with Barbara a little bit later on.
2 till 4 with some beautiful winter lino cut stamps.
Oh, looking forward
she
to that.
designed herself. Absolutely gorgeous. Perfect for Christmas, for winter birthdays. The beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then we've got a fantastic one-day special launching
again
at
6
o'clock.
aren't you?
And then so our birthday celebrations end at 5 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Oh wow! So yeah. If you've got involved already, then brilliant. If you've not, then there's plenty more opportunities. And I have to say, Paul, it's been a pleasure working with you, as it always is.
Likewise, and it's great. The family here at the craft store, you're always made to feel welcome. And the viewers at home as well. I mean, the support they've offered since we launched on Friday to make the shows it makes our job so much more
this
easier.
is it. I mean, the finished samples from the design team, always amazing. And the thing I always love as well is very much a community. You've got obviously your social media as well. For anybody that's not aware of your social media, if they're investing in these, can they get more ideas?
We've got Clarity Worldwide and we've got Groovy Worldwide, and you can join both of them. And what you'll find is that people will get their products home and they'll have a play, and then they've got a question. So where do they go? So they ask a question on the Facebook pages, and you've got the design team on there. You've got other customers on there that have bought and say, oh, maybe try this. Never be afraid to show something if you're not sure about it, because you'll get that positivity. And someone say, maybe try this, maybe try that. It really is. And Barbara's always been about education and community, and that's proven with the shack that she started at the beginning of lockdown.
Very much. And I love it because you see questions that are posted on there, and I sometimes see these questions but I don't know the answer, so I kind of just shy away from it. But you can pretty much guarantee that within an hour somebody has commented on it and given you an answer. Sometimes it can be just within a few minutes because there's so many people that are so active within that group, so do make sure you have a little look at that. We're leaving you with a very, very busy situation. lots of you getting hold of your weekend wire now. Of course, as we say goodbye to you during this particular hour, we will see more of you later on, but sadly not with the weekend wire. But the good news is you can go back and watch those previous shows because they are all there ready for you to go back and watch on Rewind. So from that initial launch at Friday, 10 o'clock in the morning, right the way through to this hour that we've been sharing with you, you can go back and revisit, see those fabulous demonstrations and maybe get inspiration again over and over again. But make sure you do stay tuned a little bit later on. We've got Barbara for her 2 hours, and of course she's going to be back again at 6 o'clock with a brand new launch, going right the way through to tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So we're not going to let them out of the building just yet. We're going to hang on to them for a bit longer. Paul, thank you again.
Likewise, hey, it's always a pleasure. And these dies, for me, a game changer isn't the right word because it's more than a game changer. It's just adding that little bit more elegance to what you've already got in your craft stash. And as a crafter, you can really see the benefit of these. I know you will have already. If you've chosen to go for them and they're in your basket, you need to be checking your basket out to ensure that they'll be on their way to you. But do make sure you stay tuned. We've got a lot more coming up with them at the craft store for you today. So we're turning our attention to a little bit of sewing for the next couple of hours with Totally Patched, followed by the Britannia Sewing Machine One Day Special. Then we are back with the Go Power.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
"28 years ago, whilst enjoying a day out in Santa Barbara, California, with my brother and the kids, we came across a shop called Stamper Barbara. Santa Barbara, Stamper Barbara, well, we had to go in. When we ventured inside, we were met with walls of wood-mounted rubber stamps. Well, that's when I had my moment of clarity. Wouldn't it make more sense, I said to my brother, if you could see through the rubber stamps? And that, my friends, is where Clarity Stamp was born. Since then, Clarity has grown into the worldwide success that it is today, bringing you the very best in stamping, parchment crafts, stencil art, and even more recently, die cutting. To celebrate our 28th birthday, we have joined the craft store to bring you a long weekend of your favourite Clarity products with your favourite Clarity demonstrators. So, put the kettle on, put your feet up and join us for our 28th birthday celebrations on Friday the 3rd of September at 10 a.m. to Monday the 6th of September at 6 p.m. We'll see you there.
Well, good morning, everyone. I've got a big smile on my face because it has been way too long since I got to hang out with the lovely Pat and Mark and Totally Patched. Hey, guys, you were busy earlier.
Busy, yeah.
Well, you've just been busy in general. I heard about your, it was the Amish quilt, the one-day special.
Yeah, it was...
very busy.
Very busy. Sell out in 20 minutes?
Yeah.
For a one-day special? Wow. Okay, so you have been busy. How are you both, though?
We're good.
We're good, very good.
Recovering.
Well, you're not going to get much time to recover. It's obviously with the birthday event and the regular shows, you've been very busy. Now, we're going to start here. So we have new viewers joining us every day here at the Craft Store. So if you are tuning in, whether you're a regular viewer or this is your first time watching us, welcome. You are now officially part of the Craft Store family. So we're going to have a lot of fun. Talk to us about this, because it's something. This is the 6th edition of Around the Houses. So
month 6, yeah.
Yeah, month 6. So tell us the concept, because I think it's a very clever concept.
We split the quilt, designed in that way to be splittable. Is that right?
Yeah, splittable.
Into sections so that people can buy it and make it a section at a time. So they just think about one thing at a time.
It's like a taster menu. It's more digestible, palatable chunks. Can I just say that we're looking at the complete quilt here. Pat is a quilting savant. She's so good with her designs. And I just think you've just got a natural gift for it. You always bring us such beautiful quilts. I mean, every one of the quilts Pat's brought us are heirloom quilts. This is stunning. I love the whole feel and flow to it. And you really like to explore different blocks in each of your quilts.
Yeah, then everybody, you can get a little bit, fed up of making a big quilt with all the same blocks in. It's just the same old. It's nice to move on to another one, learn something new, go on to another one. So it just keeps variety and you're learning as you go along.
Well, speaking of learning, what kind of things then will we be learning with this quilt?
Well, we're learning from the centre of the block, a house block, which is a little bit abnormal because it's got obviously doors and windows and roofs and things.
Yeah.
Then we come to our beautiful mitered pieced border.
That's nice.
Yeah, which is, I love it.
Gives it depth.
Yeah, it does. It's just lovely. And then I just wanted to get the different blocks in. So we've got interlocking block, which is made a little bit different, very differently to normal. We've got
bit of English
petals.
paper piecing there.
Paper piecing, yes. Paper piecing, and then we've got a top and bottom, which will be coming to the first section next month. Another different block, more exciting, taking some corners off. Nice. And then we're back to our beautiful mitered pieced border.
I think now we need to enlist the help of a specialist here. We need a specialist pointy hand to highlight what we're going to be working on this month. So Mark, over to you, buddy. Oh, nice. That is a seasoned
and the other side.
And we can there.
8.
Yes.
As it's getting bigger, there's getting more work because it's bigger.
Yeah, okay, well, you're seeing that there. Nicely done, by the way, Mark. There. Could you also tell us where the exits are? Just there.
If only somebody could.
Just for safety. Look, joking aside, we're really, really busy for this. $22.99 is your price. Look, this is. With 3 minutes into the second live hour, half the stock has gone. So this is your totally patched Around the Houses month 6 petals section. So you're getting to enjoy, makes 8 blocks in total. You're getting a lot of fabric. I mean, you're getting a lot of fabric here. Let me just hold this up and show you. So these are the blocks that we are going to be making. So what Pat's doing with this is educating you. So you're building up that skill set on how to develop beautiful blocks, explore it in this quilt, and then go on and do this in your own projects as well. Pat, just a quick question, and Mark, if let's say someone's watching now, new viewer, we're into month 6, should we start on month 6, carry on, and then backdate? What's the best way to approach this quilt?
They can all be made separately.
Yeah.
It's just the order it's constructed that you have to start obviously in the middle.
Okay.
So
1 to 5 previously are available on the website.
Yeah.
Okay, great. $22.99 is your price there. 519796 your item number. Now we have got some beautiful quilts for you. I have to point something out with regard to the quilts. Once they're gone, they're gone. That's categoric. We cannot get hold of any more stock. This is beautiful. And again, it's a compliment to you, Pat, how you're able to bring us such distinctive quilts with their own personality.
Well, that's what the fabric does, isn't it?
Yeah,
tells
that's
you,
a good point. That's
tells
a really good
you what
point.
It wants to do, really.
Yeah. Where do you find this fabric? This is lovely fabric.
This is all of the fabrics in the quilt. This one, the next one, they're Moda fabrics. This is rhubarb and strawberries. Strawberries and rhubarb, one of those.
Yeah.
That's the fabric for this. And it's just a simple quilt, very, very, very easy, but shows off the fabric nicely.
Right, $99.99. For a quilt, can I just say, the size of that quilt, that is a 72-inch by 72-inch quilt. That's huge. For under £100, I know, a penny under £100, that is an incredible price. And just to stress, it's Moda fabric. What a beautiful quilt. I'm really impressed by that price, though.
I like it, and it's called Bring Me Sunshine. So
well, you are bringing us sunshine there, Pat. 2 flexi payments of £50. So the way flexi payments work, just for anyone not familiar with flexi payment, you pay half now, so £50 now. We send everything in the post to you, and then in 4 weeks' time, you pay your remaining £50. Great price, and we are busy here. Gonna stress that once we are not bringing any more back on extended delivery. If this sells out, it has gone. Same for our next option as well. Snail's Trail. This is beautiful, and you have been shopping ahead for this one. So Snail's Trail, it's a real feast for the eyes. It's kind of that optical illusion. It draws you in.
It's made with triangles, but forms a square in the end. So it's not your normal block where we do like rows and join those. I started it at the 7 o'clock hour, which you can watch on Rewind, and I think I'm just going to complete the block because it's a repeated process in a minute, whenever we get there.
I was trying to work out what was blocking the quilt, and I put everything down.
Oh, okay.
And I was putting everything down. It was actually a piece of paper over there. I couldn't work out. Sorry, Pat. I did get distracted, so I have to admit I tuned out for a second there.
Okay, that's okay.
It is it's a beautiful quilt. Can I say to you, I was only because I wanted people to see your quilt.
Yeah, get that. Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. Now, 80% of the stock has gone here. It's a beautiful quilt. You guys, I know I say this to you every time I work with you, but you're so good at picking the right fabrics for the right project. I think the fabric you've incorporated here does it justice. It really does.
Yeah, I think
Maryland, isn't it?
Maryland is called the range. Yeah, and it's. I mean, we're practiced at it, aren't we, Mark?
Yeah.
We look at fabric.
Yeah.
We buy gorgeous fabric.
We choose the fabric sometimes with a project in mind, and next time we choose fabric with no project in mind, and then all of a sudden it'll click, and we think, yeah, that's what we'll do with it. So
well,
and hopefully most times it works.
Yeah.
You love your fabric.
Yeah.
You do love your fabrics. Okay, 2 flexi payments of £31. I just think that is just a ridiculously good price. Come on, £31 and 50 pence, your first flexi payment. We send everything out to you. I've got to say, we're approaching limited stock. So the likelihood of this lasting the hour, very, very slim, if not none. Is it going to be one of our demonstrations?
Just a quick one. Just a quick one.
Well, I have to say, Pat, we'll see if it's still here when we get to demonstration. I'll try and be a bit quicker.
Could be moving on swiftly.
Yeah, very swiftly. 328-182, your item number. Now, we have got our next quilt. This is your cornerstone and your pinwheels. So cornerstone and pinwheels. You've got a full pre-cut quilt top with binding, 39 by 39. It is a new today. And it is another wonderful expression of both design and colour. I really like the accent squares with the red. It's that little pop of colour. You've got that beautiful grey and then that pop of red.
That's what you need, you see, though, isn't it? If you'd have put like
another grey or another solid black or something,
or a black, too harsh. So it needed just a little bit of cozying up, really.
Oh, I like that. Bit of cozying up.
Bit of cozying up.
Cozy up.
A bit of lift.
It's a lovely quilt. 2 flexi payments of £22, 965 689. Your item number there. Okay, we're going to move on now. We've got there really is something for everybody this hour. So this is a fabric bundle. You're going to get 10 half meters. 10 half meters. You're also going to get 2 projects in here too. So you're going to get instructions for both projects, this beautiful bag and the quilt. And we're having a bit of a chat in our meeting before the show, and you both were saying that there's enough fabric to make both projects as well.
Yeah, just about, yeah.
Yep, if you cut carefully, don't make any mistakes.
No? Well, that's it. Let me just show you this bag. I mean, come on. That is a great bag. Now, fabric-wise, branding? Is it Moda or any?
No, it's not. It's Benetex fabric.
Okay, lovely.
It's a woven, brushed cotton.
Well, it's a beautiful, beautiful colour palette that you're getting here. Isn't that nice? I have to say, you could go into a shop and say buy a bag of this nature, you'd be paying probably close to the full price just for this one bag. So lovely, lovely bag. That's one of the, you will get your instructions for the bag and also the quilt that you can see here as well. So you will be able to make your quilt too. So you've got that quilt. So beautiful quilt, beautiful bag, beautiful, beautiful fabric. 992062, your item number there. Okay, we shall move on. We've got some 5-inch squares for you. Let's have a little look. So 5-inch squares, ready to go. You're going to get 40 of these. And I would imagine there's, again, Benetex, that same brushed cotton, beautiful brushed cotton. There's something so tactile about brushed cotton.
It's a touchy-feely, isn't it?
It is
definitely touchy-feely. Strokeability it's got as well.
Oh. It's got some good strokeability to it. $12.99 is your price there. Do you know who's good at the fabric waft and stroke? Alex. She's got a very good fabric waft. Have you ever seen it?
Does she? No.
Yeah, okay, let's show. $12.99 is your price. That's a good price. $12.99. You're going to get 40 of the 5-inch squares. 741653, your item number. And I'll just show. Obviously, this is how they will arrive. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so we have had our first technical sellout. Oh no, it's the snail trail. Well, we were actually worried it was going to go, so it's gone. Technically sold out. Snail trail is out of here. If it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. Now, if you do want the finishing kit, we also have the finishing kit for you as well. So if you really want to do the project justice and finish it off, then here, $24.49, you are getting here the calico, and you're also getting the wadding as well. So the poly down wadding, 50 by 50 inches. So both of those for $24.49, and a lovely way to finish off your quilt. 082589, your item number. Okay, so that is the first of the quilts to go, and I say if any of the quilts sell out, we are not bringing them back on extended delivery. Snail trail has gone. We've still got the 2 other quilts though on offer. What are we gonna do then, Pat?
We're going to swiftly move on to Bring Me Sunshine.
Bring Me Sunshine.
Nice. Yes. This quilt is made up of squares and rectangles. End of story. It has only 4 different blocks in it. Do you want to can you do that, Mark? The one is a solid piece of fabric, so that's the easiest one.
Yeah.
Just that does that. This one, it's got 2 rectangles and some sashing. Then you've got one with 4 squares and sashing. And then you've got one, if you take that away, it would look like that, with a rectangle and 2 squares.
Lovely.
So that's all you've got to think about. There's some pictures on the pattern that shows you exactly what you're aiming for. There you go.
With your instructions, you are so good with both the written word and the pictures, the step-by-step follow.
So on this one I've put a line drawing and then the actual fabric in, and it tells you how many of each unit to make the quilt. So you literally join them together. You wouldn't put we'd make rows of our blocks to start with, and then we'd join the sash in. But for demo purposes, I'm hoping to do explain something. So I'm just going to do a section of a row so you can see.
Okay.
So, but you wouldn't do that. You'd make your rows, but it tells you that further along. I hope.
Just for anyone tuning in, not familiar with Totally Patched, the unique selling point with Totally Patched, everything is pre-cut for you. So you don't have to worry about cutting, and over 1/4 of the stock has gone here for our Bring Me Sunshine.
There's no set pattern for this either, so they can have the blocks wherever you want on the rows in the quilt.
So make it your own.
Yeah.
We and you want to make all your blocks first before you even think about making a row.
Good. Would you, I mean, with the planning wise, do you lay it out and see if it works, move things around? How would you do that?
Make all the blocks first, and then I pile them up, same block. So I'd have my 4 block rows, and then I go to a space that I've got enough room, it's usually on the bed, and lay them out there. And in fact, this one, Mark and Sarah came up the stairs, and I went, can you just come and look at this? And then they started moving them all about.
We're moving
as well.
around and trying to get them so you don't get the same one next to each
Like
other.
too much of one colour together.
Yeah.
So it's just a case of, you know, moving them about until it's pleasing to your eye, really.
Have a play.
So I'm just joining these together with our 1/4 inch seam, which is what we always do, and pressing towards the sashing.
Yeah.
So we press away from me towards the sashing.
And you always say, give it a good press. Don't iron, press.
No ironing,
Yeah.
press. Yeah, like so. So that's 2 joined together. If you were doing this 4, it would be exactly the same. You'd join the next one. Or you can complete this block by putting sashing in here and then a rectangle here. So we'll put the piece of sashing on first, turn it over, and I would sew from this side. Can they see me?
Yep,
Yeah.
good.
With the way you can see your seams, and then you can flatten them as you stitch as you go along.
Okay.
So I'm going along and I'm making sure it's not that one so much, but if they were underneath, you can't see if they're going to flick up like this might. If I just leave it, look, you see, it'll go start going up.
Yeah.
You don't want that. So just because you can see it,
Yeah.
pop it down.
Good tip.
If you were sewing it like from the other side, you won't be able to see that. Obviously, because it'd be like that. So you wouldn't have. I'd have probably stitched it wrong. Then you have to undo it a bit, and then you have to turn it, you know, unpick a bit and lay it flat and go back in.
Okay.
If you're feeling that way, sometimes I leave them if it happens.
The world's not going to end, is it?
The world won't end. It's just for speed, really. But
Yeah,
it does help you quilting.
The bulk as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it helps you quilting if you don't twist your seams.
Okay.
So we're going to put that one on there.
Nice.
And that gives us 1/4 inch again. It doesn't matter which way up because I've got no seams on this sashing.
Okay. Now I'm just going to say as we're doing this, not to worry you guys, but we're at 40 now. We're at 40% of the stock for this option, so proving really popular. And to remind everybody, once it's gone, it has gone. We cannot get hold of any more stock. I'm really impressed with Moda fabric, beautiful design, but just the size of it as well. Typically, I'm kind of accustomed to a 72 inch by 72 inch quilt. You're looking at over £200, really.
Yeah.
So the price point on this is very good.
Yeah, we like to keep a price point as reasonable as we can, don't we, Mark?
Yeah, it's decent enough, yeah.
Yeah.
And this just drapes either side of a king-size bed.
Perfect.
So the last rows were just draping over the side.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So that's our next block finished.
Okay.
So I shall just do this one.
So this is a nice quilt for anyone maybe looking to work on their first quilt. Would this be a good project?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And they don't have to. They could like make it longer and thinner than ours. Mine's square, but they could make it longer and thinner, or just do part of it as a quilt and make some pillow shams, that sort of thing.
Kim, our producer, was saying something. This is actually a really good point. So she was saying because it's quite big, it can look scary. But the thing is, don't be scared of the size because we're breaking it down into little blocks.
Yeah.
You're not doing it. You're not going to do the whole 72 inch in one go. We break down the blocks and then we build it up.
Yeah, if you were like, I mean, like people sew differently, don't they? Some people have got loads of time and they sew all day long.
Yeah.
Some people are out to work, got children and all that, and might just allocate a set time. You could do like one of the blocks, like you can see how long this one's just taken me, the rectangle and 2 squares. No time at all. So you could think, well, tonight, yeah, I've got enough time now while the tea's cooking to, you know, make these blocks, and then you'd have one lot done. So it's, you know, you need to enjoy it and take your time.
Rush, is it?
Of course you do. Yeah, that's the whole point of crafting. Enjoy it.
Yeah. So there we go. That's our second block done.
Lovely. Well, this is coming together very nicely.
Yeah.
It makes such a huge difference having everything pre-cut for you.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that people have said they appreciate so much because some people can't do it for dexterity problems, other people just don't like doing it or worried about making mistakes.
Easy to make a mistake.
Yeah.
It is easy to make a mistake,
And it's
especially when
costly.
you're breaking down, you know, cutting that amount of fabric. And the worst part is if you were to cut fabric, expensive fabric like Moda, and make a mistake,
We've
and
all
not
done
have
it.
enough to finish.
We've all done
Right.
it.
And the thing is as well, sometimes you can't, well, most times you can't get the fabric again. So you buy all your stuff, you go home, take it in your little bag, and then you don't start it. You may well, if you make a mistake, not be able to find the fabric. So you have to be, you know, so then you have to end up thinking, oh, I better buy a bit more than I need, and all the rest of it. So I'm going to join this now, pretending it's a row. So each row, you do all your blocks exactly like this. Each row has a piece of sashing in between the blocks, but not on the ends. That's because you put it on one piece at the end. So I'm picking this up to sew. So I don't want to sew that way, do I? I want to sew this way. So I don't want to sew that way because I can't see my seams, but this way I can. So I need to sew so I can see my seams.
See your seams.
And it's going to be nice. You can't always, like, you know, if there was a join somewhere else on the other side, you can't always do it. But if you can, you might as well make your life easy. Have we got pictures of rows, Mark? What have we got next?
It's so nice having you guys both live in the studio, working together.
Sort of little rows.
Sort of, yeah, that's actually how it's laid out on the bed, look, that bottom one. I didn't know whether to put that in, really, but... So that was how I was working. So now this is going on here, right? Now, this is what I want to show you. Pretending this is a whole row, and now I'm joining 2 rows together. What you need to do, or if it was just a row, you want to get this in line with this, as much as you possibly can, like a little smidgel is going to be okay. So what you do is you take your rule and you line it up on the seam. So you can see the seam there. So my rule is right on that seam, so it's nice and straight. I've got it on far enough down, and I just make a little mark at the top. Then I put this one on, lining up on my rule on the edge of that seam, like so. Because hopefully these 2 are the same size, because your seam allowance is correct. And it's hard to carry your eye from here to there when you can't see what you're doing, you see. So if you, can we see this? Can you see my lines on there?
You're going to get in there.
They're going to get in. Yeah. So the stitch line now needs to be in line with the marks I've made. So you just move it up. Like so. Pop a pin in so that you know exactly where you are. Sometimes I have a little peep.
Nothing wrong with a little peep?
No, like that. And now we're going to stitch that into place. So you see what we've done? It's as if we've tried to follow the line on, so it keeps it in line.
Continuity.
And every time you join something else on, if you just do that, two little marks, you can't go wrong, really. So you don't have to do it on all of them, because you won't have those seams going the same way. I'll show you what I mean in a sec. Take the pin out as you get there. Away we go. Still all the while pressing towards the sashing. So press towards the sashing. Lovely. Okay, so we're nicely lined up on our quilt, like so.
Oh yes.
And if you were a smidge out, like, you know, you wouldn't notice it.
No.
So now, if I was going to join another one on, have I got a long one? Yeah. So let's say it was this one I'm joining on. I'd put my sashing on, and it doesn't matter, you don't have to do any marking because there's no seams for it to join up against. Or there's also no seams if you were joining it like on the next row. So you don't have to keep doing it all the time, it's just when you've got a sashing coming towards another sashing.
Perfect.
And these can go, turn them round, they can be this way, turn it round, mix and match, doesn't matter at all. And if you can do that, you can make the whole quilt.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, it shows you, as projects go, if you're just looking for a very satisfying quilt to make, and I would imagine you can make this up quite quickly, so nice one to do. And equally, if you're new to sewing, this could be your first quilt, really nice introduction to quilting as well. Working with beautiful fabric, Moda fabric, and look at the beautiful color tones that we are getting here as well. So bit of a vintage, I'm just kind of getting vintage hues.
It's all fresh, isn't it? It's freshness, yeah.
Yeah, it's just really nice. And citrus tones. We are approaching half the stock. You saw what happened with Snail's Trail. When Bring Me Sunshine goes, that is it, it's gone. And the only reason I keep saying that, and sorry to sound like a broken record, it's just important. I don't want you to miss out. So if we do have a surge, and what happens, a lot of people like to enjoy demonstration, then suddenly we see, and exactly what happened right now, a lot of you are now putting this in your basket. So 2 flexi payments of £50. It is a good size quilt. And the only reason, I don't know if we can do this. Well, Mark, we could do this. The only reason to show you the size.
I can't get around.
You can't get around? Okay, you can't actually get around for health and safety. But normally we stick Mark in front and he's like standing here. But 72 inch by 72 inch. It's a great size quilt, but a beautiful design as well. So if you do want to pop this into your basket, 797190, your item number. Okay, now, can we just go back here actually before we move on, because we've got to talk about our month, this is our monthly project, so this is the Around the Houses, month 6, from Totally Patched, you're getting the petal section, makes 8 blocks, $22.99 is your price. If you are following along, building up, this is what we're going to be working on this month, and so many people have embraced Totally Patched when they start bringing you their blocks each month. So having a look at that wonderful quilt, ultimately at the end of it, that is the project that you are going to make, the quilt that you're going to be finished with. And it is stunning. The balance, the flow, the colors, everything about that quilt is absolutely first rate. Now, if you do want the full quilt, we have got that for you. And this is what I love about Totally Patched. You buy the full quilt, it comes in its own storage box, and most importantly, each one of the blocks, rather than just giving you all the fabric in one box saying, there it is, everything is in sections. So you can see here, you've got each block, each month broken down for you, so you'll be able to work on the quilt and build it up. Now, so if you don't want to wait, so if you're watching right now, you're like, okay, I want to get this all, 3 flexi payments of $76.66, and that will be sent out to you. Beautiful fabric, lovely design, and such a wonderful project to make. It's the kind of project that any quilter will be excited to get their hands on, really, and start up, because the different techniques you get to explore, the lovely fabric you get to work with as well. So if you do want to get hold of the complete quilt, you can split the price over 3 flexi payments of $76.66. Your item number is 995087. Right, we're going to move on to our red square quilt now. It's a very, very elegant colorway, design, and again, I mentioned this earlier on, but this is the kind of quilt where I feel it is a really strong one for if you're looking to make something for more of the guys in your life, so manly makes, because obviously this is unisex. Manly makes, does that sound funny?
Manly makes.
But I'm just saying, look, this is unisex. I'm absolutely not saying this is just for the guys, but equally, I think that would look good if you want to make a quilt for someone in your life. It might be a brother, a son, a cousin, an in-law. Nice one. Would you agree? Or?
Definitely.
Yeah, it's
definitely.
not too big either. The pattern is similar to the Bring Me Sunshine. Very easy to do. This is a woven fabric, very woven.
It's got very, very touchy feeling.
Yeah, and it's very easy to do.
Yeah, and I would say that, to me, great wall hanging. You have that as display, and also just throw it over a couch, put it on a bed. Lovely.
Yeah.
Really nice. $57.99 your price there, saving £5. You have got flexi payments as well, so if you do want to split the price, just making life a bit more manageable, £29 today, and we send it out to you. Like all the other quilts on the show today, once it's gone, it's gone. 794846, your item number. Okay, our cornerstones and pinwheel, another very popular option this morning with us. Have to say, I mean, the quilt looks great when you see it in completed, but look at these fabrics you're going to be playing with. Beautiful fabrics. And that's the joy, and this is where Pat and Mark are so good. They pick the right fabrics for the right job. Isn't that nice? And then you've got, love this, so the red with a little metallic inflection. Yeah, like that. £43.99 is your price at 965-689, your item number there. We're going to talk about Bright and Beautiful. So Bright and Beautiful, a lovely brushed cotton fabric for you. I'm just going to bring the details up. You're going to get 10.5 meters. So 5 meters in total. Beautiful quality brushed cotton. And not only that, you're going to get 2 patterns as well. When we say patterns, comprehensive. Look at this. Let me just show you. Oh, try and open it up. So you're able to see comprehensive instructions, not just one page. You're going to get both of these in there. Oh, I'm struggling to open those up. So you're just going to get, it's just the one of these in there, the 10, right?
One bundle, yeah.
Yeah, one bundle. It's only because we had another one behind. But you see, it's 10.5 meters, 992062, your item number. And it's going to make 2 projects. So I'll show you the bag. But you don't have to, obviously, perfect for the projects that you're given. So beautiful. I mean, that is a really nice bag.
We've used the quilt.
Yeah.
Or Sarah's used the quilt and taken it out when it goes to National Trust places, and she rolls it up and puts it in the bag.
You stand out, you never get lost if anyone's going to come
never
behind
lose
you.
it.
I'm going to give it a little go with the... Oh, yeah. Do you know what? I love that. That would be... This would be my my TV bag. If I'm going to work, presenter bag.
The go-to bag.
I like it. That's how I walk to work. So there you go. That's your bag, and also the quilt as well is stunning. So really nice quilt, and it just does. I think it's a really nice example of a project that sets off the fabric and does it justice. $33.60 is your price if you want to take advantage of flexi payments. 992062, your item number. Okay, going to move in. Very busy for our 5-inch squares. Really busy for this. I have to say the price point is exceptional. $22.99 for 40. Really good. What kind of projects would you be making with these guys?
Oh, the world is your oyster, isn't it? You could just join them together. You could use them in, cut them up and use them in other blocks. We've got a downloadable pattern that is on your website and ours, and how to use them, using them on point, how to use them in quilts.
Free downloadable pattern?
Free.
Love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can just find that on our website and your website?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, no wonder it's so busy. $22.99 is your price. And just having a look.
$12.99.
What did I say? 22?
Yeah.
Sorry. $12.99.
I thought it was the first time. I thought, no, I'm sure.
No, that's right.
Where's you going?
$12.99. I apologise. Let's have a look at
Even
all
more
the,
of a bar.
I tell you, I'm glad you guys are here. Let's have a look at all the different little designs you're getting, and it's a nice mix of colourways.
Yeah, the range of fabric was just, I mean, bright and beautiful.
Yeah.
When it came, we had it lined up, didn't we? Like lots and lots of bolts, and it is just a. You know, you're not trying to tone them together. You're not trying to blend them with anything else. No. They are what they are, bright and beautiful.
And they're not brushed; they're wovens.
Yeah.
So they're not a printed pattern. It's just a woven fabrics together.
Okay, beautiful. $12.99 your price. 741653 your item number, and over 40% of the stock has gone here. We're going to show you some other items that are proving very busy. Take a look at this. So you can find this on the website as well. This is your totally patched veggie patch. It's the Delightful Stars pre-cut quilt top and binding, 45 by 45 inches. $51.19 is your price there, saving £7.70. Your item number, if you want to take advantage of this, is 644-593, and you have got the 2 flexi payments as well of £25.60. Now, I'm just going to give you a little update. Bring Me Sunshine, we were just working on that in our previous demonstration. Over 60% of the stock has gone here. So if you do not want to miss out on your Bring Me Sunshine, and we do hear it. Funny enough, Kim, our producer, she's fallen into this trap because way back you had a quilt that she absolutely loved, and she had it in her mind to get it. It's sold out. And you haven't brought it back, so that's it. And she lives in regret to this day. She was saying, I still regret not buying that quilt.
Yeah, it's very rare. Yeah. Like, you know, sometimes we get the odd one bounce back, you know, but it's very rare that, and it's because we don't have any more fabric. Yeah. So people ring us up and beg us, and we physically cannot
make
do
me
it.
otherwise? No, we haven't got the fabric.
Yeah. So we try and make the most of the fabric, and
Well, there's not enough fabric to make another quilt. We do keep some fabric for people if they make a little bit of a mistake and error.
Yeah.
But,
we keep
but
the error
not
boxes, but
yeah.
not enough to make another quilt or another 5. Like, people think it must be easy, you know, but it's just the fabric. It's just that we haven't got any more of the same fabric. So
I mean, that is a cautionary tale. So if you do see a design, a quilt that you absolutely love, if you were to tune in 6 months' time, this is not going to be here, so don't miss out on your opportunity. Okay, what are we going to do next?
Unless nobody buys it, it might be here, isn't it? Maybe then.
You never have that problem.
No, we don't. Thank you. No, we don't. Shall I just do a quick little talk on this? This is our block, because it's very easy to do.
Someone's sick. Yeah.
It's our petal block. It's made up of half square triangles, which are these here, which I'm going to do, hopefully, when I do this in a minute, the pinwheel and cornerstones. So I won't repeat the technique twice, but this is a half square triangle. It's on the 7 o'clock show. I always forget it's 7 o'clock.
See that via the rewind option on the website.
And the only other block you've got to make is this one, which gives you the petal shape. And it's so simple. So simple. So you take one of your squares and pop a background fabric on the corner, and we're going to stitch corner to corner. Now this is quite a small distance, so you can probably go across by eye. If you can't, you can draw a line and stitch on the line. But if they're a little bit wobbly, you know, it's a petal, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they're never going to all look the same. So.
Naturally uneven, aren't they?
That's pretty good though, but that's my excuse. So we're going to cut this off on the outside edge, which it shows you in all the pictures in the pattern.
Okay.
Chop it off with your scissors or your rotary cutter, whichever is to hand.
Nice.
Don't iron on your next project, that's a tip. And then press away from you.
Yeah.
Like so. The other week we had a lady with a really good question that I've never even thought of, and that was, she gets a little blip in the middle of her seam, and it was because she was starting at the end instead of putting your iron in and letting the iron go in the centre, and then it keeps it flat. So
the point of the iron pushes it out.
And then it sort of goes that way. Okay. So I hope that solved her problem.
So how did you get to the bottom of that? Did you ask her like how you ironing or?
Yeah.
So
I said no. I said you must be putting your iron in such and such, and then she sent another message in and said that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
Oh, Pat, you're good. You're good.
Problem solver.
Yeah, she is.
I like a problem.
You love to solve a problem.
I do. So same again. We've gone across, cutting it off. We had some. Somebody with the one day special, the Amish quilt. I'm going there again. Look, point. I do it automatically, you see, without thinking.
That's second nature,
Yeah. And that is our second block.
Right.
And you only need those 2 blocks that will go in here to make this.
Isn't it incredible how 2 blocks can have such a profound effect when you put them all together?
Yeah. And it's just the colour and the shapes that they're making, that's all it is. And then you just join them into rows, like so, follow your rows down, join them all together, 1 block, done. And I love this block, I think it's really nice. So we've done the petal bit, and I'm going to do the half square triangle on the pinwheels, if that's okay, because I've got more to say about the pinwheels.
Okay, I've got a question for you.
Question, oh great.
Good time to fire it up now?
Yeah.
Yeah, fire away.
Okay, so, hi all. We haven't got a name to this. Do we get a name? No name. We'll try and see if we can get a name, but thank you for the question. Is it Karen? Karen, thank you. So Karen's saying, Pat, I die cut my squares for accuracy, but I'm struggling to maintain sewing a 1/4 inch seam. As much as it looks okay, it's only when I come to sew 2 rows together that I notice that the squares aren't always in sync. Any tips, please?
Yeah. Everybody tends to veer off when you get to the bottom of your seam. So that's the start and finish. Make sure it's on a 1/4 inch. Now you can draw your 1/4 inch on if you need to. So you could, obviously with a pen that's going to come out. So you'd put a rule 1/4 inch line on the edge of your fabric, and then you draw your line down like so. So that will keep you straight. But what happens, I don't know if it's because you get excited, because you're nearly at the end, but it's easy to veer off just a smidge, like probably you don't even notice it. And then those two little smidges make the difference on the next join.
A big smidge.
Yeah. So you can draw your line on, or we haven't got time to do it now, but it is somewhere on Rewind, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was last. Not
I don't know when it was. You can do this thing where you stitch a piece of card, and because the card doesn't move, test it against the foot of your sewing machine,
Right.
and then you'll see how big it is. And if it's too big, you need to move your needle one way or the other. There is a little demo on our own website about it, but we definitely did it not that long ago.
I think it was probably July.
Maybe July. And I can remember it because I was sewing with a white piece of card and white thread, and somebody,
well planned.
Yeah, because it was a question, and somebody gave me a black piece of card, so you've got to be able to see it, because the
And
card...
then you can measure the distance.
And then you measure your distance, which, like you see, this is exactly a quarter. But if it wasn't, I'd need to move my needle across a bit,
Right.
or have a 1/4 inch foot for my sewing machine, which I have got. But sometimes you might have your 1/4 inch foot on, but you've got to keep your eye in line with it.
And don't get excited at the
Don't
end.
get excited at the end. Just calmly stitch all the way to the end. So if she looks at them again, I don't die cut, so I don't know anything about that. I can only assume they are accurate, very accurate. And if she looks at it, she might just be going off a tiny little bit.
Right,
So
okay.
try that, and try and find on the Rewind where I show you how to do it exactly and moving your needle. And if you don't understand or you can't find it, give me a ring and I'll go through it again.
Oh, you guys are great. I hope that answers your question, Karen. And do take advantage of the fact we are a live show. We've got Pat and Mark here. They are an absolute wealth of knowledge. So any problems, any issues, any tips that you want, email in studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, just very quickly to recap on the block, because we are busy here. This is month 6, so we're taking you through a beautiful quilt. It's around the houses quilt, and we're focusing on the petal section here. It makes 8 blocks for $22.99. 2/3 of the stock has gone. What a lovely journey. When you think about this, working on this, building it up, I will just hold you the block. So this is, and Pat just beautifully showcased how easy it is to build up those petals. But aren't they beautiful? Lovely fabric coming through, and they add some wonderful detail to the actual quilt. And looking at the quilt as a whole, it's the kind of quilt you will, as a sewer, as a quilter, get excited to make. I mean, that's beautiful. There's so many elements. You've got your English paper piecing in there. You've got beautiful blocks, the center, the mitre corners, the pinwheels, so many elements to go through. I love the fabric and the tone. Now, we have had an image, speaking of viewers who are enjoying building this up, this is from Patricia. And she's just, oh
wow.
Guys, look, Patricia's just finished month 4.
It wasn't you.
No, it wasn't me. Excellent, she's up to date, look.
Yes.
Is she not quite. She hasn't got her hexagons on, has she?
I think that's lovely.
Really
so,
good.
Patricia's saying that she's really enjoying seeing this come together. So Patricia, and she's also working through block 5 now. Patricia, thank you.
Good.
Genuinely, thank you for taking the time to send that in. It put a big smile on Pat and Mark's face, actually the whole team. So we're glad to see you enjoying it, and so many viewers are enjoying their blocks. If you are seeing this for the first time, I know we're bringing you the 6th instalment, so month number 6, but we have got 1 to 5 on our website, so you can start back from 1 and work your way through as well. Okay, now, something else that is proving popular is a Veggie Patch quilt. Over half the stock has gone here too. So if you want to get the Veggie Patch quilt, $51.19 is your price, $644,593 your item number. We've got beautiful quilts on the show, but Pat and Mark don't leave you hanging. They also give you the finishing options as well, so the finishing kits to allow you to finish off your work and do it justice. So here we have our Totally Patch Bring Me Sunshine Calico and Hobbs poly down wadding, 80 by 80, so you're getting 80 inches by 80 inches, $64.99. And it's, if you're going to invest and take the time to make this beautiful quilt, finish it off properly. $32.50 is your price there, $277,522 your item number. All right, we're going to head back to Pat. You've got about 10 minutes.
Okay.
You said about the wadding there for the Bring Me Sunshine. It's Hobbs Poly Down wadding, which is beautiful to quilt because it's a bit higher loft, and it once you can see on the quilt. I have hardly done any quilting on it because I haven't had time. But once you start, I'm quilting the sashing, as you can see. The loft in it pops the fabrics a little bit, so it just sits nicely. That's why we've got poly down wadding in it.
It gives it a depth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I love
really
hearing
nice.
both yourself and Mark your passion for fabrics, for the way. But this is what you want. You genuinely, it puts a smile on your face.
Yeah, you want to pass the knowledge on to other people.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Speaking of which, what are we going to do now?
Right, we're going to do a half square triangle and turn it into a pinwheel for the pinwheel and cornerstones. And this pattern is written really well for with tips, hints and tips, lots of them about pressing and how to, you know, take your time with them. Don't rush through them. Just get it. It's all pinwheels, so you can master your pinwheels as you go along. So what we do, draw a line corner to corner. I would draw the line because that's too far to keep your eye in, and also it's you want perfect accuracy. So your 1/4 of an inch, my 1/4 of an inch foot is on the line itself, just on the line, and away we go, down.
It's not a race, so they can do it nice and easy and slowly as well. They don't have to zoom around, do they?
Especially, you know, if you're, you know, you're learning it. You don't. It's never always going to all come together, you know, like that. It is practice. It's like absolutely everything that we do in life. You have to practice to make perfect. So away you go to the end. Off it comes. And the faster you sew as well, you go off a little bit. So bear that in mind. Right, I'm just going to cut this in half. So we've stitched a 1/4 of an inch either side of the line, and now we're going to cut that apart. I just must mention a husband and wife team who were doing a quilt, and they thought they hadn't done it correctly, and she's teaching him to do it. It's one of the kits she bought from here, and they weren't sure where they marked it. Was it Jean or Joan?
Jean, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. And I don't know her husband's name, but he's done an amazing job. If they've done nothing wrong, they sent
it
them
back
to me.
thinking they'd done it wrong.
I said, send it to me and I'll have a look.
We double-checked and checked it again, and it was perfect.
Isn't that nice that she's teaching? I think that's a lovely thing to do.
Yeah.
And honestly, they were absolutely beautiful, his piecing. So I hope they're watching this morning.
Yeah, I do as well. Jean, if you are watching, email in and let's give a name check to your hubby as well. So email in studio@thecraftstore.com.
I even didn't know his name to put on the envelope to send it back. Did you read what I put?
Yeah.
What did I put?
Mr. wasn't it? Mr.
Jean's amazing stitching husband.
That's it, yeah.
Because I didn't know what else to put, because I didn't know his name. So we place these out in the order of a pinwheel, so we go in print, background, all the way around. Right. We're stitching them together, so we pick them up. The seams have been pressed towards the darkest fabric or the background, just the same way always. So if you want to press it towards the background, all the same, or the prints, all the same. And then you'll get the seam locking together here. See, I've done light fabric again. There, they lock together there, and you can feel them do that. So you stitch down there, 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch. Pick up the other one, flip him over, lock the seams.
Do you ever work with a donkey?
All the time.
Sorry, I apologise, Mark. I walked you into that one.
Like this one, you mean? Like this little donkey?
Okay, yeah.
I'd never heard of a donkey until last time.
Until last time.
We were here.
Yeah.
And we had... who did we have? Presenter?
Hayley?
No. Adam's... No. Fiona.
Fiona, yeah.
Fiona, yeah.
Fiona. Scott's,
for both Scots.
That's Scott's wife. Fiona, and she taught me. She was very impressed about the donkey.
Oh, yeah.
But I do it, but not always.
Okay.
You do it, but you didn't know it was that
I didn't know it was
name.
called that. No.
What did you call it?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Piece of scrap.
Just a bit of fabric.
Yeah. That's what we teach it. We teach each other.
Exactly. Oh, see, I was ready today. I'd actually forgotten all about it. So I'm putting my seams together now. They're locking together at the centre point, like so. I've pressed them as per normal, one way. You can see, look here, I've got a little bit of a little, see that?
Oh yeah.
Dreadful. So popping back under, flatten it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reduce that bulk.
So let me just check now. You see, I've picked it up. I might be doing it wrong. No, I'm going to put it back together and I'm going to stitch.
Good habit to get. I like the fact that you practice what you preach.
Got to.
Now, I'm just going to say, with regard to this option, cornerstones and pinwheels, half the stock has gone. It is a beautiful, beautiful quilt, and there's so much. I love this fabric. It's like a little crackle going on there. Isn't that nice? And you've got the attention to like the stitch detail, that red stitch detail in here too. It's a thing of beauty. So if you do want to get hold of this quilt, 2 flexi payments of £22. That's such a good price for a beautiful quilt.
Again, on that quilt there, what I would do, I'd have put the darks in one corner, going down to the lights in another corner.
Oh,
so graduation across, yeah. Or what we've done there, we've put one of each in each line. So different ways of doing it.
You could tell that Pat was impressed by that.
Very impressed by that.
Yeah.
Very.
Phew.
You didn't mention that before.
No, just thought I would just throw that one in early.
Sometimes he
had
doesn't
that
even,
in reserve.
He doesn't even see them. They're like done before I go, right, finished. I'm just trimming off my ears, which it tells you in the pattern to do as you go along, reducing your bulk, because pinwheels are notoriously bulky.
Yeah.
And this time I'm going to press my seam open.
Okay.
Just because if I fold all of this, like I've got 2, 4, 5 layers there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with my seams. If I press all that one way, I'm going to have a big lump there. So just spread it out. And I usually just open it with my fingers and start.
Oh, we're having, I tell you, there's been a real surge in this option for the pinwheel and the cornerstones. Now
they're all going to do it at graduation. That's what they're going to do now.
Yes, I think that was it. The minute Mark said graduation, suddenly we're approaching 60% of the stock. Oh, we are at 60% of the stock now. Mark, now we're over. Every time I mention Mark's graduation, and then suddenly stock just flies.
Oh, no.
We're not approaching 70.
No,
are we approaching 70? Oh, do you know what you could do is, Mark was suggesting you could have a graduation. So we are approaching 70% of the stock. Really busy here.
What are we going to do with you, Mark?
Yeah.
When you're doing this, just watch this the sashing is a tiny little print, a little dot.
Yeah.
And just watch that it's, you're not the wrong way around. It's very easy to get it the wrong way around, especially in a bad light when you're trying to do a few more rows before you go to bed. So let's pretend this is our row, okay?
Yeah.
I just want to show the importance of locking in these cornerstones. So we're going to pop.
Nice. Now, Mark, what were you saying about, was it a graduation that you could get here?
Yeah, from dark to light, yeah.
Well, I love that. And we're now approaching 80% of the stock.
Don't encourage him. Don't encourage him.
Look, I'm sorry to keep on doing this to you guys, but we are actually, joking aside, we've just gone limited stock for this. We have not got any more stock, so once it's gone, it has gone. And don't forget, you've got a lot of scope for this. You can graduate if you want to. That's a promise. That's the last time I'll say it. That's the last time. Okay.
I think I might have to do one.
You're going to have to.
I'm going to have to do one.
Well, you did a charm pack like it.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Is that where you got the
idea? That's where I got the idea. I thought it was the same sort of colourway and it would work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously it does.
It does, yeah. Or once you've made it and you've got the pattern and you're cutting your own, hopefully, you could do colours, couldn't you? Rainbow colours.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm merrily
Pat's
going
not going to be outdone, Mark.
No.
You press towards the sashing away from the pinwheel, okay?
Nice.
Like so. So that's a pinwheel, sashing pinwheel. This is the next row of your quilt. Have you got some pictures of this, Mark? Yeah. Oh, here, yeah.
Waiting for you.
Good pictures. And the next row would be sashing, cornerstone sashing. That's what this is called when you've got this little thingy in here. Yeah. Cornerstone. And it just gives it a little...
Full stop.
Full stop?
Yeah. It stops the colour being just all one colour all the way across.
Oh, yeah. And it accentuates the corners.
Oh, doesn't graduate then?
Not at all, graduation, not at all. It's just accentuating what we've already done.
The dash of colour.
Yeah.
I do love watching you. It's a dynamic when you guys start chatting. It's very watchable. Now, I've just got to tell you, we are extremely limited for this quilt. If you, I like to say this. I don't ever want to sort of push you towards checking out. But on this occasion, I am going to say, if you really want this, please don't miss out, because let me just pop this down so we can get a good shot of it. With this, we've got a lot of stock in baskets, and if it was to sell out and then it jumps out of your basket, there is a really good chance someone else will nab it and you will miss out. So I'm just putting out there, if you love this quilt, if you can imagine making this quilt, and my goodness, it is a beautiful quilt. Just look at the first flexi payment though. For me, I'm so impressed with this. £22 and some change, and that's your first flexi. 22, oh, it's just 22, no change. Okay, so unfortunately time's beaten us, guys. Again.
When you get to this stage, if you could press this away from the cornerstone to your sashing again, then when you're joining it together, it will again lock in to the edges, which will give you a beautiful seam there.
Lovely.
Okay.
It has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you,
I think
pleasure.
You've both earned a well-deserved rest.
Okay.
When are you back?
19th. Oh, no.
First weekend in October.
Oh, yeah.
We get a rest. Good.
4 weeks.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah,
Enjoy. We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
It's really, really nice spending
Thank
the
you.
morning with you. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Do make sure to catch up on any shows via the rewind option on our website. So you got the quilt, now you need an awesome sewing machine to stitch it on, and we've got it for you. The Britannia T65 up next, the one-day special. After that, we've got amazing embossing machine, and then we've got Clarity.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Well, good afternoon. Of course, it is 12 o'clock. Let me check the clock because, yeah, it is 12 o'clock. And of course, that means that at the craft store, we have another look at the one-day special. And if you have been looking for a sewing machine that can grow with you, but also is kind of has all the components to make amazing quilts, amazing dressmaking projects as well, well, this is it. It is from Britannia, and we have got lovely George here with us. Hello, George. How are you?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Now, it's great to have you here because you come from a heritage of knowledge of sewing machines. And can you tell us a little bit more about that background?
Yeah, indeed. So my grandma and granddad started the business 67 years ago. My granddad being a mechanic and my grandma on sales. And then from there it's evolved. So it's just domestics to begin with, but we now install lots of industrial machines, heavy duty, bridal work, lightweight sort of stuff. And in my branch, in the domestic side, what we try and do is bring that sort of professional quality from the industrial world into the home sewing market.
And that is all that knowledge. You bring it forward to the, choosing the, the Britannia machines. Now we are talking about a machine that is that industrial knowledge comes into the components inside of the machine, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So the mechanics of a machine is so important. Certainly in the last sort of 10, 15 years, more and more machines have taken shortcuts using plastics, probably where they shouldn't be, in a place where it's supporting the machine, which you put that sort of support on plastic, and if that breaks, there's nothing you can do. The Britannia, however, is a totally metal-bodied machine. You can feel that in the weight of it. It's a really sturdy machine, so it's not going to mess you around when you're attempting your heavier fabrics or even lighter weight fabrics as well.
And that's one of the things that it has got a reassuring weight to it, because of course that metal components. So also one of the things, it doesn't dance around the table, and of course you can sew with confidence. But also I love the fact that it comes in with all those 65 different stitches, of course, hence the name, right?
Yeah, exactly. So 65 different stitches, so 65 different stitches, a thread trimmer as well, and also the fully automatic tension. So it's not just a great quality machine, you also get those extras which you're guaranteed to use every time you sew.
It is. Well, we will go into more detail about that, but let's talk also about pricing, because of saving, because not only you are getting the T65 machine itself, but you also are getting extra elements in here with the one-day special. Let's talk about them. Now, you are getting the feet that come in as traditionally, but you also are getting the quilting feet set, which includes, of course, the walk-in foot, which is something that most of the times you have to buy extra with the sewing machines.
Yeah, it's an expensive foot, that. So for this one-day special, we decided to put it in. So if you are going to go into quilting, you've got that there. But it's not just for quilting. You can use it for bag making and also upholstery work. I know people who rarely take their walking foot off their machine.
Then we have got the free motion foot in here, which hopefully we will see demonstrated as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to give you a demonstration on that one. It's also open toe, you can see there, so you've got really good vision of what the needle's doing.
Perfect. And then we have got, is that the invisible zipper foot?
Yes, so it makes it much easier to apply invisible zips.
Yeah, perfect. And then we have got, is this the cording?
That's the one.
That's the one, I remember, finally. Then we have it in here. And then also we do have another zipper foot in here. Which one is this one?
So that's a slim zip foot. And what that is good for is not only attaching zips, so that's it. So that's the one you get with the machine, which is good for standard zips, but if you're doing slightly finer work, that slim zip foot allows you to get much closer to the teeth. It also doubles up and you can use it as a piping foot.
Oh, I see.
Because it's that fine, you can get nice and close to the piping.
Yeah, kind of. And then, of course, then we have got the quilting, seam allowance, a 1/4 of an inch foot as well in here. I love that it comes in with the edge, so it's really easy to know exactly where the edge is.
Yeah, well, as you were saying before, doing that 1/4 inch stitch, you do need to get it perfect. You need to get it spot on, because otherwise the quilt doesn't line up by the time you come to stitch all the pieces together. Yeah. So having that guide there that you can butt the fabric up against really makes a difference.
It doesn't it? So these ones are the extras that you are getting. On top of that, you also are getting the extension table included in here. I love that it's sturdy, so you know, if we are kind of quilting or doing some project, maybe curtains, we have got an extra space, right, to stable for the project.
That's it, you've got an extra platform there, and as you say, it's stable, sturdy on the machine. It's not going to allow, it's going to help prevent the fabric from dropping away, pulling it off the straight stitch.
Then, of course, the machine itself comes with a hard cover as well. Now, of course, the one-day special contains all this, but also, if you go for the one-day special, you have got an amazing saving of £131. You can flexify it if you want to spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £166.24, which makes it much easier. Also, that, of course, opens up the flexi basket, and then you can add other elements should you wish. But on top of that, by purchasing the one-day special during the live shows, what means is that your name will be entered into a competition, and that competition, well, is to win this amazing bundle that you can see in here. Now, it's worth over £500 and includes a Moda quilts project. It includes a half-meter fabrics. It includes William Morris. Includes, of course, you can see there lots of ruler grips, the cutting mat, even a rotary trimmer, so many different items. And of course, the winner will be announced towards the end at 4 o'clock, a final call. So do make sure to check out your baskets during the live shows to be entered into the competition. Right. So the first thing that we get the machine out, we need to thread the machine, right? So could you talk us through about the bobbin and the threading of the machine, George?
Yeah, so this the Britannian T65 has a quick thread bobbing system. So what you do is you take your thread, pop it onto the spool pin here.
Right.
Put that down, and it's all marked on the machine. So all you have to do is follow the dotted line with the thread round underneath the little platform there, and round the tension screw. And then you pop your bobbin onto the bobbin winder.
Yeah. And it's standard bobbins, isn't it? Aren't they?
They are Britannia T65 bobbins. All bobbins are slightly different.
Oh, I see.
You do get what's called universal bobbins. That's what they're sold at, but the slight difference.
Okay, so for better stitch, you know, you should get the Britannia ones.
Yes, indeed. So you get 4 with the machine.
All right.
And then they are available afterwards as well. So what you do is wrap the thread around the bobbin. So you don't need to take it through the eye of the bobbin, you just wrap it round, bring the thread underneath, cuts off on a little blade.
Right.
And then press the start button, and that will then wind your bobbin.
Is the start button the same as that it would be automatic sewing, or?
Sorry?
Is the one at the front, right? That is the sewing?
Yeah, the green, the start-stop button.
Perfect.
Then doubles up as the bobbin winder.
Perfect.
So I can either let that wind until it's full and it'll automatically stop, or I can stop it halfway through if I've only got a small project.
Yeah.
So once that's done, take that off there, and I'll just use this bobbin here. I've got a little bit more thread on it.
Yeah.
And all you have to do, open up the bobbin cover on there, and just drop it in, spinning anti-clockwise.
Right.
And then you take it round this little track.
I see.
Cuts off there. And what that means is you don't need to worry about taking that thread up. That will automatically
thread it itself.
Yes, you can just thread up the top, as I'll do now, and begin sewing. So
I see. Can I ask a question? Because I just seen that the machine, the start button, it has gone from green to red. Why is that?
So it's a safety feature on the machine, so you know that it is not ready to sew. The foot is up, it's not in a position to sew. So when you lift the foot on a sewing machine, it opens up the tensions.
Yeah.
So if I tried to sew now, it would all just knot up. But not only does it turn red, it won't actually now
go down.
So
I love that attention to detail, that safety, and of course it makes it sure that the automatic tension then it's properly done.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when that's up now, so it opens the tension, and I can just thread this machine up, follow the solid line. So it's all arrowed, it's numbered. Follow the thread round the track. 4, 5. Now I put the foot down, I can feel that tension on there.
Right.
then go behind the wire bar there. And this is where this has a really nice needle threader on there. So rather than having to mess around with a needle threader in that hand, try and get that one, that clicks down into place there.
So much easier, because then that means that you have got hands free to do actually properly without having to, oh, you know, I have to hold it down.
Exactly. You haven't got to coordinate that so much. Just click it down and then take the thread round that little hook there, across the front of the needle, and you can feel it's in a hook. And then up, little blade again, and it cuts off.
Right.
Click that back, and it takes the thread through. And you can just take that thread through there.
Easy.
And take it to the back of the needle.
So easy.
And now I'm ready to sew.
Yeah, so ready to sew. So what sort of materials, because when you talk about the automatic thread tension, that for me is like the biggest point of this machine. Because for those ones who haven't seen it, what does it do in terms of materials that you can sew through it without having to change tension?
Yeah, exactly. So it means you can go through a wide range of materials without having to worry about the tension. So again, the automatic tension in combination with the quality of the feeding system just means I can go straight from something like this, a crystal organza,
which is famously renowned for, you know, being very difficult to sew.
It's slippery, it's flimsy, it can be a real nightmare. But even with that, we're just using a standard 80 needle on here. I'm happy to just go ahead and sew down there.
So, but also, so you wouldn't have to change the needle with this machine for, say, organza and then going to faux leather or something like that. You
it will take it all in its stride. I personally, I'd recommend changing the needle, especially if you're doing a whole project.
So every time that we change projects, like in a big project, we would change the needle. That would be a good recommendation.
Different sewers have different rules on that. So some people change it every project. Some people change it every sort of 4 to 6 hours. It really does depend.
Is it to do with because needles would get a little bit blunter, so therefore it could snag a little bit the fabric or the thread? 100%. The needle itself, it's to do with the needle, not the machine, right?
That's it. Yeah, a blunt needle will let even the best machine down.
Okay, so let's see like the organza, because it is absolutely amazing, the gorgeous stitch.
So, as you can see on there, it hasn't puckered that at all. It's left that nice and flat, beautiful on there.
Could we see the back of it?
Yeah,
because that's, for me, that's where I struggle. Look at that. It's as smooth at the top as is the bottom, which is incredible, right?
That's it.
And that's important because sometimes we see the seams back and, you know, the front and the back.
Yeah, and another thing is when you come to take the fabric out, traditionally you'd have to pull those threads out, and that can actually pull the threads. If you can pull the fabric in, you get that rippling in the fabric. But if on this one, it's got that automatic thread trimmer. So that just cuts the threads and pulls them and leaves them both underneath on there.
Perfect. What other materials, so then you would you would put through the machine? Because, of course, now without changing any tension, any stitch length, anything, can you put in, like you have got, is it denim?
So yeah, I've got some denim here, and the beauty again of a well-made machine like the T65 is it will go from the lightweight organza to the heavier denim. So here, for example, I've got 2, 3, 4 layers of denim, and then double that up to 8 layers of denim.
Wow, that's a lot of denim.
Exactly, and it's riding over that amount of denim. A lot of machines will struggle with, but again, with the automatic tension system, the really good quality feeding system, I haven't even had to change the length of the stitch on here. I'm happy just to take that through.
And look at that, seamlessly.
And again, just guiding that through there. I'm not having to force it through at all, and the stitches are still even.
Wow, that's amazing. And the robustness of the machine, I would imagine that, you know, the T65 has been out for a while now, and look at that. I would imagine that you have got lots of feedbacks as well, feedback from other places that, like, not just you know, sewists, but what other places you have sold the machine to and have had feedback from?
Yeah, so now the Britannia T65, they're getting really popular in schools and learning environments. Because it's so simple to call out the stitch, you can just say number 30 and everyone can go on there. But also we've found our engineers, they've gone back to them a year, 2, 3 years later, and they just find that the machines get running, they don't get worn out.
And I would imagine in a school where is little people that, you know, don't have, you know, like that experience sewing. There's lots of different, you know, lots of different children using the sewing machine. So therefore, caring for the equipment is not something that they do very well. So that is a testament that the robustness, the ease of use as well. Because I'm thinking as well, having all those stitches, it would be how easy it is to select different stitches and how easy it is for to use all those facilities that we have got here.
Yeah, exactly. So we've kept the programming of the machine very simple. So it's got the simple LCD screen on the front here, and to select a stitch, I just put in the number.
Yeah.
And then if I want to change the length, I just highlight the length, and I can make that longer or shorter.
Right.
Same with the width.
Yeah.
The tension, although it's automatic, I can actually override that. Once you're more experienced, you can do things like gathering and create different effects with that.
And I'm also thinking about, we promised at 8 p.m. that we would see a little bit of a stretch fabric. We will be able to, can this machine do a stretch stitches?
Yeah, indeed. So straight on the front of the machine, you've got the stretch stitch. So again, what they've done along the bottom of the machine is they've added in these utility stitches.
Right.
So you've got the straight stitches, zigzag, stretch stitch and buttonhole. So if I just select stretch stitch on there, and then here I've got some scuba fabric.
Oh, so it's like, what is it called? I was going to call it neon, but it's not that. It's what it is called, the scuba. Oh,
I call it the scuba fabric.
No, it has got a wetsuit, but it has got a neoprene.
Neoprene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think it's called.
So
it's close enough to neon. You know, neoprene. The first 3 letters were the same ones.
Yeah. So what this is doing is for every stitch forward, it does a normal stitch forward, and then it actually does half a stitch back. And what that allows for is the fabric to stretch and give. So once I come to the end of the stitch here, I can just stop the machine. The other good thing is that you can actually run off the end of the fabric. It's not going to jam up. So that's how well made they are. So coming right off the end there, I've got that lovely flat, looks exactly like a straight stitch, but it will then stretch.
And you haven't, like, this is so easy. I mean, and the fact is that you're not changing basically anything in the machine except the stitch type of the stitch, because obviously it's a stretch one, and it's just done it. And 2 minutes ago or 3 minutes ago, whatever it was, we were sewing organza. So this is the, you know, or denim, and all these ones. If you have done any sewing, you know that they are all 3 incredibly difficult fabrics to sew with. There are fabrics that you may have in the previous past have to buy a specific foot for it, like for instance a Teflon foot for the organza because it's slippery. This is a machine that it comes in with a bonus feet as well, but you don't need to get anything extra to sew with those difficult materials. It's ease of use. Remember, it's been used at the schools. That has got longevity for the schools. It has got the ease of use. If you are somebody who wants a machine that is electronica but is easy, that it doesn't need to a computer degree, computerized degree to know how everything works, this is perfect for you. Easy to thread, easy tension automatically, and of course you have got the instruction manual included in here, which also I love that in the cover, in the hardcover, it has got the pocket in here so you can keep it there ready to use, because I know about my sewing machines. I always lose the instruction manual because there is not such pocket in mine. The other thing that is also we are thinking, this is a machine that I can see it being very good for beginners, but what about more experience? Can it grow with us?
Yeah, so one thing I get all the time exhibitions is people have bought beginner level machines, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But when they want to move on to more advanced techniques, going into the quilting world, you've got free motion, which hopefully I can show in a second.
Yeah.
They just can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't. It's so much harder to do on a cheaper machine. This one, again, is that quality. That's what makes a good quilting machine.
And talking about the free motion embroidery. Now I know that. Can you show us first of all how to change the feet when the normal ones, and then move on to the embroidery one, because we would like to see that.
Indeed. So quickly, I've got the overlooking foot here.
Okay, perfect.
And something to mention on overlookers is we've been out of stock on the Britannia overlooker for a few months, but that is due in again soon.
Fabulous news.
So hopefully we'll come on with that one. But in the meantime, sewing machines now can really do a good sort of faux overlock stitch.
Right.
So I've got some denim here to light up the stitch for you so you can see it.
So to change the foot, it was literally just pressing the back of it. It's like a little tiny, there we have
That's it. They just clip, you press that lever and it comes off, and then it just clips on like that.
Simple.
So now lining up the denim on here. So on the overlock foot, it's got a guide on the edge and a bar down the middle.
Right.
And so if I select the overlock stitch number 10.
Okay. And that feet comes in with the machine, right? That's the one, the overlocking feet.
Yes, this is one of the standard accessories with the machine. And so if I'm just turning it over by hand, just so you can see in there what it's doing.
I see.
That bar down the middle takes up the slack of that thread, stops it from curling in the edge.
Right.
So now if I start off the machine on full speed there, that goes back and forth over the thread, over that edge of the fabric, locking it in so it then doesn't fray.
And that will kind of almost seal the edge of the fabric, right? Kind of stop it fraying, right?
Yes, exactly, because you can seam the two pieces of fabric together, but after a while it will start to fray. So what this does is it seals that edge. I've got the guide in here as well, so I can just butt that up against there. And what I can actually do as well, obviously this is on a thicker fabric, so it's a nice wide overlocking stitch on there.
Wow.
If I was using a finer fabric, I could make that stitch finer as well, a little bit more delicate.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. And of course that is one of the feet that is included with the machine, and you can see the edge that George was talking about here, so that kind of helps. That's attention to detail as well. Now we would like to see I think it's the free motion embroidery feet that comes in, and of course that's one of the extras that we are getting with the one-day special. Usually it's not with the Britannia in the style machine. So you can see it here. How do we attach it, this one though?
That's it. So this one and the walking foot, what you actually do is you undo this screw on the side here, takes off the whole ankle.
Okay.
And then the free motion foot goes round, screw that up on there, just give that a twist on so it's nice and tight on there.
Yeah.
That's how you attach that foot as well.
So simple, very easy, and of course the screwdriver is included into the machine as well. The essentials, which also comes with a seam ripper, of course a brush to clean it as well. So the little fluff that gets in.
Yes.
Right. So then, how do we use it? The free motion embroidery.
So there's two ways generally. You would either hoop up a single piece of material, or you can use like a sandwich that I've got, or a quilt with that wadding in between to give it support.
You mentioned using a hoop.
Yes.
What sort of hoop would we use?
Just a hand embroidery hoop, so the circular ones that you get. Put that in there, and then that just keeps the fabric taut so it doesn't gather at all.
Perfect. But we don't need to do that with quilting kind of components. Like
no, because it supports the fabric, and also it gives you a really nice sort of 3D effect. So what I would generally do is put the foot down there.
Right.
I would usually use a foot control to do this.
Okay.
Because it gives you a little bit more control, but that can be plugged in. You can also, with this speed control and the foot control plugged in, you can cap the top speed.
Okay.
So it's not going to run away from you.
So would you recommend to start nice and slow and then?
Yes, nice and slow and then speed up. So basically the trick with let's put it onto a straight stitch. So the trick with free motion embroidery is you don't turn the fabric. You keep the fabric straight and you move your hands around like that.
Right. And you have put the feet down so there is no that dragging.
And so as you get better, you sort of speed that up. So this is called a stippling stitch. So this is sort of the filling in the blanks. And if I get to a point where I can't move any further, again with this thread trimmer on there, I can just cut that thread, lift it up, and start over again.
And then you start. So you are not using the pedal now?
Sorry?
You're not using the pedal, you are just using the start.
I'm just using that start-stop button on there. Yeah, so it makes it a little bit more tricky. As I say, with the pedal, you've got that bit more control. If you get stuck, you can slow it down a little bit. But as you can see, this is the sort of thing which is just very difficult to do on a beginner's machine, because literally the thread won't allow it to go in all these directions so smoothly. So I've got 360 degrees of freedom with this machine.
And one of the things that I love about it is you can see the machine kind of going up and down, but the needle, but the machine is stable. It doesn't move around, even though the speed that it goes is incredibly high.
Yeah, 100%. One of the main things when you're using a sewing machine or any sort of tool like this is the feel of it. And the last thing you want when you're trying to be accurate in doing this sort of stitching is for the whole machine to be vibrating and bouncing. It doesn't help the situation at all.
That's incredible. And can you show us the back? Because that's one of the... oh, look at that. The back is as beautiful as the front, isn't it?
Just as good. So it hasn't pulled any threads. It hasn't eyelashed at all. So, yeah, it looks just as good as the front.
By the way, the term eyelash in sewing, what exactly that means? Because
so when your eyelash is when the tension on the top is too tight for the bottom.
Oh, I see.
And what it does is it pulls the thread on the underneath, and you can just tell that the machine isn't really meant to do free motion.
Perfect. Yeah,
there's
that's
this one.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, George, for showing us the T65. The T65 is a sewing machine that is used at the schools, and years later they can come back, the engineers, and find that the machines are as robust as the first day. Imagine the use and abuse that children do with this machine, but also think about it. It's a machine that can grow with you because it has got that sturdiness. It comes in with extra bonus in here, which means that your saving is £131. It can grow up because also we have got another item that we are going to be seeing shortly that converts this sewing machine into an embroidery machine as well. But if you want your one-day special, maybe you want a machine that is robust but also is portable, that also is kind of doesn't take the whole space. Maybe you are looking for one of those, but it delivers as a stage perfectly. Maybe you want it smoothly, you want the automatic tension as well, so you can go from any sort of materials to thinner or a stronger one as well. And remember, the one-day special, if you purchase this during the live hours, you will be entered into a competition, and that competition is here. This is what you could win if you check out your baskets now, because a winner will be selected at 4 p.m. and announced towards the end of final call, of course, at the 4 o'clock show. And that will mean that you may be winning a quilting project by Moda, William Morris Fabrics, as well as half meters. And you, of course, you have got threads in there. Well, it is worth over £500. And of course, to enter it, what you need to do is check out your baskets for the 1A special, the T65 from Britannia. And remember, you can flexi buy that into 3 interest-free payments as well. Now, we mentioned that the machine itself can grow with you, and not only because it has got those 65 stitches, those 5 different buttonholes, it has come all with all those feet, but because you can also get an embroidery attachment. Maybe you did get a T65 previously, and now you're thinking, well, I'm ready to experience designing my own things with my computer, or just doing embroidery into another level. This is different from the free motion embroidery, and we will see why exactly with George. But let me tell you, if you want the embroidery unit, this will work with not only the T65 but any other Britannia machines, but also comes in with the embroidery backing and the water soluble stabilizer. You have got a £16 saving, and of course that flexi buy, which means that you can spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments. Now, it is a phenomenal add-on. Maybe you are thinking of getting a separate embroidery machine. You don't need to do that with the Britannia. You have got a perfect sewing machine and a perfect embroidery unit as an add-on. There are things like, look at this, I mean, things that you could create. You can look at that. Look at the incredible detail that you can have in here. Now, George, now how do we attach the embroidery unit to the T65 then?
So all we have to do to attach the embroidery unit, so the Britannia comes ready built to take the embroidery unit. So if I just take the extension table off there, take the embroidery unit, just switch the machine off, and I drop the teeth again.
Right, yeah.
And literally the embroidery unit just slides on like that.
Easy.
Plugs into the side of the machine.
Okay.
And switch that on. And again, we've thought about this. So with the sewing machine, you don't want to be bogged down by a really complicated screen. You just want to get to the stitches and do the sewing. So we've actually added an extra screen onto that embroidery unit there. Okay. So this is now what takes control of the machine. So it's just letting me know, have I dropped the feed? Yes, I have. And it's ready to move into position.
Fabulous. Right.
So now that's
so super simple. Literally, slide it in, plug it in, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. You're ready to go. So next we come up to hooping the fabrics.
Okay.
So including with the embroidery unit, we've actually set up a bundle we've put in 25 meters of backing.
Okay. Yeah.
And what backing does is it stabilizes the fabric. So if you've got a lighter fabric, you can actually layer this up.
So you put, so for instance, if you wanted to do it with organza, would you put more than 1 layer, basically?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you have got felt, for instance, just 1 layer would be enough?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Also, we've included it with a roll of topping as well. And what the topping is for is if you are using, for example, a fleece or a towel, something with a dense pile on it, or a loose pile on it, I should say. What this does, if you put that over the towel, it stops the thread from sinking in.
Right.
Same with that, or people even embroider straight onto this and can create lots of stuff, and then this actually you just wash it away afterwards.
So it will disappear. Also, we mentioned as well last night that there is this modern technique, you call it a modern, which is just using it just with the soluble element.
Yes.
And then the threads. Could we do that with this machine?
Yes, indeed. You can even use it with 3 motion as well.
Wow.
I've seen a lot of, you can look it up, people making these sort of invisible bowls.
Oh, yes, of
so
course.
they build up the stitches with that, and yeah, so much
There's
more you
lots
can
of
do.
potential. And of course, you are getting 3 meters of that water soluble stabilizer included in here. Then we have got the hoop, which is it a 5x7, isn't it? The
5x7 inch hoop on there, yeah.
Perfect. So
yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
there are other smaller ones as well available, aren't they?
yes, you can use the smaller ones as well, but obviously with the machine you get the largest hoop, so that you're not limited on the size of design. I was speaking to a customer just the other day, saying that she had a 4x4 inch hoop, and she was all right on one dimension of the pattern, but on the other one it would just go over.
So it's better to have the largest one.
That's it, yes.
Which is the one included.
Yes, because of course you can always rotate the patterns 90 degrees, so you can, if you've got saying landscape, it can fit in that way, and portrait can fit in that way.
Of course. And that is the embroidery unit that allows us to turn it around, the design.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. So now to lay that up, what I do is just lay some backing over that hoop.
Okay.
And what I can actually do on here is I can mark the place that I want the pattern to go.
Okay.
And then in line with this grid, I can then make sure it's perfectly in place. So if I was doing a plique work, putting something in a particular position, if you've got other patterns already on there, using this grid allows that as well.
So for instance, if we have got, for instance, I'm going to show you one sample here. We had already done this and we wanted maybe the rows, the same design going this way, then we could use that center positioning tool to make sure that we position it in the right place.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Yeah. So once that's done, I just place the inner hoop inside the fabric.
Right.
Now, the trick to this is you want to make sure it's flat, and then as you put the hoop in, you should get a good tension on there.
Perfect.
So firmly put that in, and now that is ready, tensioned, all ready to go. And just give the screw a little bit of a tighten on the outside.
So we
there.
can make it a little bit more tension if we wanted to.
Yes, yeah, so I can actually, if I wanted to tighten this up, I can just pull on the edges there, pull it inwards like that. So now, coming over, attaching the hoop to the machine, that just slides on there, and then clips on there, like that.
And that is now nice and stable, it won't move around.
That's it. Yeah, that is on there now, held in place by the long arm of the embroidery unit. So now I take control of the screen on here.
Yeah.
This actually does come away from the unit, but I'll put it back in there so the cameras can get a good shot of it. And I've got the two options. I can either use the go into the pictures on here, which are the 150 pre-programmed pictures in there.
So these ones we don't have to download anything, ready to go in the machine, in the unit. Yeah.
Ready to go. And you've also got the alphabets in here as well. So there's 4 different styles of alphabet on there.
Yeah.
And then when you are ready to get to move on, you can select the USB stick. So this comes with a 4 GB USB.
Perfect.
Which you can then download patterns from the internet. You can even get software and create your own patterns.
Because we were saying yesterday, you know, our friend Emily, she has got like a pepper in a penny, like she does cakes and things like that. So I was thinking you can design or download your own logo, then kind of create it and embroider maybe the apron, maybe a tote bag, so you can do it. And can we make to sell as well? I suppose if we have designed the actual motif.
Yeah, if the design isn't copyrighted, then indeed you can use it, sell it on. As you say, you can use it for your own business or your friend's business. You can create that logo, put it onto shirts or aprons, as you were saying on there. The options are quite literally unlimited on there.
Right. So how do we select the design then?
So if I go on to this selection on here, it shows me all the designs that I could use on there. So for example, and then when I click on it, it brings it up as well.
Yeah.
These are also all in colour in the instruction manual, so this is just the one colour, this design.
Okay.
It shows me the size of the design on there as well.
Right.
But I can always edit that later. So if I bring that in, again, it's on the largest frame.
Okay.
So bring that in.
Right, and so we know how it will look within the frame as well, so we can see that.
Yeah, exactly. So right now it's positioned just in the centre. So if I want to just reposition that down to the bottom corner.
Okay.
And then let's say I want it on the left, so I can actually bring it over to the left and then mirror it so that it flips over to that side.
Okay.
If I wanted to bring it to the top, I can also mirror it that way.
Oh, fabulous.
And then I'm just going to make it a little bit smaller.
Okay, yeah.
So I can make it up to 20% smaller on there.
And of course, it still will be retain all the threads and all the colors that we have got originally on the drawing in the instructions.
Yes, exactly. It will still retain all that detail on there as well.
Oh, perfect. So you can see in here the full colors as well. So it's so it does tell us exactly as well that we need different colors. I love that it's really detail on how many colors and what colors we would need to have it there. But last night, for instance, you changed the colors because what threads you had, so we can be creative as well with that.
Yeah, exactly. So those are just a guideline for literally what colors, but you can use whatever colors you want in there.
Right.
So now that I've done that, again I can just, pressing that magnifying glass, I can just zoom in on it. So in this as well, in this situation here, if I added then another pattern in, I can see what the combination of those two patterns look like. So if I press OK and come out of there, and then press OK again, it now goes into sewing mode, so it just wants me to drop the foot on there, and then it's ready to sew.
And of course, the effort that you are that is included with the embroidery unit is slightly different than the free motion embroidery, right?
Yes, it is. So this foot is purely for the embroidery unit. So it's a metal closed toe unit. So I mean, I suppose you could use it for free motion embroidery as well, but the reason why we put the other one in there with the machine is it's got that open toe plastic view, so you can see exactly what's going on. Now, I can just let that stitch away, so it tells me it's quite a long pattern, this one. I've probably chosen one which is a little bit too long, so this is telling me it's going to take 16 minutes to complete.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, we have got less than that until the end of the show, but we can see in here how the embroidery unit works as well. And if we see, like you can see now the needle going up and down, pounding quite strongly, and yet the machine is absolutely stable. There is the durability, the construction quality of that machine. And remember, this is the T65, the one-day special sewing machine with that added embroidery unit added on. There are two separate items. You don't have to get, the embroidery unit if you don't want to, but if you, this is one of the things, when you invest in a machine, of course it's a considered purchase, of course you have, but you want something that you want it for today, but for tomorrow, for 2 years' time and 3 years' time. You don't know maybe that you won't want to maybe use an embroidery machine. Maybe you know it right now because you have got already the embroidery machine. Now maybe today is the day to get it because you have got, of course, a £16 saving. It comes in with a stabilizer and the water soluble stabilizer as well. You have got in here the embroidery machine, the embroidery unit that will attach itself to the T65 or any of the Britannia machines as well. I love that fact that you have got a sewing machine that is reliable, industrial kind of in components inside it, that you know it will take care of business. It will take care of the attention of the thread. It will take care of organza and leather and faux leather and of course and even neoprene. It can even do stretch status, but also you can use it as an embroidery machine, because if you go for the unit now, imagine straight away being able to take designs in here. Look how beautifully detailed that embroidery is, those beautiful curves in here and such a beautiful detail. Now you have got a flexi buy if you want to go for the embroidery unit. And that means that you can spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £166.23. It's a unit that is so easy. You don't have to have a computer degree to kind of know how to use it. It's simple. It comes in with its own instructions and preloaded with designs. Again, that means that you don't have to look for designs. If you don't want to, you don't have to design them. But if you want to use those ones, you can, because it comes in with a USB stick that then you can design or download from the internet and then use it for your machine. And look at this. This is elements that you can create. And of course, this is important. Yeah, this is like me like the other week in the kimono, or every day. I love kimonos anyway. Now, of course, but you could create that applique system because of that center position in there. Or there is another one here. I love them. And look at that. Now, of course, if you want your embroidery unit, there it is, the details on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, George, I see the machine has stopped. Can you show us what you have done so far?
Yeah, indeed. So I've just stopped that on there, as I say, because of the time. So if I cut the threads and bring that out on there.
Wow.
That's that on there. And then also I've got one which I did yesterday as well.
Wow.
So that's that.
Oh, look at
and
that.
You can see it's got that lovely detail, and again, that's the beauty of embroidery, is just by changing the way it stitches, you can change the colours, the texture of it as well.
Yes. What sort of thread have you used there? Because it looks really nice and shiny.
It's got that sheen to it. So this is an embroidery thread. It's an Italian embroidery thread. With the embroidery, because it is a showpiece, you're actually showing off the thread. You do want that slightly shiny out, really good quality, smooth thread on there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, that is another reason to go for the one-day special, because it has got that possibility for the embroidery unit. But, of course, you're loving the T65. It is an incredible machine. I love as well that it's, and I would say, it's not a massive machine that will take over your table, because many of us don't have a sewing area, a dedicated sewing area, so we have to put it away. And I think this is kind of also a good one that you can find the space for it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's it. And it will also allow you to grow even within a small area, because this embroidery unit just attaches onto the machine. It packs away nice and small as well, so it's there ready. So yeah, it will start you off or continue your sewing, but also allow you to grow as well.
And I love that. Now, I have to mention as well about something about the pricing. Now, the pricing, it features, of course, the PMP. If you're not a Freedom member, you have got a PMP to pay. Now, there is a technical issue which appears to be $4.95, but it's actually $11.95 for PMP. However, if you're a Freedom member, you do not pay PMP at all. So it's maybe one reason to join the Freedom membership, to not have to pay the PMP. So it's a reason. I think it's great to do it. Now, and then, of course, but remember, if you check out your baskets during the live shows, you will be entered into a competition, and that competition is a massive prize draw of worth over £500. And this is what you could be winning if you check out your baskets for the T65, the one-day special. Now, it includes a quilt project by Moda, William Morris, fabrics, half meters, the tools as well. You can see there is a fabulous reason to check out your baskets right now. Now, it is a fabulous machine, the T65. Now, I know, George, you know it inside out. We have got about 9 minutes till the end of the show. Is there anything else that you would like to show us about the sewing machine itself?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do now is imagine I completed that last pattern.
Perfect, yeah.
And just bring in some lettering. So I've just put an ABC in here, but you obviously can put in whatever you want. Bring that in, and then on the screen there you can see that lettering is now combined with the last pattern.
Yes.
So I know exactly, in reference to the last pattern, where I'm putting this next one. And again, I've got a lot of control over this, so if I want to move it just away from there, first of all I want to rotate it.
Yeah.
So rotating it by 5 degrees there.
So you can even rotate it just a tiny bit. You don't have to do it like completely. Like I thought it was a quarter, kind of 90 degrees.
Rotation. No, you can do it as little as 1 degree at a time.
That's great.
So once that's in there, I can also on this mode, if I wanted to arc it, so I'll arc it away a little bit from there.
So if you are doing a bunting, for instance, you can do like bunting within the bunting, the letters.
Great idea. Yeah, exactly. And now I'm just going to, again, put that into position a little bit better. And then I can just have a look using the magnifying glass exactly where that is going to sit. So it's going, just sit on the edge there like that.
Fabulous.
And then press OK, come back, press OK. Again, put that foot down.
And just let it
and that's ready to go.
And we can let the machine itself do this thing. We don't have to be there pressing anything.
No, exactly. I mean, as nice as it is to just watch and let it do it, you could walk away, let it do its thing, and then come back to it later on.
Which, if you have a little business, like if you are doing to sell embroidery, this is brilliant because it's time saving. You could be designing other things or maybe baking if that's what you do.
Yeah, that's it. So, for example, if you're using the sewing machine to make products, you can then finish them off with that embroidery in it.
Oh, fabulous.
Even if it's just a label on there or something like that, it's a nice little embellishment.
Or, for instance, if you are doing a dress, like you could incorporate, those, how sometimes some people have got in their cufflinks or maybe in the, even in their handkerchiefs, their initials.
Yes.
You could do that as well.
Yeah, you can put that on. Again, all that sort of stuff comes pre-programmed within the machine. But you can still then adjust it as well.
Right.
So we're just coming up to the final letter now, so it's going to do this C. Again, and you can't really see so well on the TV that it's such a fine stitch, this, but it's still doing it incredibly precisely.
That is beautiful, and it's a beautiful font as well. It's very, like kind of reminiscent of those handkerchiefs with the initials. Or
that traditional sort of scriptive font on there.
Indeed.
Yeah. So that is now finished.
Okay.
And it lets you know on the screen that it's come to completion.
Yep.
And then just cut the threads. And I've got that ABC
that
on
is
there.
So quick
and that is small as well. It's literally
we can see
size
it.
of my fingertip.
Yeah, it's and it's beautifully detailed. It's completely legible, and of course, it's so quick to do as well, which is phenomenal. And of course, that is on with the embroidery unit that you can attach to your T65 or any other Britannia sewing machines in there. So it is a fabulous bundle. You have got a £16 saving. It comes in with the embroidery backing and the water soluble stabilizer as well. And of course, we have got the amazing elements in there. You do need to check out your baskets, though, of course, especially for the T65. Why? The reason is because we have got a prize draw that will be a winner will be selected from the people who have purchased the T65 during the live show. So make sure to check out your baskets. Now, a quick rundown through the T65 as the sewing machine itself, the one-day special. So we know that for beginners it's great. We know that even children can use it because it's used in schools. We know it can grow, but also for quilting, I'm thinking about the fact that it comes with a walk-in fridge as a bonus within the one-day special. That for quilters or people like they are starting on quilting, that's an enormous addition to the bundle, right?
Yeah, it's such an essential for quilting. We just felt it right to put it in with the machine because it makes when you're doing quilting, you've got the layers together. The last thing you want to do is go a metre and a half along the fabric, and then you find your top layer of fabric is squidged forward because of the pressure of the foot. But using the walking foot, it puts that extra set of teeth on the top, pulls it over nice and evenly. And you get a beautiful stitch both top and bottom.
It is, yeah. Now, George, if somebody is watching and they have been watching and thinking, oh, I really want it, but I'm not sure, what would you say to somebody who's sitting on the fence about the machine?
I'd say certainly start off with if you've got a sewing machine already that was a beginner's machine, you're looking to move on, this is the sort of thing to go on to. Or if you are a beginner to sewing, this one is a great starting machine because it's easy to use, but the quality in there, those extra features with the thread trimmer, auto tension, allow you to grow with it in whatever direction you want to go.
Yeah, and also, you know, that's a great overview. And also there are other things to consider as well. The price, obviously, this is one-day special, which means the price is here only until 6 p.m. But also there is another thing that I know that, you know, the prices, you know, they are not going to be this price, those low price, you know, even the, you know, the non-one-day special price, they are going to go up eventually. So then make sure to check out your baskets, and also you will be entered into that competition. Remember, you are getting a saving of £131. It's the bonus fee in here included at I think about £90 worth. You have got the extension table, which I love the fact that it has got it kind of folds away, so you can, it doesn't take that much space, because space is always a consideration as well. Now, if you want to go for the machine on its own, not the one-day special bundle, but on a machine on its own, the details are at the bottom of the screen. You can see that actually you are paying 27 pence more for the machine on its own. And if you went for the one-day special, you are getting all those extra elements in there as well. It is a fabulous machine that will grow with you, but also I think it's a great machine if you are, I also think, like, as a dressmaker, this is fabulous because all the different you know, fabrics that you can handle with ease.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what you want, to be more creative, to be able to go from the lightweight fabrics to the heavyweight fabrics, and not only that, but the stretch fabrics,
yes,
as well, with that built-in stretch stitch. It is capable of sewing all different sorts of fabrics.
Thank you so much, George. We will, both George and myself, we will be back at 4 p.m. So if you have got any questions for George, of course, you can email us in at studio@thecraftstore.com. And of course, remember, have the questions ready. If you have got any, email us in, and we'll try to put them to George and answer them live on the show. But remember, check out your baskets, because there is that massive giveaway that will be, a winner will be selected within the purchases of the one-day special. Now, this massive giveaway is worth over £500 and includes William Morris and Moda Fabrics. Even more reason to check out your baskets now. And remember, the saving is massive, at 131 saving. And if you are on a budget, because we know it's a considered purchase, well, consider FlexiBuy. Consider spreading the cost into 3 interest-free payments. And of course, that makes it a little bit easier to budget it for it. You know, if you have been looking for a sewing machine that can grow with you, or something that you can take it with you, and of course get amazing results, this one is for you. Do check out your baskets. George, a pleasure as always. We'll see you. We'll be back at 4 o'clock.
Yes.
So we will see more. Remember to email us in those questions. Right, of course, thank you so much, George. Well, we'll see you at 4, but stay tuned, because here the inspiration continues at the craft store. We'll see what is next with Yanis. Well, Yanis is go-powering and embossing with a monthly mega deal. Then we have got a double hour of clarity stamps with a classic birthday from Barbara.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Did you know you can continue watching The Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet. either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you're on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Julia Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. I've been really looking forward to doing this hour because we have got a fantastic die cutting machine. I was actually fortunate. So I'm laughing because, you know, I need to get back to the gym, feel out of breath just standing here waiting to do the show. So now we've got die cutting machine. It's a really good die cutting machine, and this is the thing with electronic die cutting machines. So I was fortunate enough to do the show with John next door, and I want to tell you a little bit of the backstory behind this. So John was trialing, not this machine, he was trialing another machine, himself and Crafts 2. They thought we wanted to test the machine, so we're testing a machine for, it was over 6 months. I don't want to say a year, I know it's definitely over 6 months. I'm pretty sure it was longer, but just to cover myself, because I don't want to speak for John, minimum 6 months. And they ended up not going with the machine, and there were certain things. So John tests everything rigorously, and that's what I love about John. And he just felt the machine wasn't living up to what he wanted from the machine, and there were points, and as I start to go through this, I'll explain, but little things. So the machine that he was testing had sensors on the front. I think a lot of you know this story, so you'll know the machine I'm talking about, because John had it with him quite a few times, and say he was just testing, and then they decided they weren't going to go ahead with it. But one of the things he noticed, so with the Couture Creations, the Go, Power and Emboss, it has sensors, but they're not just hanging sensors here. They're actually all the way inside, back here. So there's nothing to break. And that was a key thing for John. And also with the sensors, that having no sensors here means that you can put your, if you want to use smaller plates, you can stick them in there, and you don't have to hit sensors to trigger it to start working as well. It's a small detail, but these are the things as crafters John found made a huge difference. Also, another point to talk about the machine. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I know I'm throwing a lot of information out at you, but you've got the pink and the gold. Now, the pink is exclusive to the craft store. I'm just going to show you this here. So the pink is exclusive to the craft store, and we don't have, because this has been a monthly mega deal, we do not have a huge amount of stock, to the point that this will be selling out. I would say this hour could be selling out in the next 15-20 minutes. So if you do want to go for the pink, don't hang around. Electronic die cutting machine. So why do you want an electronic die cutting machine? Now, I'm not knocking hand cranked machines, but a lot of people, it could be dexterity issues. I train in the gym. All right, I don't want to big myself up, but I like to say that I'm no slouch in the gym. I've done shows where I've been cranking a large A4 die cutting machine and struggled. You know what you're going through. So if you've ever got to that point where you're finding you just want life to be a little bit easier, electronic die cutting machines, they do make life so much simpler. Here's the thing. I've seen electronic die cutting machines, but where this really excels, it's in the mouth. because you're not restricted. This is an electronic die cutting machine, but it will take your big dies. This will actually take any die you have. We did the show with John. I know, it's a big statement, right? Any die. I know, but look, rest assured, I did this with John. John was saying the only die this will not take, so I think it was Sizzix, they did a range of 12 by 12, it was 12 by 12 dies, but you needed a special pro machine that Paola actually has. And the machine, I'm not even kidding, it was about this the size of the table, it was huge. So John was saying, for those of you, and there are going to be only a very small amount of you, that actually have that 12 by 12 die, that will not fit in here. Any other die will, whether they're bigs, they're slim dies. If you want to use the molds from, and it's a question we get asked a lot whenever we're doing Heartfelt Creations, you know those beautiful molds. And we always have to add the caveat, look, you need a wide mouth machine to use the molds. This will do it. And having the pressure, so it's a machine that gives you that pressure, and this is another thing we've got to talk about, because dies are only becoming more and more intricate. John is the best example you'll ever find of a detailed die, because what John does, and he was, again, I'm speaking for John, but I did the show with him, and he was saying that when you design a die, there are parameters. They ask the factory, they say, can you leave a certain amount of space in between, because once you go seriously fine, it's obviously you're pushing the limits. John always pushes those limits. He pushes, and by that you need a machine that will obviously be able to deal with detailed dies. So dies are becoming more and more detailed. If you've got a machine, I'm going to speak to you right now, because you might be thinking, well, why do I want to update my machine? If you've got a machine you're struggling with, if you've got a machine that there are dies in your stash that you just don't use, and I know there are a few of you out there that will suffer from this. You've got detailed dies and you dread putting them through your machine because you're like, it's just not going to cut, and then you have to put them through again and again, and you're shimming and again and again, and in the end they go in the drawer and you just don't want to use them. Suddenly, with a machine of this kind of power, you don't worry about that. No. What? All right, now that's just silly. I told you the pink we thought we would sell out this hour, and I knew we were going to have a busy hour. I did not think pink was going to sell out in the first 5 minutes. So our pink machine, the exclusive to the craft store, pink, that has now officially sold out. It's a technical sellout. So those of you that have got this in your baskets now, the last remaining few, please check out, because if any bounce back, I'm going to say it to everybody, and then it's going to be a question of fastest fingers first. That's the first sellout this hour. I am going to talk you through the plates, because you're going to get all the plates for this machine as well, and it is a great bundle. And another point, look at that price for an electronic die cutting machine. An electronic die cutting machine, 3 flexi payments of £46, but £139.99, saving £10. The gold, we're going to move on to the gold now as well, but look at this, 3 flexi payments of £46.66. Now, typically, with electronic die cutting machine, how much have you seen them for? There is one that jumps into my mind on the market, and you're looking at around about £250, £260. With that one, and I am absolutely not knocking anyone's machines, you know, we're just focusing on here, but with that one, you can only put thin dies through. So you're restricted instantly, you're restricting the scope of what you can do, because any bigs dies, any large steel rule dies, any molds from Heartfelt, you cannot use through that machine. Here, with the Couture Creations, you're paying $139.99, and you're able to do so much more. As I say, any die in your stash, as long as it's not that 12 by 12 from Sizzix, any die will fit through here. You've also got the feature there, if you do put too much through, you're pushing the limits maybe with your sandwich. The machine's intuitive, it's got sensors, it will say, won't work, and then it will just feed it back out to you. So going through the bundle, it's a slick looking machine. This is your Couture Creations. I mean, come on. It looks good. It's very quiet as well, seeing it in action, and we will be watching John in a moment. I know we've got some video of John using the machine, but pay attention to just how quiet the machine is. Now, looking at all the plates, so you do get your base plate, which you can see here, so that's your A plate. So there's the base. Then you get your B plate and your C plate. So traditionally, what will happen, you've got your base plate, you get your B plate, and the C plate will go on top. But John talks about if you do want to keep your C plate from warping, then you can always put the C plate as the base on top of your A plate, and then the B on top because the B is a bit thicker. You're also going to be getting within the mix too your metal shim. Now I want to talk to you about something. Crafters, those of you who really keep up to date on what's going on in the world of crafting, this is a little something, because there's certain machines, there was one machine in particular I know had a metal shim. I'm not going to mention any names, but everyone's getting sliced by it because it was the edges. Now here, you can see here, I can do that, it's fine, don't worry. Kim, the producer, was worried. You're not going to get cut because these edges have all been beveled. So when I say beveled, they're softened, they're not sharp. Because we actually had a guest, again, I'm not going to mention a name, but a guest who was using that machine that I was talking about with the shims that were sharp, and she sliced her finger it was live on air, it was a late night show, and we thought we were going to have to stop the show for a while to try and punch up her finger. Look, that should never happen. As a consumer, forget me working here, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you have a shim that cuts people? And I'll tell you why, really, in the industry. It's because, for a manufacturer, it costs them money to make sure those edges aren't sharp. So here, it just shows you that Couture Creations, they've thought of everything. Metal shim, promise it's not going to cut you. You're also going to get your embossing mat in there as well. Now, something else to point out, and a question we got asked a lot with John, it's about the plates. How long will the plates last? John had his plates for 2.5 years. And they were still, do you know, the C plate, while we're live on the show, and you know how much crafting John does, he had his plates for 2.5 years, and the C plate finally cracked. I think it was during we were demonstrating it and pushing it, and then it cracked live on the show. But he wanted to do the show. We had new plates for him, and he said, no, I want to show these because I've had these for 2 years just to show everyone. But that's John, and I guarantee you John's going to do a lot more crafting than the conventional crafter out there. So you and I, he's going to do a lot more crafting than us. So your plates will last. You're going to get all your plates, your base plate, your A plate, your B plate, your C plate, your metal shim, and your embossing mat. Then you're going to get 2 embossing folders in here as well. So you've got 2 great embossing folders. And you're also going to get all these dies. And something else that John was touching on while I worked with him. Look, this is a statement of intent and how much confidence Couture Creations have in the machine. So your Go Power and Emboss. The detail that you are getting in all of these dies, and you can see that detail. Now I'll tell you why, and John was saying this is just from, and it's interesting because John Lockwood, he understands the manufacturing side. So as a manufacturer, you want to make sure that anybody who gets this machine home is absolutely over the moon. So you want to have dies that you know when they start cutting those up, they're going to rave about the machine. So for Couture Creations to give you these amount of detailed dies, they are absolutely that steadfast confident in the machine and what it can do. That to me tells you everything you need to know about how good this machine is. So all I will say to you, if you're watching right now, if you've been hankering after a new die cutting machine, I understand it is an investment and it is a considered purchase, and die cutting machine is very personal, a very personal decision. Electronic machines, you're not going to struggle, and I'm not knocking hand crank machines because I know a lot of you do love your hand crank machines, but if you have ever struggled or you are struggling with your die cutting, let the machine do all the hard work for you. Choose Couture Creations because you've got that wide mouth, which means it will work with every die. You do not have to worry. If you see a big die, a thick die, it will work. Your thinlet dies, it will work. It's an A4 machine, so you can take on those large die sets and not have to worry as well. Being an A4 machine, you've covered all the bases. We are busy for our Couture Creations. I'm sorry the pink has sold out, and that just showing you how busy we have been for the Couture Creations machine. There is plenty more on the show, and we will be seeing that. But I think we're going to have an introduction now from John, in his own words, explaining how good this machine is.
What I'm going to do is I want to take you through the basics of the machine, what you'll receive, how it will actually work, how we do the basic die cutting, and what when you get it at home. So I'm going to take it to one side. So this is your machine. Now this is obviously my machine. This has been used heavily for the last 2 years. So, you know, I want to show you with this that I'm not using a brand new one with the best thing and that sort of thing. I want to show you that I'm using a machine that I genuinely believe in. So what you'll get is your machine will come like this. It has in the back a simple power point, yeah, which just plugs in. Really, really simple. UK plug, really easy to do. And all you have to do is to turn it on. And these are really easy press buttons. They're not actual buttons that you click or press. They're almost, if you look, they're infrared almost. They will start straight away, so you've got no problems at all. The other good thing with the power on this, and this is something that I'm really impressed with, is after 20 minutes of not being used, the machine will turn itself off. So if, like me, you forget last thing at night to actually turn your machine off, this will actually turn itself off after 20 minutes. So if it hasn't been used, which I think is a really good safety feature. So your basics of your machine, you've got your opening here, which is actually wider than A4. And this has been designed so that you don't have to worry about fitting your plates in. So this is an A4 piece of card. So you don't have to worry about fitting your plates into it and get them very, very neat to each side and get them perfect. But it also means you've got a very wide flat bed, so that putting the plates in and holding them in place is really, really simple. So literally all you need to know is 3 buttons, run. Oh, I'll turn it round a little bit here, you'll see a little bit better. You've got run, you've got power on and off, and you've got reverse. And that will simply reverse it, but I'll show you how they all work. And to make it work, you just press the run button. So, I want to take you through the plates you're going to get. And again, these are my plates. So these plates are over 2 years old. And this is one of the great benefits of the machine. None of these plates have been replaced in 2 years of heavy use. So you will receive an A plate, which is a base plate, which is a thick plate, which obviously if you're using thicker dies you would miss out, but I will go through that in another demonstration. You will then receive a C plate, which is a thinner 3mm plate. You will receive a 5mm B plate. So you can see there, if I put it the right way around, you'll see C plate and B plate. You will also get your metal shim, and your metal shim has been chamfered at the edges so that it doesn't cut you. You can't hurt yourself with it. And you'll also get a very thick, this is a 5mm, this is one of the thickest embossing mats I've ever come across, embossing mat, which is in a beautiful rubber. And again, if you see how much this, I haven't used this as much, but again, it works really, really well. So you get all of those plates, you get your machine, you get your lead. You'll also get with it 30 thin dies. And the great thing about these is, and this is something that I absolutely love about the machine, is if you look at the dies, these are very, very, if I turn them around the right way, look how fine they are. Some of the detail in here is extremely fine. Now, these are dies that are made exclusively for the machine, so they're not available elsewhere. These are only available in the package with the machine, so they're not thrown together. But to me, it says something about the quality of the machine when the dies that they're actually including are so fine, because let's be honest, the very first thing you're going to do when you get your machine is to take one of these dies they've supplied and cut it. So you've got to have confidence in a machine that it's going to cut something that fine first time. Otherwise, I would open the machine up, put that through, it doesn't cut, and I would put it all back in the box and send it back. So it shows the confidence. But you'll also get 2 embossing folders in there included, classic designs you'll use all the time. So the most important thing, I think, is first of all, how are we going to cut with it? How are we going to cut with the machine? So this is the way that I do this. This may not be the manual way, but it's the way I've found is to do it, is basically put your C plate down. You will then take your piece of card. I'm actually going to make this even harder for myself because I'm going to use a piece of mirror card. So this is the Craft Artist Gloss card. We'll take that little die. So the little one that I've just pulled out, because this can be the first thing you try. I'm going to tape the die down and I'm going to put it in the corner. Regardless of how old your machine is, whether it's new or anything else, you'll always find tighter tension in the corner. So it's always better to think, put it on the sides. Our natural instinct is to put a die there. That's probably the silliest place to put it. Put it to the side. We then simply add the B plate on top of that. And then you present it to your machine. And it doesn't matter if your plates are completely out or you don't have to sort of get them like a deck of cards and get them all completely flat, because remember, you've got that wider opening. And all you do is take your plates to your machine and basically present them. Slide it in until it stops, and then simply press run. And all it will do is, with no help from me, it will grab the plates and it will simply run them through. And if I want to, press reverse while it's working, and that will reverse the action and bring the plates out this way, which is really useful because, number one, if you've got limited space or limited mobility and you don't want to be grabbing to the other side, then it will bring it back to you. But it also means that your die goes through twice, and that's always a good way. So there we go, straight off, take that out. I'm just going to flick that, which is always my test of a die and card. And you can see there, that is cut, but not only is it cut, can you see the sort of chamfered edge on there? And what you're getting is, the pressure is so good in the machine that I don't have to emboss that die. That already looks as if it's been embossed, and it looks as if it's curled because the die has done its work. So that's a simple cut using a standard die. I want to show you now, I'm going to use the same card again. This time I'm going to use a larger die. This is one of the John Next Door dies, and this is the Advent Pop Box. And this die does 3 things in one, and it's a really good tell of a machine, because within this die there are areas that will cut out, there are areas that will emboss lines to fold, and there are areas that will perforate. And so what I want is, obviously from a machine, I want it to do all 3 jobs in one pass. I don't want to have to add anything to it. So again, plates together, present it to your machine and push it, I'm doing it with one hand, till it hits a wall almost, and press run. If it doesn't, just give it a little tap to start it, and it will run through perfectly. And the great thing is, it doesn't go through at such a high pressure that it throws it out of the back halfway across the room, which I've had so many times. So I can just lift it out, and you'll see on here, when I take this out, first of all, cut perfectly. But if I show you the front, you see every line. So there are your emboss lines, and there are your perforation lines. So simply, I don't even need a bone folder, that's how the pressure's worked. I can fold those up, and these perforations, watch, and they will tie. And if I actually try and tear a piece of the card, you can see it doesn't want to tear, but the perforations have worked perfectly. So the machine has in one pass cut out, it's embossed a line that's good enough to be folded on a mirror card without actually having to use an embossing tool, and it's done the perforation lines. So we know that it can do that sort of thing with the pressure. The next job you'd want to do in your machine is emboss. And one of the great things that this has got is standard embossing in a machine, in a die cutting machine, is you take your embossing folder with your card in, and you place it between 2 clear plates and run it through. That's not how this works, because it's been designed so that it will take different depths of folders, because every manufacturer makes their folders of a different width and depth. So here I'm using a 3D folder. This is a beautiful Nellie Snellen one. And to emboss in the machine, you don't use 2 plates, you use your rubber embossing mat and your B plate. So this is and I've placed it in the middle. So again, present to the machine, push it to the back, press run. If it doesn't start, pass it through. But because, if you can see, the rubber mat here is stretching to reduce the pressure, the machine said it's too much, which is exactly what I wanted it to do. And watch, the lights are flashing on and off to say that it's been rejected, and it's reversed it out. So it keeps itself on, so all I would do is take the B off, put the C on, and run it back through. So the fantastic thing is that no matter if I try and put something through this machine that it doesn't like, it will not accept it and break the machine. It will simply reject it, flash at me to tell me I've been an idiot and that I've done something wrong, and then it will return my plates to me. And so now, because of the mat, on a 3D folder, I have the perfect, again on mirror card, 3D emboss. And if I want to use a thinner folder, so final one, I'm going to use a thinner folder. This is again a 3D, this is a standard embossing folder, not a 3D one. This is actually one that's a few years old, so this is a totally different width, but I do exactly the same again. Place my mat on, I'll try my bead, see if it works, put it in, press run, doesn't even want to take that, so take it out, put my C on top, present it, press run, and it will take that, and to release the pressure, it will increase the pressure on here, on this rubber mat, and make this rubber mat stretch until it goes through. And when this is finished, we will have the perfect emboss on a standard sandwich. So in the machine, we've been able to emboss standard, we've been able to emboss 3D, and we've been able to die cut multiple different sizes and shapes of die.
Well, there you go. Look, genuinely, it is a very, very good machine. If you've been looking to get hold of an electronic machine, and I think there are electronic machines on the market, but do you want to be paying 250 plus for a machine, or a machine that will only take a certain type of die, say a thinlet die? Here, with Couture Creations, your Go Power and Emboss, it takes every die, and that for me is such a big selling point from this. It doesn't matter what you have in your stash. It also doesn't matter with new items or innovations that are brought to market. For instance, I'm thinking Heartfelt Creations bringing out their 3D molds, their flower shaping molds. So here, no problem. It will work perfectly. And if you find yourself restricted with a machine that only takes a thin die, then you're cutting yourself out so much of the crafting market. So here it is, a catch-all. It's a good machine. John, if you notice, John, he actually had his machine on the can. So when he's doing, and we've got more videos with John, his machine, and it does have a few marks on it. That's because John takes it everywhere. Think how much time John crafts, how much time John spends crafting and lugging his machine here, there, everywhere, doing classes. Do you know something else, good fact? John actually was telling us, so he does his classes, hopefully they're going to be starting back up again, so he does craft classes. He went and bought 4 of these machines for his classes. Now, that is a big statement. Look, someone like John would not invest in a machine if he didn't believe it. And this is not me, I'm just telling you anecdotally, that's a fact that John bought 4 of these for his classes. So that, to me, is it's a great story that really showcases how good the machine is. Also, the fact, and I know I'm going to be quick here, but what I will leave you on this. So John, he tested a machine, as I started off the show by telling you, he tested a different machine, not this one, and after, I don't know how long, it was longer than 6 months, but I'm going to say 6 months just to cover myself. I'm sure he tested it for a lot longer. But he felt this machine didn't really live up to what he wanted from a machine. And then he was talking to Crafts2, Peter at Crafts2, and they were thinking about developing their own die-cutting machine. And they both decided, look, why would we develop our own die-cutting machine when there's one out there right now that it kind of does everything that we need? So rather than taking the time to effectively reinvent the wheel that's already there, this machine does everything that John wants. So he thought, well, look, we don't need to develop a die-cutting machine because I've got everything that I need here. And also, the last thing I'm going to leave you with is the fact that John has never stood and endorsed. John has nothing to do with Couture Creations. He's standing here, you've got this machine because he genuinely likes it. And that's the thing. This is not John next door. This is not Crafts2. It is Couture Creations. But for John to stand here and endorse this as a die-cutting machine is a massive statement in itself. It does come with, so I'm going to get to this in a second, but just your basics. So you've got your plates. You do get your base plate. So that's your A plate, you're going to get that. You get your B and C plates. So there's your B plate. You get your B plate, and that is your C plate. So So there for all your sandwiches. You do get a metal shim that doesn't cut you, so don't have to worry. Just running my hand up and down there really vigorously, it will not cut you. And you get your embossing mat too. We're going to get to John in a second. I want to reinforce this as well. John said something on air. He said, as a machine, Couture Creations don't actually stock a lot of replacement plates because they don't need to. They're not using this as a driver to sell you plates. I know some machines, and you hear of crafters, and we had this question actually a lot when we were doing the live show, people saying, how long will the plates last? I have a die cutting machine, a different brand of die cutting machine, and my plates, after a few months, I had to replace them. John's plates lasted 2.5 years, and I think then finally the C plate came to the end of its life. We've had other viewers saying exactly the same thing. Your plates will last. This machine was not designed to make you buy more plates, okay? And it's also got great reviews too. If you go onto the website, just so we get the reviews ready. So within the bundle, you are saving £10. You're going to get both embossing folders, and you're also going to be getting the dies in there as well. And I know I mentioned this before, but look how detailed the dies are. That to me is Couture Creations saying we are that confident in our machine. We're going to bring you detailed dies, and we know even if this is your first time using our machine, you're going to get beautiful results. Let's have a look at the reviews, and these are reviews. And 105 5-star reviews. Now come on. So going through, and you can see great reviews. Still getting to grips with the plate combinations. From what I love it though. What's this? Excellent, easy to use, best machine I've had. That's big. Best machine you've had. Great machine. 5-star reviews. 5-star reviews. 5-star reviews. Every review, can I say, I'm conscious of this. There are certain platforms on the internet you will go to buy something and you see loads of reviews, and sometimes I'm skeptical with the reviews. All our reviews, rest assured, for anyone to be able to leave a review, you have to have bought the item. So they're all honest reviews left by crafters, every one of those. I have had an email in from Karen. Now, she said she bought this machine 2 weeks ago, and she said it's the best I've ever bought. She had lots of Sizzix dies and fabric, and said, and what was that? Oh, fabric and card. So she uses for both fabric and card and loves it. Karen, thank you. Actually, can we do this? And I know it's a bit of effort on your part, but if you do have your a phone or tablet or internet, could you email us studio@thecraftstore.com? If you've bought this machine, just let us know, because I'm standing here and I'm backing it heavily, saying I know how good this machine is. But anyone watching right now, you're like, well, of course he's going to say that. He's a presenter at the Craft Store. So I would love to know your opinion of the machine. But 105 5-star reviews says for itself. And it's, again, we're going to John, but the salient points of this, it's an electronic die cut machine that's not going to break. You haven't got sensors here that are going to break or limit you. You've also got a machine that will last. The plates will last, and the price point as well. For a machine that will take every die in your stash. Right now, it doesn't matter if it's a big die, a thinlet die, if you want to put in a 3D flower shaping mold, it takes everything. So what we're going to do is head to John now, and we're going to play around. Any questions, or if you do want to tell us your own experiences with the machine, we'd love to hear from you. But handing over to John.
So the next question that I get asked most of the time on this machine, and most people want to know, is how can we use our big dies? How can we use our steel rule dies, our different brands of dies? This was one of the major attractions to me of this machine, was that apart from a couple of 12 by 12 dies I've got, every die I've bought ever fits through this. And when I say that, we actually go back to, and I'm hoping I haven't lost it, this one here, this die is 19 years old. This die is one of the original dies, very first launch. If you can see, it's actually on wood. It's not plastic, it's on wood, it's on a basic foam. And I'm very lucky to have borrowed this from Paola. And I'm very annoyed that she's got the last show with me, because it means she's going to be able to take it back. However, anything from the very first die to originals, through to your big dies, through to your larger big dies, which struggle with a lot of machines, through to your extra long, through to things like your thinlets dies, which are dies that very few people have got. I've got about 6 of these, and I haven't been able to use them in years. your quick cuts dies, which again are a different brand and a different make of die and a different thickness. This is an Anna Griffin die from about 5 years ago, so this is actually thicker than a normal steel die, than a normal thin die. Things too, dies for your aqua quilt. So aqua quilt dies, this is handmade by Haley fabric dies, again thicker, or your mixed media. I know Tonic and a few different companies have done ranges of mixed media dies which are thicker, and there may be some press cut ones coming at some point. Things like this is a fabric die to make a Christmas stocking. And the machine means that basically, and this is a full A4 size, if you see, if you can get it in there, it will cut one way or another. And the range of materials is crazy, but the very first question I always get asked is, how can I cut we'll start with the original die. So this is one of the original dies. This is 19 years old. So this was obviously invented for the very, very first machines, which were actually manufactured for schools. And few people remember that these were actually made for schools, these dies. They weren't for the public, they weren't for crafters. We'd never even heard of them. So to enable you to cut one of these dies or a big die, which I'll show you in a second, you need to use your C-plates that comes with your machine. I really should keep turning that over so you can actually see. So you use your C-plate, and you need either a second C-plate, yeah, which I've got here, and this is mine, which is now finally starting to actually get to the end of its life. So I'm going to show you this with a second C-plate, but if you don't have a C-plate, you need to have simply a 3mm plate. So this is the raspberry plate from the Tonic Tangerine or the Spellbinders machines, range of machines, Caliber and Platinum and things. And you see there, so there is a 19-year-old original die cut in grey board through the machine. But let's say I'm going to take one of the big dies now, and I'm going to use one of my favourites. Actually, I need to swap that one in. I'm always so organised. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a die that I bought a long time ago, but I wasn't able to cut because I didn't have the machine that worked on it. So I'm going to take this one out, so you know for a fact this is brand new and never used. So this again is a steel rule die, and this time, that's not going to fit on there, is it? I was hoping I got enough card of this left, but we'll cut the first bit. But of course I don't have another C-plate. So if you have the Kaleido, you take the 3mm plate from there, or if you have a Cuttlebug or a Big Shot or any of the smaller A5 machines, you can still use the 3mm plate. And this is one of the great things about the Go Power and Emboss. Normally, through every die cutting machine, your sandwich has to be even. It has to be same top and bottom. With the Go Power, it doesn't. I can marry that in and press run and watch. That will take it and grab it, even though only half of that plate at the top is actually covered, and it will cut it just as well. So if you don't have an A4 second 3mm plate, this is actually cut off, the poor little dachshund, because I didn't have enough card. But it will actually work really, really well. And what I'll actually do is I'm going to grab now a little bit of 350 GSM card, and we'll do 2 layers of that. So I've got 350 GSM card here. I've got 2 layers. So I can go with the die in the middle, basically the C plate. I'm just going to put that on top, and this time I'm going to use the raspberry plate, just to show that you don't have to go out and buy yourself another C plate. And we run that through, and as long as the sandwich fits, this will cut. So we go through, really simple, and there I've got my dachshund and my little bow for him. Well, obviously I've got 2 of them because I put, oh no, I put 3 layers of card through, didn't I? Yeah. So he's got a little bit stuck. I've ripped his tail off, but I'll hold him like that and you won't be able to see. So but you can see there, yeah, I've got another one in there that's stuck. So I've got my dash and all the pieces. But this is the fantastic thing. If you saw there, it didn't quite cut through the second layer. So one of the things that we have in this, and I'm really, yes, this is the brilliant thing about the machine. Included in it is the metal shim. So what you would do is this will add 1 millimetre onto it. So you would put this, for cutting this, on the bottom, your die down, my 2 layers of card again on. Again, I'm using the different plate from the different manufacturer. Guide it in and let it run. And in this way, I can get the steel rule die to cut really, really simply. So we come out here, and this time, there you go. With the addition of the metal, I've got both cut out absolutely perfect and fallen out, and even down to having 2 of the bones. So that's the flexibility of the machine. But the great thing is, because of the way the plates work, we can bring in, as I said, other dies. So I have this, which is an old, I do love this one. So here I have a thinner die, but again, it's not a thin die. It's like the quick cuts dies. So what I would do this time is, I would bring in my base plate. I would bring in my larger die. I'm going to be really difficult on this, and I'm going to try it in double-sided glitter card. So I'm going to put that on. It's actually wider than that, okay? And normally you would marry this together with your C and your B. So what I would do first is, and as Paola said earlier, what you would do is try the slightest sandwich first. So I'm going to put that through and run it. So this is just the thinlet die, the base plate, the card I want to use, and the B plate. If that doesn't work, it's taken it extremely well, I would then alter the sandwich using the plates that I have. So we'll have a look. It's cut into it, but it's not cut it. So I can take the metal shim, add that in, get the other side of the card, again add the B plate and put it in. And this is the great thing, because of the way the plates are designed, it means regardless of what die that you've got, you're going to be able to cut whatever you've got. So if this doesn't work, there's one more trick we can do, and that's what it really shows the flexibility. So this one, I'm thinking, no, it's still not quite there. So what would we do? Well, it's quite simple then. I'm going to have to, we'll pop this back in, okay? I would take that and my C plate. I would then add either my second C plate or my other 3mm plate and add that through. And basically, all you are actually doing is altering the sandwich based on the plates you have each time till you find the one that works with the die you've got. And that means that regardless of which manufacturer made your die, you will find a sandwich that will cut it. And this is the benefit of having things like the metal plate included in there. So this time, there we go. Oh, nearly through. So I would just shim it a little bit more. But this is, you know, I've basically tried the hardest card that we have in existence through that. And I'd rather show you what does and doesn't work. So again, I'll put a piece of normal card on, because there is a little trick that you're supposed to use with that, which I will show in a second. So we just run that one through, take it, and if it doesn't want to take it, if it's too thick, if it's wrong, it will reject it. Those 3 lights there will flash and it will reverse itself back out. But again, it's always with any die cutting making sure your sandwich is right and that the die you are using is right for the card type that you're using. So there we go, all cut through. So that's how you would alter it, first of all for a big style steel rule die, which everybody asks about. But secondly, that's how you would alter and play with your sandwich each time until you find the right sandwich to work for the die that you've bought.
Look
And
at
that cuts perfectly.
Thank you, John. It's such a good machine. Okay, so the details from the machine. It is our monthly mega deal. The pink option, I'm afraid, has gone, but you can still get hold of the gold. 880282, your item number. I'm going to be quick here because we've got one more video to share with you with John, so I'm just going to be really quick with some other items that you're shopping ahead for. If you want to go for your glue pens, we've got these fantastic glue pens. You are getting all three. They're 25mm each. Great for embellishments, for detail work. 902-430 item number, $9.99 for all three. Speaking of which, we've got super tacky glue. So great for techniques, just a really good quality glue for $9.99. It's a washable, all general purpose glue. 880208 item number. It does dry clear, which of course is very important. And then we have our quick dry as well. So some occasions, different techniques, you want your quick dry. It takes approximately 2 to 4 minutes to dry. $11.99 is your price there, and it will dry on most surfaces as well. 910808, your item number. $11.99, your price there. I know I'm being quick, it's just because we want to get the last video in. You can always go online and see everything. Scoreboard for you, having a look here. So a scoreboard, we all need it, it's an essential. 12 by 12, which is a great size as well. You do get a bone folder and you get your guide in there as well. I'll just show you. So that is your bone folder that comes with your scoreboard, and you get the guide. $21.99 is your price, 588 your item number. So construction, speciality cards, just scoring a standard card blank, you need your scoring. So boxes, bags, so much we can do with that. Something else you're going to need to do is trim, and we've got our guillotine here as well. $19.99 your price. It's a really nice guillotine. You can hear, oh yeah. And do you know what's happening there? Every time that's going up and down, the metal grinding against metal sharpens your blade. So really nice guillotine, 232384, your item number, $19.99 your price for your trimmer. Then we've got our 8x6 scoreboard. So if you want to score on the go, or you don't want a scoreboard that's going to take up a lot of space in your craft room, $10.49 is your price there. 369867, your item number. And finally, we have a stamp platform. So details for your stamp platform. Stamp platform makes a huge difference. If you've ever worried about stamping, you want that safety net. So this is your Couture Creations precision stamp press with hinge and 2 magnets. $27.99 your price there. 436476. We're going to head straight back to John for our final video featuring our fantastic Couture Creations die cutting machine.
This is my machine I've had for 2 years, over 2 years. This is my machine that I bought, and I bought it for more than it costs on this show. I also love it that much that I bought 4 of them. I have one that I keep and travel with, one that I have at home permanently, and 3 that I keep for workshops. So I've actually got 5, haven't I? That's strange. But because I want people, when they're doing workshops with me, I want them to use the equipment that I use, the equipment that I trust, and I think that's important. And one of the things I want to go through, and this is the reason I use it for workshops, is because when you are actually doing this as a job, so when you are die cutting or you are demonstrating as a job, and when you're doing workshops, you're doing different cards and different projects and different techniques every month. And you need to make sure that your equipment is working for everything you could possibly be asked for. So this is one of the things I absolutely love. So these are pieces that I've cut during the shows. So here we've got, so this is a piece cut almost in the centre of a satin card. Cut absolutely perfect. Look at the detail on those. So it will cut things like that. This is one of the dies you get in the set. This is cut in a coated 300 GSM of craft card. Here it is cut in a watercolour mixed media card, so the same die. I've got this cut with a big die. This is in mount board, so you can see here, very thick in mount board. This again is in craft card. We've got these numbers cut in grey board. I've got the tag cut again in the mount board. I've got a very thick mylar, and that has cut.
I was watching this morning, and it's of course mylar is of course for those open dies, right?
Yes, it is. As long as it's an open shape, this would work with mylar. So I've got this one cut in mylar. I've got here, this is a thick canvas fabric, very honestly, won't even fray, it's that thick canvas fabric. I cut this with the dies. This is a thin cotton lining fabric, like a really cheap one. So this was cut in there. But we even go down to, this is in vellum or parchment, which is detailed. And this one here is cut in acetate. So this one, you can hardly see it. If I put it against the green, can you see? That's cut in acetate. So I needed a machine that was going to cut for whatever I threw at it and whatever material, and so that I could be confident in actual cutting these absolutely perfectly. And one of the things that allows all of these different materials to be cut so well is the plate combination, but it's also this metal shim. The metal shim makes all the difference because, again, it's not sharp. You're not going to hurt yourself. This one, as you can see, has been used and used and used, so it's no problem. And what that means is, with certain mixed materials, it means that I can cut them into this. So, for example, if I want to cut vellum, I'm going to use vellum with some fine details, so I would put the metal shim down, so I'm going A base plate, metal shim, C plate, because I'm using a fine paper. I would then put my 2 dies down, and again, remembering you'll always get the best effects on the sides. So we put those down. I put the B plate on top and I cut it through. And again, it's just a case of taking it to your machine, presenting it. I'm literally as far as I can go and press run, and it will grab it itself and run it through. So that's when I'm using a vellum, and a vellum is like a normal paper. So vellum is a standard normal paper, so it has fibres, so if the pressure is right in the machine, it will cut. So see here, I'll just pop this out, there we go. So this is simple cut with the vellum, and you see there that beautiful snowflake. Okay, cut into the plate. This time I want to cut the same 2 dies into acetate, which is one of the hardest things to make. And I'm using the Kaleido acetate, in case anyone's unsure what acetate I'm using. So this is a high duty, not ridiculously thick, but it's a heat resistant one. And this time, when it doesn't have any fibres in the medium you're cutting, so it isn't paper based, you cut onto the metal shim. So I'm going to put exactly the same 2 dies in exactly the same place, this time on the acetate. So I've got this time a base plate, C plate, then the metal shim, then my B plate on top, and again I'm just going to take it, present it and press run, and you'll hear it like it's walking on sugar, like you're standing on sugar crystals, and that is the die biting into the acetate onto the metal sheet. And I used to have to do this by wasting. The only way I could get this acetate to cut like this was by doing it onto another piece of card. Well, now I don't have to waste the card. But if you see there, there is the finest acetate snowflake I think I have ever seen. Yeah, so that's cut. And this is a job that I know for a fact is an absolute real struggle with most machines. So if we want to cut something like fabric, so I'm going to grab some fabric from my magic box. And again, I'm using a thick canvas because I didn't believe in making it easy by using thin fabric. So I've got 2 layers of this thick canvas fabric. And again, it has no fibres, so I need to cut into the metal shim. So I'm using exactly the same sandwich to cut fabric as I used for acetate. So A plate, C plate, then my metal shim. I'm going to take a couple of, these are handmade by Haley's fabric dies, because you need a fabric die to cut fabric. Tape them on as normal, and again, B plate on top, And it's the same routine again. Present it to the machine. It's got a good base. See, I can actually hold that with one finger because it's held. Present it, press run. If it doesn't take, give it a little tap and it will take it through. And this time, so the exact same sandwich, I've changed the dies to fabric dies, but we'll cut now fabric just as easily and just as well as it cut the vellum and cut the acetate. And this is what impresses me, so it doesn't matter what workshop I was doing. You see there, perfectly cut both layers of that fabric, and it's thick fabric I've used. Yeah, so exactly the same sandwich, because it seems to have some sort of flexibility in there. And the sort of the last one that I know people would want to know on sort of cutting different materials is we've done cutting mount board, we've done cutting grey board, done things like that, but what about cutting the things like your aqua quilt, or your AccuQuilt, is it? Never get the name right. So what do we do about cutting some of the dies that are designed to cut layers of fabric? So again, this is an A4 one. I'm going to again use the same fabric. I'm just going to trim this down to size. So again, I'm using 2 layers of the canvas on this Christmas stocking die. So all I do is take out of the sandwich the base plate. So I've got C plate, my large quilting die, and I simply take another C plate or another 3mm plate in. Yeah. If you are concerned, you can put your metal plate in. And all you do is exactly the same again. You take that, you present that sandwich, and you press run. And it will take that, and if it's not happy, it would reject it out. But what we'll find this time is, just by taking out the base plate and the B, replacing with 2 Cs, we're able to use some of the quilting dies, which, and to be honest, some of these are a ridiculous price. I was very lucky. I won this one in a tombola, because I wouldn't actually have bought it, because they were like £80, I think. But you can see there, now I have both sides of my stocking cut in this canvas. I have both sides of the top and the heel bit. So that means we've been able to cut fabric with a quilt die, fabric with fabric dies, acetate and vellum, all through in the same machine.
Thank you, John. So thanks so much for John's help. So obviously that was pre-recorded last time John came to see us, but it did genuinely, and I really mean this, and any regular viewers to the show will know, if I endorse something, I want you to be happy with it. I'll never say anything just for the sake of it. This is a very good die cutting machine. If you're looking for an electronic die cutting machine that will take any die, and that's so important, you're not just restricting yourself to one size. It takes your deeper dies, it takes your thin dies, it takes your large embossing folders or your 3D flower shaping molds. You've got plates that will not warp after a few months use, which I think is bonkers. Imagine getting a machine and after a couple of months you have to invest in new plates. You're not going to cut yourself on the metal shim. You're also getting a machine that's going to future-proof you for all the dies that are coming out in the few months and years that are extremely detailed. Have a look. We've been busy all hour. Don't believe me. Have a look online. We've got 105 viewers who have left 5-star reviews. 105. That to me speaks for itself, and it's a great price as well. It is our monthly mega deal. Thank you for your company. I really hope you enjoyed the show. Plenty more coming up here at the Craft Store. So it is birthday time and Clarity are back. We have got a fantastic double hour ahead with the wonderful Barbara. And after that, our one-day special will be here. It's the final call for Britannia.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's the first Sunday of the month, so that can only mean one thing. We have a fabulous 2-hour session with a lovely Barbara who's joining me, and it's your birthday as well.
Hi. Yeah, it's been 3 days. It's day 3 now. So welcome to the birthday, the festival that is Clarity.
It's been a fabulous weekend, and the thing that I love about it is that we've seen so many different facets of the Clarity kind of range of crafts that you work with.
That's right, and this is the first time that we've actually come into Clarity stamp, as in the original Clarity stamp, the clues in the name, stamps.
Yes.
So on Friday we had the dies, and yesterday, and then of course we had the beautiful groovy system.
Yes.
And so now we're coming into my comfortable zone, my comfort zone. Yeah,
I can't wait to see what you're bringing in this time. And I have to say, we've been busy already. Lots of you have been getting involved. Now, of course, because there's so many different areas within the company and so many different facets, you may well have placed an order previously. If so, brilliant. You'll know what is on its way to you as a little bit of an extra. But if not, you might not be aware. Let me just bring these in to share with you, because if you're placing an order and you've not placed an order already, then you will be getting one of these wonderful packs on its way to you. It's a bit of a lucky dip, so we've got a variety of different styles in here, but the thing that they have all in as a connection is they're some of your favourites, Barb.
They are. When I design the packs of designer paper, there's always one or two that I think, oh, I really like that one. And then you know, because of course in each set you're going to get 12 different designs and 4 sheets of each. But the thing is, the one that you like the best is the one that you invariably run out of.
That's true.
So I thought, right, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll make Barb's favourite packs.
Okay.
And then in those ones, I think we've put 10 of each, haven't we?
I think there is, yes. And the nice thing is they're all packaged up, but they do actually tell you which range they've come from,
That's
so you can
right.
get more of them.
Yeah.
Aren't they gorgeous? And now you are going to get a pack of these, courtesy of the fabulous Clarity team. They can be included with your order. If you've already placed an order, then obviously yours has been reserved and will be joining all the goodies that you've placed your order for. But if not, you can still take advantage during this hour. It's been an incredibly popular weekend. I can't get over how many of these have been claimed by people already.
That's right.
It's been a very busy weekend.
Yeah, so that's the counter right
It
there,
is,
isn't it?
exactly,
Yeah.
it is.
So thank you very much much for joining and supporting.
Now, let me tell you about the hour that we've got ahead of us here. We're looking at the area of stamps, as we said earlier on, and these are lovely. Now, one of the things that Barbara, you regularly do is bring us gorgeous artwork, but a different way of working with them. And we're looking at kind of like a lino cut style.
Yeah, well, this is something that I got into during lockdown, and I started just enjoying doing lino cuts, and it's a really nice, it's a lovely art form, the actual process of lino cutting. And so I've been practicing, and we had a few months ago, we started with the original, which are also on the counter. And then I thought on this auspicious occasion, I'd lino cut another triptych, a three-parter, so it creates a landscape. And I thought we'd do a winter wonderland. So you can see here, each of the individual ones, like now we're looking at the cottage in the forest.
Beautiful.
It's just a nice wintry scene. And it comes with its negative. So like what Marcus is showing us now, you can see you've got the positive with the cottage, and then on the other side you've got the sky, and then the shadow from the stars underneath the cottage. So you just literally drop the second stamp into the first stamp, and that's how you get your shadows and your down, which is really lovely, isn't it?
Then you've got those little additional elements, because when you first look at that, you might think to yourself, oh, there's 3 different rectangular style stamps, but they're not, they're identical. But the scene has been built up with other things that you've got available
That's right,
to you.
yes. And so what's really great about these, what's really great about these is we're looking at the third one now, which work, but they all work independently.
They do indeed.
So then if you go to the one in the middle, the centerpiece for me, this is what I call the lone star, and you can see here, this is on top of the hill, there's a little cottage, the moon. Now this is really clever, because the stamps, as they sit, the moon is in the background. So if you wanted to do a wintry scene that was a day scene, if we look at the stamps themselves, you'll see that the moon is actually in the sky.
Yes.
So you'll see here, there we go.
Oh, yes.
So now it's a day scene.
Yes.
It's only a night scene if you put that
the 2 layers together.
Exactly.
Very, very clever. Now you can see here, you've got 3 sets coming together. It's not just about those larger rectangular stamps, as you can see. You've got additional elements such as sentiments with these, subliminal elements that are going to support those designs. And you've also got your mounts. Now those long vertical mounts, you're actually getting these included within your bundle. It's not costing you a penny, because the saving that you've got on your screen there is more than covering those mounts. So even more if you're a Freedom member. So just give you the housekeeping on the screen. I'm going to get Barbara to explain exactly what we've got within this bundle. So you've got your everybody's saving at least £15. So everybody's saving the cost of those mounts, £44.94 if you're not a Freedom member. But, and it is a big but, if you become a Freedom member or are already a Freedom member, you're saving a whopping great £19.49, which means the price is coming down to a little over £40. Now, of course, you can spread the cost as well if you're wanting to. Spread it over 2 payments, might make it a little bit more affordable for you. And now you can see we're looking at just £20.23 being your first payment. Of course, there's no post and packing because you're a Freedom member, so you don't have to cover the cost of that one. But I need to let you know that already nearly a quarter of the stock has gone.
No way.
Wait for the gasp.
Has it?
Already. Already in that short time. You better show us what these are all about, Barbara.
Well, you better come and have a look then, don't you? You know, that's so flattering. Thank you so much. The thing about these that I really like is that they work as Christmas cards, clearly, but they also have a life beyond Christmas. And I haven't gone with glitter on this, but if you're a glittery person, then clearly the glitter will work beautifully on these for the snow. So I thought, first of all, we would just have a look. If we look at the three scenes, if I push them together, then you'll see where I was drawing. You can see now, it's a picture.
It looks like a window.
There we go, isn't it, right? So you can see here, I've used them on a stamp board, and I'll show you more of that in a moment. But you can see here, you've got your robin, there's a tree down there which sets the scene, and the way I drew it in my head, well, actually on lino, is that the robin is looking across to the little cottage here. And you've got, and so the fence, if you follow the fence line, look, it gets smaller and smaller as it goes backwards. You see, so we're trying to get that perspective, which I thought was really, I like that. And then here we've got a tree. See the hedgerow?
Yes.
And even this tree is there, so it's kind of, it really is a tessellation. You know? So what I wanted to do was show you what these 3 pieces, where these 3 pieces come from. So if I were to, on the counter, also we've got these triptychs. These triptychs are what we would call triple mounts. You can see them here. And what I want to do is explain how these work, because there's loads in these. If I show you, stay with me for a minute and I'll show you this. In the pack, when you get it, it's quite substantial. And you'll look at this and you'll think, now what on earth is in here? Because it's broken down. And you get 6, for example, of these parts here. And now what we've done is we've taken the bits that come out of the centre. Come overhead to me and I'll show you, because if you see it now you'll get it totally.
And you need to be quick with these incidentally as well, because what we've got is it with regard to these.
Yeah, because they're quite,
so I'm glad that you're covering this nice and
intensive.
Yeah.
So what we've done is we cut these ourselves, you see, and then these bits come out of there. So there are 6 of these, then there are 6 of these pieces that come out. Then there are also, then I said, really, what I would like to do, I'm just going to put one in so you can see it now by way of comparison.
Oh.
This is what we're going to do. This is the demo that we're going to do, right? So if you look here, what I said was it would be really nice if it had a recess. In other words, that it didn't butt right up, you know? I wanted it to go in and out, undulation, a bit of depth. And so then what we've got is, we cut this smaller. So now you've got 6 of these pieces as well, which is what I've stamped on. Right, so you've got 6 of them. And then I said, yeah, well, that's all well and good, but now we've got these, and now we've cut all these bits out. So what about if we do that? Because, you see, when we cut this out, we had all this.
Yes,
so then I said, right, well, let's give that. So what we've got, in addition to these 6 frames with their pictures, we've also got these.
I love it. Now, when you say we've only got, well, 40% of the stock has gone, so we've only got 60% of what we started with. So,
right.
Yes, if you're wanting these are something that are going to be an urgent item for you to get hold of. We can't get any more of these. We checked when we had our little meeting earlier on, and this is it. So if you're wanting them, if you want them in the multiples, and let's face it, £19.99, I can understand why you would want to go for more than one set of them. But if that is your idea, if that's your thinking, then even more important to get them as quick as you can. 050681. Barbara, thank you for explaining those to us.
I've got one here. I
won't
break this one open. I'll just put it back carefully. There you go, I'm taking that back with me. That's somebody's. I'll wipe it clean. OK, are we going to get started with the demo?
Yeah, go for it.
So let's have a look then. What we're working with then, if you like, just to recap gently, we're working with the smaller one in the centre, and it fits the stamp absolutely beautifully. Right, so we've got 3 of those. Let's get 3 of those going. This is for our 3 pictures, and we'll start with one picture. So I'm going to use a black archival, and I'm going to take a piece of copy paper. These are big stamps, big stamps. So what I've done is I've mounted the 3 that I want, and I've also got the 3 for the sky, for the background.
And we don't have to go looking for these mounts because they're included within the bundle.
And there are 6.
Yeah.
And the reason that I really like these mounts in particular is because, let me show you, when you hover over the top like this, you can see the whole thing. The handle is above the artwork, you see? So that's absolutely ideal for stamping. Now, because we're working with big stamps, what we're going to use is a new ink pad. I'm using a black archival. A Versafine would be good. They're slower drying, aren't they?
Perfect, yeah.
Right. Permanent ink pad. And then what I'll do is I'll just ink it up here. I've got the wrong glasses on. Hang on a minute. I suddenly thought,
does it look a distance away or too close?
Yeah. No. Now I can see what I'm doing. That's better. Cool. I tell you what. 28 years old. Yeah. In my dreams.
You're looking good.
So let me just show you. When you've got a new stamp, the best thing to do is season it.
Okay.
And what that means is I just take a piece of copy paper and I'm going to check over here, right? And I'm just going to stamp it, make sure that my stamp pad's juicy, that I'm pressing in the right place. See how you can see the whole image here?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Oh,
right, so now I've done that. Now I'm going to stamp it onto the actual... And it's OK to take your time doing this. This is going to be a beautiful piece of artwork. And by the way, we are an angel company. And what that means is, if you can sell the things that you make, the handmade things that you make with our stamps, you have our blessing. We think that that is absolutely brilliant.
Now, just to warn you guys at home, well, it's not a warning, unfortunately. 12 minutes in and we've had our first sellout of the hour. It's not going to be any surprise to anybody. It is that fabulous set of the triptych board, so thank you to everybody that took advantage. Do keep a note of that item number. We're not going to get any more of them today, so please don't get your hopes up with regards to that. But I'm sure we will see them back at some stage, so that's kind of on your wish list, so do make sure you take advantage. Bottom of your screen, you can see we're busy on the phone lines, as would be expected as well. So again, the website is the place for you to order, but we are busy with regards to those stamps as well. Don't forget, you're getting your 6 stamps, 3 sets of 2, and you're getting all the mounts to work with them. And already, what was the update again? Sorry, over a third of the stock has gone, my goodness.
No way.
I'm afraid so.
Can you turn the air? Am I having a hot flush, or am I having one of my personal summers here?
We'll get the aircon on, don't worry.
I'm sweating bullets.
Bless you.
I'm absolutely melting down. Yeah, I am. I don't know whether it's just excitement or exhaustion.
Pizza, that's what it is.
Is that pizza?
Having a pizza
yeah.
sweat.
So much from my 4-day diet while I was up here. Birthday cake from Karen Smith, pizza from Hayley. Right, so we'll hover, and then remember you're working with a fast-drying ink pad. Now let's see if I get a good impression, because I didn't prime it.
Oh,
yeah?
okay.
Yeah, but it's okay because I've got one I did earlier. Yeah, I know. That was me having a hot moment then. Oh, I tell you what, I wish I was 28 again.
Oh.
They've got it all to come, haven't they?
Oh, yes.
Right, okay, let's do this thing. Right, now let's just press the back, because now I've got a feeling, because it's such a big stamp.
And this is good.
Oh, no, perfect.
It's good to see you stamping these as well, because these are possibly larger stamps than people have worked with in the past.
They are. If you've got a stamp positioner, perfect, you know. But I don't. Okay. I haven't succumbed to that yet. But when the time comes, I will.
Okay.
So let's have a look. So we've done the 2, and that's the thing worth noting is those 2 on their own make a nice set as well. So if you were doing a folding card, or that's very pretty too. I like it on its own. I like it as a pair. You know, they work well together.
Yes, they do.
So,
seen a lot of interest. Just very quick, I'm not going to go to them, but we've got the previous set as well, which are gorgeous florals. We're going to pop the details at the bottom of the screen. Lots of you lots of you getting interested with those ones as well. So if Christmas isn't your thing, or you like the idea and the concept of the Christmas and you want it for all year round as well, then have a look at the set that's at the bottom. But I'll show you them a bit later on.
Okay, so now I'm teasing. You know, when you make a lino cut, when you print with a lino cut, you turn it over afterwards, and you have to burnish the back.
Okay.
You must, maybe if you've seen people doing the print.
I can only remember that lino cut from, I mean, I'm not artistic as in drawing, I'm creative, but I can't draw. And I know that at school we did a little bit of lino cutting, which was a long time ago for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely pastime, I have to tell you. So here we've got all 3 of them now, and I'm happy with that. If there's a little bit missing, right at the end, let me see if I've got one, yeah. If I felt that this could have done with a little bit more black, I won't do it now.
Okay.
But I can take I mean, if you can't see the cottage, then you know you really ought to have another run at it. But you can take your black micron pen and you can just jazz it up a little bit. But sometimes it looks quite nice when it's not solid black, you know. It's
and
up to
also,
you,
you're not at the finished stage yet anyway, are you? You're going to be adding additional elements.
No, we haven't finished yet. Now, the magic happens when you add let me put that up there for a moment. The magic happens when you add the next set of stamps. So, for example, this one is going to sit over the top of this one. Can you see that?
Yes,
it sits perfectly. Now,
they look amazing. Just to
forgive the top of my head when I do this. They're lovely, aren't they?
They're fabulous, yeah.
So at this point, for example, you don't have to use the second stamp.
Okay.
You could use your colours, your watercolour, you can use all your other stash. Just use this, don't worry about the second stamp. I'm in love with the second stamp, I think it makes it. Let's take some, again, ink pads. You could use any ink pads to do your colouring. I decided to go with the Distress Oxides because I really like those.
They've got a nice open time as well, haven't they? So you don't have to rush. Yeah.
That's exactly right. If I was using archival inks, I'd have to go fast. And also they stain polymer.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
If you wash these or wipe these with water, they're water soluble.
Yeah.
They don't stain the stamps. So they're a big favourite of mine.
Fabulous.
And what I'm going to use to apply, I could do 2 things. I could take the ink, for example, and I know you're thinking, you'd automatically think for a sky that you'd go to blue.
Yes.
And when we were playing at work, when I was playing with the stamps, I loved using different crazy colours.
Yes.
So oranges and teals
Well, you see
and
that in the
purples.
sky,
and
don't you?
You do.
Different
Well, I'm not sure about
skies,
even the teals
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
or bright pinks.
Yeah.
And it really makes the lino cut come to life. So we're going to use these spot-on sponges. These are really good to have as well.
Now, the sponge is going to put the details up on the screen for you. I'm just going to warn you quickly as well. I've got another update with regards to the stamps. Over half the stock has gone now.
No way.
So, yeah, and what are we? 17 minutes into the hour. So, yeah, it just gives you an idea how busy we are. So, again, details, if you're wanting those, you'll find them on the website. But don't forget, add in your spot-on sponges as well. That's what Barbara's working with at the moment.
So what I want to do then, because now this was the thing about this particular stamp, because when I drew this one, let's indulge us for a minute, because there's snow on the trees. It wasn't so easy to do a straightforward positive negative, because I didn't want the snow to be brown or blue or orange, right? Not so good. So that's why we decided to just focus, when we made the complementary stamp, we decided to just focus on the sky and on the drop shadows.
Right.
And when I do this, you'll see exactly how it works. Now, if I take let me take my spot-on sponge, and I'm going to take my stamp, and I'm going to apply the ink over the whole thing. And what's really cool is when you're doing this, you've also got the border. So on the here, it's white, see?
Yes, yeah. They're like automatically framed.
But on
aren't they?
here, it will go orange. And also the drop shadows, you'll see, we've put them in where they belong on all three of the stamps. But I think it's worth just seeing how this works. So I'm just putting the orange on there now. And then perhaps there's quite a lot of ink on there. See, the nice thing about this is as well, I can go in twice. So I can go in with orange, I can smear it, I can dab it, I can, if I want to go really heavy, I can just do that. And then I've got a lot of ink.
Could you almost do like an ombre effect as well if you wanted to?
You watch this, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. So you've got that colour. Then I can put this colour in first. Let's just do this once. And we'll put this colour in, and then I'll go back in with the red afterwards, and you'll see what I'm getting at. So now, excuse my head now, because I'm going to come over the artwork. Here's the next thing. Sorry, if I go down and then I move to the left a little bit or to the right, I'll get a bit of a drop shadow as well.
Ah, okay.
So that's quite nice, but I need to have my head in place to do it. So that's exactly over the top. Then I'm going to go that way a little bit, and I should get a little drop shadow.
That little handle is so useful, the design of those
That's exactly
mounts,
right.
yeah.
So that's why this is so useful, because I can really get in over the top. Now this is the first layer. When you're lino cutting, when you're doing printing, you tend to work in multiple layers.
Oh, wow.
So you can see how I've just dropped the orange right in where I wanted it. Now, what I'll do is I'll go in and I'll add a bit more. Let's depth. I want to put a bit more orange in there. I missed a bit there. That's okay. I'm going to put a bit more in there. Second generation of orange now. So it's like painting with a stamp.
Yes.
Now this time, I'm going to put some red on, and I'm going to use barn door. But the reason I'm doing that is because I want to see what side the red is on. See? So now I'm putting the red down, and maybe I'll put a little bit of red down there as well. So I'm painting with the sponge. Right, now let's add a bit more. And we'll go again. And excuse my head again. So I'm down I go, and I'm moving over to this bit, and then I'm going to press down like so, and I will just keep adding layers until I'm happy with the depth. And then once I've done all three, then I can go back and do them all again if I want to. There.
Oh, look.
So you see how you're building up your colour.
Yes.
And what's nice is the border as well. If you haven't got any in there, you go again and again and again until you're happy with your colours.
It's taken advantage of the white space as well, isn't it? Because the white space becomes the snow. Love it.
And now I'm going to go one more time, just because I can. And I know now, for example, I want a bit over that side. See, I'm doing this so I can see where the bit's missing, or where I want to add a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, maybe I don't want so much of it in there now. I want a bit more of the yellow in that area. But it's exactly what you said. You just, you move around and you you paint with your ink
I
pads.
love it. Love it. It's a fabulous
I
idea.
love this too.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the nice thing about doing it like this, right, here we go, is that you're building your triptych, you know.
Yeah, indeed. And the beauty is this technique, I mean, it's ages old, isn't it? It's kind of like the original printing.
So every generation of ink that I lay down, it gets darker and darker, and the edges are starting to build up now. But the snow is staying, so the hills are staying. You see?
Yeah, looks beautiful.
So that's the first one. I'll show you the second one, may I?
Yeah, please.
Are we all
go
right with
for
this?
it. Yeah,
do you know, it's been such a busy couple of days. I was quite happy to just come in here and just
lose
relax.
yourself in it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, it's been quite a couple of days. Let's put down a base colour of this particular ink now. One of the other things about distress oxides is that often, let me show you something. If I blot it first, so I've got a base colour.
Okay.
What you'll find is the ink seems to have more tread. It's like it's got more purchase.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's worth
kind of
knowing
grabbing
that.
onto each other.
Yeah, it's got something to grab onto now.
And
So let's do that.
The little design there, you've almost got like the shadow of the house coming together.
Yeah, it's nice.
Very, very quickly, I just need to give you a very quick update. I think I said a third of the stock a few moments ago. Now looking at 2/3 of the stock has gone.
All
So
right.
yeah, very busy.
Well, that's
Details
flattering,
on
isn't it?
Isn't it just? Yes.
Isn't that lovely? Well, thank you. I love these. You know, I mean,
can
you've always
tell.
got to be modest because it's your own artwork. But
No, but I can tell because you can see that your passion for them, which is lovely.
Well, the thing is, they just work so beautifully.
They do.
You know, and when you use them, right, this is a good one. This is the good one, right, because this is the one with the moon in it. So have a look at, this is the before and after one, right? Have a look at the little cottage.
So this is daytime.
Yeah, so here we are, in the daytime. You could do a lovely light blue sky. Yeah?
Could indeed, yeah.
Now, let's go for it. So you'll see, right, no moon. And now we'll pop this one in, and we've got to get the shadows right. See, if you wanted to, like I know Marcus is like, come on, do the job. I'm just blotting the shadows a little bit so they're not so dark. Okay, in we go again. Hover with the handle, get your shadow in. Look at the little house, Barbara, because that will give you a clue. And then when you're happy with the position, then plant. You know, those stamp positioners are starting to sound like a good idea to me.
Well, it depends on the style, doesn't it? It does depend on the style. And when you're actually laying that down, is it just one point that you look at lining up?
Two.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the house and the corner. Oh, don't
Right.
do that though. Right. So now we've built.
Oh,
yeah,
look at
perfect
that.
position. So you've got the shadows. See the shadows on the.
Yes.
Nice, hey?
Gosh, it must be so difficult to come up with these designs where you've got the two layers that you're going to have them working so well together.
Well, we've got the original one, the one that I drew.
Yeah.
And then we go in the computer, Lucy and I at work, and we sit there for hours with our masks on, all socially distanced, right? And we sit there and we start, and then I say, right, take the moon out of that one. So she does it because she's the whiz kid on the computer. See, she's brilliant. So she does that, and then I say, right now, put the moon over there and take the moon out of that one and add the sky into that one and put a little drop shadow down there and we just work on it together until we both go.
I love it.
And it's the moment when we both go, wow, that's the
Go to
one.
print.
Yeah, and then I said, try it in orange and see what happens. And then we both just started laughing and clapping. And it's so nice that,
Yeah,
you know.
that's good.
It's
Teamwork.
Yeah. And it's design work. It's really why I got into this game. That's what it was all about. So now I'm going again. And I'm just going to add a little bit more depth. Forgive my head, but I just wanted to show you how you can, I think, you get a better impression if you go in a couple of times rather than once and then really heavy. Now, let's have a look. So this is still a lot faster. That's it, perfect.
Oh, wow.
See the tree shadow?
Yes.
Nice, eh? So there you go, and then now I'm going to fast forward because I think I've said enough about how they work.
Okay.
Right, I believe that will do. You see, so you've got your three, and you can see now how I've done that.
And it's lovely because you say you've got your three, but they could be just two because you could go for the two to the left, two to the right if you want to do a
those
square
two,
card. Yeah.
Or you could do those two.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things I wanted to show you as well. Let's go to the wobbin. right, the robin redbreast. You know, you were talking about all the little bits.
Yes.
Well, what we've got is we've actually got the robin redbreast's.
Oh, I see.
Breast
Okay.
in red. So you could colour it in if you chose to, or we can actually colour it in with a stamp.
Okay,
So you can
right.
go in like that, and you can add the red to the breast, like so.
Oh, perfect.
So that's nice to do. And if you want to add a little bit more around the outside, you go in again. Just a bit more depth if you want to get a bit darker. You see?
Perfect.
More
oh,
depth,
yes.
more. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So you just build up, and because you can see through the stamp, you can see exactly how many generations of ink you think you need.
I love it.
I love it too. So let's have a look. We've got that one. That was the original one. I think I'll go with that one, that one. No, let's stick with the original grey. Right, okay. Yeah. And then what we're going to do now is just a question of assembly.
Okay.
So what we'll do now is we'll clean our hands, Barbara.
That's probably a good idea when you're working with something so light
because
as
now I'm
those
going to a
frames.
frame, and this is going to make a lovely gift for somebody. Now, on the subject of gifts, while we're just doing this, tonight at 6 o'clock we have got the ODS, the one-day special.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
And that's another thing. Lucy, what I was talking about, Lucy that I work with on this, she engineered all this. It's just, she worked on it for months, didn't she, Paul? Amazing.
Yeah, you're going to love it.
And you're going to love it
tonight, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. So if you think they're busy in this hour, wait till you see that hour.
And just as a little sneak peek, right, so I've already assembled the triptych, the two pieces here, and what I used was our glue runner.
These are fabulous.
It sticks so well, right? Before I did that, though, check it out, on the back, I made a little
Barbara,
sticker.
you naughty girl.
And I did it on cotton rag, because I thought it would just look it's so earthy, right? And so it's just, and there we go, Made with Love by Barbara Gray. And I think what we'll do is, we'll send this to somebody. Can we do that?
You can do whatever you like.
We can do that,
Barbara.
right.
I'm only here to make up the numbers.
I tell you what we're going to do, right, this particular one, because it's got that on the back, I'll take this to the office, and then we'll just pick a random person
From
that's
the whole
ordered
weekend.
From the whole weekend, we'll just pick one person, and this will go. If you're surprised why you got this, it's because your name got picked out of the hat.
Oh, fabulous.
Let's
I
do
love
that.
the idea. Thank you, Barbara.
Oh, my pleasure. So now what we're going to do is take our... See, I've put a little bit of double-sided tape on the back.
Okay.
We're finishing it off while we're... This is one that I've already done this. I did this before I came to show you how it works. So a little bit of double-sided tape on the back. And I'll tell you why I haven't used the glue runner.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to... I'm not saying that they'll fall apart, you know, but you want to make sure it never falls apart.
It's a different type of adhesive, isn't it? Yeah.
See, this is fine. This works. This is not going anywhere. But on these particular ones here, I think, let me make sure it's the right order. Yeah. We just want to make sure, okay, that that it doesn't fall off. So double-sided adhesive sheets, we sell them, really, really tough, Clarity double-sided. You only need a little sliver of it, so one pack will last you years. But I'm just saying that I would recommend highly that you stick the actual centerpieces of artwork on with that. And while we're on that subject, if you're using paper like this, like fibrous paper, I also would always recommend that you use double-sided tape. Certainly not, you could probably get away with a glue runner, but you certainly wouldn't be able to get away with liquid PVA, nothing wet, it would just fall away. So there we go, that's Edith demo number 1.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh no, it's not finished yet. Oh, hang on, back on in. Come back in.
Nearly.
No, I've just remembered. It has been a long weekend, but it's nice and cool in here.
It is.
Also, 2 other things. If you wanted to now, you could add highlights and lowlights with pencils.
Oh, right, okay.
So just orange pencils. If you felt you missed a little bit, you could just go in and just add a little bit of depth here and a little bit, you know,
Nice
that's
idea.
easy. Remember that. Now, the next thing is this. If we were to do this, there's something that we've got, right, celebrating our birthday.
Oh, okay, what's this?
These are pretty special. Let me just pop that over there for a minute. Do you remember we started making... We've always had the stickers.
Yes,
right?
we have, yeah.
The stickers have always been brilliant. And then what we started doing was, we've got 4 different sticker booklets, which are superb, with, look, 480 stickers. Barbara Gray, this was really the one day at a time one. Leonie's stickers, hers are fabulous, she's a cheeky chappy. Then we've got the birthday, Christmas celebrations one, that's fun. And then we also got the Feel Good Factor. Remember when I was doing the lockdown, the Shack Shack?
Yes,
Safe, Happy and Creative. So we've got these 4 sticker books, which are really excellent for artwork, for all sorts of artwork and card making, actually. And then what we decided to do for each book, we've come up with a set of stamps. So we've taken what we use more than anything in here, and we've turned it into stamps. So there's a set of stamps for the my lot, Barbara Gray lot. There's a set of stamps, you see they're all uppercase Leonie's, they're excellent. Leonie's ones. Then there's a set of stamps, Happy Birthday, Make-A-Wish, Wedding Day, Congratulations, Merry Christmas, etc. That correlates with that set of stickers. And then we've got the Feel Good Factor, which are just feel good.
Some lovely phrases.
You complete me, you are beautiful, you inspire me, may all your dreams come true. Happy day, together we are better, all will be well again, you did it, so happy for you both. You know, it just makes you feel good.
Nice
and
phrases.
They come from here. So what I'm going to do now is take one of those from the Christmas one.
Oh, lovely. Which one did you choose?
Joy to the world.
Oh, what a lovely phrase, yeah.
And then I took a piece of the board, the stamp board, because I thought that would be nice to stamp on that, because they're really nice. They look like stickers.
Now, this is a separate set of stamp board, is it?
Yeah, and it cuts like butter.
Right,
It cuts like butter. And so, you know, like the guillotine?
Yes.
Just...
right.
Yeah, really fabulous. So I cut a piece that's just the right width for Joy to the World. Get me? Thank you. And now, where's my black ink pad? I must have had it. Is that it there? Yeah, that'll do. Right. So I'm going to stamp it there and then cut that bit off at the end. I'm giving myself a bit of wiggle room.
That's a good bit of advice, actually, to have a piece of card
Yeah.
a little bigger.
So go like that, and you can chop it off when it's dry, on the guillotine or with a pair of scissors, really. Right. And we'll just stamp that Joy to the World in there. Perfect.
Oh, lovely.
Then we'll slot that. And here's one I did earlier with a little bit of sticky tape on the back.
Wonderful.
Right. So we'll just peel that off, and then we'll pop that on here. And this is the one that's going to go. See, I think that looks really elegant.
Oh, that's going to take pride of place in somebody's home this Christmas.
There you go. Joy to the world. Don't we wish?
Beautiful. Yeah, very much so.
There. So that's what we're going to be giving somebody.
Barbara, that is amazing. I love it.
And it wouldn't take long to make, would it, as a gift?
Well, no, and this is the thing. I mean, the time that it's taken to make that, many of you will know, when you're doing your craft fairs and things like that, you'll probably take just as long to make a card. But you won't reap the kind of profit and take the money on your stall that you would get with a gift or a piece like that, maybe into a frame or just left as it is. You will find that it's a better way sometimes than making your card. So brilliant demonstration. So what did Barbara use? Well, she used those beautiful stamps. She used one of the pairings that you've got in here, but you've actually got 3 pairings, and these are beautiful. Now the idea is you've kind of got your 2 layers, as Barbara showed you. So you've got your definition, your detail, and that's the one that Barbara laid down first with the fabulous robin, as you saw there. But then you've got your others where you've got your Christmas trees and you've got your little cottage in the woods as well. So it might be a case that you're using all of those together, which you can do if you want to. It makes a beautiful scene, and the idea is they naturally float from one to the next. But it might be that you're just using one of those. Maybe you're making a smaller, more slender card, or maybe tags that you're creating, or you can use them individually if you're wanting to, or you could use them as a pairing, so you've almost got a square card that's coming together. It's down to you. You are the designer, and that's exactly what the design team have done with these. They've used these stamps in a whole variety of ways, and the beauty is it's not just those rectangular stamps. As Barbara showed you, you've got the additional stamps there to add colour, like the robin's redbreast if you're wanting to. We've also got some lovely little phrases and sentiments and really beautiful words that are going to accompany your artwork there, and I love this one. I heard a bird sing in the dark of December, a magical thing and sweet to remember. Isn't that lovely? And that is lovely for somebody that doesn't necessarily celebrate Christmas in the traditional sense. It's almost like a winter greeting, isn't it? And I think that's absolutely beautiful. But have a look at this one alongside it, because exactly the same elements, the same stamps, the same sentiment there, but what a different look. It's almost like a nighttime scene that you've got with this one. Just shows the versatility that you've got. So those ones are the robins, but what about if you're wanting to just take one of those stamps? There, here you go, DL cards. I love DL cards, but what a slender, very kind of sophisticated look. This time your sentiment, as you can see, is health, wealth and sweet content be yours. Lovely. And then you've got additional elements like the little star that you can put on the top of the tree if you're wanting to. You've got your smaller tree in there. You've got some fabulous little stars there as well. This is another lovely little idea. If you're making your triptychs, then why not turn them into like the triptych little magic books? I love this idea. The gorgeous little design, as you can see there, absolutely beautiful. Sheila's created that one. Or again, maybe if you're wanting to make it into more of a square card, then again you can just utilise one of those by themselves. Then of course you've got that fabulous little cottage in the distance, but have a look at this one. Lovely Linda has used it in a totally different way to what we've seen before. Absolutely amazing. And if you can't resist a bit of sparkle at Christmas time, then don't worry, you can apply some of that as well. And this brilliant idea, Jane, teaming it up with some of the designer papers. Don't forget, if you've not placed an order already during the Clarity weekend, then you'll have those designer papers that you indeed could create something inspired by the lovely Jane. Brilliant deal. You have been loving these. It's a why not deal. So Freedom members, you're saving that little bit more. You can see you're saving £19.49. We've been talking about the stamps, but don't forget you're going to get those mounts as well that Barbara's been working with, and they really are key to get the positioning right, which is why I'm so pleased that she's included them within these. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are there on your screen. 305431. And I'm sorry, Katie, what was that update? Over 2/3 of the stock. My goodness, wow. Busy, busy, busy. Now, I've stepped away from Barbara. Barbara's getting herself ready for her next demo, but very, very quickly, I just want to mention the other stamps that we've got in a similar sort of vein, because you've already found these. So maybe you don't want your Christmas at the moment, then that's okay. I haven't even had a chance to show you these ones, but already 1/3 of the stock has gone. And these are gorgeous florals. Again, you're using the techniques that Barbara shared with us. So again, can you imagine those ombre effects that you're going to get with these? So you've got 3 sets again with these. So again, you can use them all together if you're wanting to, but equally so they will work in their fabulous little elements as you can wanting to use all 3. And again, gorgeous lino style artwork with these. You've got your 2 layers, as you can see there again. So you're building up, whether it's your cone flowers, whether it's your gorgeous kind of cottage, well, country scenes, shall we say, with these. We've got them all joining together, but absolutely beautiful. 188863 if you're wanting to take advantage of this particular one. Again, add this one in alongside your other bundle if you want to spread the cost of everything. You'd end up with all of these. Oh my goodness, so much creativity at your fingertips. 188863 if you're wanting to get hold of these. And I'm glad that you brought these along as well, Barbara, because they are absolutely beautiful.
They were my first ones. Shall I show you? Hang on a minute. Don't come to me yet. I'm looking for it.
Oh, you're going to have a rubbish. Can I show a couple of finished samples? Oh, she's got you.
No, I've got it. Okay. Right. Marcus, sorry to be a nuisance.
So what's it? Is this your original
I want to show.
artwork?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So I've just remembered. Look, I've got the sketches. These are the sketches from the ones.
Wow.
Right. So these are the sketches from the actual.
Oh, I love
so then what you do is you transfer that to the lino. I forgot to bring the lino because I'm pulling prints ready for Christmas, see? But this was the sketch and then it went in the machine. Right, now the set you're looking at, I have got the lino with me so I can show you how it works, you see?
Oh, wow.
Look, do you see? So this is actually
kind of like etched in.
They were cut out with a knife, aren't they?
Wow.
They're cut out with blades.
Such a long time since I've done it at school. I couldn't remember.
I mean,
how
that's
they
pretty
do it.
basic. Look, this is me. This, right, is actually what those stamps are made of. That little set there got made into those 3 sets.
Yeah,
so when you look at the
beautiful.
stamps, you can see the bits broken down.
Yeah.
Cool, huh?
Amazing.
There's
I
a
love
print
it.
from it.
Love the story behind them as well. Brilliant. So there you go. If you want to get hold of your florals, again, perhaps you're not ready for your Christmas, or you just want everything. Don't blame you if you do. These are absolutely beautiful. Of course, they're going to be something that you'll use all year round. Absolutely beautiful. Brilliant value for money. So there you go. £44.94. And again, you've got your mounts. That's the other thing. I don't like the idea of having to swap them around. Having the mounts there, they're all ready there. Leave them on there.
Yeah, and I like that, like I say, the mount is extra long, so that the handle is not over the image.
Yeah.
And it's so nice if you want to do that little offset.
Yeah.
You know, it's really easy to do because you've got complete control when you're working.
What are we up to next,
Right, so
Barbara?
borrowed somebody else's artwork here. I looked at the samples. This is just beautiful. So we've got 2 variations on a theme here. Hayley, you were talking about the verse. I heard a bird sing in the dark of December. A beautiful, what was it? A magical thing and sweet to remember.
A magical thing and sweet to remember, yes.
Yeah, beautiful. I love that verse.
Gorgeous words.
So that now has been used in the background. I really like this.
It almost looks like a leaf out of a Victorian book, that, doesn't it?
And it's also quite aged. So look who did this, and look who's taking full advantage. Hey, aren't they nice?
Somebody has had a sweet treat there, haven't they? 6 o'clock tonight, people.
Exactly. Isn't this nice, though? So this is the grungy set that Andy's using, but I think that just looks so good. Again, another heads
Very
up for
much him,
tonight.
isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is. It's a very male kind of grungy mixed media type set. So I thought, thank you, Andy, for, you don't know it, but you lent me the inspiration for this. I thought we'd go with this one so you can see how it works. And the way to go is, first of all, we're going to use a piece of Clarity stencil card. So there you go, that's the first thing. This is great stuff. And it's quite white, though. So what I wanted to show you was, see, this is a bit milkier, isn't it? If you check the difference. This is milkier, creamier.
Yes.
Older.
Yeah.
More aged. Vintage.
I know the feeling.
All those, I know. It's like my teeth.
You and me both.
Right. So what we're going to do is take the robin web breast, and we're going to use a black archival, and we'll put it right in the middle.
Okay.
Because that way I've got a bit of wiggle room if I want to cut it back. That's just the way that's the way I roll.
But it's good advice as well.
So let's have a look. And what we're going to do is just stamp up that robin again with a nice juicy black ink pad. So here we go. Get your paper in place, your card, ready to go. And then we'll stamp that into position. All right. In it goes. And we're going to make this one straight because we're doing this one.
Okay.
So if we were doing that one, we'll put it at a quirky angle. That's it. So we're doing a twofer here.
Oh, okay, right.
But on this one, we're not putting anything in the background. See, what might be nice, and I haven't got it here, but it doesn't matter. You get it. We could use the perga glitter.
Oh.
And
nice idea.
Perga, the sticky ink, and the perga glitter, and you could just put a little bit of glitter on here. I mean, I'm gonna go rather earthier. You know, I'm not going to worry about it, Paul.
Oh, bless him, he's running off to try and find perga
like a headless chicken now.
No, but you're mentioning glitter as well. I'm thinking about if you could stamp onto acetate and almost do that kind of glitter effect where it sticks to the back of the acetate and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Stained glass windows
so
and stuff
much.
like that.
Oh, yeah, and with alcohol inking on the back.
Oh, yes.
God.
Oh, now we're talking.
Well, there, that's a good idea. So let's, just for fast forwarding now, let's pretend that I stamped this onto a post-it, which I did, and then cut it out for a mask.
Lovely.
Because I want this to be covered up while I write all over it.
Right.
Okay,
yeah.
Because now, obviously the writing, it's got to be...
So it's going to protect the image, lovely.
Yeah, that's it. So I've cut the mask out right to the edge of the stamp, and then I'm going to take a red ink pad. I tell you what's always a good idea, though, is to have a piece of copy paper. I nearly licked my fingers then, Paul. Sorry.
Oh.
Right. And then what I'm going to do is take my words, and I'm just going to test them, season them again, prime them.
Okay.
And I'll make sure... Perfect. So I know what pressure I'm going to use, and I'll know how it's going to work, yeah?
Okay.
So I'm just going to stamp this, and I think I'll start, let's have a look, and I'm going to just give you the first 2 lines there, December, and now I've established the outside.
Oh,
and then off I go. Right, so now I'm going to give you the next one.
Why did you not start in the top left or top right of your card, or any of the actual...
Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change it a little bit. So I'll come out a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And then on this one, maybe I'll come out a little bit as well.
Right.
So it's going to be a little bit more...
fluid, yeah.
Fluid
Makes
around the
sense,
edge.
yeah.
Do you see?
Yeah.
So you don't have to. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you have to re-ink every time. And then you see what I'm doing?
Yes.
Look, look at the edge.
It's lovely, yeah.
So it's not so uniform.
It's not like a blocky look then, is
exactly.
it? Yeah.
So I think this is a really nice way to go. I mean, I'm going with what Andy's done, but I think it looks really, really lovely. And I'll come in a little bit on that one. Then I think on the last one, I'm going to go out again. What do you think?
Yeah, go for it. And it's
then I'll join that
nice
right
in the
up,
outer line, yeah.
and that's going to look really nice. I like that.
Lovely.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that. And then, you see, once you've trimmed it, let's say you're going to trim that now. See, I could take that away, and this is going to be white. It's still white, isn't it? Now, I've got choices. If I wanted to age the whole thing,
okay,
then you can do that with one of our brushes and with artistry ink. Old Parchment,
yes.
the clue's in the name.
Yes.
Old Parchment. It's really good. These are artistry inks, are really good. Have you seen these before?
I have, and I think they're fabulous.
Well, we have got a few of them.
They're a brilliant collection now. Oh my goodness, sport for choice with these, Barbara. And the lead name is the top left-hand colour, isn't it?
Top left-hand corner, Lime Kiss, Haystack. And when you open them up, what you've got is like 12 different little colours inside, and the one I'm using at the moment is Old Parchment, this one, you see?
Lovely.
So you've got all these colours, and they really are.
Don't they sit well in those A4 boxes?
Yeah, they're nice. You've got like 48 colours in the set.
Wow.
And they're also available in large ink pad. So this is the point. What I do is, say Old Parchment is one that I use a lot.
Yes.
So I buy the little box, and I've got 12 different little taster pads. So you've got an instant 12 inks.
Yes.
And then you'll find that I'm always going to Midnight Blue and Parchment. For some reason, they're my two, you know, and also Tenacious Teal, that's another one. You just always go to the same one. And then when you go to the one you like, then what you do is you say, right, I'm going to invest in the larger one of those ink pads.
Yeah.
We've got those on Pick and Mix on the show.
We have, yeah.
So then when you, let me show you how these work. So the lid is attached. I love this bit of engineering. So there's a little, look, I love that. That was the reason I bought them. I thought I like that. So I've got my little blending tool in the lid, and the lid is attached. So and it doesn't matter what side I look at it from. See how it flips? And it goes down. And I don't get my hands covered in ink, and I can use that ink pad now to stamp, to ink, to brush.
You don't lose the lid.
And you don't lose the lid.
Yeah.
How many times have we done workshops and then then somebody's put the wrong lid on the wrong ink pad?
Oh no. Yes.
And I've done it myself.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's
and I
easy
think,
to
well,
do,
that
yeah,
black looks a bit ropey, and then you realise it's actually cornflower blue. It's got nothing to do with black. You know? Even my eyesight tells me, hang on a minute, that's not quite it. So what I'm saying is, though, this is my waffling has given me a chance for the ink to dry.
Okay.
That's the point here. So what I'm going to do is take my brush, and I'm going to ink up in the Old Parchment.
Okay.
Because it definitely is the one for aging, and you probably can't even see this very well on camera because it does take. Can you see the difference?
It's very, very subtle. Yeah. Oh, when you put the white next to it.
When you put the white next to it, you can see it. So if I start to dust over the top like this, let me just do half, just to make my point. And if I do half with this with the brush, and I can go in and I can make it as as dark as I like. I can age it, can't I?
You can.
As much as I want. And also you can get the edge, look at the edge. If I sweep in, these brushes are dynamite for this.
Now the brushes, we've got a set of 4 of these, and I know with regards to these, there's a bit of advice as to how many you use and which one. Is it the yellow one that you just keep for yellow and that's it?
For sure.
Yeah.
There are 4 in a set. They're washable. This is stainless steel, so it doesn't rust. This is bamboo, so it doesn't rot. They work beautifully with stencils as well. You can get one for your blue colours, one for your. I mean, mine's like a bunch of flowers. I've got so many.
Yes.
I've got hundreds of them. Because look, talking of flowers,
oh,
have you seen the beautiful
pretty.
flowers? Yeah, thank you so much, Karen. Yeah, I know. Feeling like a birthday girl. But the thing is that yellow, it doesn't matter what you do. If you say you use that then with a blue,
yes,
you will get green. It doesn't matter what you do, and you'll never get yellow again.
Yeah.
You'll always start getting a green. So the one that I would always dedicate one of the 4 brushes to yellow, and that's your yellow.
Got you.
And the rest the blues, they're more forgiving. I can go from a turquoise to a midnight blue and back to a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the yellow has to stay yellow.
Okay.
In my humble opinion.
Good advice.
So let's just do half and see. One of the other things about the brushes, let me show you. You see, they can splay.
Oh, okay, all right,
so if I want to, this is a really nice way when you go through stencils. This is a really good way
like
to
a
get
fan
right
brush
in.
now.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You see, you change it. Or if you want it to be really light, then you just stay away from. You just come up the shaft a bit more, up the handle.
It's less pressure, yeah.
Yeah. And when you take that away, then you'll see
now
the
you see the
Can you see
difference,
it?
yeah.
I can't see the screen, but I'm hoping that you can see that.
Yes, you can indeed.
If you wanted it to be darker still, then of course this is where you take your makeup, your spot-on sponge, and then, for example, if I wanted to put an edge around here, let me just show you. So I can come in here now, and let me show you how this works. Using the same colour, and when it's dry, it will dry a little bit more parchmenty than it looks a little bit green at the moment.
Yeah.
But you'll see when I take that away, see how you get the drop shadow on that now? So you can see how you can go from bright white, this is what I'm trying to show you, from bright white stencil card, you don't need to be looking and buying cream card. You can make the card any colour you like.
That's a good point, yeah.
So there you go. And that's how our Andy did that card.
Isn't that beautiful?
And then all we did, you can see where he got the red breast from. And you just stamp that into, I would suggest that you use the same colour as you did in the background. I used vermilion for this. Do you not find, Hayley, when you want something really crisp and sharp, you go for an archival?
Yes, yeah. Always, yeah.
There you go, done.
Beautiful.
Thus ended demo number 2.
I love it, doing well, aren't we? But now we've got, well, obviously we've got a 2-hour session, but we're coming up to kind of the midway point between the 2 hours. So I'm going to let Barbara get herself reset.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on. What's going on is we are very busy. Now, lots of you have been sitting and watching the demonstration, popping all those goodies into your basket. But when you check your basket out, those goodies are guaranteed to be on their way to you. And you need to know one thing, that 70% now of this fabulous bundle has gone. This is something that you've been loving from the moment that we went to it. In fact, before then, because you were placing your orders for this prior to the show starting, you knew that it's going to be an amazing deal. You knew that it's going to be beautiful artwork. You knew it's going to be value for money, and that's exactly what you've got on your screen there. So if you're wanting to get hold of yours, the details are there. Now, we've got 2 prices to share with you. First price is if you're not a Freedom member, because everybody's saving at least £15. But to be honest, if you're not a Freedom member already, then I would certainly become one during this particular show. The reason being is, firstly, you won't have to pay your post and packing, so that's £3.95. You can forget about that. And it also means you're increasing your saving to £19.49. So that means that when you're actually working with these beautiful stamps, that you're going to be able to create that gorgeous kind of double layer lino effect. You're building up the design. You don't have to use both of those layers together if you don't want to, but to be honest, they look absolutely incredible. I love how you've got the additional stamps that are going to add those little touches, as you can see, as the corner there. You can see you've got the little bird sitting on the top there, and of course those beautiful words of guidance and advice there. The design that Andy came up with, it's similar sort of idea from Sheila with this one, but you can see much kind of more in tune, closer to the design, as you can see there with that particular one, but again, a beautiful design. This one again here from Linda, just keeping the colours simple, but look at that injection of sparkle there with the red breast. Isn't that beautiful? I love that idea. Then, of course, you've got the accents. You can add additional accents if you want to. You can do as Barbara did, just using 2 colours or several colours to build up an ombre. But here you can see there's a little bit of white has been added there to add that snow in. And obviously you've got the red breast feature in there as well. It really is an amazing design. 3 designs form this because they all come together as a little trio, a little triptych. So basically it's going from one image into the next. So here you can see where you've got that gorgeous design featuring there, but then a little smaller version has been created using your shrink plastic. Really is a clever idea. Lovely Jane, look at this one. She's done a similar sort of idea to how Barbara was showing us masking off an area, but building up the design. Again, it's entirely up to you how little or how much you do. And in the background there, she's actually used some of those additional stamps, including that little kind of line one that you can see there, that's been created almost like a little squiggle in the background. Absolutely beautiful. And again, Julie has done some beautiful work work with regards to this one as well. The rest of the team have had so much fun with these, and Linda, you can see she's got her embossing powders involved with this one, and I love that because she's kind of done a little technique. I'm guessing she's used the brushes or something like that to create a halo around the design, and this is a really clever design. The lovely Deb here has used picot edges. Now whether she's actually used the picot dies, I've got a feeling that she may well have done. Almost gives you that postage look with regards to the edge of that one. Peace and sweet content, isn't that gorgeous? And again, Deb has done another beautiful card with this one, but the beauty of these are that you can use them all together or use them individually, whether it's a case of you making your landscape cards, whether you're making your portrait cards, whether you're making your home decor pieces, whether you're making your trios, or whether you're using them individually. This is the perfect set for you to go for. See the details on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of yours, then the details are there, 305431. And Freedom members, you've got a huge saving. And the beauty is it's available to everybody. You don't have to be a Freedom member, but you are saving more if you are a Freedom member. And that's why we're urging you to consider becoming a Freedom member to take advantage of these. The details are there on your screen. But I'm going to go straight over to Barbara, I think, because I think we need to see more from these beautiful stamps. Is that okay if we do that? Yeah, let's do that then. Over to you, Barbara.
Thank you, Hayley. Well, now, let's have a think. How long have you and I known each other?
Oh, Barbara, don't go there. It makes
How
me feel...
many? 20, 25?
Oh, it's got to be.
Hey?
It's got to be. It's a long, long time.
I mean, you've been in the game as long as I
have, yes,
right?
Yeah.
So that's why it's extra special that we're working together.
Oh, bless you.
And I thought that we would take this demo, right, we'll take it right back to the good old days. You know, all I had was stamps and an ink pad. That was it, wasn't it?
That's all that we thought we could get.
That was all, yeah. I mean, wasn't that true? In fact, I dug out, this is like a flashback.
Oh, my goodness, that brings back memories.
There you go.
Very under.
And all those of us at home that loved the Adirondack.
Oh,
do you remember
yeah.
the rainbow pads?
Oh,
and then
yeah,
they discontinued.
amazing.
It was like a bereavement, wasn't it? We were all in mourning for months.
So true, yeah.
And do you know what? I've still got my much coveted Adirondacks. I still use them.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't get them now, and because we're here to kind of use what we can get hold of.
Yeah.
But I got this one out on this special occasion.
Fabulous. Oh, I
and
love
I
it.
thought, I know what we're going to do. We'll have a look at the stamps and take a look at because you were talking about the little stamps, Hayley.
These are so important.
Right, rinky-dink, rinky-dink. So on this one with the log cabin, you can see we've got these little trees. And there's another little tree there on that one. Health, wealth and sweet content be yours.
Is that a lovely phrase as
That's
well?
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
He knew what he was talking about.
Okay.
Right, so we've got little stars, we've got a little bit of lino cut there. We've got more trees here. Then on the robin one, we've got that lovely verse with the bird in December, and we've got the breast and the holly. So you've got lots of lovely little assets, we call them at work.
Yeah, it's a good word.
Now, what I wanted to do was take a couple of these trees. So what I've done is I've taken these three from this one. I mounted them on a little mini mount. Then I've taken this one from this one, because I thought, yeah, let's. And then the little tiny one, because it's even smaller. Look how tiny this is. And that's on that one there. What else have I got? Health, wealth and sweet. I've got Shakespeare out, the cupboard as well. I thought we might as well all celebrate. Right? Oh, and then I've got the holly out as well. I wonder what I'm going to do with the holly. No, I think that was just in case. Right, so we've got all those bits out. Right, and now we're going to make a really neat, tiny little card. Look. So,
beautiful.
Have a look at this.
Oh, I love
and you'll
that.
see, if you look at my hand, you'll see how, but there's the ink pad. This is how tiny this is that we're working with.
Oh, wow.
And I want to just, let's get right back to simple, basic stamping.
Lovely.
And so I'm going to take a piece of copy paper, and I'm going to take, now, this is stencil card as well. Look how tiny that is. This is the size of a, I think it's about the size of an ATC.
Oh, yes,
Artist trading card.
That's true,
okay?
yeah.
So we'll take the size of it's just that small. That's what we're working with. Yeah, that'll do. Right. And then we'll start with our little landscape. So I'll take, let's see how easy this is, shall we? Let's take our ink pad. I thought this would just be something really nice to do.
I love this. It's like a trip down memory lane.
It is a trip down memory lane. Because really, for the first, I don't know, what, 15 years of clarity, all I did was this.
Yeah.
Stamp, ink, blot, plot. Here we go. Ink, blot, plot. Remember? Plot. Look, blot, 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 plot. So you can get really lovely. Okay, here we go. Right, so now we're going to go blot, Hang on.
This is adorable.
And then we'll go ink. We'll go, no, I won't, no, see, let's have a think. I want to go there, and then they're going to be lighter backwards, aren't they?
Of course, yes.
Then that's what I was thinking.
Right.
Then I'm going to take a larger one at the front. I'll put the larger one at the front. There you go. And then I'm going to take that really little rinky-dink one, and I might add a little tiny rinky-dink one at the front, and then blot it. There you go. Ink, blot, plot.
Oh, wow.
Ink, blot, plot, plot. Look, that one's right up the back. So you could build a whole... Look, let's take the larger ones, and we'll ink, blot, plot, and then go right up the back. See how you can get further and further away?
Yeah.
Is Marcus catching this? He is,
He
isn't he?
is. He's doing a sterling
And do you know
job.
what the loveliest thing is? This is so tiny.
Yeah.
You know, look at the size of my finger by comparison.
Yeah.
And I just think this is a nice thing to do. It's like therapy. And then we'll take our health, wealth, and sweet content be yours, and we'll add that as well. Let's just pop that there. Gently does it. Nice.
Aww.
So we've got our words as well. Nice little gift tag this is, isn't it?
Well, you know what, this has just given me a little reminder of something that when my dad passed away, my sister bought me a fabulous little, it's almost like a business card that she bought from a card shop.
Yeah.
And it got a little scene on there, gorgeous little scene with a few beautiful words that I could put in my purse.
Oh,
so when
yes.
you've got that moment
Yes.
when you need to look at something,
Yes.
you've got that there. And I'm just
Yes.
thinking that is a gorgeous scene to
I've
do
got one
something
in my
like that.
purse
Yeah.
that Gracie gave me
Yes,
years ago
yeah.
when she left for America.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're gorgeous. And this is what you could be doing with these, couldn't you, making those little
What
cards?
a lovely idea. Yeah, really. And the thing about this is it's so cathartic.
Yes.
You know? And I just thought it's just so easy to do as well. So what I've done is, right, ripping us into the latest things that we do.
Oh, okay,
So
right.
Adirondack, we're looking 25 years ago,
Yeah,
aren't we?
yeah.
And then do you remember the ink pads in those days? They weren't even raised, were they? Adirondacks were a game changer because they actually came up out of the bed.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
Telling you.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
Yeah, you've got it so good now.
It was, wasn't it? There was red, green, blue, and yellow. That was it. You work it out, and it wasn't even raised. So if you had a big stamp, you were snookered, really.
That's it. Embossing powder, I think you had clear, white, and black, and that was it.
Right. So now these are our masks. These are our little mini masks. They're fun to use. And what we're going to do now is see how this is quite green, isn't it, by comparison? So what we'll do is we'll just take the ink pad. I'm going to use the same ink pad, bit of copy paper underneath. I just thought this would be nice to do. And you know, for me as well, because it makes me realise just how far we've come here. So I'm going to take another ink pad, Adirondack. This ink pad's got to be at least 20 years old, you know.
I love it.
Look, it still works.
Oh.
I tell you what, I never did get over when they got rid of these.
Do you know what? I'm wondering how many of our viewers watching today have followed you from right the way back. I mean, have we got anybody that's been on the journey for 28 years alongside Barbara? Or maybe you're a newbie, you've only been involved for 25 years. Let us know when you got involved with Clarity, when you started watching and following Barbara. I'd love to hear.
Well, let me tell you, when I first came back from America, because I started in California, didn't it?
You did, yeah.
And when I first came back from the States, you know, marriage fell apart and what have you, and I came back and I started again, and I hadn't been here for 15 years. I was like, really, it was quite hard after being abroad for 15 years with two little kids.
I was going to say, yeah, you had the kids as well.
And so I used to have a 6-foot table up at I'm not an overnight sensation, I can tell you that. So I used to have the 6-foot table at the Saver Centre, which is a shopping mall up in Hempstead. And I can remember I had my little stamps out, and I was just selling my wares, you know, and stamping up and that. And I can remember this fella started literally running. I thought, I don't remember you. I don't think you're an old boyfriend. This guy, this bearded bloke, it was like one of their moments, and he was running towards me, right? And you know what? He said, I've been waiting for you all my life. But he wasn't looking at me, he was looking at the stamps. Because we invented see-through stamps.
Well, they're all wooden blocks,
Nobody knew we were the
Yeah.
only ones, you see. And his name is Ken Kilminster. And he is still my oldest and best and dearest customer.
there you go.
And I know you're watching, Ken.
Oh, game over.
And
then.
you
The
know,
prize goes to
and I
her.
tell you, do you remember when we used to do the big show at the Commonwealth Institute?
Oh,
do you remember?
gosh, yes.
Back in, and then they moved it to Ali Pali.
They
But
did
before
indeed,
Ali Pali,
yeah.
it was the Commonwealth in
Yeah.
Kensington. And it was him that put me in touch, because
Oh,
I didn't know that there
wow.
was a stamp show.
Oh,
you know,
my
what did I know?
goodness.
I was still trying to figure out how to get the table not to
Gosh,
fall
the good
down
old
at the
stamp.
service
Yeah,
centre.
they've got that brilliant stamp show,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, and so
memories.
I have a lot to thank Ken for.
Oh, bless.
And
Oh,
everybody in the
Evie's
shack will be
watching.
familiar with Ken. So he's been there from the very, very
Oh,
get-go.
bless
Yeah.
him.
But I'll never forget that. Him running towards me at the Saver Centre, and I thought, who is this guy? I don't remember you.
I love that.
So you see how you can edge just very, very easily with the brush, just
Beautiful.
by taking that edge round there, see? And then, now let's have a look, because I was looking at how to get a moon shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, see the moon shadow? Now, let's have a think. And I looked at this and I thought, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the tiniest tree and I'm going to deposit a bit of ink on the moon.
Right,
like that.
okay, yeah.
Yeah? So now I've done that, then I'm going to take, you can take like a makeup sponge or a bit of tissue, anything.
Okay.
Okay. Let's use a bit of tissue because we never used
Yeah,
spot-on
let's go
sponges.
down how it
back to
was.
basics, right? So then what you're going to do is pick that ink up with your finger and then smear it on either side. And that way, I know it seems like that's a little bit fiddly, but I tell you what, it's the best way of getting the let's swizzle that a
It's
little
kind
bit.
of like that haziness that you see across the moon, isn't
Here
it?
it comes.
Yeah. But the thing is, you say about it being fiddly, you've got control with it. That's the thing. So
Yeah.
it can be as little as much as you want it to be.
That's it.
Which is why it's worth doing.
See, let me see if I get a bit more if I do this. If I just pick it up from the ink pad. But I think the lovely thing about this is, all we're using is 3 tiny little stamps. You know when you're
Yes.
talking about the assets?
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty cool. There you go. So now, that'll do. Stop fiddling, Gray. And I take that off. See?
Oh,
and there's
look
the moon.
at that.
So you see how you can build that ring. And you know where this has come
I
from, don't you?
recognise
Yeah,
that.
well, we haven't got any more of them. But I was thinking,
haven't.
well, let's use them because we'll still have hundreds of them left, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought we'll tease them off. But then many hundreds of you have got these lovely
Well, they can
square.
see how they can use them now.
And we seriously don't have any more in the cupboard now. They're done. They're cooked. But they are lovely.
I think we've got
Actually,
some
I've got 2 left.
Quick, put that with the pile. We'll put that, yeah.
I'm putting that with the triptych.
We'll put that on the resale side. I love it. I think we might have the circles. They might be hanging on by a thread. I'm not
That's
too
it.
sure. But that's your weekend where you jump onto the brand section of the website. You'll find them that way.
Well, that's it, really, love.
That is
I just wanted to
beautiful.
show you how you can take
Barbara,
something
thank you so
really
much.
simple.
Oh, I've got a warm glow about myself now. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Oh, what a lovely demonstration. I love that little trip down memory lane as well. Have to remember those things, don't we, those memories. So this is a beautiful bundle. Lots of you taking advantage of this particular one, but just to let you know that 3/4 of the stock has gone. We've just kind of gone into the second part of our 2-hour with Barbara, which is a regular thing. I'm sure you'll be aware, but just in case you're not, the first Sunday of each month, Barbara comes and spends a couple of hours with us, bringing her creativity, and sometimes she brings us brand new things, and that's what she's done on this occasion. These fabulous stamps, you're getting 22 stamps in total, and they're lino cut, so you've got 2 layers with these, which will enable you to build up that design if you wanted to. You don't have to, you can use them just on their own if you want to, and you can use them in so many different ways. And the idea is that all 3 of them come together. Now, Barbara, the piece that you created earlier on, have you got that to hand where I can show all 3? Yeah, because I haven't got a finished sample, I don't think, to share with everybody. But the idea being is all 3 of them will come together to create a gorgeous scene. So as Barbara pointed out to start with, it starts over here with that tree on the far side, and then obviously the robin is watching and overseeing what's going on in the distance. But what Barbara has done, she's very cleverly got that perspective going. So sitting on the fence there, and as you look, you will see that the fence will go further and further into the background across all 3 sections of that design. So it's an absolutely beautiful design with regards to the content, and of course the beauty is you can work them all together with that fabulous little house going off into the distance. So that's how they will work if you want to use them together, but you don't have to. You can use them just individuals if you want to, or just 2 of them to make more of a square look, but they are beautiful to work with, and you're building up that design throughout. You've got a saving on these of at least, well, it's at least £15. If you're Freedom member, it's actually £19.49. You've got the mounts in here as well, so that saving is pretty much covering the cost of those. And the reason that you need these in there is because those stamps, they are longer stamps stamps, so you need to have the ability for you to position and hover, as Barbara regularly shows us. So these, you've got 6 of these mounts, so you don't have to keep changing them, swapping them around, interchanging them. You have got the ability that they are all there, so those stamps could just sit on there and you just leave them there, because that is the idea behind these. So you can see they're big stamps, so you're going to need to make sure that you can position these beautifully when you're working with it, and the design of that mount there means that they are more than big enough to actually house those stamps. So you'll have 2 for this set, 2 for the other, and 2 for the third set. You've got 6 of those in total. That's the beauty of these. You just leave them there. You don't have to peel them away. So if you wanted to get hold of these, then the details are there. £40.45 if you're a Freedom member, and of course spread the cost if you're wanting to over 2 payments. Makes it a very affordable way of getting hold of them. So I've got a feeling you'll want to add this set in if you don't have them already, because this time we're going to turn our attention to florals, and they are absolutely beautiful. But you've been loving these in your drove, so much so that half of the stock has gone. So these were the original designs. These are the ones that Barbara shared with us, showed us how they've been created using that knife and doing those wonderful pieces. Didn't show you any finished samples with these, so I'll just indulge you with a couple of these before we go back to Barbara. But these are gorgeous, perfect for so many occasions throughout the year. Absolutely gorgeous artwork to work with. So again, similarly, the designs and the ideas that you're seeing from these you could replicate with the wonderful winter ones that we've just seen. So building up your design, whether it's the case that you're using just one element of them and you're using them with your fabulous designer papers, or maybe using a stencil to build up the background and some of those additional stamps that you've got to again build up a scene around them. Because they're all sized exactly the same, then you can quite easily take them in little pairings and put your designs together, or equally so create something that's quite idyllic. I love that thoughtful look that you've got with that one. You kind of got that haziness with the designer papers, but what a gorgeous idea. Multi-stamping, creating tags, creating toppers, creating some absolutely incredible pieces. And of course the beauty is, if you're wanting to, I love this one. This one's another one from Jane. She does it so well. The stamp, obviously as the lino cut, you've got your 2 layers there, but look at this little wee chappie sat at the top there, looking down on the scene below, and then down at the bottom you've got another little friend there with a little kind of shrink art piece there, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. You're getting a lot of stamps within this set, 27 of those stamps, and of course made up of the main pieces, the 2 layers, and then all of those subliminal stamps that are going to support your design as you work. And then you've got your 6 mounts again, so you're not having to interchange, you're not having to take them off the winter and put them onto these ones, and you can use them and keep them just sat there, because you're not going to be putting these ones away. If you want the details, 188863, and again 2 flexi buys with regards to this one. Now lovely June has emailed in. June, thank you. Now, June has known Barbara for how long?
June Smith.
27 years. Oh, she used to go on weekends away with Barbara. And one time, they got squished. Was it squished or locked? Squished into a pub. The White Horse in Edinburgh. Does that ring any bells? I don't know. Edinbridge, sorry.
Edinbridge.
Edinbridge.
Oh, I remember. And they were 5 of them in a dorm, and somebody ripped the central heating, the radiator off the toilet wall in the middle of the night.
Oh, no,
and in the morning,
I love it.
It was Sue that ripped Oh, those were the
And who emailed in, sorry? Jean emailed and she still watches, and she's still, oh bless, she still watches you all the time.
Well done, Jean. You're still going strong, girl.
I love
Anybody that survived the White Horse in Edenbridge deserves a medal.
I love it. Oh, I wish I'd have been a fly on the wall. Now, of course, whichever of these sets you're going to go for, we've got the details up on your screen. And I think, Barbara, are we going back to the original set? Oh, she's chuckling away to
I've got one more really nice. I just remember that session. Oh, it was the best time that weekend. And sometimes those disasters, they end up being the ones that you always remember fondly, you know. Yeah, that was something else.
I love it.
There was. I've got one more really simple demo to show you, because the other thing about Christmas is that you want to also you want to make lots of cards.
You do, yeah.
Right. So I was thinking, well, let's have a look at some of our newer additions to the Clarity.
Yeah.
So of course our designer papers, they've been quite a game changer, haven't they? And if we have a look at this card, This is such a simple card.
Oh, that is gorgeous.
And all the work is 2 simple stamps, and all the work is done in the paper.
Ah, clever.
So I was thinking that would be a really, really nice, simple finishing trick for this particular card.
Beautiful.
Now, the artwork, the background paper, comes from Antarctica.
Very
so
nice.
again, you think winter. I just want to show you some of these papers, if I may.
Oh, please
And you'll
do.
see here the front and the back. So we've got 12 different papers, well 24 designs really. Obviously there's my favourite one. Right. It's always the same, isn't it? There's always one missing. But the front and the back complement each other. So this is the front and this is the back. This is the front and this is the back. You see how the colours, they really blend together beautifully. And so these are lovely for wintry scenes. Nice.
Gorgeous.
So I wanted to put some lovely teals.
Atmospheric.
And this is the one we're going for here. I've already taken this one out. So you can see that's the front and the back. So it's really the biggest choice you've got is which side you want to use, you know. So this is Antarctica. And what I wanted to do was just show you how easy, if you're making loads of cards, because a lot of you do make cards to sell.
Yes, that's
you know,
true.
you need to get some return on your investment. You're spending a fortune. And so, you know, we're an angel company. Make the most of it. You know, little sets or even gifts. If you made 5 of these or 6 of these, 2 different papers, wrap them with a bit of raffia.
Yeah.
What a gorgeous gift.
Yes.
I would
Yeah.
appreciate that if
Oh,
somebody
gosh,
did that for
yeah,
me.
yeah.
So let's have a look and let's see how easy this is to make. The first thing we're going to do is take the stamp, and here's the good news, it is double-sided, so if you don't stamp it perfectly the first time, you always turn it over. Okay, I like that. Right, again we're going to use the plain black ink pad. I'm going with my new archival black, because all the colours in the background. I mean, if you had to make this background paper, it would be quite a mission, wouldn't it?
It would, and it's often is the case. You try and get the effect, but you don't quite get what you want.
Exactly. So have a look where you want to be, and then just stamp that in there, and then stamp it into place. We could get 2 out of this long piece. That's useful.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So there you go. Waste not, want not. Mass production. I think there's something, you know, that's the thing about Christmas, isn't it? You do go into overdrive at Christmas, don't you?
But it's nice to be able to have a different variety. I got into the mistake of replicating the same card over and over again for everybody, and it felt like it was a proper production line, and took the fun out of it.
It takes the joy out of it, doesn't it? With this, you've got different papers, you've got different stamps.
So the technique can be the same, but the look will look different.
Exactly, exactly. So we've stamped that onto there. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we've cut it out, right? So that's that done. We've cut that out, that's done. Then we've taken Peace and Goodwill and we've cut that, we've stamped that as well. We'll do that, easy. So we've got our 2 bits, and then we've got, now this is actually really good. If you are making lots of cards, I think this is great value. Let me just grab this and show you.
Yeah.
So here we have what is our collection of card blanks.
Okay.
And they come in 8x8, 7x7, 6x6 and 5x5.
And he got 20 of each of those, if I remember
That's
rightly.
a good deal. And they're also, they're scored but not folded, which is very useful. They don't come with the envelopes. We sell the envelopes separately. And the reason that we do that is because I use so many cards without the envelopes, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And so you end up, I don't know about you, but I always ended up with loads and loads of envelopes.
True, actually, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So we said, right, well, why don't we just split them up? And then people know exactly, if they're going to send 20 wedding invitations or 40 or 100, then they just buy exactly the number of envelopes they need.
That's a good point,
you know?
yeah.
So that's why it's separated. Because at Craft, thought about it.
That's true.
Right. So coming back to this, I'm going to take a 6x6. Let me take one of those, and I'll take a 6x6 card blank now. Right. And we're going to score it and fold it, just to show you how easy this is. So let me just put my artwork to one side for a moment, and then you'll see how quickly we do this. So we score out of the, if you can see this, we score out.
Okay.
Right. So we'll do that. My own opinion is that if you're gonna one, you avoid paper cuts if you always put a bit of copy paper over the top.
Right, okay,
right.
yeah.
2, if you're using a bone folder, That's got to be as old as me, this old bone folder. Right?
Yeah.
They are, aren't they, these old things? Useful, though.
Yeah, we all had those ones, didn't
Yeah.
we?
So when you do that, though, now, for example, again, I've got a bit of copy paper here, and all I'm going to do is, to make this, I'm going to, look, all that is that folded over, like that. It's a fold card. It's the simplest card in the world, but for somebody who's new to card making, this is quite a, you know, it's like, oh, that's handy. Right, so you take that edge, hold the two corners there, like that, hold it in the middle, go into the centre, and then run out like that. Then go so, like so, and then just, you can use a scoreboard. That's all that, it's all there for you if you want it.
Okay.
But with these particular cards, this works absolutely perfectly.
So why are you putting the paper on top of it?
So that when I go, if I do that, look, I've made a mark now with my fingers, and I've made a mark with my nail.
You get that kind of shiny look, don't you,
yes,
sometimes? Yes.
Like when you iron, you know, poor blokes, so they walk along and they, you know the whites. You think, oh, she's ironed his jeans. If you put a bit of copy paper over the top like that, then you can use a bone folder, you can use your fingers. First of all, we're using black, super forgiving. If this was white and I still had the orange on my lovely fingers, and then it would look like, you know, like a smoke amazing. So the whole idea with the copy paper is, one, to protect your hands, protect the card.
Okay, thank you.
And then all we're going to do is take our bits, this is just pure assembly work now, and we'll take our little bits of our, look, you can see exactly which pieces of card. So this is going to get stuck down with our glue runner.
Fabulous.
Got to come out the cupboard.
Definitely.
All right, so here we go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're going to use that side or that side.
I like it like that.
I
to
like
me,
it
looks
like
a bit like
that too.
A hazy, almost like heathers and
doesn't it look great?
Yeah.
And do you know that this is like, if you were to go with the Toscana, you know, the freebie?
Yes, yeah.
This is very similar to the Toscana colour in there.
Right.
Nice, nice. Right, so we'll use our glue, our tape runner.
Oh, we've been busy for these during this hour as well. So you're going to get 4 of these in your pack, £13.46, and they're brilliant, very ergonomic with regards to holding these, as you can see. You've got a fabulous little cover on there. So it's almost as if you were paying for 3 of these, but 4 are being sent to you. Only £13.46, so definitely one worth going for. If you can stretch to a couple of sets, might be worth getting hold of those, because you don't want to be without them. Once you've started using them, you won't go back to anything else. So there you go, details should you need them on the screen.
And also, they're great. Yanis mentioned it yesterday. They're great for wrapping presents.
Oh yes,
you know,
of course,
they really are.
Yeah.
'Cause there's always, did you find you got loads of bits of sellotape all along the dining room table, and then you take half the varnish off with it?
I was going to say, you end up with little marks, don't you?
All the paint, and then you've got a bit of paint on the sellotape, and then that doesn't stick. Oh, I know, we've all done it. So this is quite handy, you know. Have we still got some left?
We have, yes.
We've still got some left.
Yeah, they've been popular. So yeah, details are 752238. We've not got as many as we had started off the table, let's say that.
Okay. So again, the only thing is, I'm always talking to somebody who's new to this.
Yeah, very true.
When you use a glue runner or a tape runner like this, you want to go slowly, right, like that, along the edge, and when you get to the end, flick. And then go again. And go slowly. And the reason I say this is because if you go too fast, it rolls in on itself, and you're not giving the tape enough time to release off the roller. Yeah. And then it starts to stick, and then you're 5 or 10 metres into the 30 metres, not on ours so much, it doesn't, and then it stops working because the glue's gone.
Yes, yeah.
And I've heard that so many times, but I think often we're our own worst enemy because we're going so fast, especially when we're on telly, like now, we think, oh, I've got to go fast, we've got to... No, we haven't. This is supposed to be relaxing and fun. Right, so this one goes on here. We're going to do the 2-finger trick again.
Okay.
Right, hold it like that.
Right.
And then when you do that, you're hanging over the top, you're hovering, but you can see exactly, see, top left, bottom right. It's got to line up with this one, otherwise that will look a bit ropey. Do you see?
Beautiful.
Look. And
Isn't
there's
that gorgeous?
Boom. Doesn't that look like a... God, wouldn't you like to be there? That looks like the Ashdown Forest, you know.
Oh, very nice. Not that I've ever been there, but I'll take your word for it.
It's only up the road from us.
Oh, is
Yeah, it's where we walk every evening.
Lovely.
So then you stick that one on there. I don't have to do it, you get it. And then we'll put the peace and goodwill on there. Isn't that nice? There you go. Bob's your uncle.
Beautiful.
And here's one we did earlier.
How simple was that, though?
Yeah. There you go.
That is
Nice.
beautiful. Oh, I love it.
Easy.
Love it. Some amazing demonstrations and fabulous cards. Thank you, Barbara. So, yeah, what fabulous. I've been learning so much during this hour and reminiscing as well. And that's the beauty of hours like this, gives us the opportunity to do so. Now, just to warn you with regards to, now, we're talking about the floral ones or we're talking about the winter ones? Because I just kind of rocked up and I'm here having a chat with Barbara and I forgot that we've got those winter ones. Let me show you those winter ones, though, because the winter ones are absolutely beautiful. So this is where you've got that 3-scene element where you've got the triptych look, so you can use them all 3 together and create that gorgeous, it's almost like a picture looking out of a window with regards to these ones. Absolutely beautiful design with regards to this one. So you can see that you've got the fabulous robin featuring with that one there. It's a 2-layer stamp. If you want it to be like that, you don't have to use it as a 2-way stamp if you don't want to, but the beauty is you can use it in so many different ways. Can I show you some of the finished samples? Oh, I don't know, shall I show you? Oh no, let me read to you in depth. Oh my goodness, this is an email and a half. Oh, now this is Kate. Kate, it's good to have your company during this hour. Oh, what a lovely email. Okay. Barbara, I should be gardening, but I'm glued to my laptop watching Barbara Gray's shows. Did the same yesterday because the dyes were so good, weren't they? Just absolutely amazing. I have followed Barbara over the last 10-ish years, and I love Clarity products for 2 reasons. One is that they solve problems from acrylic rather than wood-mounted stamps to reusable masks as well. A whole range, isn't it? Groovy is a brilliant example of this. And it has a niche market, niche craft, completely accessible. The other reason is that you can always go right back to basics, and that's the beauty, isn't it? As Barbara has shown in this show, she certainly has done. A while back, she did just an hour on using corner stamps. Oh, I love those hours where you show how you can repeat them and create beautiful design. It was brilliant. Just goes to show what an abundance of creativity is constantly bouncing about in Barbara's mind. And from a customer's point of view, it means that her products have great versatility and longevity. And it also makes them great value for money. I'm no artist, but thanks to Barbara's teachings, I can use a brayer or a brush and make my work look artistic, capital letters. Nice. I've learnt so much over the years from watching her and Paul and seeing all the samples from her amazing team. Happy 28th, and here's to what is to come. That is, I've got my
Thank you so much, Kate. That's so kind.
Kate. I'm going to give you that, Barbara, because I think you deserve that one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll read that in peace later. Thank you again.
Oh,
yeah, it's
lovely.
nice. Nice to be appreciated, isn't it?
It is, very much so, and I think we can see that. I mean, obviously, Barbara brings some fabulous things to us that the whole team works on. It's always lovely when you acknowledge by placing your orders, and we talk about all these high percentages going out. But it's lovely getting emails like that. It kind of takes it right back to what the essence is of this, isn't it? To get creative and to enjoy. So this is a brilliant bundle to get creative and to enjoy, because you've got your 3 sets of stamps. Each of these stamp sets has got those 2 rectangular layers, which you can multi-stamp if you're wanting to build up that gorgeous scene, or if you want, just use them as singles. But then you've got additional elements. You've got sentiments with these. You've got those additional little things, like the little bird perched on top of a design, like those gorgeous little sprigs of holly, just to extend a design. And indeed, that fabulous little robin's redbreast there, so you can add that injection of colour if you so choose. It's been a very popular one, though, and I have to warn you, if you're thinking about getting hold of this one, you really do need to be doing that sooner rather than later. You can see how they come together so beautifully. And if you have invested in the weekend wow, well, have a look at this. You may have gone for the rectangle dies. Well, this is the sort of thing that you could be creating, and this is something lovely Deb put together, utilising those dies that we've seen. But doesn't it sit beautifully within that square configuration? That is the beauty of these. You can use them as all 3 together, creating that triptych look, or you can use them just like they are. I think that's one of my favourites as well there, Linda, with that gorgeous little robin's redbreast and the little sprigs of holly with those little red glittery berries on there. Love it. 305431 if you're wanting to get hold of yours. 2 flexi buys if you want to, and of course Freedom members, those flexi buys come down to just a little over £20 if you're choosing to go for it down that particular way. £20 and 23 pence to be precise. Barbara, shall we come back over to you?
Okay, let's have another look. Now this time we're moving on to the original.
Oh, lovely, the
if we may.
florals, yeah,
Shall we move on to those
lovely.
ones?
Yeah.
So these are quite nice. I like these ones, the little floral ones. And what we've got now, I'm just looking, we've got, okay, so these are the rabbit ones. Have you got them there? Have you had a look at them? Did you just have a look at them?
Yeah, well, I'll show everybody else in just a few moments. Oh,
I've got these bits. This is a good place
go
to
on
go.
then, we'll stick with you with that one then. if you
Yeah,
want to show
okay
us on the
then.
overhead.
Let's have a look at these. This is
Okay.
great on the overhead, isn't it? So what we've got here on the original artwork, you've really got a pure positive and negative.
You can see
what
quite,
it's very clear,
quite
isn't
clear
it?
there,
Whereas
yeah.
with the new ones, it was a little bit more complicated because of the
Yes.
snow. You
Yes.
understand? So here, what we've got is literally the infill of this one. So that's quite nice. And look at the little mice and the toadstools, delightful. So we've got some magnificent artwork on this one. And then here we've got the midnight rose.
Lovely.
And again, you can see here, there's that midnight rose
Yes.
with the moon in the back. And then, of course, we've got the floppy daisy, which I like. And when I did this, when I cut it out, you can see where I cut it out, and I left this bit in. So this would have been the one I cut out, and then
Okay.
this was the one we just flipped graphically.
Lovely.
Make it neat. So
Okay.
this one's got butterflies and bees and great big moons. So these are the three that we're looking at. And I want to go with, I think I'll go with the midnight rose, this one.
Beautiful.
This one, to show you how it works. Okay?
Fabulous, love it. Okay,
So-
let's do it.
Yeah, and if I'm slow and taking my time, it's because I've got to think it through. I'm working it out as I'm going along here.
Well, we've got about 25 minutes or so we've got plenty of time.
I think I'll work it out in that
This
time.
one.
I don't think it can take me that long, but yes, you're right. So let's take a piece of stencil card, and then we'll go from there. So the first thing I want to show you is we'll go with let's go with this one.
Okay.
The black, as I actually did it, the lino cut.
Lovely.
Right, let's go with that, and I'll show you how they work.
And this is the midnight rose, I think.
This is the midnight
Mind you,
rose.
you're getting all of them, so I'm referencing it, but it doesn't really matter because you can get all of them anyway.
So let's do the midnight rose, and again, I want to just prime the stamp a bit because I haven't used these for a while. So let's see. Hopefully we'll get a good impression. And the nice thing about lino cuts is, even if they are, this is me covering myself here, even if they're not solid black, it really doesn't matter, it's not that crucial, because they're grungy,
They've got an organic
arty,
style to them,
they're
haven't they?
earthy.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
So if you're missing a little bit, it doesn't matter, it just adds to the flavour, I think.
Yeah, I
That's my
agree.
theory, and I'm sticking to it. Right.
Gives them a
So
bit
now-
of personality.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Let's get this ink in place and let's see what we've got. Perfect.
Oh, lovely.
Right, so we've got our midnight rose there. What I would say to you is that it would always be best to do the black first and then the colour over the top.
Okay.
Only because it's easier to line colour. You can see, so usually when you're using coloured inks, they'll be translucent.
Right.
Black is always, look how solid black that goes.
Yes, yeah.
See, so the black ink will always stain your stamp. A permanent black ink pad's going to do this. And then if it were blue, and let me show you this. If we take those two now, if I had it in blue here, the opposite to what I've just done, right?
Yeah.
Then I try and put that over the top. It's impossible. Not this one. Let's say this one here. See, it's impossible to put that over the top of that. I cannot see it.
Yes, yeah.
It's easy for me to put that one over that one.
Yes.
But not for me to put that one over that one.
Got
Do you
you.
see?
Yep.
So always go, whichever one you decide to go with in black, do that first.
Okay.
But you could do both. So let me just show you, right, this is this one. So just keep your eye on this. So this is in black.
Okay.
And this is in blue.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that first. It doesn't matter. This time, this is in black. This is in black. See, I've done it the other way around.
Yes.
And this is in blue.
Yes.
It has no bearing. What's important is I do the black one first.
Right.
And then do the blue. That's
So
all,
whichever
one you
combination,
decide to go with.
So whether
But
it's the
that's
foreground
key.
or the backdrop almost, isn't it? Yeah.
And another thing that I know now from experience, you know, power of hindsight, this one, I need to clean it.
Yes.
And if I'd cleaned it a bit sooner, it wouldn't be so black now.
Okay.
But I get caught up in the art and I just keep
So
going.
how do we clean when we're using these inks?
Permanent ink pads. Usually you can use, is it thinners? What?
It's like a solvent cleaner,
Yeah,
is it?
like
on
a
them?
solvent
Right.
cleaner.
Okay, yeah, to break it down.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I use what's the stuff? Tim Holtz. Blending solution.
Yes,
yeah,
of course,
just put a bit of that. That
Yeah.
takes it off like that.
Perfect.
So where's the one I was doing? Right, here we go. Let's go to this one. And then what we're going to do, so this is the one where the black is solid. So now I'm going to take the other one and I'm going to lay that one over the top. See, this one's going to sit right over the top of that one. So let's have a look. If I take, again, as you said so rightly before, I'm going to use a forgiving ink pad, one that's got a little bit of time. Gives me a bit of time to work with it, yeah?
Wonderful. So leaning towards oxides again?
Yeah, okay. I like the oxides. Also, when you spritz them, you get that lovely...
Yeah, it's almost like a mottled effect,
Mottled
isn't
effect,
it? Yeah,
yes, we could do that as well.
Oh, that's an idea.
Well, let's have a go.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do
Well,
it. We're
I say
doing
let's do it. I'm
Right,
just
you ready?
standing here watching.
Have I got the spritzer? Yes, I have. Okay, so now let's have a look. If I add... Let's add this blue to this one. And again, I'm using the ink pad... Sorry, the sponge, to distribute the ink, because I feel I've got more control, I think. That's it.
See, this again is something, it's a technique. I know you showed it as the previous hour as well, but it's one of those ones that we forget about this technique. We automatically pick up a stamp and think we've got to just go with the ink pad and that's it.
Yeah, but the thing is also, with these particular ink pads, they're quite juicy, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
What I feel. They're quite juicy, and then it gets quite blistery. So if I don't want blistery, I've got to blend out. So
That's
I'm just
a good point, yeah.
blending out the ink. The other thing about the distress oxides, it's quite nice if you then add a different colour over the top, and then you get blends of the colours, don't you? Right, forgive my head for a minute as I come in now, and I'm going to come in over the top. And what I want to do, right, is I'm going to come in like that, and I'm going to I'm looking for the flower. And as I get closer, I can see it. And then I'm going to press down. Now let's see what we've got. Maybe we've got a little drop shadow.
You never know.
Maybe we haven't got a little drop shadow. But either way, we've got something. Right, let's have a look. There.
Oh, wow.
So you can see where I went over a little bit, I've got a really neat... It's cool, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
See, I like that.
Isn't it lovely? Marcus has found another example of this on one of the finished cards, just to show you that technique that you've done, but using different colours.
Isn't that good as well?
Beautiful. Yeah, gorgeous.
So if, for example, now... Yeah, well, there you go. So if we did that, let's see what... Let's take this one again, and let's add a bit more blue again. Okay, let's add a bit more blue again. Not too much. And let's see what happens if we spritz it with a little bit of water.
Okay.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Now, you know, we could either, we could also add it into the line art, couldn't we?
Okay, yeah.
Or we'll see what it looks like when it's on its own,
By
shall
all
we?
means, yeah.
Right, let's give it a go.
Are we going a bit rogue now?
Yes.
Love it. I love it.
We are. Right, ready? Okay, bit of water, not too much. Right, don't want to hose it down. That'll do. Oh, always a little voice in my head.
Just that extra little bit.
Isn't it? There's always a little voice that goes, go on, have another one. Right, okay, here we go. Let's see what happens now. And then we'll press this down. It might be rubbish, but that's the only way you're going to figure it out.
It's true.
You know,
very true.
The only way you're going to figure it out. You'll probably wish, Barbara, that you'd done this in there. Right, ready?
Well, we'll find out in a few seconds.
Oh, no.
No, that was
like
right
that.
decision.
Good call.
Nice.
See, look, can you see that, Marcus, how mottled it is?
Yes.
Can you get in really tight?
And as it dries, that kind of shows
It's
up even more,
lovely.
doesn't it? That is
and
beautiful.
to me, see, look, now, pretend that we took that one and we dropped that in over the top.
Yes, yeah.
Let's not pretend too long.
Oh.
We've got to try it now, shall we?
We're doing it. Go on then, let's do it.
Come on, what else are we going to do this afternoon?
I don't know,
I
just
bet
chatting
it's
and
sunny
having a bit of
outside,
fun.
isn't it? Don't tell me, don't tell me. Maybe we could try... Have we got... No, stop mucking about, Barbara. Same cut. Stick to the plan, right? Ready? Okay, we're going to put this in there now, see what happens.
Okay.
This is the right one, yeah. Right, 1, 2, bit much. Oh, I've hosed it.
But this is just a different look, isn't it? Are we going to go for it, or do you want to do it again?
No.
Are
you kidding? No. It's a journey, not a destination.
This is true.
I tell you what, you know, when you're at a workshop and I walk in behind you and I go and I pat you on the shoulder and say, now don't forget, it's the journey, not the destination. It means you've made a right Horlicks of it.
I love it. Subtle to the end.
Oh, dear. Right, let's have a look what this looks
can't
like.
Wait. Oh,
I love it.
That's nice.
See?
Yeah.
Gritty.
Yes.
And that's
you've
what I
always
mean.
got the pull because of the moisture, but the additional moisture maybe, you kind of pulls the ink up as well,
It does.
doesn't it? Yeah.
It's really
Nice.
great, isn't it? And so there you go. That's a little bit of just to kind of give you a clue which sequence you're using.
Yeah.
I think
so
that's
always
really
go with your black ink first, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you just clean up just for a
Thank
few
you,
moments.
thank
Oh my goodness, we are so busy. Now, with regards to these gorgeous florals, lots of you taken advantage of these, and I'm not surprised, and I'm really pleased that you are, because they are just so beautiful. Now, obviously, the ones that we saw with the winter element, they've got that triptych content where they all work beautifully together. With these, they stand very much independent, but they are beautiful for you to work with. And I love the way that you can just experiment and have fun with these, but because you've got the safeguard of the gorgeous artwork with these, you're pretty much assured that every single time you are going to get a brilliant result. Don't forget, if you're going in with your darker colour first, then that's the key thing. It doesn't matter whether it's stamp 1 or stamp 2 that you're using of that duo, just make sure the darker colour first and then add your colour afterwards, and then you're going to get some of those amazing results. Of course, all that gorgeous lino cut detail with these floral stamps, 27 stamps in total, because you've got your main large stamps, as you can see, but then the subliminal stamps. And you can see in the backdrop of this particular one, the birds taking flight. It could be butterflies, it could be the little hair, it could be some of the foliage. They've all got their own little elements in there, even things like the little moons, the little circles that could be suns. It's up to you how you're wanting to work with these, but you've got so much content within each of those. You can see all of those fabulous little stamps at the bottom there as well. Two flexi buys are £22.47, very affordable, and of course they do come with those mounts as well, which means that the minute they arrive you can start stamping with them, and you can keep them on those mounts because you will need to change these. So the last thing you want to be doing is peeling them off and putting them onto a fresh mount. So 188 863 if you're wanting to get hold of these ones. So what else am I going to tell you about? I'm not paying attention. So we're going back to the winter. So I'm reminiscing and I'm thinking about everything that Barbara's done. It's been such an amazing hour. So these ones, these are the ones that we've brought to you at the top of our 2-hour session, being the brand new designs for this year. Now, oh my goodness, busy with regards to these ones. Freedom members, you've got that discounted price on these ones, but if you're wanting these, 308431, but now they are rapidly approaching limited stock. Yes. Hopefully we'll have enough to see us through. We've got probably about another 15 minutes or so to share with you during this hour. I just think that you need to get them now. It could be that you leave it to the end of the hour. By all means, you can risk it if you want to. But if you want immediate dispatch with these, you really need to be getting involved with them. So you can see the details are on your screen there, 305431. This is that triptych effect. This is where you've got the three of them working alongside each other. But as you can see from this gorgeous example there, you can use them just by themselves if you want to. Team them up. Obviously, you've got your multi-layer with these. Again, same rules as we heard before. Use whichever two stamps you're going to be working with, the black ink on the first layer, and then of course going back in with your colour afterwards. Again, you've got additional elements with these, so it might be that you're adding a little sentiment, health, wealth, and sweet content be yours. Absolutely beautiful. And again, you're going to use them with other things that you've got in your stash as well. Masks that you've already got within your different elements as well. Things that you've already got in your stash, and kind of breathing new life into them. Again, you're going to get the mounts with these. So again, as soon as they arrive, all 6 of those rectangular stamps can find their little homes sitting on those long vertical mounts, and they can stay there. You don't have to interchange them at all. 305431. Absolutely beautiful. Just very quickly sharing just a couple more of those finished samples, and there's so many different ways that the design team have worked with these, using things like their embossing powders, as you can see there, Absolutely gorgeous, and you can see the sentiment coming in there. Again, your designer papers, you could be using those in the backdrop. Jane's done that, but this time she's used that fabulous glitter embossing powder there to give you that frosty look with that background paper. But again, you've got your little trees making an appearance here. Utilising those stamps as a backdrop as well, that's what Jane's done on this one. And again, that technique that we saw earlier on, inspired by lovely Andy's card, then again, a similar sort of idea with that one. Linda has created an incredible result with this one, and I love this. It's almost like the positive negative look, where she's actually used a black card but then the white rather than it being the other way around. And again, just a few more examples. The lovely Linda with that gorgeous hazy look, absolutely beautiful. 305431, but now it is an officially limited stock bundle. Yes, if you're wanting yours, you need to be making your decision now. That's it. If you wanted it, they're brilliant. Get hold of it. The details are there. If you don't want it, then it's a case of that you might wish that you had, because we don't know when we're going to see these back again. And the beauty is you've got those multi-layers that you use in so many different ways. I think you will get so much use out of this over the years to come, not just this winter period, but also right the way through for many, many years as well. So £40 and 45 pence. Lots of you realising now that if you want them, you need to get hold of them. So 305431. Very, very busy. Lots of you placing your orders for these, and you can see that all three of those, these are actually 3 repeats of the same piece, but you could actually do that and use all 3 of the different stamps to create that gorgeous scene going across all 3 of those little panels. Love it. So there you go. Those are the details on your screen. Now, one more demonstration I think we've got time for, Barbara.
Oh,
is that okay?
Yeah.
Wonderful. What are we up to?
I'm going like the clappers here.
Oh, look at these all coming, and there's all sorts of things, a little flurry going on.
Well, come on in. Right, so what I thought I'd show you is, you know, when you look at those triptychs, have they sold out now?
They have, but there's people that have got hold of them.
There are loads of you that got them, so let's see how
that.
Thank you, Hayley. You're very gracious. Right. Now, what I wanted to show you was, if you, let's have a look at this. We'll just lay this out. If that goes on top there, okay.
Okay.
What top tip? These are cut on a flatbed cutter.
Okay.
So you'll see a flatbed cutter, just by its very nature, it nicks at the corners. As it turns, it nicks.
It can't physically
It can't physically go around the corner.
Yeah.
So what you do is, where you see the nicks, flick it over and use the other side, no nicks.
Okay.
Right, that's the first thing. Now, what we want to do, I want to show you, because in the set, do you remember I was telling you that you've got these bits?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, these are so cool to use. And what we could do, let me show you, for example, let's just take this back, let's knock this back one, and let's just have a look at this, and let's indulge these 3 pieces of artwork.
Okay, yeah.
And what I did as well with this, because you could put these in there.
Now,
We're just working with black and white.
These
are the florals.
Yeah, it's all right. Just the details for these are at the bottom of your screen. We're going to switch them round, though.
Sorry.
That's okay, no, that's all right.
No.
Just in case people are ordering, we don't want any nasty surprises.
Okay, so they're exactly the same price, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
So, for example, you've got those 3 that are going to go in there. Make a beautiful. Then make a very, very nice,
nice gift. That would be, wouldn't it?
This triptych. But what we did was to raise it. I cut so you could just add 3 smaller pieces, like little panels like that.
Okay.
And then attach this to this, and then it lifts it out of the frame. Do you see?
Beautiful.
So
yes,
what you're getting when you do that as well is you get a really nice drop shadow.
Yes.
When it's on the wall, it looks so classy.
Yes.
Don't put it behind glass, leave it just like that. But you can see from an angle, it really looks...
You can see it from that angle there,
delightful.
that you can see where the shadow and the light hits it, yeah.
And now, if you look, this one, it's got black at the bottom, black at the bottom, black at the bottom. So how about we change that one up and take that one out and put the white black to the top? Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So you're changing up the... So now you've got more... I think that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Right? So then this one, going to what we did before, then you start injecting colour.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're getting some really nice things going on here. And all of these, this is the point now, let me put this to one side. All of these, they fit in these bits.
Oh, okay.
Right,
yeah.
so now, see that sits in there like that.
Nice, yeah.
So now I'm starting to think, right, so I could change the colour of that and make a frame for it.
Okay.
So let me show you. If I were to take the daisy,
nice
like
colours.
that, And now I've got my frame. So I've stamped this. You know how we don't need to. Look, just in case I didn't like that one. Thing is, though, this is an interesting point that I'm making here. If I wanted to make something that you wanted it to be good from both sides, right? Look, it works.
Yeah. That's a good point, yeah, because sometimes you do have.
You know what I mean? Sometimes inside and you want.
But like with an acetate,
exactly,
in an aperture, yeah.
Exactly. Say you wanted to trap it inside, then you've got two on either side, like that. So then they work as a trap. Exactly what you're saying. You trap the card inside there, and you can either stamp onto the large piece, that the bit that comes with it as well, because that comes as well in the kit. So then you can stamp onto the large piece, and then you can make your frame. So you're making a miniature frame now.
Oh, look at that! That's beautiful.
Do you see what I'm getting at? So there are lots of different options. And how do we colour these? These are real good to do, really easy. If I take, this is again exactly what we've been doing just now. Okay. Let's take our daisy. Have we got time to do this? We have, haven't we?
I think we've got, it's about 6 minutes or so.
Oh, perfect.
That's
okay, perfect. Yeah, nice. So if we take our daisy, and we've got let's take 3 different colours now, right? Now, while we're doing the daisy, let's get our frame ready as well. So if we've got the colour in front of us, let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If I were to take looking over the counter, right, if I take my makeup sponge, then I'm going to look, I nearly just started doing that. Right. I'm going to take first of all, let's make sure it fits. So I'm on the right side. There you go. So we know it fits. Now we'll move the artwork over like that. Bearing in mind, and I know I digress, but look, same thing.
Yes.
Right,
yeah.
so these are all exactly the same size. We made them fit. So there's no reason why the Midnight Rose can't work with one. They work beautifully together, okay. So I'm just saying that they work together. So let's take that now. And I like that you can use this technique on everything. So now let's add a little bit of yellow here, right? And then at the same time, let's get a bit of yellow going here.
Okay.
Right, got a bit of copy paper underneath, so that's okay. So we're doing this at the same time. Add a bit of yellow up there. I tend to start with the lightest one, and then work my way down. So now probably I'll go to the turquoisey colour. Right, what do I want? I want a bit of turquoise down here. This is a nice colour, this one. Peacock feathers.
Barbara, I'm going to let you carry on adding your ink if you want to, because I need to tell you guys something. I held back as long as I possibly could, but right now I really needed to get your attention. Reason being, technically, the winter collection has now sold out, so thank you to everybody that's taken advantage of those. Check out your baskets. That will ensure that they are on their way to you straight away. When I say straight away as well, bear in mind, be patient with regards to the Clarity team. They've had an incredibly busy weekend. They've got a lot of work to do when they all get back in on Monday, and the way that our system works is they won't even know about your orders until Monday when they're all batched up and they get the emails. I just hope you've got plenty of reams of paper to print these off, Barbara, when they
we'll
come
be
through.
all right, we'll be all right.
So yeah, just be patient with the guys, but they will get everything out to you. And of course, we have got some of those florals, so if you did miss out on the winter, then you might want the florals. Their own downside is they're limited now as well, so yeah, they're all flying out basically. 188863 for those.
Right, now don't worry about this looking like a mess.
Okay.
All right, I'm not, and if I'm not, you really don't need to. Okay. I'm well beyond that point in my life when I used to think everything had to be perfect.
Oh yes.
Aren't you?
Oh yeah. It's too much effort.
And you know, I also think, Hayley, right, I believe that my artwork improved immensely, like considerably, the day I let go and just added.
It's so true, yeah.
All the time I kept having this preconceived idea of how brilliant it was supposed to be and what perfection. It was like paralysing.
Yeah.
And then once you say, oh well, you know, it is what it is now. Let's just go for it.
You're setting yourself up for a fall, aren't
you? And then it's freedom, isn't it?
Yeah,
you just go for it. So yeah, this is a right mess, but you watch, it'll be lovely by the time I'm done. Okay, so now I've got that, and I've got that. I've got my stamp. I think actually I'm going to give it a bit of water. Okay, because I like that look.
A measured amount?
Yes. 6 millilitres. And it has to be Evian. And other brands are available.
Collected at the morning light.
Yes, that's right. This is Morning Dew collected on the Ashdown Forest. I send Dave out every morning before he even makes the first coffee.
With his torch.
Stop it. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong.
Oh dear.
Right.
Oh, we've only got a couple of minutes left, Barbara.
It's all right, we're on it. Look, wunderbar, masterpiece.
Beautiful.
And then this little Horlicks here, what you're going to do now, right, is hold that away from you. Right, give it a bit of a spritz. You don't know, this could be the next new... Listen, this is gallery work, mate. And then what we'll do is, we do need a little bit of... How are we doing for time?
We've only got a minute or so, but that's okay. You carry on.
Well, actually, I'm not going to blot it, because I know if I blot it, it's all going to end up on here. Have a look at this loveliness.
It's nice, isn't it? And adding that little bit of water there, or a lot of water.
Look at the texture.
You can see you've got those little mottles coming through again because of the oxides. Beautiful.
And then you drop that in there, and I'm telling you, look, boom.
That is
Isn't that
beautiful.
lovely? But actually, I would have been making a mistake if I blotted it, because if I do, I'm going to take all the vibrance off it.
You will.
Can I stop
Absolutely
there?
beautiful. Barbara, thank you so much. We're down to our last minute of the hour. I don't know about you guys, but I've had a whale of a time. Thank you, Barbara, as well.
Thank you, thank you, and thank you so much.
The winter collection, a couple of people haven't checked out their orders, so if you are those people, then you may well have missed that opportunity now, but it means that another couple of people are going to be very happy, especially if they get them in their baskets and get those baskets checked out very quickly. We've had some lovely emails. Sadly, I haven't got time to read them, but I am going to pass them on to our lovely Barbara. So Anne from South Wales, Alison as well, and also the lovely Sue from East Sussex. So we'll be passing on your emails at the end of the hour. And don't forget, if you suddenly find this appearing in your order for any of the shows over the Clarity weekend, then this is something that Barbara created for us at the top of the hour, and of course using those fabulous triptych sets if you did manage to get hold of those. Barbara, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And
are we
happy
working
birthday.
together at 6 o'clock again?
No, I'm heading off home now.
It's Paula.
You got Paula.
Muy
Yeah.
bueno.
You're in safe hands there, aren't you?
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody.
Oh no, thank you, and thank you for bringing us such amazing deals as well. We will see you very soon. Oh, what a fabulous hour. Oh, it's final call time now. It's 4 o'clock. Last opportunity to get hold of your fabulous Britannia sewing machine. Then we're going to get pretty and gritty before we come back with Clarity after that.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Julia Watts from Fairy Hugs. Fairy Hugs are a small family-run company based in Miami Beach in Florida, specialising in high-quality photopolymer stamps. Our stamp designs include fairies, dragons, under the sea, animals, foliage, everything you need to make your own scenes. Fairy Hugs started in September 2020 and was born out of the children's love of everything magical and mystical. On our shows on the craft store, we'll aim to demonstrate how easy it is for you to create your own magical scenes. So please join me for the Fairy Hug shows on the craft store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you.
Well, hello, and now of course it is 4 p.m. so we have got the final look at the one-day special. But remember, this is a special one-day special. Yeah, I know, I said it twice, well, 3 times actually now. But because of course there is the Britannia T65, which means as well that if you purchase the one-day special during this live hour, or the first 3/4 of the hour in fact, you will be entered into a competition, which is a massive competition, the prize draw, which is worth over £500. And of course, to enter that giveaway, what you need to do is to check out those baskets for the one-day special, the Britannia T65, before the 4:45 the hour, 4:45. So make sure that to do that, check out your baskets. The winner will be announced at, of course, 10 to 5. So make sure you stay tuned, but also that you check out your baskets. Now, of course, I'm not here on my own. We have got the lovely George here. How are you, George?
Yes, all good, thank you very much. Yeah.
This is the final live hour of the one-day special. So you are eager to answer any questions. So can we invite the guests to, the viewers to email us in any questions that they have?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, ask away.
Fabulous. So if you haven't seen the T65 or you haven't seen George at all, if you want to see it, send us any questions that you have got, studio@thecraftstore.com, and now that would be the way to ask us questions. But for anybody else who hasn't seen you before, can you tell us a little bit about how you get to be representing Britannia sewing machines here?
Yeah, indeed. So I've been in the sewing industry for 11 years now. My family have a background in sewing for coming up to 67 years. Started off by my grandma and granddad. My granddad was a mechanic, my grandma was a salesman, and they sort of joined forces, and then from there we've gone from domestic sewing machines, we do industrial sewing machines as well. And in going into that market, we've actually tried to bring the quality and the professionalism of industrial machines to the home market.
And that is what you are getting in the T65, right? Because, of course, it brings in that industrial knowledge, the durability, the sturdiness, but also that it's a machine that it has to be reliable, right?
Yeah, well, that's it. So industrial machines, they're full metal machines, and in a domestic machine, we've gone for a full metal body. It's a metal-bodied machine. Obviously, the outside is plastic, but that's not supporting anything. All of the mechanics are supported by a good metal structure in there.
Now, it has what I call it a reassuring weight to it. You don't want something that is extremely light, because that would mean that its components are mainly plastic, and we don't want that. But also, it's not too heavy that even I, with my very weak arms, cannot lift it up easily. Right, so it's something that I can put away easily, right?
That's it. It's a good compromise. You've got that weight. You can feel the quality of it. It's going to be sturdy on the table, but it's still very portable, movable. You could take it to classes.
Yeah, absolutely. And children use it as well, don't they?
Yes, yeah, because it's a very safe machine to use as well. Not only that, but it's also very forgivable. So if you are new to sewing, it will take an amount of abuse, shall we say.
Yeah, and that's important, because when we are beginners, we kind of don't know maybe what we are doing, and of course having a machine that can take that use and abuse, that is perfect. But also it's a machine that can grow with us, right?
Yeah, exactly. So because of the quality of it, again, it's going to be able to take you further in dressmaking than a beginner's sewing machine would, or quilting, or whichever direction you choose to go in. Because of that quality in there, it's going to grow with you, and it won't limit you.
And that's very important, because when you make an investment, and a sewing machine is always an investment, you want something, you want quality, you want durability, you want versatility. And let's talk about what it comes in with. Now, the one day special includes the T65 with the standard accessories, which of course we have got here, which includes the buttonhole, feet as well here. We have got the which one was this one? I forgot this one.
That one is the overlocking foot.
Overlock, yes, that's the one. Then you have got the standard zipper foot. Then we have, can you tell us which one is this one?
That is the standard foot for the machine.
Perfect. And then we have
the blind hem foot.
Blind hem is. So those ones are the standard ones that come in with the machine. Of course, the screwdriver. You have got the seam ripper as well. And then we have got, with the one day special, an additional bonus feet in here, including the walk-in foot as well, which is the one that you have to always get extra, and it usually costs a lot of money. Now that is included in here. So that's for quilting, but also you mentioned before something else.
Soft furnishings, bag making. People use them for dressmaking. As people, I know, they never really take their walking foot off the machine. Absolutely. because it feeds it from the top and the bottom. It just creates a perfect stitch top and bottom.
Indeed. So there is no dragging or not undulations in the fabric between the layers, right?
Exactly. So when you've just got the standard foot on, that pressure on the fabric can actually drive it forward, and so by the time you get to the end of your run, you're an inch or two over on the top layer.
Which you would understand. And then we have also the free motion embroidery foot in here, included in the one day special bundle, which is of course so that we can do any design that we want, right, with freehand.
Yeah, exactly. So it's drawing with thread essentially. And it's a lovely, I love it. I find it very therapeutic just to do the stippling effect over and over again, do waves. I was never that very good with a pencil, but I'm all right with the needle and thread on this.
Yeah, and then of course we have the invisible zipper foot in here. So again, perfect for dressmaking, but you mentioned as well that we could use it for bag making as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so in bags where you've got the invisible zips in there, you could use that foot. Yeah.
That is, and then we have the cording. Was it
the cording foot? Yeah. So that's a decorational foot. So it's got the hinge on the front there that you can run cords through, and then you can use a pattern stitch to attach those down onto the fabric.
You can see there the holes. Oh yeah. We can see the holes there. And then we have got the zipper foot, but this one is different. Can you remind us again for why we needed to have, well, why it's good to have both the standard and the smaller one?
So that slim zipper foot is actually more like what they would use in industry. They don't use these big chunky feet. They use a slim zip foot so that you can get right up close to whatever you're sewing against. So for example, for a zip, you can get right up close to the teeth. And also if you're doing piping or something like that, it enables you to get really tight in on the piping.
And then finally we have got the 1/4 of an inch seam foot for quilting, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I love that it has got that edge, so it's really easy to know where the positioning this, kind of the edge of the fabric. So we have got that 1/4 of an inch, perfect. But that's not all, because you also are getting the extension table as well, which I like the fact that it folds flat, so it's easy to put away. And then we have got, how do we use it? How do we attach it, and for what it is exactly?
So what it does, it supports the fabric, and if you take it off the machine like that, you're left with just a free arm. So this is good for bottoms of trousers, on the shoulder, anything where you want to get round the machine, bag making as well. And then all you have to do to attach this is open out the legs and slide that on like so. And what that does, it gives you then a platform. If you are doing heavier work, again, soft furnishings, quilting, it gives it more support so it doesn't slip away from the line of sewing.
Perfect. And of course, that is one of the additional elements that you are getting with your one-day special. The one-day special, of course, the T65 comes in with the machine itself and the hard cover with that pocket in here with the pedal as well, the foot control, and of course the instruction manual that you can keep in here in the pocket, always ready for when you need it. Now, of course, now we have got an incredible price for the one-day special with that saving of £131, and of course that is incredible saving. Now also it comes in with a flexi-buy option, which means that you can spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £166 and 24 pence. 869470 is your item number. Now for those ones who haven't ever seen the T65, where do we start with the machine?
So if we start off with the threading of the machine, because it's got these so many easy threading systems. So for example, to wind the bobbin, what I do is I place my bobbin onto the bobbin winder like that, and put the thread onto the spool peg, and then literally just follow the dotted line around there like that, underneath the platform, around the tension spring.
Okay.
It's all diagrammed as well on the machine. And
so we don't have to refer to instruction booklets or anything like that?
No, it's so straightforward. And then you wrap it around the bobbin 4 or 5 times, take it underneath, there's little blades in there that cut the thread, and then you just press the green button, the start-stop button, and that will then wind the thread. I can control the speed on that, and I can either stop it there if I'm just doing a small project, or allow it to wind to completion.
Perfect.
So once that is wound, what you would do is place it into the machine. So take your bobbin, make sure it's spinning anti-clockwise.
Right.
Drop it into the machine. And then again, it's got a little track on there that you take it round, all arrowed, cuts off.
And that's it. So
and that's
simple.
It.
You don't have to thread it through something, just cut it there and they're ready to pick up.
Exactly, you don't need to take it up, you don't need to take the thread up at all, it is just ready to go.
Perfect.
Then for the top thread, if I just take that off there, like that, pop that on, follow the solid line around the machine there. So all arrowed, so it's numbered as well, 4, 5. Put the foot down, feel the tension on that thread. You go behind that bar, and then you come to a really, really good quality needle threader. So on a lot of needle threaders, you have to pull that down
and hold it,
and you sort of got to fiddle around, do 2 things at once. On this one, you pull it down and it clicks into place like this.
Right.
Then you bring the thread round into the hook, and then it cuts off at the back of the machine there.
Right.
And then you just click that, and you get the loop at the back, pull it through, tuck that behind the foot, and that is now ready to go.
Perfect. So ready to go, super simple, and that's all you need to do to start off, right? So now, then the first thing is, like, when we get it home, the first is like, what sorts of materials should we test? Should we go for a variety of fabrics, or should we just test it on, you know, standard cotton?
Yeah, so again, that is where the quality of the machine really shows, in the variety of different fabrics it can handle. So you've got the quality of the feed, so whether it's a slippery organza or thick denim, it's going to pull it through, whether you're going over thin or over the bulk. And then also, what this one has on it is a fully automatic tension. So it's an electronically controlled tension, which literally means that I can go from a piece of organza like this, pop that under the foot. So as soon as you turn the machine on, it'll set itself up for a straight stitch.
Right. So automatically, what is it, like a 2 millimeters kind of stitch length, or do we have to change it, or?
It will set itself up to a standard stitch length. So as you can see there, I've just gone straight, even off the edge of that calico, onto a piece of organza, and it's not crumpling the fabric at all. It's just taking it in its stride.
And you haven't even changed the foot pedal because a lot, the feet, because usually we use like a Teflon foot for that, organza, so it's anti-slippery. But that's just using just the standard one, right?
Exactly, and that is again that tension, and also that quality of the feed, just being able to pull that through, even at this slow speed. So now just coming to the end of that piece of fabric there, going on to thick denim. So here I've got some denim, and if I fold that over 2-3 times.
Yeah. For those of us that love lots of denim, so double denim or triple denim, and
then that's it. Fold that in that way there, and there's 9 layers of denim in there.
Okay. 9 layers. I mean, that's some, denim lover.
Exactly. So it's 3 layers of denim over 9 layers of denim, and that's the sort of thing when you come to a seam in a garment or in a denim trousers or a denim jacket. That's the sort of bulk you're going to be going through, and so a lot of machines are just not capable of doing that. Whereas again, because of the quality of this one, it goes right over. And then when you come to the end of your stitching, you've got the thread trimmer on here, so you just press that, cuts the threads, pulls them underneath, and leaves that all tidy for you on there.
Okay, and look at that. I mean, from the thinnest, clearest, slippery fabric, which is the organza, to the denim, and even 9 layers of that, the stitch. You haven't changed. Imagine that, don't having to change the tension. I don't know about you, but that's the pain of my life when sewing. That's the only issue that I have with is the tension. A machine that automatically adjust extension for the thick materials, not even the thick materials, 9 layers of denim to organza, and seamlessly. You don't have to change anything in there. And that, of course, is the standard stage that is straight out of the machine, so standard length, but there comes with 65 other ones as well. Now, do you want to show us more materials, or shall we show, because we're going to show at 12 o'clock the buttonhole as well, because I kind of really like the way that it's so easy to do it.
Indeed. So it's got the one-step buttonhole on here. So what that does is it measures the size of the button that you're putting in. So for example, if this bobbin were a button, I'd pop that into the back of the foot here.
Right.
That just closes up on there like that.
Perfect.
And then most of the feet on this machine, they just clip on and off, so they come off with a little lever, and then if I just drop that onto there like that, that then attaches onto the machine.
And that's easy, so easy.
That's it. And then from there, place your fabric in. You've got your little lever on the side there that you pull down. That's what measures the size of the buttonhole.
Perfect.
And then you've got 5 different buttonholes to choose from. So on the front of the machine, you've got number 16 on there. So I can select that from there.
Right.
And this will give me a standard buttonhole.
Right. So the different ones are different styles, but also I remember one of them had like a curve that you want to...
Yes, so this one is like a standard buttonhole for shirts. You generally have those vertically. But if I finish that one there, so that's now just finishing on there.
Yeah, and of course the bobbin there is in the place of a button, because we don't have a button here. So then, of course, we have put George has put a bobbin, so you can see the effect of where you would put the button. Sorry, just to clarify that.
Yes, yes. So, so this would essentially fit that bobbin at the moment, or a button the same size. So that's a standard buttonhole, and then if I wanted to do a different size, I just put in the number. So a keyhole buttonhole, number 17, is the kind of buttonhole that you would use for suits and for buttons that would go horizontal on the garment. So that will come across and do that keyhole, and what that will do is the button sits in the end of that keyhole and it stops it from pulling against that it gives it a good surface to pull against.
Perfect. Perfect.
And then just one more buttonhole I'm going to do.
Ooh, look at that. I mean, it's like a keyhole. I kind of see that one. It's just, but look how perfect and quick and easy. And of course, by measuring, by putting your button in the bag, you will have the perfect size. It's
exactly.
Incredible.
Yeah. So one more on again on crystal organza on finer fabrics. Number 18 just has a round end, and what that means is it doesn't pull the fabric in at all. It keeps the fabric flat as I'm doing it, so that's going to go down, up again, and it's got that lovely curved end to it. So again, this can also sit horizontally on an item as well. What I could do on this is decrease the width.
Of course.
So it's a little bit more subtle, a little bit finer as well.
And that will be for dressmaking. Sometimes you want something a little bit more subtle, and sometimes you want something a little bit more, featured. That is so having those choices as well. Think about it. It could be a bag making, or it could be the back of a cushion. Maybe you are thinking, I just want simple projects, maybe a little bit of a patchwork, cushion, and then on the back with buttons. That you could be doing that as well with this machine. It doesn't need to be complicated projects. It can be the simplest projects, but you want a machine that can do them and you can rely on, and this is what is great about the Z65 machine. You have got also here, it's an electrical machine, so you have got a very easy panel as well to know where to go to it. So we select the stitches with the panel, right?
Yes, so you've got the utility stitches along the bottom, the straight stitch, zigzag, stretch stitch and buttonhole.
Right.
And then to change the stitches on here, if I select pattern, then all the patterns are numbered at the top.
Yeah.
And you just put in that number and it will do that pattern.
Right.
And then on top of that, I can manipulate the pattern by selecting the length. I can make it longer or shorter, selecting the width, making it wider or thinner, and also I can override the tension.
Yeah.
So when I choose each pattern, it will set up the tension correctly for it, but I can override that if I want to do things like gathering or special effects. And then the last button on here, really handy. What this does is it's called the stitch on the spot.
Oh.
And so when you start sewing, rather than reversing when you start sewing, which can be quite bulky, this just does 3 or 4 stitches on the spot, which creates a knot in the fabric. And certainly when you come to the end, if you use that and then cut the threads, they're left very short on the underneath.
And there's kind of knotted. So would we press that button before we start the stitching, or do we do it at the very end just before we stopped?
Yeah, so you would highlight that button so it comes up, the light on there is now highlighted.
Yeah.
And actually if I start stitching,
oh, that would be great.
What it does, put the normal foot back on there. On there.
Right.
So turn that on. So what it's going to do now, stitches on the spot, and then it starts sewing.
Right.
Also on here, that tortoise button on there, I've just pressed. This one here, if I press it, it'll actually slow the machine down to its slowest speed. So as I'm coming to the end of my sewing, I can press that, stop the machine, press the reverse button, and then it will do the stitches on the spot.
Perfect.
And then cut the threads. And that on the back there.
And then we have got the
See that tiny little knot? It's been pulled through to the underneath. You've just got tiny little.
But also how neat the stitches, all the stitches are incredibly neat. And I love when I see that on the back of us, because that's where I struggle, is with that tension. And this is why I love the T65, because it kind of has got that sorts it out for me as well. Now, other features that you want to talk us through the machine itself. So we have threaded, we have wound out our bobbin. Now we have used the buttonhole. We have the straight stitch. What else can we do? Oh, I know, free motion embroidery.
Free motion embroidery, yes, indeed. So with the pack that we've set with the machine today, we've put in the free motion embroidery foot for it. And so this screws on, so most of the feet clip on. This one screws on. Now with the Britannia you do get a nice screwdriver, which is much better. With most machines you get a tiny finicky little tool. It can be quite painful, but with this just goes in there. Oh.
Live TV always happens. Oh,
In
that's
there.
perfect, yeah.
Unscrew that. And then the free motion foot just goes on. Just do it up hand tight on there, and then a little twist with the screwdriver. Make sure that's on.
Okay.
And this is where the extra platform comes in, the extension table comes in handy as well, because moving that around, you've got that extra support.
Perfect.
Also with the Britannia, you've got the drop feed. So that takes the teeth away, so there's going to be no snagging or pulling as I'm doing the free motion. And then, so you can do free motion two ways, either in the hoop on a single piece of fabric, or using a quilt sandwich like I've got here.
Okay.
And yeah, you can just press start. So, because I'm quite experienced, I'll happily go straight into top speed. Like this.
And the machine does
And then
it,
if
like,
I get stuck,
you can see that you know the needle goes up and down all the time with strength, but the machine itself is stable, it's holding up, it's not moving along.
Exactly, yeah, the feel is so important when you're doing creative sewing like this.
Yeah.
So not having it jumping around, it's smooth, it's stable, and it allows me to get these stitches as equal as possible. And what I can do again with that thread trimmer button, press it, pulls those threads under, I can then move it to another position.
And that would be really important when we are doing like, you know, following a pattern more or less or something like that. So we have to jump from place to place without having to cut, you know, wasting thread basically.
Exactly, yeah. And something I haven't shown yet is you can actually do free motion with a zigzag.
Oh, can we?
So if I just turn the width down a little bit to 2.5 millimeters.
So that would be perfect if we are doing applique work, right? So
and so you can actually draw and get that different grade into the stitching, almost like calligraphy.
wow, that's cool. Oh, look at that! So that's really cool. So you can actually you could do. Oh, so for instance, it could, well, yeah, it does look like a bee or a cat as well, like a sleeping down, yeah. But one of the things that you could do as well, I was thinking, maybe you have got a child that, you know, has done a drawing onto a fabric, and then you can then do the satin stitch or like a zigzag over it.
Yeah.
To immortalize
exactly.
it. I think that's so cool.
That's a good way to practice actually, by drawing onto the fabric to begin with, and then you get that flow in.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, I'm glad that sometimes I have got good ideas. Right, do make sure that you check out your baskets, because if you want a T65 and you go for the one-day special and you check out your baskets right now, you will be entered into that competition. Remember that we are gonna draw a winner a quarter to the hour. We will be announcing the winner of this bundle at 10 to 5. So if you want Moda fabric, if you want William Morris fabric, if you want all those tools from Olfa, now worth over £500. If you want to be able to win it, you need to check out your baskets for the one-day special before quarter to the hour. So make sure to do that. And remember, the one-day special has £131 saving in there. If you were going for the machine on its own, you actually, in fact, you would be paying 27 pence more than you are paying for the one-day special. If you don't believe me, well, we have got the details for the machine at the bottom of the screen. There you see 499 pence, that 99 £1,000 is the price for the machine on its own, but the one day special is less than that. Now also, of course, you can flexify because it is a considered purchase, but if you are in a budget, we all are, £133.24 is much cheaper, much more affordable to pay today. And of course, as a Freedom member, you do not pay PMP. As a non-Freedom member, you will pay a little bit extra for the PMP that it reflects on the screen, but of course, it's a more, you want more reason to become a Freedom member. Now, Georgia, I know you have got more things planned, so can you show us what else can we use with the machine, or what else you would like to show us?
Yeah, indeed. So once you've sort of conquered normal fabrics, thick and thin, you'll probably want to go on to stretch fabrics.
Of course. So right, so which sort of a stretch? So jersey, we could use
jerseys, lycras, scuba, fleece.
Yeah. By scuba you mean neoprene, right?
Yeah. Yeah, neoprene. Knitted fabrics, anything with a stretch to it.
Okay,
so I've got some jersey here.
Fabulous.
Very, very stretchy. And again, actually, I do it on the reverse, so it's easier to see.
Okay.
Again, it's on the utility stitches on the machine, so just select that.
Are the utility stitches grouped together so we can? They're easily to find?
Yes, exactly. They are. They are just along the front of the machine, underneath the control panel. You've got the buttons there to select the stitch quickly and easily. And so what this is doing is for every stitch forward, it's going to do half a stitch back.
Okay.
And what that means is that is then going to allow the fabric to stretch without breaking the stitches. So just coming to the end of that work there. And you've got that beautiful straight looking stitch on there.
Yeah.
But that then stretches.
So it kind of stretch with the fabric itself.
Exactly.
Which is what we need to. So this is again, like some people were thinking, well, you might be thinking, oh, I need to start dressmaking, or I want to start dressmaking. Do I need to straight away get an overlock or a cover stitch? This machine actually, it will sort you out at least for some time with those stitches, right?
Yeah, exactly. So again, that's something that they're doing with domestic machines is taking all different elements of industrial machines. So in an industrial factory, you'd have about 15 different machines, and a sewing machine can do pretty much all those different things. So it's got an overlocking stitch on there with that overlocking foot, which is really easy to use. And you can even do a mock cover stitch on there as well.
Oh, what's that?
If you use a twin needle, what you actually comes with this machine a spare spool peg.
Okay.
That goes in there, so I'll pull that out here.
Oh, right,
so
I see.
This spool peg here.
Yeah.
And that just plugs, it actually fits on to where the bobbin.
Multi-use, multi-purpose. So we can put another thread there.
Yes, indeed. You can put another thread on there. And put a twin needle in the machine.
So you can feed through the both threads through and the same stitch?
Yes, on the same stitch. So you'd use a straight stitch, so you'd have 2 lines of stitch on the bottom, on the top, and on the bottom it would zigzag the bobbin thread underneath.
And that would be like almost like a cover stitch, right?
Yes, very close.
Very close.
Not quite as stretchy, but again, to begin with, it's a really good thing to do.
Yeah.
And then, of course, unfortunately, we've sold out the cover stitches that Britannia do, but when they come in, that's sort of an add-on.
But also, I suppose, you know, maybe you at home are thinking, well, I just want to double a little bit in dressmaking. This could be a solution for you. Or maybe you're thinking, well, in an eventuality, maybe you will get into a cover stitch. But in the meantime, you can use it as well. Think about that. Think about all those possibilities that this machine can do for you. Remember to check out your baskets if you want to be eligible to win that big giveaway. Now, And if you want the one day special, 869470 is your item number. Remember that you are getting bonus elements in here, so the saving is £131 in total. And of course, you are getting that extension table that makes it so much sense, especially if you want to do quilting or patchwork, or even, of course, a free motion embroidery which that foot is included in there. And talking about embroidery, we have got an add-on embroidery unit. This is slightly different, of course, from the free motion. This is a little bit different. So this is an add-on that will work as well, George, with any Britannia machine, right?
Yes, so they all come ready to accept this embroidery unit onto them. The T65 in particular is very good for it because of that automatic tension. As soon as you plug the embroidery unit in, it sets it up for the correct tension. And that needle threader means that between colours, it cuts the thread and pulls them underneath.
Perfect. So, right, of course, we are going to have a look at the embroidery unit, how it works. But let me give you the details before that. Now, of course, it comes with the embroidery unit. As I mentioned, it slides into the Britannia T65 or any Britannia machine as well. But also it comes in with the largest hoop for the embroidery, which is 5x10, I think. And then, of course, you can have got this template in here, which is, helps you to centralize the design, which is phenomenal when you want to do it on top of pattern fabric maybe, or when you want to add or repeat patterns as well. It comes in with its own embroidery foot as well, so this one is different from the free motion. As you can see, it's metal and it acts very differently from the free motion. And then this bundle comes in with 2 extra added on elements, which is of course the embroidery backing and the water soluble stabilizer. Now they have got different functions, so we'll go through them in a second with George to know for what do we need them for. And there is lots of different possibilities as well on what you can do, because it comes loaded with designs, but also you can design your own, and you can see them here, some of those designs. Right, of course, we are going to see how do we use it, how do we attach it to the sewing machine, George?
So the embroidery unit, what you do is you switch the machine off, drop the feed on there, take the embroidery unit, and it just slides over that free arm on there. Plugs into the side.
Easy.
Like that.
Yep.
Switch the machine back on, and then the control changes to this screen here. So for the sewing machine, we've kept it nice and simple. I'll lift that foot. For the embroidery unit, we've added this extra screen in there. That's better, yeah. Because obviously you've got then a lot more control. So you've got 150 built-in designs. Yeah. You've got 4 different types of lettering, 4 different fonts. And then you've also, this actually comes with a USB stick as well, which allows you to then connect it to a computer to download infinite designs from online. Or you can even create your own designs as well.
Yeah. Which means that if we have got little businesses, we can create our own logos and then you know, embroider them into our T-shirts. Maybe you have got you know, baseball caps as well. We could do some things like, well, I don't know, like baseball caps would work in here, would it?
That would be tricky.
It would be tricky. Sorry, forget that I said. And you know, T-shirts. Oh, headbands. We could do headbands. Yeah, headbands. Yeah, we could do that. Those ones, and of course aprons or you know, tote bags. So there's lots of possibilities. So once that we have installed it, so it's there, we have got, the machine comes with designs, right? The unit comes in with designs.
Exactly, it comes with 150 different designs preloaded into the machine that are in the instruction manual there.
Fabulous. And I love that how they are full color on the instructions, so you can see exactly how many colors do we need to select as well. And of course, look at that, look, there is even a, you know, what's that, a flamingo? Flamingo, got it right. I always get them confused, the animals, so that was a good guess. And then of course we have got flowers as well, and we have got so many more elements in there. Right, so how do we select a design then?
So what we do is, coming back to the screen on here, so select the pictures on the left hand side, and then you see 6 designs per page. So you can scroll through them if you've already picked one out through the from from the instruction manual. And then by clicking on the pictures, it gives you a little bit more information as well. So it gives you the height, the standard height and standard width, because that can be changed as well. So I'm going to scroll through until I find one that's not too large, so this can be done relatively quickly. So a couple of birds there. Let's do the birds.
Oh, okay.
On there.
Yeah.
So on the again on that larger hoop. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it brings up on the screen here the pattern in that display area, in that field area. So what I can do is then within that I can move it.
Right. So you can lower it in relationship to the center point.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So actually, before I go into that, what I need to do first is hoop up some fabric.
Of course, oh,
Let's
you
get
do,
that
yeah.
in there so I can see where it's going to go. So what you need is, so with the machine we've supplied 25 meters of backing, this stuff here.
So it comes in with, is 25 meters, right? So 25 meters of a of the backing, right?
Yes, of the stabilizer. So what that does is it stabilizes the fabric. So for something like felt or denim or standard sort of mid to heavyweight fabrics, you'd only really need one layer of it. But if you're doing something like stretch fabrics or lightweight fabrics, you can actually layer it up to ensure that it doesn't move or pinch the fabric. So also with the grid, what I can do with that is then, if I were to mark the fabric beforehand, I can just move that gently to where I want it to go.
Right.
And then when I'm ready to, just pop this hoop in. So if it's too tight, you've got the little screw on the outside that you can just undo on there.
Okay, perfect. So we can, tighten it a little bit.
So I can loosen that off. And then just pop this straight in like that.
Does it need to be really taut?
It fairly taut, yeah. I wouldn't say drum skin tight, but not far off.
Right.
And the best way to tighten it is to take the fabric and just pull in like this. Perfect. And then tighten that screw on the outside again.
So make it,
like that.
It.
And again, make sure that's nice and in there. Like that. Perfect. And then once it's ready, this just clicks onto the machine like so.
And magnetically attaches itself to it.
Exactly, yeah. And you've got a little lever on there that just clicks it off again as well.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, George, but I want to make sure that everybody does check out their baskets. Now, in about 4 minutes' time, we will draw a winner for that prize win. That, of course, is a massive giveaway. Now, to enter it, you need to check out your baskets with the one-day special. I know a few of you have got it in your baskets. If you do not check out your baskets, you will not be entered into that competition. So now is the time to decide if you want to be eligible to enter that competition, that you can win all that Moda fabric, all the beautiful William Morris. And if you want to be eligible, you need to check out your baskets for the Britannia T65 one-day special. Sorry, George, I didn't want anybody to be looking at your demo and forgetting to check out their baskets.
No problem at all. So I've just brought in another pattern in there. Just you can see that on top of there because it's slightly smaller. It's going to be done a little bit quicker. So I can then, as I say, move it up, and then I can actually see that in regulation on there.
Perfect.
I can flip it left and right.
Fabulous.
This screen, actually, as you can see, it's now being covered up by the hoop, so I can actually just draw that out there as well.
Yeah.
And
that makes it so much easier to see everything, right? Because it's on the side.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's out of the way of where everything's going on. So then I can make that a little bit smaller, for example, or larger, up to 20% larger or 20% smaller. I can rotate it, and then when I'm happy, what I can do just before I go to sew, if I press that P in the middle,
Right.
it will give me an outline on the fabric of where I am.
I see.
So I'll just do that again on there. So if I press that P,
So if we had other patterns or we had a printed fabric, we would know more or less where it's going to be.
that's it, yeah. So yeah, if on a printed fabric, if you wanted to put a motif in the middle, that will give you the area it's going to go. So now I'm ready, I press OK.
Right.
Put that lever down and just press go.
And press go and let the machine do its thing.
And that's it, yeah. So it tells me on the information on the front it's 2,400 stitches.
Wow.
And it's going to take about 8 minutes, this one.
Well, hopefully they will have time to see it at the end of the show, what is done. But I want to remind everybody to check out your baskets. This is your final call to check out your baskets for the one-day special. Why? Because we still are time, like literally in the next minute, we will be drawing a winner from any one-day special purchases, and that winner will be getting a bundle of sewing joy, because of course you will get that. Oh, it's a prize that is worth over £500, and let's see what it is that you're gonna get. Not the machine, of course you are gonna get the machine because that's how you get into the competition. That's what you're getting. But that'd be amazing. We want to see the prize win, of course. We're going to see that as well. Right. So if you are the winner, you not only will get the machine, but you also will get, of course, the big bundle of fabrics and things like that. But the winner will be announced in about 5 minutes time. And this is your final call to check out your baskets to enter your the competition. However, you will still be able to purchase the one-day special. However, you will not be entered into the competition because we will be drawing the winner in a few seconds, in fact. But make sure that you check out right now. You still can. Right now, George, the machine does its thing. The embroidery unit is doing its thing. You don't have to keep an eye on. You can just do something else, can you? Now?
Exactly. Yeah, you can. So you can just literally let it do its thing. This pattern I've chose actually has 3 colours on it. So what it's going to do is it will stop, let me know it's time to change the colours. I can whip this one off, put a new one on, and press go again.
Perfect. So it's a simple, easy to do. Like it's something time efficient as well. But look at those stitches. Look how gorgeous they are. Nice and tight in there. Nice and beautifully together. And what sort of threads should we use for this the embroidery unit?
So machine embroidery, you would use a machine embroidery thread, which is finer than normal thread. Okay. And usually it has quite a nice luster to it. They're nice and shiny, nice and smooth. This is actually a standard polyester, but you can get a rayon, which is even brighter, even more shiny.
That is just... I love the idea of, for instance, we have got Lynette next with Pretty Gritty. And imagine, like, of course, mixed media requires kind of wearing an apron. Imagine to design your own logo, then use the USB that is provided with embroidery unit, and then embroider it into your apron. Now, of course, some of the designs may have 2 different colors of thread, or even 3. So the machine itself stops and lets you know that you need to change?
Yeah, that's it. So it's stopped. Now on the screen it says ready for colour 2. So I'll just, again, because it's so easy to thread up, it's not an issue just to whip another thread on there. Going round 4, 5, 6. Underneath there. Cuts off there. Pull that through and then ready to go. So yes, I'm ready. And that will carry on sewing there. And then I can leave it again until it lets me know it's ready for colour number 3.
Perfect.
so simple. By the way, I will do a little bit of an announcement now. We know that quite a few of you have got the T65, the one-day special, in your baskets, and you haven't checked out now. So well, my producer is very, very, very kind and very, so it's giving you 1 more minute or 2 more minutes to check out your baskets before she draws the winner. She doesn't want you to miss out on the opportunity to win that prize drop. So please, now is your decision time. Do you want it or not? If you want it, check out your baskets. Use FlexiBuy to spread the cost if that makes it any easier for you. And of course, remember, as a Freedom member, you don't pay P&P either on the machine. And the one-day special comes in with £131 saving, because it includes all those extra feet included, as well as the extension table. Remember, this is a machine that will grow with you, and you can use the embroidery unit should you wish to add it on later on or right now as well. But make sure to check out your baskets if you want it. We still are in time. Our producer has been really kind to you, and of course allowing you to check out your basket, but please do so in the next couple of minutes. We will be announcing the winner shortly, so make sure to check out your baskets. Right, back to you, George.
That's it. So final thread going on there now. So I'm going to finish off with this bright rayon pink from Madeira.
Okay.
And then put that on again. It's so easy to thread up.
Okay.
Down. Got the needle thread out, just so easy. That pulls through. Try that again. So
easy.
Easy around there.
Right. Right.
Pulls through there, and then press go again. So yeah, ready for colour 3.
And of course, the easy threading, mechanics of the T65 come really in handy when you have to change threads.
Yes, exactly, which quite makes it the perfect Britannia to have with that embroidery unit as well.
So I love that. And look at that. Look at the stitches. Look how the precision, how it goes over with that contrast color, and it's perfectly outlining those stitches in there. Now, of course, the embroidery unit, of course, is an add-on. Maybe you have had the T65 or other embroidery or other sewing machines from Britannia, and you want to do the next step. The embroidery unit, of course, comes in with the embroidery backing, the water-soluble stabilizer as well, that kind of disappears when it goes to water. Now it comes in with lots of different designs, but you can add your own designs that you may have done them or download them from the internet. There is plenty to choose for. Probably countless numbers of designs. Now, yeah, £16 saving, of course, is part of this day of one-day special here that we have got from Britannia. Do check out your baskets, whether it's for the embroidery unit or is, of course, the T65. 775315 is the item number for the embroidery unit, and there it is, doing its job. And not like, well, you could be drinking some tea or designing something else.
Exactly, watching the telly, whatever you want to do.
Store, of course.
Yeah, again, I'm confident just leaving this one, letting it do its thing. So it's got 3 more, I don't know, starfish have legs,
right.
3 more legs on the starfish, and then that'll be complete.
Right, so we can see that, and I love that. Think about this is an investment, especially for the one-day special, the T65. That is a machine that they use it in schools. And George, you were talking about how children are using and abusing it, and your engineers come years later and it's in great conditions.
That's it. Yeah, they find rather than getting worn out, they actually get run in. So the grease and oils that inside of it get distributed throughout the machine. There was a problem a few years ago with schools getting just cheap machines, and yes, they weren't expensive as this one, but they'd throw them out every year.
Yeah.
This machine has been proven now to last in the schools, which is a perfect test for a sewing machine.
Yeah. It is, and I always think that if children can get to grips with them, if children don't break it down, if children, different people, come and use it and still works beautifully, that's the best testament, because usually machines get used to to, you know what happens when the different people use them. The fact that is a chosen machine for many schools, the fact that should give you confidence. We have had emails before as well, and in the 12 o'clock show, saying how much they like their own T65 because they got it in the previously. This is a machine, I think, always when I make an investment, whether it's in something that is related to crafts or lifestyle, I always think it's a considered purchase. Will it grow as I grow with the craft? And this is certainly a machine that will do for you. Not only in itself, because it has got all the additional features that you would want. So all those buttonholes, for instance, all the stretchy fabric stitches, but also it comes with the extra additional feet in here, which includes the walking foot, your free motion embroidery foot, the invisible zipper. They are feet that you may not think, well, do I need them right now? You may not need them right now, but you know with confidence that one day maybe you will, and you have them ready, and you're not paying anything extra. If you want your one-day special at the Britannia T65, do you need to check out your basket, because of course this is the final call. However, we have got an announcement to do. Of course we do. From the last 24 hours or less than 24 hours, of course, every single person that has bought the Britannia one-day special has been entered into a competition to win a massive prize, and we do have now a winner, which we are going to announce now. Congratulations to Dawn. Dawn Riley, you have won that amazing prize. So it will be sent to you. That Moda fabric, that William Morris, and so much more is on its way to you. If you are watching that, Dawn, do email us in studio@thecraftstore.com to put in contact. So we will be sending you everything. If not, our call center will contact you. Congratulations to you, Dawn, and congratulations to everybody who has gone for the one-day special, because it is a machine that is, I love that it's an investment today, but it's an investment for projects for tomorrow and the months to come as well.
Exactly, yeah. You never know what you're going to be doing tomorrow and in the months to come, so this does grow with you because it's got all those extra features on, and at the same time, because it's a well-built machine, it will be there, it will last. It will last.
And look at that project, look at the embroidery. Of course, if you want to go for the embroidery unit, details at the bottom of the screen, and you can see there how perfect it is. So we detach it from the side. Look at that. Look at the precision, and I love the fact that you just basically, all you have to do is select it, change the thread, and that's all.
That's it.
That's it. And in the meantime, you can be watching TV or reading a book or whichever thing you like to do as well. Thank you so much, George. It's been a pleasure. But before we kind of say goodbye, what would you say to somebody who's like, oh, I'd really want it, but not sure if it's, should I invest a sewing machine even if I am a beginner?
Yeah, I would say for a beginner, it's great. It's going to be user-friendly. It'll grow with you, and this sort of offer is not going to come up on this machine again. As I say, they will be going up in price, so it really is sort of the last chance to get this sort of price with that sort of deal.
Yeah, so that's a word of advice. If you want a good deal and a good machine, now is the time to check out your baskets. Of course, the price will stay until 6 p.m. when a brand new one-day special from Clarity will be launched. But of course, you need to check out your baskets to grab it. The one-day special not only is a great deal because it's a great machine, but because you have got these added on items. That means that you have got a saving of £131 a saving there. Remember, this is your final last live hours, so to take advantage of the one-day special, check out your baskets and stay tuned here at the craft store, because we have got lots more with Lynette. See you later, and one day I will do them justice this endings. Anyway, Pretty Gets Gritty Mixed Media with Lynette and Yanis, and then we are launching a brand new one-day special with Clarity.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons, and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
"28 years ago, whilst enjoying a day out in Santa Barbara, California, with my brother and the kids, we came across a shop called Stamper Barbara. Santa Barbara, Stamper Barbara, well, we had to go in. When we ventured inside, we were met with walls of wood-mounted rubber stamps. Well, that's when I had my moment of clarity. Wouldn't it make more sense, I said to my brother, if you could see through the rubber stamps? And that, my friends, is where Clarity Stamp was born. Since then, Clarity has grown into the worldwide success that it is today, bringing you the very best in stamping, parchment crafts, stencil art, and even more recently, die cutting. To celebrate our 28th birthday, we have joined the craft store to bring you a long weekend of your favourite Clarity products with your favourite Clarity demonstrators. So, put the kettle on, put your feet up, and join us for our 28th birthday celebrations on Friday the 3rd of September at 10 a.m. to Monday the 6th of September at 6 p.m. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shares.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. This show has absolutely made my weekend because it has been forever, and I really mean forever, since I've got to present a show with the wonderfully talented Lynette Jasper. Hello.
Hello.
It's been ages, I mean years.
Oh, it has. It has been way too long.
I'm so
We just
happy.
keep missing each other.
I remember presenting Lynette's first show here, your first hour here at the Craft Store, when we were Hochanda, and you are so good. And the amount of email, no, you really are, I'm not just saying this, and please, anyone, if this is your first time, I know Lynette has an army of fans out there, but it's your first time watching Pretty Gets Gritty, and Lynette, you're in for an absolute treat, because when it comes to mixed media, Lynette is exceptional. So she's going to show you all techniques. And what I like, and we've got so much on the show, very, very, very quickly, can I just say we've got some dies, and the only reason I'm mentioning this is we're seeing where a lot of you are putting in your basket. The dies, there is a great deal. It's effectively buy one, get one free on the dies, and they are flying. So my advice, go online, check out the dies, and we've got the details at the bottom of the screen. But I was talking about you as a crafter, and you know, we've, in the past, the amount of shows we've done, and people have emailed in saying I was scared of mixed media, but Lynette's helped me, she's shown me it's not so scary, and you genuinely have inspired so many crafters out there. And that's where your passion
lovely.
is.
So lovely to hear people say, you know, you were the first person I watched doing mixed media and you inspired me to have a go. You made it look easy and achievable, and that is exactly what it is. And that's why we've brought this kit today, because again, it's such a great kit. There's so many different products in there, and it is your beginner's guide, if you will.
Well, it is, but you know what, it's not just a kit, because you are getting so much. You're getting the full workshop. So this is your starter kit and a half-day workshop with Lynette Jasper for $38.99. You're saving £20 just for a workshop, a half-day workshop with someone of Lynette's notoriety. Imagine how much you would be paying for that workshop. But the fact then you're getting all of these mediums and you're getting the tools, the embellishments. There is an awful lot going on in this kit. So just for the kit alone, you're absolutely winning for $38.99. The fact then you throw in a half-day workshop with Lynette Jasper, and it's a workshop that we get to keep for life.
It is, yes. So it's an online in a private Facebook group, and whether you can do it and craft along with me in real time, where we can talk, you can ask me questions, you know, and I can go at everybody's pace. If they're saying just you're going too fast, slow down, I can absolutely do that. But if you can't do it in real time, it will be there in the group. You've got lifetime access to the group to catch up with it whenever you want, to go back and, you know, go over things or think, oh, I didn't quite get that bit. It's there.
Do you know what I love about this as well? You're not restricted to locations. So a lot of the times with workshops, you're thinking, okay, can I get to the workshop? Everybody can get there as long as you have an internet access. You can get there. So it doesn't matter if you're in America, Europe, the UK, wherever you're watching right now, you could be crafting along with Lynette, and she really is worth crafting along with. Can we just talk about what we're getting in the kit?
Absolutely.
You've been really generous with this, Lynette.
Yeah,
it's a good
I mean,
kit.
There's some of my absolute favourites in here. Sorry.
Okay, that's what we like. So we'll start. Should we start at the top?
Yes.
What have we got here?
So we've got our ticket for the kit. So in the kit, you will get the ticket, and on the back will be a special code that you need to import into the group to gain access. You put your name and your special code in there, and I will let you into the group.
With the date, with regard to the date, when is it?
It's in a couple of weeks, on the 18th of September, so there's enough time for the kit to arrive.
Brilliant. Okay, so we got our, that's going to be your ticket. You're going to have a unique code on the back. You put your name and the code, and then Lynette will give you access to the group. Now we're going to get on to our medium. So what have we got down here?
So we've got our white gesso, which is probably the least scary and the most used of all the gessos. It's 150 mil, so there is plenty in there. So yes, you're getting this for a half-day workshop, but you're going to be able to keep using and keep using and keep using these. It's not just for one project, it's for multiple projects. You learn the basic skills, and then you can go and gritty up anything that you wish.
Make it pretty.
Yeah.
You actually gave me, I mean, a few years ago, I remember you gave me some gesso.
Yeah.
Finally gave me some gesso. Your gesso's very, very good.
It is.
It really was very good.
Yeah.
So the gesso's awesome. Now over here we've got some white texture paste as well. So we're going to be using that texture. We can put it through our stencils.
Exactly. So you can apply it with a palette knife just freely. You can even use your finger, which I do from time to time. You can, you know, stipple things into it, but we've given you a palette knife in the kit, so if you have got stencils at home, you can put it through the stencils as well. So I'd say that is the most basic texture paste. There is more, you know, in Pretty Gets Gritty's range, but that is the one that you should be starting off with.
Brilliant. And then finally, what we got here?
We have our Stick It All gel medium. Now, everybody knows I swear by gel medium.
really
Don't
do.
use anything else.
Yeah.
And I use it for multiple purposes, not just for crafting as well. So, yeah, gel medium sticks anything to anything, and it's stuck forever.
Do you know what? Typically, you notice with regard to a kit, especially when you get a kit for a workshop, you get little taster sizes. These are full-size pots. It's
Exactly,
really generous.
because you're going to take the knowledge from the workshop and you're going to run with it, and you're going to create so many different projects once you've got that basic knowledge and you've seen that it is not scary.
No. Okay. So, and this is the first ever time that Lynette's done this, and hopefully the first of many. She's wanting to inspire you, give you not only the tools to create something special, but then that information and the techniques as well. So we've got some beautiful MDF feathers.
Yeah, so there's an embellishment kit in there. So I wanted to give everybody a little taster of all the sorts of embellishments that I use. So we've got a little bit of resin in there. We've got some glass cabochons. We've got 2 different types of metals. We've got lace in there. We've got pearls. We've got little beads. And we've got some MDF. So there's a whole host. And again, you're not just going to use this up on one project.
No. You've got, I mean, there's an awful lot there. There's the glass cabochons and metal embellishments. You've got your lace. You've got your larger metal here, just picking up a couple of the larger pieces of metal that you're going to get. Sorry, Holly. There you can see that there. Beautiful lace in the kits too. Okay, so that's your embellishment kit. Then we have our palette knife.
We do. So we're putting in a palette knife as well, because if you're new to mixed media, or even if you're not, you always need more palette knives. Like I always need more brushes.
Yeah. Always, just a standard.
Yeah.
Okay, then we've got now, I have so missed the explosion powders. So tell me, anyone who's not seen these before, this is your Atlas. Tell us a little bit about these.
So Atlas, well, all the explosion powders. The Atlas one is a gorgeous turquoise. So you're going to get in the kit. We couldn't make it a choice for you to choose, but we thought we'd go with
it's going to be
blue,
one of
purple or pink. everybody likes blue, purple and pink.
Yeah.
And these are gorgeous, super shiny colours.
Nice. So we're going to get one of those.
You're going to get one of them.
It might be your unicorn, which you're seeing there. That's your unicorn. That is Atlas.
Yes.
Just a beautiful gold inflection. And then you've got Venus. I mean, wonderfully named, but the explosion powders, and they're so easy to use.
They are. I mean, just the basic way you just pour them, or sprinkle them out, should I say, not pour them because they've got a little sprinkle lid. Spritz them with water and just watch the magic happen for your backgrounds, but there is so much more that you can do with them.
Yeah. And then we've also got down here, we've got more embellishments for you that you're having a look at, so you can just see that. I want to put this in, and we are getting very busy for this. Now, 10% of the stock's already gone, and we've just literally started looking at it. But can I just put this into context as crafters? So one thing, and I always find as a crafter, the hardest thing sometimes is starting.
Yeah.
Because you want to do something. I want to craft, I want to do something today, but he's like, what am I going to do? Here, Lynette has given you not only all the goodies to have some fun with, but then you get a workshop, a half-day workshop with Lynette, able to explore and create something special. I'm going to show you what you're going to make in a minute, but as a crafter, this is where my mind's at, Lynette.
Yeah.
Let's start totting things up. I mean, how much would you pay for each of those pots? And then you look at the MDF, then you've got the palette knife, then you have the explosion powder, then you've got so many embellishments, I mean, quality embellishments going on there. I mean, look at that. Metal, beautiful embellishments. That's just one. I mean, a lot of embellishments coming through. Your pearls, your glass cabochons, then you've got your little gems there as well. All of that, pretty much, if you were to buy it individually, you're looking at the price $38.99 just for the elements that you're getting. Forget the fact that then on top of it we get to spend half a day with you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's actually price pointed on my website. You know, the pots are between $7.99 and $8.99. So, yeah, if you think there, how much more you're getting.
So just for, let's just say £7 for the pots.
Yeah.
To make my maths easy, that's 21. That's £21 right there. How much you'd pay for a palette knife? What, £3-4 quid? Maybe
yeah, I was
more?
going to say about $3.50.
Yeah, okay. So now we're getting close to the £25 mark, and then you add the explosion powders, you add the embellishments in. It all starts to add up.
Exactly.
But I've seen and I've been on courses, and I know how much you could pay for an ordinary workshop. You could pay easily for a half-day workshop. What, £50-60 just for an ordinary one? For somebody like you, it can go up, you know, because obviously you are an established name.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, it's true, and I think crafters at home will appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to say to you is we've got some MDF on the show. So, any substrate?
Yeah, so what I put together is, people might not like the substrate that I choose, whether, you know, I put a canvas in there or a piece of MDF or whatever. You choose your own substrate. So I chose here one of the book boxes that we've got on the show. The piece I'm going to start demoing on is a flat piece of MDF. You could do this on a canvas. You could do it on, you know,
grey board.
Yeah, grey board. You could do it on a wooden, say, like the MDF wooden jewellery boxes that you get to decorate up. You can apply the same principles to any substrate at all. So
Art journal cover?
Art journal cover, absolutely. Yeah, it would.
Art journal cover would be really
it would.
good.
So yeah, anything. I mean, I did a record the other day. Did an album. So yeah, any of these principles that you're going to be taught in the class, you can transfer to any substrate of your choosing. So I'm loving the fact that when I see everybody's projects coming through on the group, that everything's going to be different.
Well, that's a nice way to do it.
Yeah.
And it really is fostering that, building a community. So sharing the group, make friends, get to know Lynette and chat to Lynette as well. We are approaching 20% of the stock, but imagine having that opportunity to chat to Lynette live in a class. So you can go to the class from anywhere in the UK, Europe or America, chat to you live. You can do it long. If you can't make the 18th of September, it's okay, because you're going to have a lifetime access to that group where you'll be able to revisit the workshop at any point. So even if you've gone to the workshop on the 18th, you can come back and revisit the techniques. Okay, we're going to jump onto the website, have a look. Do shop ahead because we are busy. So we've got beautiful stencils in there. We've got incredible MDF kits. The one you're just seeing there, that first one is a tall hat. for $9.99, and when you see the size of it, I might actually give you a sneaky peek just before we go back to Lynette, but it's huge. So you can do a lot with those. There's loads of great kits. We've got to, we don't have I'd say some of the MDF kits, we do not have a huge amount of stock, so you have been warned, we are going to get sellouts there. The dies are incredible. $9.99, that's a half price saving, and what you're getting there, I mean, there are so many options with it. So there's a fireworks die, half the stock has gone for the whimsical, which we're showing here. Oh, I love the whimsicals. You've got all those wonderful magical doors, the moon. I love that. So whimsical, half the stock gone, flying. You've also got your, this is your Picasso. Do you know, it's quite far away. I was going to read Prosecco. Then you've got your elemental. So many details on there. This is your turned on.
Pretty turned on.
Well, there we go. And you've got your fireworks there as well. I mentioned the hat, the MDF hat, for $9.99. Now, come on. So you know the techniques we're learning in the workshop. Could we get the top hat and do those techniques on
Absolutely. Like I say, the skills that you're going to learn in the workshop, how are you going to, you know, it transfers to any single piece of MDF or canvas or anything that you choose. Yeah, it's storage, so you could have it hiding your secret stash of chocolate from the kids.
Oh yeah, well they'll sniff those out in a heartbeat.
That is not what that's used for. Don't listen, kids.
They'll sniff it out in a heartbeat. That's $9.99. Right, enough from me. We are going to start having a bit of a play, and this is where Lynette absolutely excels. So I'm so looking forward to seeing this. If you do have any questions for Lynette, please get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. What are we going to do, Lynette?
What we are going to do is I'm going to work out how to get into my new palette knife.
Okay.
Even though I've got 100 there, and I literally do have hundreds of palette knives, hundreds of brushes, because you know you need them.
Yeah.
I have a stencil. So we've got these on the show. So this is the sandflower, and I'll just show you. It comes with an outer mask, and it comes with the inner mask. So if you're not confident of, you know, you get your other, we've got the other stencils on the show, you've got this edge here to work up to so it doesn't overlay. But this also comes away. So you've got that to encapsulate what you are doing.
Yeah.
So you're not going to go over. But I actually quite like that you get that imperfect look sometimes.
A bit grungy.
Yeah. But then you can also use it with your sprays, your explosions, and make backgrounds and what have you.
You can emboss with it.
Yes, you can do all sorts. So I'm going to grab my white texture paste, and I'm just going to go on and get some on. You don't have to do the full flower.
Yeah.
You could just do a little bit of it. So let's just get a little bit of texture there. We'll get a little bit more up the top.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go for 3 places, and you can see here I've gone over the edge.
Nice. And we're using the paste from the workshop. One thing I'm noticing, that palette knife, and again you get that in the bundle with your workshop, very easy to use.
Yeah, very, very easy. It's got a really good grip of the handle. And let's pop some down here as well. In fact, let's bring it a little bit further down. So we're just taking it through the stencil. We can be perfect if we wish, but you know me, I always like to be perfectly messy. So always make sure you pop your stencil into water when you've been using texture paste.
Yeah.
Save as much as you can.
Spoken like a true crafter.
Yes, and pop it back in there.
Yeah.
So, and then wipe your hands down your pinny.
Now, as we're doing this, we've got to give a mention because you've got a guest with you here today.
I have.
Your daughter's in.
Yes, so Taylor's in the green room. So yeah,
and she's following her mum's footsteps because she's quite a crafter as well.
She is indeed. So yeah, she's just started her own range.
Watch your space. Maybe we'll see her here.
Which is flying.
Good.
Absolutely flying. So what I am going to do now is I've already got some of the die cuts together. Let me just find my gel medium.
Yeah.
And we're going to apply some of the die cuts to the base. So all I have done here is just glue 2 of the die cuts together.
as we're sticking that down, I'm going to have to give you a little update on the dies. I'm so sorry to break away from Lynette, but it's important news. The whimsical option, I'm afraid, whimsical down here, that has gone. So whimsical has technically sold out. So whimsical, technically sold out. The other options are still around if you want to get hold of those. And there's some great prices. It's effectively half price. So you see the savings that you're getting. It's well, actually, you're getting a penny more. There, £10 savings on all the dies. So you decide which option you want to go for. There, if I just lift that one up, let me see which one I'm picking up here. So that is your turn it on. And then we've got in here, well, actually a few of them, different ones. You've got elemental as well. You've got your background. So have a look on the website and you'll be able to see all the dies. Sorry, Lynette.
No, it's absolutely fine. So all I have done now, we've created 2 layers of texture already. So we've got our texture paste, and now we're adding another layer. So that's what mixed media is all about for me. It's layering up and making things, you know, dimensional. So we're just adding on a little bit of gel medium.
Yeah.
So we've got the hinges there. So this will look like a hinged piece. And I'm just going to apply some random bits and pieces. You won't see all of it.
Okay. Now, obviously, I want to stress, because we've got the details for the workshop on your screen, but this isn't the project that you're going to do in the workshop. We're not going to do that now, because you're going to be doing that on the workshop. But what Lynette is showing you is, because you're going to have so much left over after the workshop, this gives you a little idea of further projects that you can go on and explore at your own leisure.
Exactly. So we are just adding bits and pieces just to build a composition.
Nice.
And you know, it's like the embellishments in the kit is quite often that I'm like other people, I don't know what to make. I sit down to make something and I don't know what to do. And I grab myself what I call my little pick and mix. So I will go along in all my little tubs and I'll just blindly pick up and fill like a Tupperware dish.
Nice.
And then I'll sit at the desk and I'm like, right, what have I got? What random bits and pieces have I got? Where am I going to start? And sometimes I could start with, say I've picked up one of the MDF sentiments.
Yeah.
It could be, right, okay, so I've got this piece of grey board that I'm decorating, I've got this sentiment, where do I want the sentiment to go? Where am I making that the focal, or is that an add-on? So if I want the sentiment as the focal piece, I'll probably do quite a central composition. So it's different every single time, but the pick and mix that I put together, as I call it, literally is what the embellishment kit is.
Yeah. And we're just showing you, actually, we're going to bring up details on your screens for the stencils for your pick and mix, so you can choose any 2 there. Now, we're adding the stringy stuff.
We are adding the stringy stuff, your favourite. I can remember the first time ever that I brought this to the craft store.
Well, I remember it well.
Yeah.
And we're getting all 3?
Yes, all 3. So you don't have to make a choice of which colour.
And there's an awful lot there.
I was going to say, if you were to, because that is really squashed flat for the packaging.
It's compact.
If you pull that out, you've got a lot.
I mean, a huge amount. And you only need to use a little to give some texture and some interest. So, I mean, what is stringy stuff?
So stringy stuff is sisal, basically.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to call it sisal.
No, we call it stringy stuff.
So it's stringy stuff because it's, anyone who follows me knows that I have these words for things, and I'd be like, so, oh, where's my doobie darber? Or, you know, that is sisal, but it's like, oh, where did I put the stringy stuff?
I have to admit, the amount of times I lose my doobie darber.
Yep, exactly. So I'm just making up sort of like a dream catcher, if you will.
Yeah.
So I'm using the feathers in the kit. We've got the moon there as our base. I've put down my stringy stuff because that is going to give great texture. I've got a little owl here. I think I want him to sit sort of next to the light bulb. So
this is
add, and it really doesn't look like much.
See, I disagree. I think at the moment,
once you get it white, once you've covered it all white,
I think it looks good already.
That's when you see the magic happening.
Yeah.
So I'm just adding.
And that's the key. We sort of get all the elements on there, then we really go about making it our own. So
Yeah.
we're going to colour it.
So I like to cover up like the little joins, so everything looks like it's layered, it's coming out from underneath each other. And because you're using gel medium, you can move things out of the way to place other things.
Yeah.
So the other thing with gel medium is it doesn't dry really quick. You do have to wait for it.
Okay, of course. How long would you say?
It depends how much you use. So it could be anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour.
I love these glass cabochons.
Yeah. So actually,
I notice you don't use too much. Less is more with the gel medium. You don't have to use a lot.
no,
have to
you
slap
don't.
It on.
It is super elastically sticky. So we'll just add in a few bits in. I want to add a couple of these, and it might just be one of each actually.
Because we are going to have so many elements left over from our kits.
And it also gives you an idea of the sort of things that you can use for mixed media. So 4 flowers isn't good, so we'll go this one for the 5th. So we've got our 5. And
so it's that rule of, if anyone's wondering what you mean by that.
yeah,
a lot
like
of
the rule of 3, 5, 7, and
our
uneven
brain,
number.
Well, you were the one telling me this. Our brain prefers to look at sort of odd numbers.
Yeah, definitely at an uneven number. I'm just trying to find a cabochon. I think I'm going to change what I was doing, and because I've used gel medium, I can absolutely do that. But I love to have these little pearls just peeping out of places, and there's all different size pearls in the kit. So let's just add another one. Let's get you in there. My fingers are getting quite gel medium. You can use tweezers if you want, but I generally don't. I just wait till my fingers are sticking to everything and then I'll clean my hands. Right, let's just get another little pearl, and you can go there on that piece of gel medium. Right, so once you get to this stage and you've built your composition and you're happy with it, you're going to gesso it. So we're going to use our white gesso that's in the kit.
And just go over it. Now, is this a good time for me to have a recap?
Absolutely, yes.
Going to do it. All right, we will just have... All Lynette's going to be doing is gessoing over the top of what she's done, and then we'll show you the finished results there. Can I just talk to you about this kit? It's the very first time, and this is really exciting. It's it's the first time that Lynette has brought us a kit. Not only are you getting the starter kit, but you are getting a half-day workshop with Lynette Jasper herself. So it's going to be a unique workshop. This is how I would see it as a crafter. You can take it one of two ways, but in your mind, how much would you pay for a half workshop with Lynette? You know, how much would you pay for just a half-day workshop? What kind of price? I mean, I'm just saying it's a rhetorical question, but then when you break this down, because Lynette's not giving you half portions. You know, if you've ever, and we've all been on workshops, and I've been on workshops, and you get little tasters of everything because it's obviously there for the work. These are all full sizes. So having a look at your gesso, you've got your gesso, which is here, full pot gesso. Now normally that would be anywhere between £7 or £8 on Lynette's website. So you're getting 150 mils of your gesso. You're also getting 150 mils of your texture paste. Again, you're looking at £7 to £8. And then over here, this last one is your gel medium, and again, £7 to £8. So sticking with the low price, let's just say all of these were £7. That's £21 just there. Then you think about how much you would pay for, you get the embellishments. So you've got your feathers, a few pounds there. The palette knife, again, £3 to £4 for your palette knife. So now we're edging towards, and with the embellishments, and there are so many embellishments, I'm going to pick up a few. I'm just going to show you here, when we talk about quality embellishments, and I am literally picking up a few, you've got pearls, and there are loads of pearls. All right, I'm just picked up a handful, right? That looks very sparse. Then if I bring this up, and you can see how much you are getting there. But quality, and this is what I want to stress. So you look at getting the embellishments, and you can actually hear that pearl down, sorry. Then you're going to get your explosion powders. Now the explosion powders are amazing. They are really, really amazing. I will be showing you that. The explosion powders, this is Atlas. You've also got Venus and Unicorn. I can't tell you which one you're going to get. It's going to be one of the three. So it's going to be either Atlas, Unicorn, or Venus. And you're going to get these beautiful embellishments as well. And look at that with the coating, the AB coating. Let me just pull that in. So you can see that. Do you see how it catches the light? Oh, it's hard to see. But I can definitely see it to the naked eye.
Straight on.
Let me just... oh, I'm making a little mess of this. There you go. Yeah, come on in. Get on in now. So you can see that wonderful sort of AB Aurora Bora finish to it. So, as crafters, I feel confident to say everything there, £21 here, the palette knife, the host of embellishments that are metal and glass, the explosion powders, the beautiful lace that you're getting in here as well, and the beautiful gems. I think I said $38.99. You probably covered yourself there. Okay, let me say £35. I don't know why, but I'm saying I can quite confidently say that if you toss it all up individually, you'll probably be around the £35 mark. That means that you're paying $3.99 for a half-day workshop with Lynette, because I guarantee everything here you are going to use. You will use your gesso, your structure paste, and your gel medium. Absolutely, full pots. You're going to use your MDF, your lace, your embellishments, your palette knife, your explosion powders, and then you've got your gems as well. So all of that, for say that the value there, you're looking at around about the $35 to $38.99 mark there, and then you've got the workshop with Lynette, and who she's going to teach you. And this is where it's invaluable, because half-day workshop with Lynette, this means you've got access to all of Lynette's knowledge, but also you can ask her any questions. Imagine having that ability to say to Lynette, Lynette, I just want to ask you a quick question. I've been thinking about this. Could I do that? And Lynette's on hand to say, yes, well, we'll talk you through. You get to spend quality time. It's that access with Lynette, and her knowledge, mixed media, is exceptional. It's going to be an experience, and this is ultimately where it really comes into its own, because you've got all those mediums, all those goodies, the explosion powders, the palette knife, everything there that you're going to keep, and you've got more than enough for your project that you're going to do in the workshop, so you have loads left over. But as an experience, how much would you pay for just some pizza, say, for the family? 30, 40 quid if you're going to get a few large pizzas, right? A couple of large pizzas. Here you're having experience with Lynette. For yourself, a half-day workshop, getting to not only hang out with Lynette, I know you're going to make friends there as well. This is something that should be $58.99. It is busy, and I'm so glad it deserves to be busy, because Lynette is exceptional. I think this is a really nice idea, and it's something that she's going to be doing more and more of. 513-688, your item number. Okay, we're going to talk about stencils now. So this is a pick and mix. You're choosing any two. Lynette brings us such beautiful stencils. So this is where pretty gets gritty. I think the name is perfect, because you get gritty with some beautiful designs here. You have, on a lot of the designs, the inner detail and then the outer frame. So Lynette was demonstrating that in our first demonstration. Lovely designs that scream to be used. So whether we're going to emboss with these, are you going to add some of your structure paste from the kits, the box kits, or are you going to maybe use some of the explosion powders? Are you going to use some sprays, whatever it, because I know Lynette has some great sprays as well. Crackle, oh, what about your crackle?
Look gorgeous, wouldn't they?
Crackle would be great. So beautiful designs. The hard part is choosing your favourite two. For $9.98, saving £6. Good size to these as well. 915255, your item number. Can I just before we move on? I know we are moving on, but I've got some of these. Sorry, and I was remiss to. I think it's worth seeing some of the designs. I'll be really quick here, but we've got.
Yeah, so that is just inked through with your inked auber, and your distress inks, I think I used there, and then what was left on the stencil after inking through, just spritz with water.
That's lovely.
So it's your 2 for 1.
Yeah. I'll be thinking these would be great for your jelly plates as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get them on your jelly plates.
Really, really nice texture and patterns.
Beautiful are these designs, and the reason why I was keen to show these to you is with a stencil, you need to see really a stencil to appreciate how beautiful it is being used. Stunning. So those are all your choices. Have a look at the pick and mix and pick your favourite two. Now we're going to start talking about MDF. The value in the MDF is incredible. Look at this top hat. Half the stock is gone for your top hat. That is $9.99, showing you a completed top hat. Come on. Now, obviously, your top hat will come, you have the base, and then this has been embellished, but it's functional. You've got the storage in there as well. So gesso it, get your texture paste, get your embellishments on there, create something that is truly exceptional. That is a great buy. And it's the size of it as well. If I just, can I lift that up, guys? That's a big size. It doesn't quite fit me. So you can see that there. If you do want to go for it, and with storage in your craft room, decoration in any room. Can you imagine having that in a guest bedroom?
Or make it for a gift.
Nice. Put some smellies in there.
Coordinate it to someone's home decor. You're struggling, you know, it's getting towards that C word time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Struggling for a present for them. Decorate something that matches the house.
It's a clever design as well, that you've got that sort of living hinge that allows you to wrap it around. $9.99 is your price. 60% of the stock has gone here. 530400, your item number. Do you know, we haven't even seen it, and already 40% of the stock has gone. There's a name I haven't read out for a while. Kazia.
Yeah, Kasha.
Yeah, Kasha.
So Kasha isn't a gritty girl anymore, but once a gritty girl, always a gritty girl.
This is
so
beautiful.
yeah, still using Kasha samples because they're stunning.
Lovely. So you can see that here, and it just shows you where you can take that shadow box. Now, Lynette, we're getting an awful lot as part of this kit. So we are getting the words in there.
Yep, so you're getting your A5 word sheet, so they just pop out. They've got a tiny little, like, catch point. Just nick it with your small scissors or a craft knife. Be careful with your fingers. And we have some plaques. So I was building up one of the plaques when we built up our first piece, our first demo there.
Okay. Just showing you a little box you've made here.
Oh, that's two separate samples. That heart is on the top of it.
Okay.
No, it's all right.
I thought it did work quite well together. But there you go. You've got your little box. That's nice and acetate there.
Yeah, it's my jingle bell box.
Jingle bell? We all need a jingle bell box in our life.
So it's just a little Christmas decoration to fit with the theme that year. Just added some little jingle bells in there. And
nice. So, I mean, just looking at everything that we're getting, the words, you've got the plaque with the hearts, you've also got the different sizes as well to create the shadow box as well. All of that for $9.98.
Crazy, right?
Do you know, even at $13.98, that would be a great price. $9.98 is just off the charts. Good. 60% of the stock has gone here. 6404. Oh, what? What? How did that happen? We jumped to 60. Well, we've gone now to a technical sellout. So that was a big leap, but a lot of you, we just had a massive surge. So I'm sorry I didn't get to call limited stock there, but it really was that quick. 640483 item number. Okay, now we're going to talk about the book box. So we gave an example with our workshop and the kit. You can use anything, any substrate, but I kind of like this idea. So taking the book box, and again, I'll show you everything that you do get with your book box, but it's a clever thing.
Yeah, they are, and I just warn you, they are glued shut just because they are for demo. They travel with me around, so they are glued shut, but they do open.
I did have a gentle try and thought, no, I'm not going to risk it.
No, glued shut just so they don't come open in the car and ruin.
Lovely. It's a nice project.
But yeah, so the small book boxes, they're really cute, aren't they? Do them up for, I don't know, a new baby's keepsake box, to pop the little wristband in and the little
bit of hair.
Name card and everything when they're born, it's popped in the cot. All sorts that you can use those for.
You are getting a large, I just want to show you here, look at all the tags that we're getting as well as part of this kit. So you get your tags, and you get your word sheet in there as well, so all your words too. If you want to pop that into your basket, $13.97 is your price. We've got another, it's the same principle, so you're getting the book box. The only difference is we're getting hearts instead of tags.
Hearts instead of the tags, and there is a small shadow box in with those kits as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just show you one of the, I mean, some of your examples are exceptional. There's one of the hearts. This is is that the small shadow box?
That's the small shadow box. So that's across both kits as well. So yes, it's a choice of do you want tags or do you want the hearts?
Oh, so wait, we're getting the shadow box, the small shadow box with the other option as well, the tags. That's great. Okay. So that, when you think about this, whichever option you go for, you're getting your book box, You're getting your small shadow box, and then you decide whether you want the hearts or the tags, and you get the, look in there, I mean, the words too, that's incredible. $13.97 is your price, 278341 your item number. All right, we're going to go on to dies now. The dies are absolutely flying because the price on the show today,
Crazy.
Half price.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot go wrong. We've already had one sellout. That was the Whimsical, I think, sold out. So, was I right in saying Whimsical?
Yes.
No, it was. Yeah, Whimsical.
I think it was Whimsical, yeah.
Okay, let's go through the options here, because these are options, whichever one you want to go for. We'll start with this one. So, that is turned on. I mean, look at the amount of dies that you are getting for $9.99.
In fact, you know, there's a, just behind there, there is a black card
right,
just stood up, and it's got all the die cuts, because it is sometimes just a little hard to see against the background.
We'll show it. So
yeah.
There, I think we have, is that
Picasso?
That's your Picasso. Again, look at the amount of dies that you are getting for $9.99. So that is your Picasso. Whimsical, I'm afraid, has sold out. Then we have over here, this one is, you're going to have to help me with
Elemental.
that. That's your Elemental, thank you. So you've got your Elemental with your keys, your locks, your lights, and then we've got our turned on. So a bit more, you've got cogs, a bit more steampunk in there too. Whichever option you go for, you are absolutely winning. The price is exceptional. Now, we're going to talk about this top one here.
Yeah, so the fretwork, there is a sample somewhat, that's it, there we go. So there is a sample made up with that just to show the different things. So you can use it as I like to do. I like to use it as a mixed media substrate. So I layer 3 or 4 of the die cuts together, and once it's cut out all the middle pieces, you've got an amazing substrate to work with.
Like
but
that.
you can also paper piece with it as well.
Oh yeah, perfect.
So
paper
it's
piece.
cut out in white there. So we explosioned the one behind, and the cut out pieces we placed and the one in front.
Can I just show everyone? I think this is important. I don't normally like to do this, but it's important to show you the size of that die.
Yeah,
you do not get dies of that size and quality for $9.99. It just doesn't happen. It should be $19.99. I think any crafter at home will appreciate that. Dies
That
of this
one's
size and
actually
quality.
$24.99. That one.
Really?
Usual price, yeah.
Okay, so usual price. So do you know it's on today for $9.99?
Yeah.
Okay. So that usually, and that's, look, that's our mistake, but it doesn't matter. We've got the right price. But normally, this would be $24.99, and it would absolutely. But the size of that, you just don't. I actually trying to think. You just don't see dies of this quality and this size for $9.99 here at the craft store. So do take advantage. We have got queues on the phone lines. We are very, very busy. We are going to just show you some other items that are proving popular. Let's have a look here. So, I remember, do you know, I love your wings. I remember doing a show with you where we had the wings.
The wings are actually here with us. You just have to be careful. They're just under the cards that you've just put down, the black cards, next to where you are.
Yeah. Oh, over here?
No, come to the other side, the
Here?
right of you,
Yes.
underneath there.
I've got it,
Just
sorry.
be careful because Taylor managed to break it as she got it out the car.
Yeah.
Thanks, Taz.
Nice. So just going to pick that up.
Yeah, so I just...
Wow.
that was a while ago we did that piece, wasn't it?
Yeah, but look, it gives you an idea of the size of the wings that you are getting. I mean, that is stunning. Can I just, I know we've had a few questions with regard to the starter kit and the workshop. So a few of you asking, are we getting the substrate with the kit? You don't. That's because Lynette wanted to give you the option. So you can choose one of the kits on the show, but equally you can use anything. So if you have some grey board at home, if you have a hard journal, a book, even an old record, it's anything.
An old frying pan. Yeah. Honestly, anything. And the wilder your imagination can be, the better as well.
As long as it's a flat surface.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be a flat surface.
Yeah. Okay.
You can still go for it
like
with...
the hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just whatever you fancy, you know, altering, just do it.
Now, I know you love a bargain. The fretwork, the minute you ever on home, it should be $24.99. This has absolutely exploded. A lot of you putting it into your basket. We are limited stock for our fretwork, so do not miss out there. We're going to go back to our demonstration. I just want to, again, get across that what Lynette's doing this hour, she's showing you technique, showing you how to get the most of all your mediums, but the workshop obviously it's a workshop, so we're not going to be demonstrating the workshop. Workshop is busy. You've got options. You can either go for the kit, which is incredible value for money, and you get the workshop, or you can go for the workshop by itself if you wanted. So if you've got a well-stocked craft room and you're like, okay, I'm good, I just want the workshop, $19.99. For me though, the value, go for the bundle. And genuinely, I'm just trying to give you the best value for money. The bundle, you are saving £20, and you're also getting so many, and full pots as well. So in effect, with the bundle, I keep on saying that the workshop's pretty much free if you go for that bundle, and then you can have so many mediums to carry on playing with. You're going to have a lot left over in your kit. So for me, that is the best value for money. But you've obviously, the choice is yours. Okay, what are we going to do next then?
Right, so we're going to colour up a piece that we did. So Taz actually put this piece together for me and gessoed it up. So it's along the same lines as the piece that we've put together, but we've gone to the add-in gesso stage. So coated of white gesso, and I'm just going to very, very simply show you how you can colour the project up. There are so many different ways. We'll cover it all in the workshop, but this really is just the simplest way. Nice. So all I'm doing is just tipping out some explosion. If I wanted to do this side, I'd do that side, but I'm just wanting to concentrate on this area here. And because it is, you know, we're going to spray water on it, it is going to run. It's going to go across the project. So all we're doing is just spraying water. So the more water you spray, the more it's going to travel. So lovely. That would probably be my choice of colour. I know Taylor's done a purple one just down there. Yeah, that she's done the same principle.
I'll just show you here.
So is it that one? Oh no, that's the pink one.
Oh, is that another purple?
So that was done with the other things in the kit, but a completely different way. No, it's actually next to the stand next to with the. That's it.
Sorry.
So that's the one that Taylor has done, and that is exactly how she did it.
Lovely.
But I'm going to go for a little bit more. I'm going to add some more water, and I want it to travel just a little bit more. So you'll see on the flowers and everything, it's going to catch a little bit darker, and then all I need to do is dry it off.
Nice. Now I've got to tell you, the fretwork, I'm sorry, the fretwork has sold out. Technical sellouts. If it is in your basket, do check out there. But again, with all the other sets, so we've still got these 3 sets in stock. We've had 2 sellouts already. We are limited stock on the Elemental, which is here. That's your Elemental. But look at how many. If I just pick this up, is it okay if I pick that up, Holly? Just while we're drying, so you're not missing anything here. Lynette's just drying. Look at how many dies you are getting on that set. So you've got 2 large keys in there, you've got your smaller key, your lock, your light bulb, you've got all those elements, little hinges in there too. So all of those for $9.99, and it should be $19.99. So Elemental, limited stock. It looks like it's going to be the next to sell out. I think all the dies will sell out this hour. Nab yourself. So this is bargain time, and actually we've already asked the question, if they do sell out, can we get more stock? And that is it. The stock we have is the stock we have. So once it's gone, it's gone. How are we getting on there?
How are we getting on? We're still very, very wet over here. Okay. So I'm just trying to get as much, but you can see now, or I hope you can see on the overhead cam, even though we've spritzed it with water and I've spritzed it a little bit more to get some more spread, you can see the different colours that are coming through. So the underlying tone of this explosion powder is like really beautiful pink, but you can see that we've got navy in here, we've got a brighter red, there's some really lovely silver and grey bits over here, but it is mainly pink, but as I say, it does split. And it's the same with all the explosion powders, they do sort of split into different colours. So I'm just trying to get as much water off this as possible, just so we can finish this off. And I probably will dab away some of this at the side. It is just this bit that I want to get really dry.
Okay.
So let's just get some, and we'll just take away these wet areas here, because we don't want to pull that into what we are going to do.
Nice. This is showing us, Lynette, that mixed media isn't scary. So we started off the show by building up our composition.
Yeah.
We gessoed over it, and now we're having some fun with our colours.
Honestly, I think the longest, or the thing that takes the longest in mixed media is the drying time.
Yeah.
And if you've got a heat gun, it doesn't need to take that long.
Nice.
So let's just get some white gesso. You can see there's a little bit of explosion gone onto it, so we're getting a bit of pink through this. A little bit of white gesso, and because it's not completely dry, you're not going to get that bright white straight away.
Mm-hmm.
But we dry brush, so there is an example that is completely dry, and all we're doing is just catching all the top texture to give it almost like a bleached look. So obviously dry for a lot longer, but you are sort of getting the idea.
So
but
highlighting it, that's dry brush.
You're highlighting it, all that texture.
Nice. Now, you've had a lovely email in from Robert.
Oh.
And Robert, this is a lovely email. Thank you so much. He's
Thank
saying,
you,
lovely
Robert.
show. He's really enjoying the show. He's also going on to say that the kits that we have, the starter kit with the half-day workshop with you, is an exceptional price to spend half a day with you. So I think you're going to be seeing Robert.
I was going to
on
say,
your
I
workshop.
hope to see you at the class, Robert. That'd be lovely.
Also, the
Thank
lovely
you
Lou
for the
Sims
email.
has emailed in as
Aww.
well. And she said she's chuffed that Lynette's doing the workshop.
Yeah,
long
she's been at me
overdue.
for ages.
Yeah.
She really has. She's like, get the workshops done, get the workshop. So yes, we've done it. So, because this isn't dry, I'm not going to take it any further, but I have got an example here. So if I just bring this in. So when your piece is completely dry, so I'll just put them side by side, can you see how this looks really, really bleached out? All the top layers. So here, because it was wet, we've spread around the pink.
Yeah.
But because it's dry here, we've got that lovely bleached effect.
We like
So all
that,
that is the white dry brushing.
So effective. I'm conscious of the fact with anyone watching now, and we've got, for me, the value in that box, the starter kit with the workshop, because you've pretty much covered the price, the $38.99, with all the mediums, and you're getting full pots there. And just to remind you, like the gesso, the structure paste, and the gel medium, each one of those pots on the Net's website between £7 and £8. You're also getting your tool, your palette knife, you're getting your lace in there, your embellishments, your explosion powder. So whether it is Atlas, Venus, or Unicorn, you'll get one of those. I can't tell you which one. But I mean, that's a full pot of explosion powder.
Oh, they last forever.
They do.
Like I say, and it's surprising. You know, I've had my pots of explosion since I launched them, and you know how much I use my explosion powders.
Yeah.
I've not replaced my explosion powders
Still
yet.
on the same ones?
Still on the same pots.
What?
Yeah.
I'm conscious of the fact. So the actual mediums in here, everything that you were getting, you will 100% use.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the half-day workshop, because that's something you can't see it here. What can we expect? What kind of technique? Just give us a hint of the techniques we're going to be exploring. What we're going to be doing during our workshop.
So what we will be exploring is how we can use the explosion powder with all the different mediums we have. The other ways we can use the explosion powder, different ways that we can use the mediums that are within the kit. And we're also going to build a project. Now actually, I've already started the Facebook group. It's there ready for you to join. And there's a little bit on it saying, it is advertised as 10 till 1.
Yeah.
Please allow some extra time if you're doing it in the real time along with me, because I'm absolutely sure it's going to run over.
Okay.
Because the amount of things that I want to pack
Gonna give
into
good
it.
value.
Yeah.
Well, it's invaluable to have that access to you. I mean, you really, and I'm not just saying this, you've got so many fans out there. So speaking to the Pretty Gets Gritty fans, imagine having the opportunity to chat with Lynette, to ask her questions, to get all her experience well, because we try and place as much emphasis as we can here at the craft store on the demonstrations. So we try and give Lynette as much time to demonstrate. But we've only got, you get a certain amount of hours. There, it's a half a day.
Exactly.
And no presenter waffling on. You just get to have
That's
some
it.
fun.
I just get to talk and chat and have lots of lovely fun, and we'll have tea breaks.
So even
and a snack break, maybe a cake break.
Even for the, we love a snack break. Even for $38.99, just for the half-day workshop, I think that is an absolute bargain. Genuinely, I really do. But then the fact that you're getting everything that you're seeing here to have at home, so you use it for your workshop, but then you'll have so much more left over and you'll use it and enjoy it. Okay, so that is your workshop. It is brand new, pretty gets gritty, never done this before. You're getting your mixed media starter kit and then you're getting the half-day workshop. 513-668 your item number, saving £20. I've seen workshops for, you can see a half-day workshop, you could be looking at that price, just that price there, depending on who's hosting the workshop. I've seen workshops you can pay for a full day, like £120. Now, I've got to talk about the dies, because they are very, very busy. So we're going to pick this up. Now, we've had sellouts of the dies, and it looks like more are going to be selling out. This one is turned on. No, it's not.
Picasso.
This is Picasso. So Picasso, $9.99, saving £10. Then we have, pick this one up. That is your turned on. And turned on is limited stock. So turned on is going to be the next to fall. And also, don't forget, we've got here into, elemental actually is going to be next to fall because we're into single figures for our elemental. So really busy. And I do want to hold up the boards because I just want to, you're right, seeing them cut out makes a difference. So let me just hold these up. So there's turned on, which you can see. That's your elemental. So both turned on and elemental, they are separate items, both limited stock. But look how many dies you're getting for $9.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 17 on turned on and 12 on elemental. And then over here, unfortunately, Whimsical sold out, but this is your Picasso. Love the lips. You got the lips.
They're great, aren't they?
They're
Those sort of
awesome. The
abstract designs.
Yeah, the eye's cool too, and the feathers. So that's a really good one. I'd buy it personally. I'm a fan of Pretty Gets Gritty. At that kind of price, come on, I get the lot. Stock up. Why wouldn't you stock up?
I know, they are really good prices.
We've got a few minutes. I'm talking about 3.5 minutes.
So
if you
just
want to share anything else.
So we were saying about using your own substrate for the class. So this is one that I've put together that I'm hoping to get to in the class as well. So this is just an old paintbrush. So I've used all the bits from the kit.
So you've literally just had an old paintbrush. Yeah. We've all got something like that lying around. We'll go look in the shed.
The stuff that I've done, old dinner plates. My dad had this lovely like hexagonal dinner plate, and I'm like, oh, it's too nice to chuck that. It's great with gesso on it.
And that's, I know you wanted to give viewers at home that freedom to anything, explore in your home, something to upcycle. Could be an old plate, an old paintbrush, an old record, a tin.
Yeah, anything. Like I say, this is a paintbrush. And, you know, we've used the same sort of principles, but they're completely different. So, I mean, these are transferable skills that you are going to be learning.
So you put the lace around the paintbrush? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I did. Put the lace around the paintbrush. We've added some of the, you know, one of the words from the kits down there. White gesso. Stringy stuff, of course.
Of course, you love your stringy stuff.
Can't have a project without stringy stuff on. I just love it.
It's been an absolute pleasure getting to work, Lynette. Unfortunately, time has beaten us, but this is the thing. A lot of the time, we're left wanting more. You want to see more and learn more from Lynette. Well, you get that. You get half a day, and Lynette's not going to be rushing you, so she's not going to be clock watching the minute it hits 1 o'clock. She's like, right, that's the end.
They might be rushing me. They might be saying, come on, Jasper, we've had enough now, let us go.
They're going to be saying, keep on going, we're having fun. I love a workshop because workshop you're gonna make friends. You're gonna be chatting to other crafters, fans of the craft store, and you also get that access, that personal access to Lynette Jasper. So if you're a fan, being able to ask any questions you have in your mind, and also soak in all that knowledge. Imagine how much you're going to learn for a half-day workshop. Because a lot of the time, although we try and give you as much time as possible to demonstrate, you know, you'll have like in an hour, 15, 20 minutes, really, where you're demonstrating solidly.
Exactly.
That's 15, 20 minutes, and how much have you learnt today from Lynette? Imagine half a day with Lynette, the amount of knowledge that you're going to glean from that, and it's going to be fun. Workshops are back, and the beauty of this workshop, you can do it wherever you are. It doesn't matter. You could be in Timbuktu and still do this workshop. So anyone can do the workshop. As long as you've got internet access, you are saving £20. And the best part is that if you can't make the 18th, or even if you can make the 18th, you're going to have a lifetime access to that workshop. So in 10 years' time, if you're like, do you know what, I want to revisit the workshop I did with Lynette, you can log in and you can re-watch that whole workshop.
Absolutely, it's there for as long as anybody wants it.
Got to do this more often. I know Lou is a big
know.
fan of saying to you, do the workshops.
I know, and I'm so excited about it. Taylor's already said, she went, can I come?
Gotta let her.
Yeah, of course you can.
You are genuinely so good with your mixed media, and I know it's your passion. You want to share that. So anyone going on the workshop, you are going to have a lot of fun. I promise you. I absolutely give you my word. And Lynette is just so much fun to hang out with in general. Forget the workshop. You're going to have a giggle that day. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Please follow Pretty Gets Gritty on social media. Plenty more coming up here. What a lovely hour. Right, we're going to be launching our brand new one-day special, and it is Clarity, still celebrating their 28th birthday. Wait till you see what's coming up here. It's incredible. After that, I'm here with some 7-day savers, and then Clarity returns.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Catherine and I'm the guest presenter for Zuri Designs. Zuri Designs are based in America and they bring to us their exceptional quality silicone moulds. Zuri Design moulds are used in all areas of crafting, not just for your clays and your resins, but also their food grade silicone as well, so used for your cake decorating designs. Zuri excel on the detail in their moulds, and the designs range from animals through to fantasy and much further beyond. If you watch the Zuri shows, I will share with you lots of hints and tips. I will show you how to use different mediums, ranging from your clays and your resins through to things like even your hot glue. So make sure you don't miss the Zuri shows.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Well, hello. Indeed, it is the, well, we are continuing the celebrations for the 28th birthday of Clarity. And what a brilliant one-day special this is. This is one that whether you are a stamper, whether you are a parchment artist, whether you are a baker, a graphic, you know, somebody who kind of is doing even pottery, or a sewist, a quilter, a dressmaker, whatever your craft is, this is perfect for you. Yes, they are stamps. Of course they are from Clarity, but is the personalization that you can achieve with that. Now we have got 4 different options for you, and you can, well, you can choose whichever is your favorite, or maybe you are like me and you want them all 4 of them. Now, there is also Freedom Prize, and there is all sorts of numbers that we are going to look at. But before we go into details like that, let's introduce the Lady Clarity herself, Barbara. What a one day special it is.
I think so too, Paola. Good evening, everybody. I thought we'd leave the best till last.
Yes, because I love the fact that this is a universal one-day special.
Yes, it's for everybody.
Yes.
Not just for stampers. This is for anybody who makes anything. You know, like you were saying so correctly, a knitter, a quilter, a sewer, you know, a fashion designer. You put little tags on your work if you make silk scarves. Whatever you do, you have to make.
Yeah, you have to make a label for it.
Exactly, of course you do. And so it's not just for card makers, but of course that's where we're coming from. Yeah. And I know, you know, years ago we used to make one stamp. And, you know, custom stamps, that's what we do. And many hundreds of people watching have already got that stamp. The thing is, that personalised stamp, it doesn't matter how many times you stamp it, it is never going to change. It always looks the same. And after a few years, you stamp, in the beginning it's brilliant, and then after a little while you think, oh, it still looks the same, still hasn't changed. Every time I stamp it, it still looks the same. So this is now our offering of customising and personalising your art, but this time you've got so many different options, and that's the difference. So can I explain how?
Of course, explain away, because
Right.
I think it's a brilliant concept.
I do too. There are 4 different styles this time. So, for example, if I were to show you, and we'll look at them in a minute, but we've got 4 different styles, and let's call them companion. Let's do this. We'll look at them here, and we can look at them here. They're companion stamps, if you like. So let me look at the grunge one.
Wow.
If we can see
Love
this.
that.
Yeah, and you see there are loads of different stamps. So you've got your frames, you've got openings, you've got apertures, you've got toppers, top and tailors, created by, made with love by, hand made by. Then you've got, this one is the doodle set. So again, we're going to look at these in detail, but I just want to show you the difference. So here, this is the doodle set, a completely different style. Grunge is perfect for your mixed media people. Now we're looking at the arty doodlers. I think this one is lovely for your quilters as well.
Of course.
Designed by, created by, handmade by, lots of little assets and frames. Okay, then we've got the next one. Let's call this the floral style. So we've got 4 different styles. The floral style, frames, toppers, tailors, little flowers, made with love by, created by. And then we've got the woodland birds, which is gorgeous. Again, frames, openings, apertures, birds, twirls, swirls, handmade by, made with love by, crafted by. So you've got these 4 different sets. Now let's imagine, let's just pretend that you want to buy, this is where it gets personal, because there's nothing personalised on here. This is just the companion set. So let's pretend you want to get the companion set, because you don't have to get all 4.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, I'm not going to stop you, okay?
Yeah, of course.
But, you know, let's just stick with one for now. So let's say you want to get the grunge set. I like the grunge set, right?
I love that.
And then you think, right, but where's the personal element? So there is a personal element here. And this is, for example, if we look here, now let's go to the overhead, right? The personal element has a grunge frame on it, and then you've got, say I want to get my name put on there. Mine says claritystamp.com in 3 different sizes. And this is the grunge style. Can you see that okay?
Perfectly.
Right. So let's take a look. I think what would be a really good idea is if we look at the no carbon required. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is take this again on the overhead. Let me just take this over here and let's have a look at this, because this is how we're going to show you how it works. Now, this is a no carbon required. This is the personalising element. It's got, when I say NCR, I mean there are 3 sheets, a white one, a blue one and a pink one. Yeah. You write through them with a biro, like with a pen, and it will push straight through. There's no carbon required. NCR, that's what it stands for. Right. Now, this is where it gets good. Let's pretend that where'd you go? Right.
Let's
pretend
overhead.
that you've got the grunge set. When you order them today, this companion set comes to you with an order form.
So straight away we get delivered a stamp set ready for us to use.
Absolutely. So you get the stamp set and you get the order form.
Perfect.
And you get an envelope that's prepaid and addressed to come back to us.
Fabulous.
So now, this is where you say, OK, I've got the doodle frame. This is where you decide. And you can mix and match to your heart's content now. Just because you've picked the grunge set in the companion set does not mean you have to go with the grunge set here. If you want to go with what we think, then of course, you know, that's great. We pick these styles for a good reason. But you've got the doodle frame. So what you do is, to customise, it says it all, the instructions are here. You choose your frame, in other words, this bit that comes, which is great, right? So you pick your frame. Which one do you want? The doodle frame?
Oh,
the
I
floral
love the
frame?
doodle. I like the doodle.
I like the doodle one.
Yeah. Well,
The
I like them
grunge?
all. To be honest, I would go for all 4 of them. So.
Well, me too. Me too. And when you start playing with them, you'll realise why. So you can pick any one of those, right? And you just tick the box. So first of all, you tick which frame you want. Then you choose which font style you want. So do you want the doodle font style that we recommend? Do you want the floral font style? Do you want the grunge font? Or do you want the woodland birds font?
So we can mix and match.
Absolutely. Just because you pick the grunge companion set, it doesn't mean you have to go with the grunge. It's up to you. You're getting a blank order form. It's a blank canvas. You pick it. Right? So this is really cool. And then, once you've ticked what font you want and what grunge... So you might want the grunge frame, but you might want the doodle font. You know, that's quite nice. I like this typeface. Then, when the stamp comes to you, it comes in 3 different sizes. So here, for example, you can see Clarity stamp in large, medium and tiny. And believe you me, you want that. It is so excellent when you start to overlay the words inside, you know.
Because it fits in the right sizes.
Really excitingly so, right? So depending on, for example, created by or made with love by, it's just gorgeous. Okay, it's so good. I get so excited about it. Now, once you picked your frame, you've picked your font. Now you're going to personalise your stamp. You've got 19 characters that you can write in here. Bear in mind, you don't have to say made with, created by, none of that. This is purely for personalisation. So, do you want your name? Do you want your website? Do you want, and this is where you start thinking, well, do I want more than one order form? Do I want more than one of these companion sets?
Of course, they all can mix and match.
You mix and match it. So you've got your name, you've got your website, you've got your phone number, you've got your blog, you've got whatever you want it to say. You don't need to say handmade by, unless it's very personalised, quilted by.
Yeah.
You may be a quilter. You may want it to say in the doodle frame font, I want it to say quilted by Maggie. Exactly. That's it, sorted. You see what I mean? Provided it's 19 letters.
Or baked by.
Baked by. Yeah, if you're a real niche.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So this is something that you know, this is opening up the worlds because it's the mix and match. So in a nutshell, what you're getting is when you place the order today, you're getting your companion set or sets, depending on which ones you want to go for. You pick them. And then with each of these sets, you will get a blank order form. And then you just decide what you want it to say. So you can pick all 4 and get 4 order forms. You can pick 2. It's entirely up to you. And we'll do the job. It takes 28 days. What you do is you peel off the top 2, put them in an envelope to us. It will take us 28 days to turn that around and send it back to you. Send your finished personalised stamp with the frame. This bit comes back to you. right? And then you're off to go. But as you said, Paola, you've already got your companion set to play with for that until the actual personalisation set arrives.
Now, we are thinking also this would be a great present, right, for somebody, so they can personalise it. So what sort of time do we have to gift it to somebody and then they can send it to you?
Right, so there's no time frame.
Wow.
So there's no time limit here. If you receive the order form, right, then you can turn it around immediately, and you can have your custom stamps back within the month, so in plenty of time to personalise your work. Yeah. Or you could take 3 months or 3 years. It doesn't matter to us. Each of the forms are numerated, and so as they come into Clarity, we will know exactly who has which order form. So if, for example, after 6 months or a year, or let's say after a year, the order form 485, we haven't received their order form back yet, then we may give you a gentle nudge and say, did you remember that you ordered that? And then you may say, oh no, I'm still hanging on. I haven't decided yet. I haven't built the website yet. I don't know what the name of it company is yet, but I'm going to do it in a minute. Yeah. And then we'll say, that's fine. You take your time.
And that's a fantastic. I mean, not only you can personalize it, but you can have time to decide what you wanted, or as a present. And now, of course, we need to also mention that we have. If you haven't ordered anything yet from the Clarity 28th birthday event, you will get a free gift, which is, of course, 10 sheets of designer paper. It's kind of a potluck of Barbara's favorite. There are different designs, 8 by 8 and 10 by 10. Now, they are here. Oh, yes, they are. They are behind me. And of course, you can see one of them will be added to your order. And of course, as I mentioned, one per customer. So if you have ordered before from the Clarity 28th birthday event, you will have yours in your order already. Now, let's have a look at the different options that you can go for. And what I love about that each of them are individual enough that you may want to have all 4 of them. And what I'm thinking is maybe you can do one of the personalizes as a present to somebody. Anyway, let's look at the doodle one first in here. I'm going to show you the print out so you can see it here. There we have it. So let's have a look at there. Now in here you can see the doodle. I absolutely adore this one. You were mentioning, Barbara, that this one has got those elements perfect for quilters as well.
Exactly. And you can build on this, so you can make the most beautiful little tags, or straight onto the back of a card. You can make labels. I mean, these frames, when you add your elements, every time you're becoming your own designer with your labels and your personalisation. So whereas before it was just literally one pretty stamp and that was it. Whatever you were designing, whatever you were labelling, it was always the same. Yeah. Now it can be different all the time.
So of course, I love the fact that we straight away we are going to get the companion stamp. So already we can create beautiful art pieces ready to go with that one. That is, of course, the doodle. Let's have a look at the floral, the next option that we have got for you. And I love this one as well because it's just, I mean, every time that I see one, it's like, that's my favorite. That's my favorite. Look at that.
And the thing that I love about them, have a look at the black print, right? The best bits. Do you see the topper and the tailor? See the floral, those bits with the straight lines. They're so gorgeous to use as a top and a tail. See the top at the bottom. See the top at the top.
Yeah.
And then you sandwich your name in between those two. It looks so beautiful and so elegant. And of course, the top can be the tail and the tail can be the top, so it can be the left and the right. There are so many options. It's absurd.
And then there are all these possibilities. And, you know, if you want to see one of your cards that you can create as well, like you were saying, it's not just for the personalization, the front of the card itself.
Look at that as the little framers, the companions, gorgeous.
But then, of course, if you turn it up, there's one like the front is as beautiful, the back is as beautiful as the back.
Isn't that gorgeous when you start to see them made?
Yeah,
absolutely. I love that.
gorgeous. Now, of course, that was the floral. Then we have got the grunge one. When, of course, if you want to something more mixed media, if you're an artist as well, that will be great. Also, if you have got a teenage, son or daughter that is maybe creating, I don't know, little art pieces, this would be perfect for them.
This is a very young, arty, grungy, trendy one. Yeah.
Or even a steampunk artist as well. I can see them going. And look, the companion piece as well there.
Isn't that nice?
Love that.
And what about the back of that one?
Oh, sorry.
Let's have a look, because the backs are as important as the front. We're getting twice as much. Look, Sheila Metzeler. Isn't that sharp?
I love that. It looks, it's kind of, now it reminds me like almost a negative strip from photography as well. So there is so many possibilities in there. And of course, if you want to see every single stamp with a black printout, you can see they're absolutely stunning. They are gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, I need to show you this one, because look at the cards here. That's just gorgeous, isn't it? But let's look at that. Love that sentiment with a happy birthday. But if we turn it over,
look at that.
Isn't that just, that reminds me of the, the national parks kind of sign in there.
But look how she's wrapped those the trees and foliage, they're on the show as well. But if you open the card up, it runs all across the back and the front. And I don't think it gets more professional than that.
It does.
Isn't that glorious? Look at that.
And that looks, that's the thing, it's like, love that creative eye as well there, the sentiments. There's so many possibilities. I don't know how you, but I'm just even thinking about, I do a little bit of photography as well, so kind of obviously when you are delivering prints, having that, you could have some of the stamps. If you also, I love that idea that if you go for multiples, you could have one that could be, say, photographed by Paula, and then, well, not obviously Paula, whatever your name is, but then the next one could be, just Paula Pasquale or whatever.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Love that. Then the final option is woodland, which is it is in the lead. Over 20% is gone already. Love this kind of scene in there as well.
Yeah.
Just glorious in there as well. And look, and I love that the front of the card, but also the placing of, we can put here the handmade by.
Yeah.
But it's perfect as a card.
It's a perfect size.
Yeah. And then of course, if I turn it over, you can see it there as well, the simplicity and elegance of that scroll as well.
Isn't that super?
That is just gorgeous. Now, of course, as a Freedom member, if you are going for all 4 of them, it will be only £100 and 72 pence. That would be, sorry, 107 and 92 pence. Sorry, I got that wrong. But of course, you can split the cost in, because then it would open a flexi-basket possibility. So you would only pay for 2 of them today, and then the 2 of next month. Now, £26 and 98 pence would be the price for one of the set. Remember that straight away, the companion stamp set will be delivered to you, which I think I love that, because you don't have to wait to start playing with your Clarity stamps. Then you will have that, and of course, then you get the no carbon paper required to do exactly personalize it, and of course have that frame sent in from Clarity because you have got even the prepaid envelope, so you can solve it. Isn't that great? Isn't that great to have a possibility to personalize all your projects as well? Now, all the frames are available on their own, so you can see the details at the bottom of the screen. £14 and 99 each. Of course, you can get the personalized stamp each as well, which is £19 and 99 pence. However, of course, if you go for the one-day special, which is both the companion set and the personalized, so the frame, and then you have got a great value, because of course you have got an £8 saving. 279908 is your item number for the one-day special. Basically, what you have to decide right now is which one is your favorite companion set, and then you can choose, when you receive that customization, which one you want to say, what you want to say, and of course what frame you want to say. But of course, to have these stamps, and we need some kind of a storage, don't we?
Yes, and I've got a folder, because I realised that it really is important, especially if I can just show you on the overhead. I just want to show you, so we've got a folder, look, personalised stamps. So that will sit in your file. I've got all of mine in here. So, and what we did was, with your personalised folder, what you also receive, let me just explain, is you also get some hard acetate and some white card and some business card size, like ATC size. So what we've got here is, if you look, you can see you've got your companion set, and then you've got your customised set, your personalised set. And what I've done here, if you can see, I've also got the acetate in the back. And the reason I've done that is so that it slides out easily. It makes such a difference. And the white card, I put that in as a separator so that I can put bits in. So I've already, if I've got bits that I've already made, I can slot them into the appropriate places. So I can have bits ready to go, which is really cool. It doesn't all get stuck. With the acetate, let me just say, when you get the acetate, it looks a bit milky.
Yes.
It's because it's got a protective sheet on it.
I see, yeah.
And then if you just pull it off on the corner, it's double-sided. It's crystal clear, actually, but it's got two sides of film on it. Okay. So just peel that off, and then the stamp will sit in there really well. But it's a good way of protecting. You see, so when you pull it out, it sits on there like so. And then you can take it off. And what I've done, let me show you what I've done as well. So you've got your storage, which is really cool. Protects your custom stamps, keeps it with your companions. And what I did on one of the hard pieces, because I've got all 4 sets, what I decided to do was I put all my words, all my names, Barbara Gray, in all 4 fonts, you see. And
because you could do that at home as well, have the same message for all 4 fonts.
Exactly. And see, I tell you why I've done that, because let's say, for example, I take a tag. Let's just say I've got a tag. Pick a tag, any tag. And I've got a tag. And then I want to write something on there. And one of the best... See, so the other thing is you've got this lovely indexing sheets. So say, for example, I want to write handmade by. These indexing sheets are brilliant for this because you can see exactly. So if I put that on there, like that, so I'm going to stamp it before I spoil it, and now I can decide what size Barbara... See, that's too big, really. See, but that one will fit nicely. The middle one's perfect. So you see how you build. Say I want to say created by. Maybe I prefer that font or that size. So the whole idea is that you use the acetate and the indexing sheets to guide yourself. And that really does work very, very well.
Well, the storage is really, really busy. 40% of the stock already gone. If you want yours, please make sure to check out your baskets. It's just 11.99 pence for the storage. 626848 is your item number. Now, what you could do, if you are one of those ones, and we know that some of you are going for all 4 sets, adding the storage into it and then flexify that one as well. It makes it easier, of course, to budget for it. But also remember the one-day special. You are going to get straight away the whichever companion set you want to go for, and then you can choose when you receive your order, and of course you can get the personalization. So you can see, well, let's have a look because we are very busy. The doodle, I know it's a quarter of the stock has already gone, and we are not even halfway through the first hour. The floral, also a quarter of the stock has gone, which is the next one. You can see it in here. Now, the grunge is over 20% of the stock as well, and then the woodlands is a third. That is still in the lead. So if you want any of them, please make sure to check out your baskets to get them, as soon as possible. And remember, I love the fact that you are giving us the I know it sounds silly, but the companion set straight away.
Oh yeah, and the thing is that you've got time to decide what you want to personalise and who you want to, if you want to give it as a gift. What a great Christmas present this is.
I'm thinking maybe for weddings, christenings, or announcements of babies, you can do that as well.
Absolutely. And you know, the thing is, when you consider the prices, this is the point here. This is a £30 option, if you like, whichever one you pick. And when I think that back in the day, one name stamp with a frame around it was £25, and I compare what we're able to do now with our new stamp making system, I'm very proud because we manufacture our own stamps, because it's our 28th birthday, and I thought, well, if you're going to push the boat out on personalisation. You've got to do what very few companies can do, and that is what because we make them ourselves. I mean, this is a mammoth task for us to do the personalising. And I wanted to show you also, when you get your companion sets, right, which are just beautiful little handmade on their own without the personal. And you can buy them on their own without the custom stamps. I'm not sure why you would, but you can, right? If we look at the overhead here, if you go to the overhead, let's say, for example, each one of these sets, when you buy, let's just say I'm going to keep it simple and go with Barbara Gray. So we've got, for example, Barbara Gray in the doodle, Barbara Gray in the grunge, Barbara Gray in the woodland, and then Barbara Gray 3 sizes in the floral. So you can see exactly that you're also getting a magnificent frame. So the frame's on their own with the words. That comes then when you order your whatever you order. Yeah?
Yeah.
That makes sense. So if let's just humour me here, and let's just have a look at these pieces of artwork by Dee. This is the back of the artwork. Okay, let's have a look. So this now is the doodle, coloured in. How gorgeous is that? Is that the front or the back? Yes. You know, in the end you start to wonder.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this here is the same one, right? It's that frame using
I love
the same stamps.
But if you didn't have created by Dee Paramore, you could say this is the front of the cars.
Yes.
You know, it's just
I'll show you the
stunning.
front in a minute. This is the outstanding part of it. So if we look at this one now, so now we're looking at the floral one. These are the backs of the cards. It's just gorgeous, coloured in. So the backs become little works of art. And these frames, they lend themselves. So there we go again. Now let's flip them over. So that's the front of the card now.
Yeah.
So these are using our little Tweety stamps. Birthday, happy birthday. These were on last year on our birthday. You are so tweet. But,
oh, you're so good. I love that. Yeah.
And then we've got this. This is gorgeous. And now let's look at the grunge one. And you can see again how you can build it up. Tweet yourself.
I like that.
I like that one.
Yeah.
And then this one, for my tweetheart.
Oh. They're all available, by the way. We have them on the show if you want those sentiments as well.
But I just think that, you know, the back now becomes a piece of art as well. Yes. So, again, if you are a card maker, this is absolutely gorgeous. If you are somebody who knows a quilter, that felting lady that was in yesterday, Anne, it was Anne, wasn't it?
I think
yeah. She would love this, you know, because all her artwork, it needs that little. If you do craft fairs, you need the tags, you need the
And I was thinking as well, like for instance, I got a very beautiful piece of art from Lione for my birthday last year, and it was this beautiful metal work, and of course the back of it, I have to say, I was a little bit disappointed because it didn't have like her name on it. Sorry, I usually do something else. I'm sorry. No, but the front was beautiful. It's just the back of it. But
I understand.
But this is what I mean. It's like sometimes you want to take it to, like, I mean, it looks stunning from the front, and that's the important bit. But of course, if you want to personalize it, if you want that touch from, from homemade to handmade, that kind of, you look it back and you're thinking, this is stunning, this is brilliant. I love the fact that, for instance, you are a baker. You do little cupcakes and things like that. And of course, you want little, in your boxes, you want to personalize them. You could have one of these that says baked by Paula. By the way, almost half the stock of the Woodlands option has already gone. This one, the Woodland, almost half the stock, and this, we are not even halfway through the first hour, and this is stock that should last the 24 hours. Make sure that you select your option, and then you check out your baskets. Remember, straight away you are going to get the companion piece, and then you have got time to decide which frame you wanted and what style and what even words. I love that. Now, of course, that is one that is special, but I have got an update about the storage. limited stock. $11.99 is your price. If you want the storage, do grab it and check out your baskets. Now, Barbara, I know you have got lots to show us. So what are you going to show us next?
I want to show you another piece of artwork because I think the stamping is self-explanatory. You know, the stamping is a very modular thing. You just build it up, and we'll do tags, and I'll give you loads of tricks and tips. But I think the first thing is to show you some gorgeous artwork. Live life in colour. Now let's just take a look. And just what you said.
Is that one of the stamps that it was in the
Yeah, it's one of the exactly. Yeah. Let's have a look. Designed by Carol Pankstello. Look, isn't that pretty?
And it looks so different to the others ones that we just seen.
Yeah. It's so pretty. Yeah. So this is from the doodle set. Yeah. So now let's open the box and see what we've got. And this is all from the doodle set. So I'm trying to show you how you could create the most gorgeous gifts as well. So here we go, happy, joyous and free. Now these are those sticker stamps with the wee folk. These are all using the elements. Let me turn it over. Handmade by Carol Pankstello. See different colours. Doesn't that look lovely?
They look perfect.
I tell you what, we spelt that correctly. Right. Look at this.
Yeah, that's... Oh, also, that's important. Make sure that you always spell it correctly on the paper.
And when you write it on your order form, make sure it's legible. Don't do a doctor on me. Make sure it's legible and spell it in uppercase. Yeah. We know whether we won't do it in uppercase. Yeah. We'll do it in the style, in the font. But if you wrote it in capitals, it would really help us.
Oh, right. Yeah. But so if you write it in capitals, it will be just more legible. It's not that it will be.
I think that's correct, isn't it? And it is the one time where we have to have your order in writing. Yeah. We can't do this over the phone. Yeah. Because we need written proof that that's how you spell your name, Carol Pankstello.
I wouldn't even attempt to pronounce it.
I know. I just call her Carol. We call her Mrs. P at work. Right. So have a look at the front again. Once again, I'm showing you the doodle frame. You see?
I love
this is the doodle frame.
Oh, and how the sentiment in there, where you have used those companion sets.
Yeah.
Over the top.
And the little heart is in the companion set. And what I did was, look, I took the same doodle and I put one of my custom stamps. I just put Love Barb, kiss, 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 because that's my blog thing, isn't it? I always write Love Barb. And so all the way around, I used it, Love Barb, Love Barb, Love Barb, Love Barb. And it looks really, it's a design effect, you know, it starts to look clever. So, and on the back, created by Carol Pankstello. This is the grungy one. Just in different colours.
I just had an idea. I don't know if that would be all right, but you know, you're saying, like, you always say love, Barbara, kiss, kiss, kiss. Yeah. So for words that we use a lot in our art journaling, for instance. So we could have them.
Yeah, what you like.
I mean,
you can write what you like. As long as it fits in 19 boxes, you can say what you like in any language, Paula.
Oh, that's true as well. So I could say it in Spanish.
Absolutely.
That is brilliant.
Yeah, so there we go. There's the same doodle frame again. See, I just wanted to explain that the companion sets, they mix and match so beautifully. Yes. They're not just for personalising, but it is the personalisation that makes it magical. Isn't that cool? Glass half full. And these wee folk, they just work so nicely with this. And these that's the grunge framer. So I love that you actually get a proper frame, not just your personalised stamp in 3 different sizes. You get a beautiful framer as well, which is so useful.
And I love the fact that that frame will work with so many of your pre-existing stamps as well. So that could kind of... Oh, by the way, we have got an update with the Woodlands. The Woodland option, 2/3 of the stock has gone. Again, we are only just 34 minutes past the first hour. We are very busy across the options, so make sure to select your preferred one. If it's the Woodland woodland one, please make sure that you check out your baskets as soon as possible. And that is the one that you have got in the front of you. Now, of course, remember that as a Freedom member, you have got an £8 saving. And you can go for all 4 of them, or 2 of them, or 3 of them. It's up to you. We have, well, Barbara has put these bundles in a way that it's incredibly affordable for you to choose just one or go for multiples if you wish to do so. That will work as well if you wanted to go for maybe, you know, like a present, one of them for a present and then one for yourself as well.
Absolutely. Of course. And because there's no time frame, because you haven't got to turn it around immediately, it makes a beautiful Christmas present.
It does.
You know, so you can get yours made in time to make your Christmas presents, and then you can actually gift one of these sets for £30 to your granddaughter, to your grandson, to your daughter, to your friend. You know, to your knitting friend,
yes,
who always has got terrible handwriting. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. But also
to Leonie.
Boom. I mean, you haven't seen my handwriting; it's even worse than hers.
But and the other thing is, you've got once you've got your companion set as well. If you've got a doodle pen, then you could just write what you fancy to. You know, the thing about the stamp is, of course, it just looks so professional.
It does,
doesn't it?
And also, it has got that kind of thing that you can then stamp and emboss with embossing powder.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. And now the other thing I wanted to say, if I can just show you, and I will start doing some stamping in it, but it's just so many different things to show. And I think there are so many questions that I know that you will be asking, and I want to kind of answer those questions. I'm preempting them. Here, for example, if I can show you the Love Barb, right? So this is a stamp. These are 3 stamps. Yes. And you can decide which they are. Just leave them for Marcus to show you. And you can decide exactly which font you like. So it could say, do you know, and if I was going to do it now, thinking, because I've got these now, the Love Barb is brilliant, but it doesn't need, but when it says, for example, on these, it says designed by, created by, handmade by, I wish I just had one that said Barb. Yeah. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Because it's not so easy to say designed by Love Barb. Yeah. You know, it's just, I worked it out all by myself. And the other thing is, and this is something else that I wanted to explain. On the order form here, just come on in.
No, we are coming in.
It's like you've got 19 opportunities. Now, if you, and this is something else I've figured out, I'm giving you this tip because I've been working with these, so I know now. What I really wish I'd done is left a gap. So for example, where it says, if it says here, Love Barb, right, let's just say, what I wish I'd done is done Love, gap, gap, Barb. Yeah. Because then I can snip it. You know? You leave a gap, you can snip it. You've got 19, and if your name's Bev, or, I mean, if your name's Dominic or something, then I'm afraid you're going to have to go for it. Unless you like Dom, right? If you're Benedict, then stick with Ben, and you get more mileage out of your 19. But I would maximise on my 19 gaps, is what I'm saying.
Or if you are like me, that you have got three first names and 2 surnames, then...
You need all 4 sets, and you just have to carry it on.
One for Paula, Belén, Marina, Pascual, Ascaso.
Oh, my goodness me.
I never use them all.
All right, well, we'll have to talk. But I'm just saying that the 19 characters, you know, you're paying for 19 characters, use your 19 characters.
Exactly.
That's what I think.
No, absolutely. And this is, but you know, joking aside, this is why one of the reasons I think going for you know, more than one set, it makes it even better, because the value is there in one set. It is even better when you go for 2 sets, because of course the £8 saving as a Freedom member. Then of course, if you go for those 2, I'm going into Spanish. If you go for 2 sets, then of course you have got a £16 saving. And this is the thing, I'm thinking, oh, it would be so great for my handmade cards, for my art journals, but also I'm thinking, of course, photography, I'm thinking baking for my friends, I'm thinking quilting for, you know, the Haleys of this world and you know, the pants and things. I'm thinking this is a marvelous as well. If you're a crocheteer and you want to, for instance, you want to say love from Catherine as well, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Now, we are very busy for across the board. Almost half the stock of Doodle has gone, and again, we are just past the half point of the first hour, and this is stock that should last 24 hours. Very busy for the Doodle, very busy as well for Floral. Then we have got, of course, the Grunge, and then we have got the Woodland. I believe the Woodlands is still in the lead. Over 2/3 of the stock has gone. One of the reasons I love these sets is, I will go say it again and again, the fact that, yes, you are getting that personalized, that genius one, but also you are getting that companion one, which means that straight away you will be able to create a card. And that's phenomenal. But it may be, but look at the back. I mean, this is almost something that you want to frame in here, isn't it? And this will be with your name, if you choose your name to be so. There is so many possibilities as well. I mean, let's have a look at this one as well. Look how gorgeous. You can stamp inside the frame, and look at that. If I turn it over, you have got me with love. Now, that could be another one, you could say, is actually your new address. So you could have in one single line, so you could have, you know, your new address in there. And then, of course, that could be, you can use it for inside it and say you have moved homes. But look at that. Or that sentiment that you have always wished you had in a stamp, but it's too personalized. For instance, you know, something that you always say and that you maybe, for instance, I always say oopsie doopsie instead of oopsie daisy. So that could be the one that I use in there. And then, of course, you have got another oopsie doopsie, love from Paula, something like that. But you can see in here the elegance as well of those companion sets. This is what I love. You still get the clarity stamp of perfection, timeless designs that you know that you can personalize, mix and match. And I love this. This just looks so professional. And this, of course, could be chocolates that you make, or truffles, or maybe soaps. If you're a soap maker, what about making these things? Or candles as well. Make them look special, not only from the front, but also on the back. Now, if you are your one-day special, 4 options, busy across the board. And, of course, make sure that you check out your baskets. Why? Because, of course, you are running the risk of selling out of the option that you like it. And we already have had one sell out, which is, of course, the storage bundle for the personalized stamp. Now, of course, that it has now sold out. If you have it still in your basket, you may still be able to get it, but that's a reminder that things do sell out, and if you don't want to miss, you need to check out those baskets. Right. I know Barbara has got lots in store for us. So how do we use them? How do we...
I'm going to show you
Perfect.
now. Okay, so I thought we'd do a little bit of stamping, and we'll just keep it simple, and I'll show you the different sets. So let's go for the, I'm going to mix it up a little bit and do a little bit of the Doodle and a little bit of the Grunge. So those are the 2 that I think I'll concentrate on. I'll jump about a little bit, but I think it's just great to see the different sets. So we're going to use our companion sets, and then I'll just start personalising. And what we'll do first is just play. So, for example, let's see, I've got, you know, I was going on about the top and the tail. So I've got these 2. So let me say, for example, I'm going to use the small one. Let's have a look, top and tail. So I use the small one at the top. There you go. That's that. That wasn't too hard. And then let me give you a clue. I would certainly always go to the... I'd work my way down so that I know that it's going to fit. So let's take Love Barb. Let's do that.
Oh, I like that.
Right, nice, just on its own. Now let me take my base, and I'm going to stamp this. I've got a gap. I'm going to stamp that there, so I know that that's going to look smashing. See, that on its own does it for me.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I could, if I wanted to, I could take my little, and this is just a piece of copy paper, and I'm just giving you a couple of, see, sometimes, here's one, so I've got a little splat here, and if I wanted to,
I could add a splat. So it starts to get real arty, you know, you can build this up. In that set as well, there's also a little, look, instead of using the splat, maybe I'll use this, see the one with the ring? So suddenly now I'm closing it up, Paola. Do you see?
Perfectly.
Look, nice. So then you start to think, well, actually, where did that top and tail come from? Because it wasn't on the set, but you made it. You made a new one. You made your own. You made your own personalised set.
And then you could use that frame as well with one of your stickers, for instance, which I adore.
Yes, you mean tags?
Yeah, the tags. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, for example, if let's just take a tag now. Let's just take a tag. And this is like we're cutting tags out now. Tag out, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Right, so these are beautiful tags. In fact, we've got them on the show, and let me just show you, tag alert here. Can I just hold this over to the overhead? There we go, look at this. Dee's being busy. Look at this. And I want to show you this because we've got the most beautiful, these are dies that we've got. The small ones. Just let me show you the different options, the different possibilities. And what Dee's also done is she's worked on stickers, which I thought was an ingenious idea.
Yes.
Because often you see she's worked ahead and she's created loads of stickers that I can then peel off. Don't you think that's a great idea?
I love them. Yeah.
Yeah, so you make your own stickers and that way you stick them on the back of a piece of artwork. Yeah, I think it's very, very clever indeed.
It is indeed. And of course, we have got the dies as a bottom of the screen if you want it. I think most of them will feature this particular option, which is, of course, the nested dome tags, I said. Right, back to you, Barbara.
Yeah. So I was just going to show you, for example, if I were to take this little tag, let's just work with the tag now. And if I wanted to change up the colour, we'll go back to black in a minute, but let's take some different colour. If, for example, I want to zhuzh it up, so I can take my red, and I'm going to take my handmade one. Now, don't forget, this is my doodle set. This is my doodle set now. And this is where I was going to use my indexing sheet, where the stamps were on. They come on this, don't they? And you can go like this, and you say, right, I think that's going to sit there really beautifully. Do you see? So I'm going to, that I think will look lovely. So I love that font. I think that just looks so nice. And I'm going to do it in red, okay? Because I want to add a little bit of red, maybe, so that's going to sit in there like that, like so. Perfect. Right, so now I've done that. Now let me find my name stamps. So this is where, let me go to what I've got in front of me. So I've got the doodle, this is the one in uppercase. See, now the large one, it might be too big, really. The small one looks really neat, but I actually think that will look beautiful. Should we take the smallest one?
Indeed, yeah. Let's take this one.
Let's try the smallest one.
Lots of emails in, Barbara, showing the love. They are saying in the emails they have been waiting for a set like this so they can personalize it with their name, but furthermore with those frames as well.
Yeah, this is groundbreaking stuff, really, and we had a meeting at work and we accepted that this is a big job. We know that. Yeah. The companion sets are not the big job. The big job is the job that will go on for the next years.
Yeah,
you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
And we're happy to do that because we can. So I was going to go with the black on this. Yeah. Right, let's have a look. Sorry, dear.
No. I was going to say the woodland ones. It's three-quarters of the stock has already gone.
Can I tell you that the quality of our stamps is second to absolutely nothing? And I want to show you, because this is such a tiny, rinky-dinky little stamp, what I want to do is it's just I'm all right with stamping. I do it for a living.
I think more than all right.
But let's say, for example, this is key because it's a tiny stamp, so you don't want to press too hard or it'll be too you'll squelch it. And the other thing is, because it's a one-liner, if you take one of the other little assets, call them assets, like I'm going to take a little leaf, and I'll pop it up there like that. They're all the same depth. Look how deep these stamps are. Really, really deep. Look at that, right? But when you ink it up, This one, it creates an anti-wobble, right? So you, look, I'll show you. You ink it up, top tip, you ink it up there, and then when you press it down like that, you see you're not wobbling because you've got the anti-wobble on there. Do you see what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's when you're new to it.
You know, to not rock the stamp.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because on a one-line stamp, it's so easy to wobble and to press too hard. So the trick is to try it on a bit of scrap, make sure that you don't ink up the anti-wobble device. But then again, do you know what? What's the worst? Because you're working on stickers or tags or, you know.
It's a piece of card.
It's a bit of card.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, let's do that, and then we'll hold it like that. We know exactly what we're doing. Happy with that position. Press down. Anti-wobble's working. Yeah. Boom. Oh, look at that.
And of course, you're using archival, which archival and other inks, there are certain inks that we can stamp directly onto fabric.
Yeah.
So we could stamp it onto calico, for instance, for the back of a quilt.
Absolutely perfect. Or on cushions. Yeah, there you go. Right, now, for example, so enter the Perga colours, because, again, this is where you bring this to life, you know, and you've got, on the Perga colours, you've got those tiny little tips, you know? They're great. We've got them on the show. Yeah. I hope so, anyway. Right.
We
so
do.
you've got a big bullet edge like that, and then you've got those tiny little tips, which I think they're the best pens, because so often you'll get a thin end, but then it gets all splayed and dries out.
So this doesn't. By the way, we have got about 6 minutes left in the show.
Have we?
Yeah.
So you see how you can just add a little flourish, look, a little bit of red, and the doodle stamps, the companion stamps. Do you know how many different permutations and possibilities there are with this? You couldn't count it. But I just wanted to show you how sharp the smallest custom stamp is, so that you understand the quality of what you're getting, because I do think that is key here.
It is.
You know?
It is key to have a very legible as well the stamp, so that is the quality that comes in. Now I have got some updates. The doodle, 2/3 of the stock. Again, we are not even at the end of the first hour. Imagine that. 2/3 already of the doodles. The floral, half the stock has gone of the doodle, the floral, sorry. Again, very busy for that option as well. The grunge, over 1/3 of the stock. This one is perfect if you are thinking of getting something for somebody who is more into, maybe a man, maybe somebody who's not into the floral bits and the pretty stuff. This is perfect. Mixed media as well, artists, you need this one in your life. And then the woodlands, 80% of the stock has gone. Look at the companion piece, how gorgeous it is with the birds in there as well. And you are seeing the value in here. You are seeing the personalization stamp, but you are also seeing the possibilities on their own with the companion frame stamp. I love the way that straight away you are going to receive whichever companion piece you choose from, and then the frame and the personalization, that's what you can decide later, because of course you will design it, well, you will select it on that printed paper that you are going to get with no carbon required, and then you send it back in a self-addressed envelope already with a postage stamp, and then in 28 days you will have the personalized stamp. The fact that you don't have to decide straight away means that you have got some time to think as well what you want to say and what fonts and what frame. The one day special, £8 saving in there, remember, is one option, and of course you can go for 1, 2, 3 or all 4 options if you want to, while we have got them in stock. And of course the saving for one is 8, for 2, if you go for all 4 of them, it's the saving, let me say, £40, because of course it's 8, no, sorry, no, I did, sorry,